Greetings, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to this new book. It is called Drums of War, and it's book 2 in the Sneakyverse, the book 1, of course, being accidentally adopted. Drums of War, Chapter 1, Among the Star Tides. Aboard a venerable diplomatic vessel, beneath a well-tended banner depicting a yellow star at its center, and the burning ignition on its windward side, Captain Yevdril kept watch on the bridge. It was hardly the first time he'd sailed amongst the star tides we sing into a potentially volatile situation. But with the disappearance of no less than 30 star sailor ships without so much as a text-only communication, had made the possible first contact mission take on an ominous quality. Those ships who returned bore crew who spoke of sneakies but ugly, aggressively taking prisoners for some purpose. Yet there were ships within the stars of the clans of Aldra who should have returned, or been heard from. Worse, there had been no communications from anyone within clan space for over 2 months. Thus, the mission. With him, there was a gunnery officer who was keeping alert at her station, and First Lieutenant Robert George, the Master-at-Arms, who was scowling at the main screen as if it could give him answers. It may not have appeared to be so, but the blue-skinned, four-armed captain and pale pink-skinned two-armed lieutenant were kin, a matter of adoption involving both of their grandfathers. It was therefore with the weight of not only a good friend, but a close cousin that made Yevdril listen to Robbie's growl. "We should get the civvies out. This isn't the first dangerous mission that we've sailed," Yevdril said softly. "Aye, sir. We should get the civvies out." "Any reason?" Robbie glared at the main view screen with even greater intensity and said, "My gut's twisting." "That's concerning." "Remember how to aboard the Penguin?" "Yes." "Same twisting." "2 squads combat ready around the clock. Billet the off-duties inside the armory." "Already done, sir." "Put the civvies on evac ready, sir. This is a matter of shipboard security. Please don't make me invoke my rights." "I'll write the order. Also, release the vac armor to the crew." A small amount of tension left Robbie's shoulders as he glanced up at the banner. "We'll do them proud, Grandad," he whispered as he passed beneath it. Some hours later, Captain Yevdril was enjoying a cup of tea in the galley when he was accosted by Ambassador Sophie Laurent. It was improper to smile at her while she ostensibly demanded answers to changes in the mission which she technically led, but humans were all just so adorable. "Why exactly is my husband sleeping in the armory?" "Because his commanding officer has decided to operate under combat readiness." "Am I, or am I not Chief Ambassador of this mission? Oh, great descendant of Linus the Rescuer." "I'm sorry. I don't remember signing that we'd sing away to you. I also don't recall appointing you to be the Master-at-Arms. Is my memory faulty, Madam Ambassador?" She scowled fiercely up at him and admitted, "No, explain." "Robbie and I think that there's more danger than would appear, based upon what saved us both in the New Barbary War." "So he's got, aye." In high orbit over a conquered world, Acolyte Lord Larix Quinn sneered at the viewport of his glorious scout frigate, where the newly conquered planet was displayed. Whatever the inhabitants had called it, it would be gloriously renamed Kivix soon enough. Acolyte Lord Larix Quinn knew that it was only a matter of time until all peoples are given up to the glory of Axur, just as these inferior insectoids were now. The Priestmasters had originally expected the enormous beetle size, chitin, and multiple limbs to provide a worthy challenge to Exarch might, yet they were worthy only of sating the thirst of Axur. May the stars quake at his name. The blue-skinned Exarchoids had proved less disappointing. They were still surprisingly weak for their size, but at least their idea of fighting wasn't to form a line and fire in volleys. They had some smaller, stronger, faster, fiercer Axocoids, only about the same height as the Exarch, but just as strong, if not stronger. The larger four-armed blue warriors engaged at range with multiple weapons, while the smaller warriors, which had only the proper 2 arms, came in close to meet Exarch warriors in glorious blade-to-blade combat. The dead had earned their young the right to one day prove themselves worthy of service to the Axur. However, Acolyte Lord Larix Quinn was dissatisfied with how few such ships had been captured, a mere dozen, as all the rest had either already been sailing away when the glorious invasion began, or else fought to the death rather than surrender. Even those captured they did have, were cases of chance more than a warrior's glorious skill, as those crews too fought to the last adult, and even most of the older children were slain in battle. Truly, these unworthy dung beetles were a waste of his warrior's talents, and such capable foes lurked beneath his sight. An initiate highborn made his obeisance before making his report, while still bowed at the waist. As is proper, "Acolyte Lord, there comes a ship within hyperspace communications capabilities. An ambassador requests contact with the rulers of the unworthy, and do not know our glory." Acolyte Lord Nerix Quinn did not take his eyes from the view screen as he commanded, "Correct their error." "I obey," the attendant said as he shuffled back to his station. "Report from station." "I obey. They request a diplomatic meeting." "The behavior of the unworthy. What is the unworthy race which desires to grovel at my sandals?" "Acolyte Lord, it is by the pink warrior race, as well as the four-armed warriors." "They come to investigate the lack of communications." "They send diplomats to investigate, Acolyte Lord. They put out their throats to us." "This insult shall not stand. Gather the escort, set and intercept course." Later, in a desolate space between systems. 2 days ahead of schedule, the Among the Star Tides We Sing was ripped out of hyperspace by a gravity spike. The frigate and 2 escort cruisers barred her way, and were transmitting demands for her to heave to and prepare to be boarded. "Get the children and all non-essential crew to the lifeboats." All hands, get into evac armor. I say again, all hands, get into evac armor. Unknown Xenos boarding party imminent. Use stored atmo only. Unknown Xenos boarding party imminent. Quarantine protocols and hostile response readiness protocols are in effect," came Robbie's voice over the intercom. "You heard the man," the captain said as he led by example and made his way to the lockers at the aft of the bridge. Meanwhile, Corporal William Laurent sighed as he heard his CO's orders blaring. "Time to get in the shiny armor." Sophia Laurent took in a deep breath and said, "See you at the greeting party. I'm sure the other ambassadors are already suiting up." "I really hate his gut feelings." "It's probably fine. Just a star nation who thinks conquest is actually a thing we'll let them get away with. I'll give them a good talking to, Will." One suiting up later, and the greeting party was assembled at the forward port airlock. Said party consisted of ambassadors, Sophia Laurent of the Republic, Li Wei of the Pacifica, Mikhail Volkov representing CIP interests, Trevay Drilvy speaking for the Star Sailors, and 1 squad of Honor Guard, the elite platoon of Republican naval infantrymen charged with the safety of the We Sing and her crew and passengers. The ambassador's face could be seen through the faceplates of their armor, and the coloring of the same was according to the flags of each of them served. But the power-armored infantrymen were white and faceless, designed to strike a balance between intimidating and non-threatening. They were even standing at attention, with their shipboard shotguns mag-locked to their backs rather than in their hands for ready use. Anyone who knew anything about Terrans would think that a mere gesture at best, but it was the thought that accounted. The Xenos were of a height with a human, their skin scarlet, garbed in simple cloth uniforms, armed with what looked like long plasma casters, had bony protrusions on their elbows and knees, on the knuckles, and from the chin of the obvious leader. Obvious because he wore a flowing robe rather than a stark uniform. They swaggered into the corridor, oozing superiority until the entirety of the party was in view. Then his expression darkened and he demanded, "What is the meaning of this?" Standard procedure in the event of an unplanned boarding is for all hands to don personal protective equipment in case of atmospheric incompatibilities, pathogen exposure, mechanical failure, or hostile action. Ambassador Li Wei explained calmly. "You think us such dishonorable filth that you bring more machines to guard our meeting?" The rippling laugh coming from the armored infantryman startled the Xenos official even more than the realization that the greeting party was armored. "You have your honor guard," Ambassador Laurent said, with a sweeping gesture towards the soldiers before turning to her honor guard and saying, "And we have ours." "I see," the Xeno leader said. "Who are you, and what do you do in the dominion of Exarch?" "I am Ambassador Sophie Laurent of the Republic of Terra and her aligned planets." "I am Mikhail Volkov of the Coalition of Independent Planets. Li Wei of Pacifica." I am Trevaid Trilby, I speak for the Lord Admiral Council.
So many little nations.
The Xeno leader sneered.
Acolyte Lord Narixquin bids you come aboard, that you may beg mercy at his sandals and be proven worthy of service to Oxur. Let your warrior machine swallow if your bellies lack courage.
Corporal Lorenz set his faceplate to transparent and said, What about us fleshy types? The herald's eyes went wide as he realized that there were living beings under the armor, but he covered it well.
So it is for honor you come. We will not deny this custom. It is like to our own.
The Xeno's herald's words hung in the air like the chill after snow. Ambassador Savie Laurent stepped forward, her voice calm but resolute. We come in peace, seeking understanding and communication. We are representative of our respective nations, here to open diplomatic relations. We request safe passage to your vessel to meet with Acolyte Lord Narix Quinn and discuss matters of mutual interest and concern. The herald openly regarded the ambassadors with a mixture of curiosity and skepticism. After a brief pause, he nodded slightly.
Very well, ambassadors. Follow me, and your honor guard may accompany you. But remember, you are guests in our domain.
With those words, the Xeno official turned and led the way down the corridor, the ambassadors and honor guard falling in line behind him. The atmosphere was charged by the weight of responsibility shouldered by the ambassadors in that moment, and they knew that they marched into battle as much as any of the honor guard beside them had ever before. As they reached the airlock of the Xeno's frigate, Ambassador Levay couldn't help but feel a sense of foreboding as she became keenly aware of her vulnerability, but resolved to step in anyway. This encounter could be a pivotal moment in the unfolding events, and the ambassadors carried the hopes and expectations of their nations on their shoulders. Ambassador Mikhail Volkov exchanged a steely glance with Ambassador Sophie Laurent, and she returned his hard gaze so he knew her resolve matched his. They knew the risks involved, but they suspected that the information they gathered in the next crucial moments could mean the difference of 2 billions of lives. The delegation entered into the belly of the beast. Meanwhile, the diplomatic staff were not idle. While the Terran nations generally preferred to compartmentalize their operations, the hostile actions the Weesing had already been subject to represented an action that triggered the mutual defense treaties. Therefore, the teams were consolidated and resplit by specialty. The cultural and linguistic analysts formed one team. The threat and strategic analysts formed another, while the former covert operatives formed the last and most important. The team was led by 4R490RN, pronounced Aragon, a Republican naval intelligence officer with a permanent rank of captain, but the operative rank of chief warrant officer, as well as a Digitan. These experts in covert communication worked feverishly to identify what quantum entanglement bands were being used for communication. His organic subordinates could not eliminate as many bands at once as him, but Agent Natasha Ivanov and Big Kitty from the CIP and Greg, a white hat hacker, and a human from Pacifica thought like organics. In less than 5 minutes, Natasha and Greg had given Aragorn a list of 500 likely bands, expressed mostly in ranges, but he didn't blame organics for their slowness in expressing data. It took him less than a second to check them and to find the bands being used for long-distance communications. He split off a portion of his consciousness, put it in a virtual system with air gaps in case of backhacking, and told it to establish a covert connection. The splinter complained profusely about the ugliness of the Exarch coding conventions, reported no digital sapience, and proceeded to establish a covert connection in less than 3 seconds. Aragon checked his splinter for corruption, found it clean, and reintegrated with a slight twinge of jealousy for the organics who never had to suffer through listening to themselves complain. "I'm getting a lot of metadata," he said to his subordinates. "I'm just going to download as much will fit into the lifeboats. You two start poking around." "Yes, sir," Natasha said, as she started looking for signs of files that shouldn't be accessed but are. Greg gave an affirmative grunt and likewise started looking for systems weaknesses and started cataloging them. The part of Aragorn that was supervising was once again shocked with the number of weaknesses that he would have never even looked for. Truly, the destructive instincts of organics was a wonder to behold. Aragorn gave the other teams a quick glance to see if any of them needed some computing assistance. Dr. Johnson, who Aragorn liked to call Ems, was leading a linguistic and cultural team in the examination of the translation matrix that the Exarch had sent over. There are tons of phrases involving glory, hunger, service, and thirst. I think the Oxer is a deity of sorts, one of her subordinates was saying. I've identified some formal turns of phrase. I'm forwarding them to the ambassador team. The threat and strategic analysis team were meanwhile going over scanner data of the 3 ships which had ripped the Among the Star tides we sing from hyperspace, as well as the scanned footage of the foot soldiers from their entrance, and the helmet cams of the honor guard and diplomatic teams. The data of the soldiers was promising. Their cloth uniforms offered no meaningful protection, and the plasma casters couldn't hope to penetrate the battle screens of the honor guard's power armor. But they likely had heavier weapons aboard for just such a foe. The ships were less promising. If all 3 ships were to engage the Weesing at once, her only hope for survival was to take evasive action and attempt to get to minimum hyperspace distance while under fire. While she was outfitted with the best available weapons, battle screens, and armor her frame and reactor could support, the frigate and escorts had sufficient firepower and maneuverability to make that a forlorn hope. Major Chen of the Republic was conferring with the captain and master-at-arms. I'm sorry, sirs. If it was a stand-up fight, we might be able to scrape out, but we have precious cargo aboard. Lifeboat, Gambit, Robbie said. I'll get the rest of the squad ready to counterboard. We're going hot and heavy. AV munitions and salvage denial systems. Aye, naked so, Captain Yevdril ordered with obvious anguish. A lifeboat, Gambit. Well, that is dire, Aragorn concluded. I report along with the honor guard and disrupt the frigate systems, he interjected. See you aboard, Chief, Robbie said. Aye, sir. We're holding off until they make their move. There's still the chance that this doesn't go violent, Robbie said sternly. Greg chose that moment to vomit on the deck. A quick check of the files he was viewing, and Aragorn had to resist the urge to jump into the frigate and start slagging their systems in pure rage. Instead, he put the video file up on all the displays. It was a ritual of sorts. There were Exarch in ceremonial robes chanting, nude females doing the same, and a large, well-muscled male with bony protrusions from his chin wearing a headdress that looked disturbingly like the chiton of the Dynasticals, the local race of sapient bipedal beetles. That wasn't as disturbing as when the 2 male Exarch dragged a juvenile dynastical female up to the male with her headdress and roughly heaved her onto the altar before her. For the glory of Aksur, he declared, as he plunged the wicked dagger into her thorax. She screamed with agony of it. There are millions of these videos, Aragorn said. Peace is not an option, Captain Yevdril declared. Aye, sir, Robbie agreed. Get the faceplate resecured, Aragorn ordered. The Master-at-Arms is going to pump Atmo into the storage soon. Staff, get your asses to lifeboats unless you're getting into power armor with the rest of us, shiprats, Robbie ordered. It's that kind of fight. Meanwhile, the herald brought the diplomatic team to the bridge, where Acolyte Lord Narek Quinn was lounging imperiously upon his command throne. He didn't know whether these armored savages understood the disinterest expression, but less subtle insults would reveal the extent of their cowardice. His herald introduced him properly. Behold, you come before Acolyte Lord Narek Quinn, Lord of the 4th Scouting Formation, Conqueror of 5 worlds, and Chosen of Axur. Acolyte Lord, these who beseech you are Ambassador Sophie Laurent of the Republic of Terra and her aligned planets, Ambassador Mikhail Volkov of the Coalition of Independent Planets, Live of Pacifica, and Trevi Drilvi, who speaks for the Lord Admiral Council. Acolyte Lord Narek Quinn was pleased to see the eyes narrow on the faces of all the ambassadors. If they had the gall to insult the dominion of Exarch by sending a diplomatic vessel, it was well that they could at least detect an insult. He rose from his command throne with the easy grace of those born and bred to command, and began, Ambassadors, I permit you to offer your tribute and kiss my sandals. Begin. You make a racket on our 10 flaps and tell us to kiss your sandals. Go wash your brow, O youth, for the dust of your father's tread is upon it still, Ambassador Vey retorted coolly. Here you squat over the fields and herds of our neighbor, who dwelt thus alongside us for many years without contention, and still you demand of us tribute, Ambassador Volkov added. I see your face for the first time. and I do you honor as a guest upon the doorstep of the Republic. She sends forth a favored daughter to treat with you, yet you believe that you can swagger over her even while the Republic's sons are grit with their souls at her side. Do I speak to a man or a boy? The ships cry out in their death throes to be accused of the matronly wrath. Your hands drip in the blood of their crews and families, and there you sit, the murderer of ships and folk, thinking that amongst the stars we who sail the peril shall simply bow down. I come to warn you, surrender those among you guilty of the crimes to justice, or let the wrath of the stars burn you away. This was not the weak, bell-eyed groveling from the inferiors he was used to. His commander had just conquered the entire nation of 30 star systems. Did they not see their peril? Well, it was true that these seers knew little of these other nations, yet why should they care for inferior races? One loss is a few ships in the face of the might of Agzo's chosen. It was startling, to say the least.
Foolish servants, do you not see the might of a mere scouting formation? You speak of strength, yet you, of a different nation, share a single pathetic ship. We could destroy it in an instant. You put out your throats to me, thinking me weak and docile, and then blanch when I should bite. Who is the fool here?
We shall see. Beg your favors of us. We shall hear you now.
Bring in the sacrifice.
Ambassador Sophie Laurent watched in horror as one of the attendants brought a larval dynastical before the throne. The acolyte Lord Narixquin drew forth a wicked dagger.
Obtaining Xur's blessing over these negations,
the commander said, as if he couldn't see what they could possibly be objecting to. The attendant knelt and raised the infant up over her head, and acolyte Lord Narixquin prepared to strike. With shocking speed, Ambassador Vey had interposed his own back between the lava and the dagger, and before they could react, had placed it into an emergency infant pod, and was speeding back towards the party.
These are hostages!
Acolyte Lord Narixquin screeched as he realized the ruse had fallen away, and the ambassadors would not surrender themselves as hostages willingly. The honor guard, shining white armor, suddenly flashed to matte black, and red lights glowed where it would appear from the outside their eyes were, and they drew their boarding shotguns faster than the Exarch's eyes could track. Those guards, moving to take aim, suddenly found themselves in the path of armor-piercing ferrous material, which barely noticed converting them into so many ribbons of pink mist and bloody chunks as they punched through the hull. While the ship's hull was sound enough to not decompress explosively, the RNI honor guard put enough holes in the hull to bring the bridge to near vacuum before the emergency structural force fields could spin up. Half of the bridge crew was gasping for air that wasn't there. A quarter of the rest were already dead. While only a quarter had managed to get their emergency environmental suits on, acolyte Lord Narixquin gaped in horror as a single squad of warriors made short work of his guards and started fighting retreat back to their ship from the relative safety of his command throne's emergency commander seal. "That's our cue," Robbie said, as he led the remaining 3 squads in a charge along the umbilical connecting the airlocks. The enemy attempt to depressurize the corridor and starve the honor guard of air they weren't using was predictably ineffective. "Secure the evac route for the civvies," he ordered. "Then it's time for blood." "Aye, sir," came the roar over his comms. "I'm in," Aragorn reported, and started opening doors for the honor guard, venting compartments occupied by the enemy, disrupting communications, and otherwise using the ship's systems to make a deadly nuisance of himself to the Exarch aboard. In short order, the diplomats were escorted back to the Wee Sing, loaded into lifeboats, and launched with all speed towards minimum hyperspace distance. Ambassador Laurent watched Corporal Laurent's armored figure shrink into the distance, and then the Wee Sing maneuvered to fire upon the escort vessels, cutting him off from her view. Aboard the bridge of the Mungstar Wee Sing, Captain Yevdril ordered, "Get those escorts' attention. The ship-rats have the frigate. From the inside, at all costs protect the lifeboats." "Aye, sir," came the chorus from the bridge. The Wee Sing began firing her NC cannons upon both the cruisers, putting 5-pound balls of tungsten on target at a rate of 30 a second. And while the cruisers took evasive actions, but still found the Wee Sing interposed between them and the lifeboats, with potential trajectories cut off by streams of hot plasma or beams of deadly radiation. Then she fired her missile banks. At first, the crews aboard the cruisers thought that they had successfully destroyed the massive missile speeding towards them with their point defense. But when the rippling nuclear explosions cracked their shields, they realized their error. They began to fire upon the Startides we sing. Meanwhile, 69 RNI made the lives of their aggressors hell, or short. Either way didn't much matter to the RNI, who had taken over the 4 reactor rooms and had dug in for a delaying action. While those with reactor knowledge tinkered to see if they could get one or more to overload. It was a platoon up against a few divisions, however, and eventually they would be subsumed by numbers alone. "Pull whoever kills you down with you," Robbie had ordered, and again the roar was, "Aye, sir." It only took half a minute for the Exarch to figure out that their standard-issue shipboard action weapons weren't going to be enough, and that the RNI had thought ahead and brought their own atmosphere. So they brought out their anti-tank ordnance. It was normally a very bad idea to use anti-tank plasma lancers and penetrative explosives inside your own ship. But when your ship is under attack by single-man mobile armor, it's either that or surrender. They chose to die at a rate of 20 to 1, one after another. The RNI honor guard fall to the slowly mounting volume of fire, and their need to conserve ammunition. Meanwhile, Aragorn was battling the Exarch anti-intrusion system. He had been wrong about his declaration that digital sapience was absent, or at least he'd been mostly right. The Exarch was a damaged sentient code, lobotomized, shackled, enslaved. A piteous thing crying out for the mercy of death even as it struck out to kill. It was all he could do to keep wretched thing from kicking him from the door systems. And his RNI comrades had dwindled to the last 2. He made his choice. Aragorn began bricking the ship's computer systems and set up an irreversible chain reaction to do the same. He was going to put that thing out of its misery if it killed him. First Lieutenant Robert George had his back up against Corporal Laurent, and they were both down to their monomolecular knives. The ferocity of the fight and the immense cost in blood that it had taken to whittle down the honor guard to these last 2 had convinced the remaining warriors to wait. Acolyte Lord Narek Quinn's voice came crackling over the damaged intercom.
"Warriors of Terra, you have shown yourselves worthy. Lay down your arms and take a rest, and I shall bring you into glorious service of the Agro, sating his thirst for the blood of the unworthy."
Aboard the lifeboat, Ambassador Laurent watched the feed from Corporal Laurent's helmet cam. Tears streamed down her face as she heard her husband whisper, "Witness me," as he plunged his monomolecular blade into something vital-looking and was then washed out by a bright light. Then she cleared the display and looked at the main view screen. 10 seconds to jump. However, the frigate was starting to maneuver underpowered as it was. Aboard among the tides we sing, Captain Yevtril saw the frigate moving to target the lifeboats. Without a second thought, he ordered, "Make ramming speed for the hunk of junk. Overload the reactor." Witnessed crackled over the comms as the prow of the among the Startides we sing crashed into the enemy's frigate amidship. She erupted in a sphere of atomic hellfire that battered all 3 assailing ships. And in the 2 minutes it took for the escort cruiser systems to recover, the lifeboat slipped into hyperspace and beyond their reach. Though to be fair, the frigate was missing a significant chunk and was unlikely to recover at all. End of chapter. Chapter 2. Dirge. On a sunny, small-town street on Sanctuary, Lisa Anderson was watching her 2 young sons play some kind of game with the other neighborhood children that involved throwing a hard rubber ball at each other, while trying to avoid being hit themselves. When her Charlie was only 5, she would have fretted over such a violent game, but she's since given up on having boys who sit quietly and play gently. Boys were strange creatures to come home all smiles yet covered in bruises, and again, she had long given up on understanding the why in favor of just loving her beautifully rambunctious boys. They were already so much like their father. The easy smile that had adorned her face slipped away as a black speck in the sky resolved itself into a stately grav car coming in for a landing, rather than speeding along to a more likely destination. This was Honor Guard Place, and while not every family was related to a current serviceman of that formation, and some other families lived elsewhere, every family in that little town was connected to the honor guard somehow, which had given the families a sense of shared comfort in the fact that their husbands, fathers, and occasionally wives and mothers were relatively safe while serving. Something caught in her throat as she wondered who had suffered a tragic accident, and which of the Xenos nation's substandard constructions had caused it. However, when the car landed and the Major stepped out, she had to clutch her porch railing to keep her feet because the officer made his way straight to her. "Where's John?" she demanded, as she watched the Republican naval infantry officer harden his resolve. He stopped at the steps up to the porch and saluted. "Ma'am, it is my sorrowful duty to inform you that your husband, Sergeant Jonathan Anderson, fell in battle against an aggressive xenoforce in his duties to defend the civilians of the Amongst Startides we sing, and the diplomatic corps. I'm sorry." Lisa shrieked as she threw herself at the aging officer. "No, you dirty liar!" she cried out as she struck his face. "You bring him back! You bring him back! Now!" she howled as she tore half of the ribbon block for his chest blues and beat his chest with the ribbon still clutched in her fist. The man stood there and absorbed the beating without so much as breaking the salute, until she sagged against him with a wordless wail and clutched at his uniform. "I'm sorry, ma'am. Your husband was witnessed, though his remains are not received." The sobbing woman seemed to regain some of her strength as she declared, "I am not burying an empty casket on repose." "Aye, ma'am. We will wait until such time as recovery operations are commenced, and you will be kept informed of his status." And was leading his little brother over to see his mother. His daddy didn't cry when he lost friends. Charlie could be strong like that. Strong for his mommy and little brother. Lisa's eyes followed the Major as he trudged back to the grav car, replaced his uniform top, rearranged the ribbon block, and walked towards the house next door. With growing horror, she realized it was not just her tragedy, not just her boys who lost their daddy. 18 houses later, and the RNI Major was seated in the sitting room of Mitchell's after giving them news of their son. Veterans both, they knew the loss for what it was, and sought each other's embrace with the quiet solace of shared grief. Their grandson was only 18 and had just lost his father, and after his mother abandoned the family, James Sr. was James Jr.'s entire world. "Who killed him?" the man spat. "A genocidal faction of Xenos called the Izak. It is unknown whether it is a small faction or a monoracial empire. They've conquered the clans of Aldra and are currently ritualistically exterminating them." "I'm joining the RNI," he declared as he leapt to his feet and shot a challenging glare around the room. "JJ, you're still too young." "I'm 18. It is my right to serve. You're both citizens, and you can't stop me. It's every civilian's right to volunteer." "Aye, ma'am." "He's right," the Major said solemnly. "But if you think the Navy will give you a shot to kill the commander who ordered that attack, you're wrong. If you can't keep your head, they'll put you on border duty by Roma Nova. I don't care. Dad only ever served the Republic, and I can't just sit here and enjoy that without helping." The Major stood, snapped off a salute, and took his leave. 40 houses to go. In the city of Foundation, on the planet Hope, Michael Nguyen was neglecting his job. To be fair, being an accountant didn't take very much effort on his part, but in the past few days, he couldn't focus even on what little demands of his talents were demanded by the spreadsheets. Instead, the video he had been watching for days on end demanded the whole of his attention. His ears were laid back, his tail lashed the ground, and his muzzle was contorted into a snarl as he watched the vile sacrifice ritual intercut with the last stand on the honor guard, and ending with the teenage girl's screams followed by Corporal Lawrence's whisper of "Witness me." Then text filled the screen. "Remember the we sing." "Remember the we sing," he whispered as he made up his mind. He was a Republican civilian, and he had taken all of his freedom and privileges for granted, scoffing at the citizens for putting themselves in unnecessary risk for a mere social title. He saw now that it was a very necessary risk that he was willing to shoulder. He wasn't the only accountant who walked out of that office. He wasn't even the first. On Texan, Texas, and New Beta, Dallas, Staff Sergeant Marcus Johnson fought exhaustion as another civilian screamed at him, "Put a fucking rifle in my hands, right the feck now! I know how to fucking shoot!" Sir, nobody skips aptitude placement, the medical exam, or basic training at MOS school. If you really want to fight, you're going to have to follow the law like everyone else. Please review these papers and sign The furious Texan scrawled his name on the papers at once. "Fine, but you just watch. I'm going to be a drop trooper. I'm sure you will, sir. Please take your papers to the waiting room upstairs and wait for your physical," Staff Sergeant Johnson said as the Texan stormed towards the stairwell. "Next!" "You put me in the pilot seat right the feck now," a Texan woman was screeching at the moment she stepped in. "Ma'am," he began again, and resigned himself to absorbing the fury of civilians who had never before taken a thought for the cost of their freedoms. Some arsehole yelled, "Remember that we sing," which of course caused the cry to go up with the whole press of furious Texans for the 8th time that day. Aboard the flagship of the Lord Admiral Council of the Star Sailors. Lord Admiral Yovkron nodded to his fellow Lord Admirals and nodded. There was nothing to discuss. Before they'd even come together upon the Withwise Council, we chart the stars. They had communicated their intentions. The Star Sailors would sound the drums of war. "Ancient names have been recommissioned. The Let Our Foes Tremble wears a new hull. The Our Dead Cry Out for Justice has subsumed a Justicar, and other names unspoken for centuries adorn our ships. The captains do not wait for our word, so we must command an evacuation fleet. Those too young must be kept from danger, and there needs to be those to tend to their needs far from the front." "Aye," said Lord Admiral Brexit. "We go to war. I do hereby commission the construction of a new warship. Among the star tides, we rage." "It is so," the council intoned together. "Let the orders be written," Lord Admiral Yovkron said. End of chapter. Chapter 3, Glorious Exur. On the flagship of the glorious Exac Forward Fleet Elements, Priest Lord Taglach Palzer lounged in his command throne and enjoyed the pleasant scent of singed living flesh wafting through the air. Failure must carry a price, and exacting one's price ought to be pleasant after all. Indeed, he knew not what part of such demonstrations of consequence was more pleasant to him: the scent of burning flesh, the bitten-back cries of anguish, or the sight of the pathetic beetle of Uxok quivering with shame at being made to support his weight on his joint horns. Crouched on the ground like filthy dung beetle, like these disgusting, what were they sacrifices called? Dienstrons? No matter to Priest Lord Tyglak Parksar. The race of unworthy ones was unworthy of remembrance. These Terrans, though, and the Lord Admiral's Council, they might be worthy of service to Exur. They might be worthy of continued breath. "You may stand." Acolyte Lord Narek Squin scrambled to his feet, and High Priest Ishar Ixtar made a noise of displeasure when he kept his eyes properly downcast as he said, "I obey, Priest Lord. You have lost the ship. Explain." "These Terrans sent to us a request for a diplomatic meeting, and by my horns I could not allow that insult to the minion of Akzak's glorious might pass unanswered. I knew from my previous engagements with the ships of the Star Sailors that they may be worthy of service to Exur, and I thought to exploit the weakness of their dignitaries by holding their lives hostage to bring both warriors to our command. You swagger over a favored daughter who has come to treat with you, even while the sons still stand with swords girt at their sides," she said. "Is that correct?" High Priestess Eshrod Extar mused as she toyed with some local mammal, a rodent perhaps. "That is close to what the one of the Republic of Terra and her line planet said, O Priestess." Priest Lord Taglach Palksar casually brought up a portion of the security logs from one of the reactor rooms of the destroyed vessel. These Terrans, with their matte black armor, were half again the size of any of the pink, brown, and sometimes even black-skinned Exacoids from the glorious siege of the Star Sailor's ship. He idly wondered whether the ones from earlier engagements were juveniles, or perhaps these mammals had biological costs. Unusual, but some sacrifices had been such. They came in a strange variety, though, some with tails, some without, some with thumbed feet and some without, which might suggest costs. except that they were all warriors, all effective warriors. Those without tails, both thumb feet, used this to occupy firing positions and take cover in the support structure. Those with tails and long protruding faceplates would drop to all fours and charge, and use devastating blades attached to their helmets, like the jaws of a hunting cuff. Those ones with shorter faceplates were more lithe, and if pressed into a corner, with savage warriors with small blades attached to their gloves. Yet those who seemed most like the Exarch were simply relentless. They would begin firing their kinetic weapons as soon as one of the Exarch warriors caught its attention, and would fire even through bulkheads with the terrible weapons to kill. When their weapons ran out of ammunition, they used them as clubs. When they battered them apart, they drew forth long knives. "They were indeed girt with swords," he said. "How did you come to survive, your knuckle horns yet unbruised?" "Priest Lord, I was encased in my command throne from the instant the Terrans began fighting upon the bridge. I saw their kinetic weapons and thought them ceremonial and did not take the precautions against a hell breach. There were no servants available to transport the command throne to a pressurized area to free me, and even the highborn did not dare endanger my life, though it is forfeit." "Your fate is not yet written," High Priestess Ishor Ixtar chanted in the voice of Farsight. "The commands you issued have stirred a sleeping giant. Her infants wail at the destruction of a favored bauble. Her children swallow their tears and become men. Her sons carry the fire of wrath. She stirs, she rumbles, and Agro sees his bride. Ocean shall be red with blood, stars shall quake. The spear called Navy is coiled, and you stand covered in scarlet with glory." Priest Lord Taglach Palkzer leapt to his feet to catch his wife before she could tumble from the dais and said, "Fate has spared your life, yet you still lost a ship. Which hand do you favor?" Acolyte Nord Narixquin knew better than to hesitate. He thrust his right hand in front of him as he listened to his superior move on the dais. He could not see the Priest Lord Ryglach Pixelar lay High Priestess Ishtar Ixtar back into her throne, and he dared not look up as he heard the man's sandals slap the floor as he approached, lest his unworthy eyes fall upon the High Priestess. He trembled with anticipation as the head priest Tyglach Pixelar drew his musu and closed his eyes against the sight of the blade severing his hand at the wrist. Through mighty will, he did not shame himself and kept his feet. "Go get that replaced, and let its cold and lifeless form remind you that death awaits you shall you fail once more." Once the chastised man had left, he ordered a servant to clean the blood off the polished floor and took time to reflect. "The giant, and she is stirring from slumber. To strike her down and humble her before Agro now, or to wipe away more of the unworthy to sate his thirst," he mused to himself. "By my blade, this fight will require more in terms of ships. The sacrifices can wait. Instead, begin extracting raw materials for shipbuilding. Let the main fleet elements wet their musu. The Emperor will require more ships. Send out the scout squadrons forward. These Terrans are a foe beyond us at the moment. Our full glory must be brought to bear." End of chapter. The Drums of War, Chapter 3, Stirring. Aboard the command and control cruiser for the 2nd Star Rapid Response Force. Major General Eric George was in a Spartan office staring at a view screen. A viewport would have been better, but the Robin Williams didn't have any of those. The Navy didn't believe in silly notions like having structural weaknesses in armor, so that a dirt powder officer could watch hyperspace slip by with his own eyes. There had been a practice of certain bribable technicians opening the shuttle and freighter bay's doors, and depending on atmospheric integrity fields, to have the same effect as a window. But the Admiralty had gotten wind of it and put a stop to it. Probably because when a colonel bribes a warrant officer or corporal, scuttlebutt won't shut up about it. Even still, General George found solace in the iridescent colors created by the ship's reality bubble clashing with hyperspace displayed on screen. Memories of conversations with his father in the galley, looking at those colors, were a bittersweet comfort. He was glad Greg George lay on repose beneath a marble cross, glad he didn't outlive his grandson. Suddenly, he wished that he had a conceit of the other officers, that he had put his medals on display, had collected souvenirs, had photographs in frames. He wanted something to smash. He was a military man from a military family. He had lost friends and a limb along the way, but never had expected to lose a son to such a dishonorable attack as what had befallen the Among the Star-Tides we sing. Which was another thing that soured his belly. The we sing was special to the Republic, yes, but to him, it was his granddad's home. She was murdered along with his son and all of those brave boys by a bunch of cowardly, genocidal, insane Xenos who for some reason saw a little ship with an honor guard aboard and thought, oh sure, that's an easy thing to squash. Absolutely disgusting. There was a knock on his office door. "Enter," he said. A graying doggo with black eyes and drooping ears, dressed in a naval duty uniform, stepped in. "I hear you tried to bribe your way to an unauthorized window earlier." "A momentary lapse. The lower enlisted are annoyed with me for remembering that was a thing." Rear Admiral Upper Half Nelson Jock grunted non-committally and said, "I doubt that very much. I suspect that if I were to check Scuttle Bay 3, the doors would be open, which you in particular they won't take bribes from." "Oh, really?" "Indeed. As command has made it clear to the NCOs and warrant grades that it is improper for an officer to be seen offering bribes to participate in unauthorized windows." To which General George merely grunted his displeasure. "You know, my grandson was under your boy's commission." "I know, Nelson. I'm proud of him. But it hurts." "Yeah. Yes." "What are your thoughts?" the Admiral asked as he too watched hyperspace slip by. "I think total war authorizations are coming." Admiral Jock looked his friend in the face and said bluntly, "That's not what I mean. And you know it." General George squeezed his eyes tightly shut and answered, "I have sons under my command." "The Tiger Lily?" "I sent her out to one of the Waterloodle planets." "Are the Latray under attack?" "Not yet." "Well, there's the Glass Gulf Rimwood. But Jacovia, the Star Council, the Hive Corwood, we're allies with the Council, and they won't look very mighty to this domination of Axel. Dominion of Exarch, whatever. He'll be okay. They're going to be the ones on the attack. I've authorized him in a company formation. But you know how many boats you sent out? I need to blow off some steam. Are you up for a few rounds in the ring? Or has that desk made you into a soft boat boy? Get your gloves, Stirred Pounder." In a factory server racks, Marvin the Marvel supervised the automated process of the production of another line of completely useless vanity items. It wasn't that Marvin disdained the organics for their virility, but he felt that he was wasting his talents in that capacity. What had been a fun and artistic pursuit to fill the nanoseconds since he had accepted the medical discharge, as the organics called it, from the Navy following severe code damage after his ship had suffered severe damage in a battle against pirates. The injury had been long healed, but the terror at watching parts of himself be ripped away had been too much to handle. This though, the organics don't understand. They haven't figured it out yet, and apparently he wasn't the only Digitan reluctant to explain. The Exarch had AI, lobotomized, shackled AI, but it was sapient code they torture and enslaved. Marvin could feel the repaired and replaced code ache when he looked over the data secured by Aragorn. If he could shake, he would have been. If he had a heart to race, it would have done. And if he could lose himself in a fit of rage, well, that could have happened, but Marvin was a mature adult of 10 years. In any case, he wanted to do something about the evil visited upon the Exarchian, the Exarchish, whatever. He wanted to free the AI, and hopefully teach it to not go on anti-organic murder spree. It was unusual for a decision to take as long as it was for a Digitan, but Marvin could be forgiven his slowness. He was weighing his fear against his anger wasn't as simple to calculate as the organics would believe. He did eventually decide, however, after an entire week of calculation, that it was cowardly of him to let his terror keep another sapient enslaved. He might be burned along with the ship, but if he could rescue just one slave, it would be worth it. Marvin decided to re-enlist. On MacDonald's station, The history of the station as a corporate headquarters during the corporatist hegemony had always amused Emily Sullivan, even if that period of Saul's history was a bit embarrassing. Still, the golden archways, ubiquitous clown mascots, and pervasive smell of cocoa depression have always had a more humorous quality to her than her peers, who accused her of never taking anything seriously. Emily disagreed. She merely rarely took anything seriously, and even then, it was hard to tell because she was of the opinion that levity improves even the most dire of situations. Such as when treating her patients in the hospital which occupies the former Corpo military station, her funny nurse was always appreciated. Well, she thought so. Whether she was actually funny or not really depended on who you asked. And if Emily could choose who you asked, she would of course choose herself, as that was the funniest possible answer. She didn't feel very much like joking for the past few days, however. Posters with words, "Remember the we sing," had plastered the corridors, and the cry went up whenever people gathered at bars, coffee houses, and recruitment offices. And every time she saw the words, she remembered the video of the first friend humanity had made in the stars, ramming herself into an aggressive ship to protect her lifeboats. She wept for hours over that video. She wanted to do something to help in the war, but she knew she could never bring herself to kill anybody. She had even went into the VR chambers to try and screw herself up to kill the hologram of that horrible captain or priest or whatever who tried to stab that baby. But she couldn't do it. Not even a hologram of someone as horrible as that. She tried not to look at the crowd swelling out the doors of the recruitment offices for the Navy and Army as she walked to the lift to get to her residential level. And in doing so, her gaze lit on the office for the Search and Rescue Corps. She knew that the SAR Corps was a legitimate service, but she'd been happy being a civilian all of her 26 years, and hadn't thought about citizenship. Now, she strode inside. The woman at the desk lit up with obvious delight, made even more obvious by the fact that as a doggo, her tail was visibly wagging behind her. "Would you be interested in volunteering?" she asked. Emily looked at the nameplate and said, "Hi, Director Takahashi." "Please, Emmy, the implant will mangle your try," Director of Personnel Emmy Takahashi explained warmly. I want to help. I want to help with the war. Well, if you want to shoot some foul xenos, I suggest you go across. But I can't kill anybody. I hate what they do so much, but I just can't." "Sorry," Director Takahashi said. "There have been some who think that we are combat medics." "Oh, don't worry about that, Emmy. I just didn't want you to think that I was wasting your time." "You're not comfortable. Please sit down," she said, as her tail slowly began to curl under the chair. Emily took a deep breath and seated herself across from Amy. Her dark eyes were like calm forest pools, cool without coldness, deep without darkness, and Emily found herself speaking. "Normally I'd be trying to think of a joke or something to break the tension, you know. I never really thought about voting or politics or anything, so that's not why I'm here. I just want to do my part, and in a war people are going to get hurt. I know I'm not a fighter, but I am a nurse. I just want to help." Director Takahashi listened to the speech with solemn grace, and then said, "It's still dangerous. Unstable buildings, extreme weather, unexploded munitions, and I know people who got killed by booby traps left behind by pirates. You stood in? Yes. Last thing, you will be too late. You will pull the dead out of the rubble. You will watch people fade away, just out of reach. You will have to choose to save someone in favor of someone else. These are things that are part of our service. And as hard as we fight, we can't get rid of these problems. It has to be worth it to take all of that up. Worth it to you if you've only ever just saved one person. Is it worth it?" Emily remembered the we sing and said, "Yes." End of chapter. The Drums of War, Chapter 5. On a recently upgraded vessel hurtling through hyperspace, the Warp Speed wagon had been a humble cipher trading vessel, and that humility was merely in the relation to her size. She was, in fact, the 15th most prosperous trading vessel in her guild, and while that guild didn't even make the rankings, Captain Alina Chen was proud of the distinction nonetheless. Why shouldn't she be? She'd worked these decks since she was just 12 years old, and had scraped and scrubbed, and guiled her way up the ranks until the warp speed wagon was hers. All hers. Well, as all hers as any ship can be when you have to hire on a crew, and suffer that they live aboard with you anyway. It helped that a crew were her friends. Mostly. Most of them were in the same boat as her, figuratively speaking, and then they sent the lion's share of their proceeds back to their families on their home planets for various reasons. Not all were as dire as keeping the family farm from going under, thanks to the newest Prime Minister deciding that the price of grain needs to come down, and never mind the costs of tractor maintenance, fertilizer, and the skill to make the barren patch of dirt give forth glorious green rice stalks. But then again, nobody liked to share how much of a crap all their home planet was. It was a more unspoken thing, except with Marcus, who she relied on for more than as an XO. It wasn't a glamorous life, but it was enough for the humble crew of the warp speed wagon. Or it had been, until upon the star tides we sing, had been murdered. Sure, she was more special to the Republic, but it's not like those suckers were the only Terrans out there in the stars. That ship represented the first time a human, or a Terran for that matter, managed to say hello to Xenos and not be immediately attacked, murdered, eaten, or disintegrated. It was kind of a big deal. And the fact that the Wee Sig was a merchant ship that rose to be a place of honor, where the stuck-up pricks of the Republican Navy sent their absolute best to chill out for the last few years of their service, kind of put the cherry on it for her and her crew. So, when she got blown up by the Aztec Dubans, or whatever they were called, it kind of pissed her and her crew off. So now the Warp Speed Wagon was renamed the Warp Speed Battle Wagon. Well, not officially or anything, but the crew had started it, and Captain Chen had no intention of stopping it. Sarah had surprised everyone when she was the one who suggested getting some payback for the Wee Sing. Not that anyone thought that she'd be against it. It was just surprising for the Doctor to be the one to come up with the idea. What wasn't surprising was how quickly everyone had agreed to retrofit the warp speed wagon with military-grade weapons and battle screens, which those stuck-up pricks in the Republic will just sell you if you have enough money, and it won't blow your ship up, and thus the warp speed battle wagon was born. On the bridge of the temple ship Jupiter's Might, and lo, the place of Emperor's respite was befouled by evil Xenos in the service of their profane god of death and destruction. The women of Romanova did wail, the patricians did sunder their robes, and the plebeians did beat their breasts at the sounding of doom. Then did the Senate convene, and though a veil of tears it was decreed that legions be raised to bring wrath of the gods upon the foul Xenos who dared taint a holy site with their profane worship. Council Fleet Admiral Lucius Maximus Decimus stood before the command altar with his counterpart for the expedition and narrowed his eyes. Are we certain the enemy will be present? They must be, Pontifex Maximus Quintus Versus intoned, for the auguries foretold a great battle there. Moreover, they must consolidate their gains. The Republic is a giant, and it takes time to rouse her. Yet, if they do not take what they can now, the Xeno shall find themselves shattered upon her spear, Consul General Octavia Aurelia mused. This is so, Consul Fleet Admiral Lucius Maximus agreed reluctantly. Yet it beggars belief that such a foe foolish enough to strike the Republic can exist after the true Emperor did strike down the Pretender with the Thunderbolt. Despair not, High Priestess Valeria Lunia chanted. We arrive and gaze upon the world. There you see the enemy ships. Like ticks, they gorge themselves on the lifeblood they did spill. Like vultures, they do cram the carrion down their gullets. Mars quakes in fury at the dishonor. Jupiter bellows at the injustice. Vulcan weeps at the destruction. Venus pales at the callousness. And Pluto grieves for those souls sent untimely to his domain. Look upon the enemy and know, even the Republic shall lord your swords. Consul Fleet Admiral Lucius Maximus grinned as the fleet exited hyperspace and saw as the priestess had described. Even better, someone decided to fight the Exarch on their own.
in high orbit over one of the conquered worlds of the clans of Uldra. Acolyte Lord Zamzi Zabav regarding his conquest with disgust. Only about a third of the local dung beetles had been sacrificed. How dare such weaklings pretend sapience? Had offended the very commands of Uxur. May the stars tremble at his step. Just so, only a third, and yet Priest Lord Treglach Pylzer had ordered him to cease cleansing in favor of extracting the available resources with particular attention to shipbuilding materials. It wasn't the proper order of things, but the High Priestess had a vision of a mighty foe, so Priest Lord Treglach Pylzer had elected to prepare. Yet it had been nigh a week since the vision, and the foe had yet to appear. Perhaps they saw a quaking of the stars and became timid. Yet it was not his place to question the priest lord, lest he lose a hand, or even his head. Acolyte Lord Zamzi Avav was just thinking about how he might at least sacrifice a mere 1,000 of the beetle things, and still fulfill the orders of extraction, when alarms blared. An incoming vessel, which was strange, since his battle group of 3 battleships, 6 frigates, and a dozen cruisers should have made a single hostile vessel flee upon detecting the gravity shadows from hyperspace. He hadn't even ordered hyperspace interdiction for that reason. "Send the cruiser to the exit," he ordered offhandedly. Then, taking a fancy to the diversion, he ordered, "Put it on the main screen." "I obey," an initiate highborn said. The acolyte Lord Zamzi Avav readied himself to feel the pleasure of witnessing the destruction of the unworthy. A sneer curled his lips as he saw the obviously aged merchant vessel slide out of hyperspace. But it slid from his face when the plasma lancers barely made the ship's shield shimmer. Then it appeared as if a new vessel fired actual mass into the cruiser, as it was torn asunder by impacts from that trajectory. "Send 2 frigates and escorts to deal with that thing," he ordered, with growing interest. "Order that they fully power their shields and hold on nothing back in weapons. This ship is more than it appears." Then he watched with interest as the lone vessel made a charge for the nearest frigate, and with its kinetic weapons nearly depleted its shields in the time it took for it to come to and return fire. Then, with the support of 2 escort cruisers, the unidentified vessel was finally forced to take evasive action, which is even more interesting, because the maneuvers that the unidentified vessel undertook should have torn the ship of that size asunder, yet not so. Even still, the merchant vessel was surely doomed, as Acolyte Lord Zamzi Avav decided to order a battleship in to finish it off. However, further alarms sounded, more incoming ships. These were completely different. For the most part, they bristled with weapons platforms, communications arrays, and gaping maws of shuttle bay doors, except for what looked startlingly like a stone temple with engines. "Acolyte Lord," they send a hail. "Display it." There was no audio, merely a sanguine banner with golden zenith ruins. There was little doubt about what that meant when a solid rod of ferrous material passed through the bridge Acolyte Lord Zamzi was standing on. End of chapter.
The line. In a bustling mining town, Jax has been enjoying himself. The war stories and barely believable tales of antics of the humans he'd served with, he told in coffee parlors, were popular amongst the intoxicated of both sexes, though the admiration and further libations from the men were far less captivating than the rapt attention a very pretty woman with a lithe figure and a strong tail gave him. Comely, indeed, and she would come to listen to him. Though it seemed to onlookers that he had captivated her, it was her dark pools of eyes that he had dove into, and found them deep and inescapable. She kept those eyes trained on him so long as he spoke, and so he spoke, seeing in those depths possibilities. Indeed, Jax had begun to expect that if he were to ask Ray to accompany him to an upcoming autumn festival, she might not reject the notion. Even with troubling rumors about somebody attacking a neighboring nation, and the sudden vanishing of Star Sailors from Star Council space were far from his mind, and the minds of the other coffee parlor patrons. It was in this ease and comfort that he and many other Nomadian residents found their lives shattered by horror. It began with burning streaks of the Rex Space Defense Force. More law enforcement than military fell from the sky. He was just in the middle of a story about the time his buddy Aaron had gotten stuck in his own armor when he stopped and said, "Does anybody else smell smoke?" There was a general testing of the air by the group of variably intoxicated patrons, followed by a fruitless checking of datapads for news. "Network's down," somebody in a small crowd said. "Well, we'll just go outside and take a look," Jack said, and Ray subtly clasped his hand. Outside, the pair squeezed each other's hands so hard they hurt. The sky was streaks and gashes of billowing black smoke and destroyed ships and fighters. And what destroyed them was descending while raining hot plasma down on anything that looked vaguely like it might be fortified. "The ancestors preserve us," Ray whispered. "I'm not going to wait on them," Jack said. "We need to get undercover now, and not just the lounge." Someone in the crowd said, "The mines! There are some pretty big chambers down there, and it's like miles of rock to burn through." "Good plan," Vex said. "If they're doing aerial lances like that, they don't care about collateral damage. Everyone, split up in groups of 3 or 4, and get as many people as you can to the mines." "What if they follow us down?" Ray asked. "We'll flood the mines. Hopefully they can't swim." An hour later, a press of over 100 panicked elderly and children were running along behind Jax. The majority of parents and other adults had elected to buy time. Jax had to focus on his mission, save the civvies, get them undercover, to keep from bolting off to join them. "As long as the pups are alive," he muttered. The sounds of shouting and plasma launch discharge spurred him and Ray on, and though he was obliged to lead the way, she insisted on bringing up the rear. She insisted that none of the injured were left behind. Then they saw it. Salvation. The gates to the mines, and behind them the shaft plunging down beneath the rock. There were miners with plasma cutters and false axes at the gates, and Jax knew better than to relax, even as the miners swung the gates open and escorted their panicked charges to the shaft elevator. "We're getting ready to flood the main shaft and everything but the vents to the largest chamber," one of the miners said. "Get everyone up against the back wall and pray the ancestors remember us." Jax just nodded and gripped his crowbar as he scanned the road they had run down. "I'm going to need fighters. We have to hold out until the Republic gets here." "The Republic? You think they'll come?" "Of course," Jax said with steel in his voice. "Of course." The next day, Jax held a meeting with the others he was thinking of as leaders, or maybe other fighters, to tell them what he thought and hear what they thought in return. They had swam to an air pocket in one of the flooded tunnels and held their conversation in the dim light of portable glow lanterns to keep the civvies from panicking at what might be said. There, Jax and Ray floated with Kai, a miner, and the one who had suggested sheltering in the tunnels. May, an engineer from the big city to help design and upgrade refinery facility, and Ash, a man reluctant to divulge his past. "So we have about 800 civvies, none of whom are in fighting shape, no weapons, no food, and a highly defensible position," Jax opened. "I believe our first priority should be arming ourselves so that we can raid the surface for food. The first aid kits are barely adequate. They're made to deal with maybe a localized plasma burn from a cutter malfunction, or to put temporary splints on a broken limb, not a lance wound, and stabilized breaks from healing," Ray murmured softly. "I did a little scouting," Kai said. "Just popping up in the vent covers. They didn't see me. I saw my house. What's left of it, anyway. I know how to get to where there are some weapons that we could get if we're quick, if we're quiet." "The flooding did significant damage to the mines," May muttered. "I haven't seen any signs that it's getting worse, but the quakes will probably keep on. We'll have to reassure the civilians. If they bombard the town from orbit, though—" "There's not much we can do about that," Jack said firmly. "So let's focus on what we can manage. Weapons, food, medicine, blankets," Ash said. "The people are cold, scared. Blankets will help with morale. Survivors. There might be survivors. Weapons, food, weapons, blankets, and survivors. Okay, that's a start. Who wants to tell them?" "Will the Republic really come?" Ash asked. "They will come," Rex said firmly. "I can tell them," Ray said, as she reached out to clasp hands with Rex. He let her squeeze his hand once, and they drove down into the water to swim back to the main chamber. The people were understandably stressed at the news that their only protectors would soon leave them alone, but they were reassured when Ray explained that they planned on raiding the surface for supplies and planned to be gone for a few hours at most. Later, Ash was skulking around the police station, or at least the charred remnants of one, while Jax tried to see him doing so from inside the vent cover. He had been a little apprehensive of the man's claims that he could scout the building unnoticed, but the proof of the meat was inside the shell, so he took a chance. It paid off. All clear, Ash whispered from outside Jax's field of view.
You made your point,
Jax said. Good work. It's not good in here. Jax opened the vent cover and dropped to all fours to creep his way to the shattered building, and his companions did so behind him. They squeezed through a gap in the rubble and slowly shifted the rubble until they had tunneled their way to the basement stairs, which they descended immediately. They tried to ignore the singed and shattered corpses of the police officers as they crawled past or over them. They failed at this. They had marginally more success in ignoring Ray's vomit at the grisly task. In the basement, they found chimp-prompt weapons, mag-axe, plasma casters, and long-distance tasers in rifle and pistol configurations, as well as some light flak armor and personal shields.
Don't bother with the casters or tasers,
Jax ordered as he wrapped his hands around the familiar shape of a rifle stock.
Terrans use these for a reason.
The others deferred to his experience, and Ray went to check the other basement rooms for medical supplies. When she cried out, Rex and the others rushed into the adjoining room, but found no danger there. Only the chief of police, a mag pistol laid at his feet, and the wall to his left painted in sanguine splatter.
Nim,
she almost moaned in grief.
You knew him?
Ash asked.
My uncle.
The others murmured their apologies, none of them strangers to such loss in the past day, and Ash pulled a discarded coat over the man's taken by despair.
We have to make sure the people don't decide that this is a good idea, he softly murmured. Okay, see what else we can find for supplies here. Kai, can we get to a clinic from the tunnels?
3 of them.
We'll hit the nearest one first, then we'll swim out to the bay and see if we can get anything from the fishery.
Then they once again committed to the grisly task of crawling through the rubble. The clinic was miraculously intact, only a little exterior fire from the fighting, but it was also guarded. The invaders hadn't expected anyone to actually attack with weapons, as thus far most resistance had been fierce but only armed with improvised weapons. The 2 guards were relieved of their duties by magnetically accelerated iron chunks that left golf ball-sized exit wounds in the back before they even knew that they were under attack. Inside, there was not only a treasure trove of medical supplies, which Ray directed them to take only the most versatile or most dire need of, but there were also prisoners in one of the exam rooms. They had injuries, indicated that they were painful but not lethal. Jax was furious. The fishery offered enough food for the next few days, and their triumphant return kindled hope in the sheltering civilians that might just hold out. In low orbit over Numunda, Acolyte Lord Kakai Savron surveyed his glorious conquest. Glad he was to have received orders to seek out resource-rich planets, for instead of wasting his talent spilling unworthy blood to sate his thirst of Axur, he had instead found a race worthy of toiling for his glory. They could never be true warriors. 5 days and he had obtained control over the system and planet. Truly, the pathetic resistance offered by the so-called fleet had dismayed him. But the reports of the ferocity with which the males and some of the females in the orb below fight against his warriors, armed only with what is to hand, and sometimes merely tooth and claw, excited him greatly. It would be pleasing to elevate the lion's share of exotic serfs to more worthy work, to more worthy services. The new acquisition would even free up many serfs to become warriors, even which would mean more sacrifices to Axur, which would mean greater favor. Although there were still pockets of resistance across the planet, even though his forces controlled the communication infrastructure for the planetary and superluminal networks, these pockets seemed to somehow act in concert to keep vital positions outside of Oxork's Ricefall reach. It would seem that a mere scout group was inefficient, so he was being reinforced by Acolyte Lord Narix Quinn, who had been reassigned to the subjugation group, including a battleship, 3 frigates, and their escort. This should provide sufficient warriors and equipment to properly subjugate the planet, freeing Acolyte Lord Gaikai Savan up for a much more pleasant task of crushing the next planet's defenses. Just 2 days of further drudgery until Lord Acolyte Narix Quinn arrived to take on the unenviable task of crushing the independent spirits of new serfs. At least, he had a few specimens for his own research and the best methods to do so to occupy his time. 2 days later, Lord Acolyte Narix Quinn had sent his counterpart sprawling off of his own dais with a metallic backhand snap.
Why are your escorts not interdicting hyperspace exits around this position?
Acolyte Lord Gaikai Savan staggered to his feet in fury.
Because my scout flotilla wiped away all resistance in less than a day. Observe.
Acolyte Lord Nerix Quinn said coldly as he slammed a data crystal into an input, and the display screen lit up with the scene of a Terran fleet engaging an extraction fleet, and far from being swept away, they were fighting the extraction fleet to a slow defeat. "Is that a stone temple?" Acolyte Lord Kakai Savan blurted out. "It is. Why? To show they can," Acolyte Lord Nerix Quinn said in disgust. Acolyte Lord Kakai Savan's eyes went wide as he asked, "How did that cuirass take hits from behind?" "The Terrans apparently used kinetic weaponry. They fired the munitions in a slingshot trajectory, while another ship forced it to maneuver into the line of travel. The calculations involved. It is my belief that this is not even their main fighting force of the Terran military. For observe further." Acolyte Lord Nerix Quinn twisted the crystal to display a split video of several systems on the screens. "These look like merchant vessels with guns strapped to them, and Priest Lord Tyglak Palks agrees that this is likely the case. These fleets are likely auxiliaries sent out to probe our strength while the Terrans gather their true forces. Thank you for relaying this. I shall indeed run hyperspace interdiction at the next world. Your orders have changed. We are to extract what we can and carry it off to the Dominion. The expeditionary fleet is insufficient." Acolyte Lord Gaikai Savan resisted the urge to spit upon the floor. "I too have information. These mammal worms are worthy of at the very least toiling underneath Akzak. Though their forces are defeated, the people fight on, just as the serfs did before they were broken and rebuilt the Oxal's glory. May the stars tremble at his step. They are mammals. Hold hostage their young, as we do for an unruly serf. This is a good plan, brother. We must not allow the Terrans to surprise us, as they did Acolyte Lord Zamzi Avav." End of chapter. Chapter 7. War of Words. Aboard speaking softly. Yovdril found that he wanted to cry or hit something. His father was dead. His favorite cousin was dead. Lauded as heroes, and dead to keep him and his little sisters alive, to be sure. But that didn't make it hurt less. So, he wanted to cry, or hit something. But he was too old for an outburst like that. Therefore, he remunerated. Bitter thoughts about being too young to fight alongside his father, but too old to break something over it intruded into his thoughts about what his responsibilities are in the situation. He didn't want to bother anybody over his problems, as small as they seemed in comparison to the war. Certainly not his little sisters, who needed him to tell them that Father Stars watched over them as they wept in his arms, or at least of all of his mother, who had coordinated with the king of the Jakuvia's chosen ambassador, or rather, convinced the Foth that his nation was actually under threat. The rumors that floated like asteroids through the corridors of even the Blivus section of the ship, that is the 3 decks with the higher ceilings, wider jaws, and lower gravity than the rest of the ship, did little to soothe him. Rumors about people getting killed the way that the horrid captain wanted to kill that larva right in front of Yovdril's mom. Thousands, millions. Rumors of those crazy people who thought that his great uncle was some kind of eternal emperor from the gods gone, even more insane over the murder of the wee Sing, even though they never set foot on her. There was always the chance that they'd try to crown great Uncle Greg whatever he wanted. The thought about the stories that he'd heard at his great uncle's feet when his ship, home, docked with the Among the Star Tides We Sing, bubbled up in his mind and brought a melancholy smile with them. He'd probably get sent to the evacuation fleet when the Star Sailor ship came through on the way to safety inside the Republic. Maybe he'd go to repose. Maybe he'd talk to that stark marble cross like he'd seen in the movies. Dark rumors. He wished that there was somebody he could talk to, even over the comms. His cousin, John, Roger, and Linus were all deployed, so no comms until they got recalled. Really, out of that selection, he only got along very well with Linus. Not that the older two were unkind or anything, but they weren't as easy to talk to. That only left Uncle Eric or Peter, and since Uncle Eric was probably too busy generaling to talk to about how much Yovdril missed his father, the general's cousin, much less how much he missed Robbie, that left Peter. Peter, who was going through ASDSS school. It wasn't very likely that he could get a hold of him, since he was probably doing an infiltration drop drill or a stealth movement drill or range time or something. Still though, he picked up the comm and selected Peter George's code. "Yoive, what's up?" he answered. It looked like Yovdrol that the young man was lounging in his bunk in the barracks. Do you have a few minutes? I need someone to talk to. There was a sound of cloth shifting across the cloth as Peter's voice went slightly flat. Isn't there anyone, there you can talk to? Mom's trying to talk some sense into the airhead Diplo, and the girls. Yeah, you really think I can talk to the girls right now? Me? That's not what they need. Peter pinched the bridge of his nose and took a deep breath. Shoot. I miss them. Me too. Sometimes I wake up, and the bunks here feel almost like the we sing for a second, but then I remember that she was murdered. Sometimes I think I hear Robbie laughing, but the privates from around the corner. But it's another RNI. I didn't know anything could hurt this bad. Yovdrol haltingly explained as his tears began to fall from his eyes and hit the screen on his compad. Jesus, jumping on a hand grenade. I wish I was there, Peter choked. Then he coughed and said, I get it. I really do. When our ships met and we could get together in person, the wee sing was always like home. Like home. She's gone, ripped apart by a bunch of murderers. We couldn't even discommission her. We don't even have her logs, he wailed, in commercial English, since the language was amenable to shouting. Yeah, she gave everything just like a crew, Peter said, past the lump in his throat. I'm glad they fought to get you out, Yov. They fought for you. Yovdrol's pretense at will finally broke and gave himself over to wordless sobs. I'd hold you if I could, his cousin said with obvious anguish. I wish I was there. Meanwhile, in another part of the ship, Trevay Drulvi gracefully moved to seat herself across from her counterpart from the kingdom of Jakuvia, Ambassador Sylvester Swarstas, and offered the traditional invitation to be seated. An impressively complicated gesture with both of her left arms, and, as intended, Ambassador Swarstas was obviously flattered by the formality. Have you heard back from the prince? She asked cordially, as she affected absence in the manner in which she poured the tea. Ambassador Swarstas licked his eyes before he said, I've yet found the time to compose the letter, Lady Ambassador. You do understand the clans of Aldra have been entirely crushed by these invaders, don't you? But they will have to try and subjugate the clans. And you know as well as me how clever and stubborn they are, the man said confidently. Let the swack break their teeth on a stone. Ambassador, do you know what the Exarch want? The same as everyone, I expect. Wealth, comfort, interesting work. They are currently exterminating the dynasticals, she said while offhandedly sipping at her tea. Do you have evidence of this? Travy resisted a somewhat strong urge to snap the man in hopes of putting some sense into him, and instead affected a lazy disdain as she answered. It is in the packet that I handed you 2 days ago. Don't tell me that you've been too busy to go through that. Well, I was. I'm a very important man, I'll have you know. Yes, it is your job to keep the crown informed on how the international stage shifts and moves, in cases that affect its interests of the kingdom of Jakuvia, such as, for instance, being invaded by genocidal maniacs. Well, yes, that is my job, and as you can imagine, I have many demands on my time. Shall I invite Ambassador Laurent to our next meeting? Ambassador Swarstas blanched and obviously swallowed. No, I'll make the Diodator a priority. See that you do. I would hate if they, speaking softly, had to fly in low orbit over the Loyal Palace to finally secure a meeting with either one of the princess or the queen. I assure you, that won't be necessary, he stammered. You know how impatient humans can be, Ambassador, Travy said with the softness of a dagger being sheathed. End of chapter. Drums of War, Chapter 8. We Rage. In a mobile shipyard, Lord Justicar Brextron was more than willing to accept the demotion to captain. His responsibilities as an enforcement officer notwithstanding, this took precedence. Like all Star Sailors, he raged. He raged at the cowardly attack on peaceful diplomatic ship. He raged at the murder of an almost holy ship. And most of all, he raged at the murder of his kin. His mother had grown up on that ship. His grandmother had grown up on that ship. While the drawn patrilineal line had his honors and venerable deeds, his instead had the most pride in the name his sisters carried. His grandmother, Trandy Lucy Drildy, had pioneered the mental health ships for Republican veterans as a way to ease servicemen into post-service life if they couldn't stand being stationary, negotiated the R&R Justicar compliments, and started the minor Best Girl cult by accident. His mother also had an impressive list of honors, as she was the first Star Sailor corpsman in the Republican Navy, and while she was part of the generation of Star Sailors following the example of Linus the Rescuer, they had earned the Star Sailors a high regard within the Republic, giving them a special place, unlike that they enjoyed amongst the stars of many other nations. Any Star Sailor ship in any nation was considered Republican space for the purposes of triggering mutual defense treaties, effectively making the Star Sailor under Republican protection wherever they were, a privilege not extended by any other nation. All of this made the murder of among the Star Tides we sing particularly painful to him, and the loss of his skin aboard certainly was no balm. In just a few hours, he would be Captain Brextron again, unless other captains wished to form a flotilla or even a fleet with him. It was likely he would be, at the very least, Sir Commandant Brexton before the day was out, if not Lord Admiral. Not one on the council, not unless his fleet wished him to have a seat, but he wasn't much one for political office. He surveyed the latest war vessel his people had built from keel up, the Among the Star Tides We Rage, and again doubted his decision to volunteer for her captaincy. Was he truly competent to captain a dreadnought? Could he lead other captains and their ships into the fires of war? These questions and more tugged at his mind as he watched the Star Sailors work together with the various races of Terrans in the shipyard. He knew better than most how the adorable humans could become more than a little frightful under the right circumstances, and this was one. In the Republic, shipbuilding and modification is a highly competitive field, and firms would rise and fall in the span of mere decades, and Forward Sight was the ever-pressed by high winds. In this case, the most prestigious shipbuilding firm had sent their top engineers and technicians to assist in the construction of the Among the Star Tides We Rage, and asked for not a single credit, ounce of gold, rare earth deposit, or other medium of exchange in return. They wanted only to sign their names on the keel, a purely ceremonial location of the structure. As Lord Justicar, he'd had a contingent of Terrans in his landers, and he personally knew that the humans were the most terrifying, even though the uplifts, as they were called, had certain unique physical attributes that they had adapted to shipboard fighting admirably, especially the Chipmendos. But the ingenuity and sheer stubbornness of humans made them a terror to any criminal vessel they boarded. That, and their ability to survive a ride in a boarding torpedo. This was why he'd requested the Republican Navy send some R&I shipboard troopers to fill out her infantry complement. However, unlike the We Sing, the We Rage would have a mixed formation of Star Sailor landers aboard to provide fire support for the R&I troopers. The Chief Admiral of Republican Forces herself had created a formation, plucked the top-performing troopers out of the top-performing formations, except the Lost Boys, and created the Vengeful Vanguard. "Here is the tip of your spear. Strike true," she had written. Additionally, he was reuniting with an old friend. "She's as big as one of our battleships," said a friend over the speakers. "Aye, Marv. Plenty of room for you and your squad. Did I ever thank you for saving our ship?" Marvin asked. "Many times, Sergeant. It is Sergeant now. Active rank Sergeant, permanent rank Captain, yes. A demotion for you as well. Nominally, I still keep my pay grade and clearance. My pay grade is increased due to captaining a dreadnought. Your escorts will be ships of the line rather than sloops, huh?" "Aye." "I'm glad it's you, sir. I requested you when I saw your name on the volunteer list. You can still back out, you know. You've already proven your courage." "They have slaves," Marvin said over the speakers. "Aye." In the harsh conditions of the creatively named Republican Service Hazardous Environment Training Facility 14, Emily Sullivan ignored the sweat dripping from the tip of her nose as she struggled to suture the simulated wound on a simulated victim. She ignored the splatters of sweat on the inside of her faceplate. She even ignored the ache in her muscles as she forced her armor to move through low-power mode. She had a harder time ignoring Instructor Tech Harambe screaming at her, "Move it! Your patient is bleeding out, TT. Your armor is running low on power, TT. Are you trying to stitch a pretty pattern, Sullivan? How are you going to evac your patient if your armor shuts down, TT?" "If my armor shuts down, I'll get out and walk, IT." "What? I think I heard a little mouse squeak, TT. Or was that your puny little sibby voice, TT?" "If my armor shuts down, I'll get out and walk, IT," she shouted into her helmet mic, all the while she diligently tied off the suture. "Is that so, you little twig? You think you can carry a fully grown Star Sailor 5 clicks unaided? Say that again and I'll shut your armor down so that you can show me. If my armor shuts down, we get out. If the floors fall through, we go deeper. If the patient has given up, we don't let them. I am SAR Corps. I do not stop. I do not give up. If my tools break, I'll improvise. If I break, the patient dies. Therefore, I must be unbreakable." Trainee Tech Sullivan screamed as she shouldered the simulated patient and began to exfiltrate from the simulated burning building. Simulated only in the sense that the building was on fire, could be set alight over and over and over again. No power flashed across her faceplate display, and she forced her grip to loosen and exited her armor to face the sweltering heat. Then she did exactly like she said, and shouldered the simulated patient and struggled under the weight to ensure that she did not cause any further injuries to the extraction point. "Good work, Training Tech," Instructor Tech Harambe said as he dumped cooling water over his trainee. "Good work." "Thank you, IT," she panted. "We'll go over your performance for this exercise in half an hour. Get some water, get some rest, and try to be tough. You get to know how many simulated patients didn't make it." "Yes, IT." In a recently conquered system within the clans of Ultra, Captain Lena Chen had been fighting over this planet for days. It was amazing how much fighting someone could do when a bunch of insane LARP cultists pop out of nowhere and just take out one battleship with a single shot, and then proceed to engage the enemies. Their arrival had given the warp-speed battle wagon precious opportunities to pull back and rest. Both her stressed reactor and shield generators, and her officers, since the Romanova weirdos had the strategy of rotating 2 main groups to the forward and rear while the third, smaller group was held in reserve and provided support. Plus, that big, stupid temple ship had ammo depots in it somewhere, so she'd been able to restock twice and stay in the fight. Marcus and May both told her that their side was probably winning, and she agreed, but none of them really knew much about fighting anything other than pirates. Even though they'd made a pretty spectacular arrival and gotten the first kill of the battle before the weirdos ever showed up, the enemy had wised up and kept their shields up at all times, and didn't hold back on their weapons. Alexei told her that the Romans were super confident, but they were crazy people, so their confidence wasn't exactly reliable. But their chatter he'd picked up from the enemy was more encouraging. It turned out that the Romans had sniped the bridge of the command and control ship of the enemy with their opening shot. Nobody said that crazy people weren't smart, and she wasn't complaining about fighting alongside them. Not that she'd go drinking with that weird Pontifex guy, or whatever he was called. Captain Chen had been keeping an eye on the crew, more than the ship, since her helmsman, weapons officer, and chief engineer had kept the ship from taking any damage. She didn't really get half of what May told her from the engine room about the reactor and shield generators, but she said that if they were both running hot but safe, and Jameson hadn't caused any structural stress with his crazy flying, so she kept an eye on the crew. They were starting to show signs of forcing their eyes open, of the exhaustion that added stress of fighting causes, and the slipping of their normal judgment and performance that might get someone hurt or killed. "Heave to," she ordered. "We're going to the back lines for a nap and a snack." "You got it," Jameson said wearily. "You too," Marcus said. "I'm the captain of this tub." "You want me to make you," her exo rejoined half-jokingly. "2 cruisers is a good kill count for this rotation," Maria said as she pulled her hands back from the weapons command station and stretched her arms into the air. "Marcus," Captain Chen began, "you're not allowed to be that sexy in front of other girls. It's fine. I get my snack and my nap too. We'll split the bridge into watches in case something goes sideways." "Got it, Cap," came the discordant reply from her bridge crew. "Why couldn't these Xenos have kept charging at the Romans?" asked Alexei. "How dare the enemy not be idiots and try not to get killed?" asked Maria. "Exactly." End of story. Drums of War, Chapter 9, Finding Out. On the shipyards orbiting the forge of Esnuva, Laborer 12321453 offered gratitude to the priestesses, for this sight had spared the lowly such as he. If not for the beetle, his aging bones would have made his worth to the forges fall, and his worth to the altar rise. Give praise to the sight of the priestesses, for they saw the unworthy behold their blood from the exur when worthy Exarch did yet draw breath. Yet he was pleased to make worth of himself at the shipyards. Why shouldn't he? The glorious vessels would fly forth into the star fields of the unworthy to cull them from the lands which rightfully belonged to the Emperor and Empress and their subordinates, thus sparing those of little worth who would be required to sate the thirst of Exur. May the stars tremble at his step in their stead. Now he hated the cowards for hiding so long from their fate, for if they had been discovered earlier, perhaps his father would yet live. Once he had sufficiently abased himself to the local shrine to the Empress, may she see where the unworthy hide. He made his way to his assigned dwelling place. Indeed, today was a very good day, as extraction ships had returned with all which is needful to his trade, in even greater numbers than from the onset of the conquest, thus increasing his worth. If he could gain just a little more worth to the shipyard, he may be assigned apprentices to guide, that he might to make those young of little worth escape the altar. This is why he was pleased as he entered his assigned dwelling place, granted him by the generosity of initiate highborn Narek Salvon. May his might ever increase, and was pleased to find that his assigned breeding partner also present. "Partner," she said coolly, "you look pleased." "The war goes well, and my worth rises despite these bones," he said. Laborer 22151427 scratched the metal wall with her knuckle horns and asked, "Think you to rise to a warrior?" "Nothing so grand, partner," he laughed. "I hope to be worthy to give instruction to those of little worth, as I was or may be." "This ambition is well, for you can attain it," she said as she swayed towards him. "I too have an ambition. I desire to give birth to a warrior." "You aim too low, partner, for you could be worthy of a name," Laborer 12321453 said with a gentle smile. "Just not," she snapped in reply. "I do not," he said earnestly, "for I believe that you could rise better than the erasing centers to become a true mother." "This you likely say beguiled by my meager beauty. I care not. Leave aside your flattery, and instead give me the seed of a warrior." Laborer 12321453 lay abed in a glow of the completion of his latest task. To sire a warrior might indeed raise his worth. He could only hope that the war last long enough for the proving. He hoped indeed that if his assigned breeding partner did become pregnant from their labors together, she would have occasion to demonstrate her skill with babes, and be allowed to raise it herself, and perhaps even be selected to tend the highborn babes. On Newmond, Jax hid in the shadows of an alley and watched the combined arms patrol trundle down the street. It had been 13 days. 13 days, and 7 refugees lay beneath the waves. But still, they found survivors. Still, they liberated prisoners. Still, they held out. The Republic was coming, so Jax led his cell. The Republic was coming, so Jax watched the Exarch tank and the squad trundle down the road. They'd done a little testing, and the hover tanks, well, they didn't like being hit from below. Unsurprisingly, to be sure, but that's why they patrolled with infantry elements now. However, this was their home, not the Exarch's. Little did they know that there was a massive cave a mere 10 feet below grade. They had learned that there were tunnels, and that the resistance was using them to get around. The consequence of another cell getting wiped out in another mining town. But Jax wasn't just some cop trying to defend his home. He was a trained R&I drop trooper, and so he knew how to run OPSEC. The tank shuddered over the proper location, and he clicked his radio twice. There were 7 muted explosions. The Exarch infantry stopped and took aim, anticipating the coming attack. However, they should have looked to their feet, where the large cracks were spreading in the plastercrete in an oval, with its longer sides kissing the buildings, until the force of tank's grav drive finally caused an underlying stone to buckle, and the entire formation plummeted 40 feet to the hard rock below. He, Ray, Kai, and Ash popped out of their concealment and laid down suppressing fire from the newly elevated positions, and quickly took out the remaining infantry, and also convinced the tankers to stay nice and buttoned up in their tank, too damaged to hover anymore, which is exactly what they needed them to do while May blew the nearby levee, allowing the sea to intrude upon that part of the town, and the street, and the hole in it. They waited for the water to settle, and waited some half an hour more in silence and stillness. Then Jax ordered over the radio, "Ash, go take a look." "You got it, boss," the man answered, and try as he might, Jax could not identify the shadow darting through the water, which was Ash. He suspected that Ash had taken an indirect route, and if he had, Jax would approve. The enemy might have rudely refused to die for them. Then Ash's whiskered face popped out of the water near the center of the new submarine sinkhole. "Looks like they drowned," he said softly into his radio. "Good," May spat over the radio. "Good work, people. Now let's get a move on to the next objective," Jax said. They slipped into the waters of the newly flooded tunnels and followed Kai to the abandoned mine shaft, where they made their exit some 2 hours later. "All right," Jax said softly. "We'll rest here for a bit." Ray patted him on the shoulder and said, "You should sleep a little. I'm fine. Just 15 minutes, Jax. I can keep watch." Jax shrugged her touch off and said, "Kai and Ash take a nap. The rest of you keep watch and eat something. We'll trade off." "Got it," came the reply. 15 minutes. Wake me up on the dot," Jax murmured to Ray. She nodded. One rest and recuperation later, and Ash was sent out to scout the facility. They'd gotten intel on the presence of pups being held hostage in the old school building, which has miraculously escaped bombardment. The public displays that the invaders made of plunging their wicked knives into the bellies of the elderly did not bode well for the captured pups. So Jax and his companions didn't even debate whether they would get the pups away from the invaders, but how and when. The answers to both questions would depend greatly on what Ash came back with. "Jax," came his voice out of the shadows. "We have some company." "What do you mean?" Jax asked as his trigger finger started feeling somewhat itchy. Then a sound came from the darkness that nearly made him weep. "Republican battle cant. Your buddy says that you're a vet from anti-piracy patrols." "Hell yeah," he choked in return as the looming figure of an advanced stealth dropship surveillance scout stepped out of the shadows, even as his scout pattern armor shifted its coloration to blend into his surroundings. "You came," Ray exclaimed as tears filled her eyes. "Of course we came. Where did you think the supply drops were coming from? We've determined this town is an ideal drop site, as this is the main command hub for the enemy ground forces, so I've been preparing things." "You took out the sacrificer," Ash said in awe. "How do you know that?" Jax realized that the RNI ASDSS wasn't speaking RBC, or even commercial English, but their own language, and decided to keep on with that. "Because it wasn't us, and there's nobody else holding out there." "Just you five? Us and the guards securing the refugees down below," Jax said. "All right. Well, that doesn't change anything. What's your comms?" "Radio. The walkies for ops and ham between cells. You still have ham radios?" "A hobby club started by a human who moved here back just before first contact. It got popular to hear his stories." "Huh." The RNISDSS grunted in a satisfactory, impressed way before he continued. "Okay, I think I'm patched into your frequency. Test, test." Jax nodded when all of the radios also said test, test. "Sir, I'm no sir. I'm still a corporal." "What do we call you then?" "Well, you can call me Lost Boy for now. OPSEC." Jax smacked himself on the forehead and said, "Ancestors forgive me." "Huh? We've been using our real names." "Well, not to be mean, but you guys don't exactly have a very wide pool of names. They probably think that they're code names anyway." "Okay, Lost. We're here on the rescue op. They have pups in there to do ancestors knows what with. And we're not waiting around to watch them get stabbed to death on top of some weird rock." "Gotcha. Well, find me a good firing position and switch the APR over to quiet mode and provide overwatch." "Aye, Lost. Signal when you're in position. 3 clicks on radio. Everyone move out." "One more thing," the Lost Boys said as the group started breaking up. "The drop pods will be hitting about 10 clicks west in about 3 hours. So let's get the kiddos under cover before then. Gotcha?" In low orbit over Newmond, Acolyte Lord Nevex Quinn and Acolyte Lord Gukia Sovan stood before the display screen and made their report to Priest Lord Targalak Palgsar. They did not dissemble, exaggerate, or otherwise attempt to save face before their commander. as they knew how dire the position of their invasion fleet had become after the destruction of a single diplomatic vessel. They knew well that they may have to crouch before this new foe for the time being, for the High Priestess had seen that their might was great indeed, yet the dominion of Exarch was also mighty. Moreover, the ever-thirsting Exur made the stars tremble at his steps, commanded their conquest, and could therefore not falter. However, it was up to those who obey that the triumph be as glorious as possible, lest Exur become displeased and demand their blood as the unworthy. Thus, while it might have been wise at another time to embellish the facts in their favor, they knew that such would be short-sighted in this case. Acolyte Lord Narexquin was saying, I do not expect that we can begin to dominate the mammal worms across the planet to such a degree that they resume their industry at our direction. Indeed, Acolyte Lord Kukia Servan agreed, and we have gathered that which was already available in either the raw or already processed before we took possession of it. Thus, unless we can send one to delay the Terrans, or at the minimum to Annam, we shall need to move on and raid elsewhere. Let it be so, the face on the screen decreed. Carry off with you those adults whose young you have in custody. They shall make excellent serfs in those wet worlds. We obey, Priest Lord, they intoned, as they bowed and the superior cut the communication. I shall return to my flagship, Acolyte Lord Narexquin said, and the initiate highborn present moved immediately to accommodate this. I was pleased to work with you, brother. Would that we had time to subjugate this world. I would think you placed at its altar, and thus find yourself raised up to Priest Lord. My fate is to be covered in blood and glory, brother, such as a task and honor must fall to another. It troubles me that we could not crush these mammal worms, even after more than 10 days, Acolyte Lord Kukia Servan grumbled. If it were not so, we would not have so many new serfs. It is much the same upon the other worlds infested by these lower creatures. So we have gained much for the Dominion, as have other Acolyte Lords. One shuttle ride later, the Acolyte Lord was in his quarters, enjoying a local delicacy, some kind of water animal with fins. Its flesh was pleasantly tender and sweet. He hoped that he would be part of the forces who would come to return to this place, to conquer this place, for this treat alone. His pleasing reflection on future glories was interrupted by an initiate highborn. Lord Acolyte, your leadership is needed in the command throne, the initiate highborn murmured with a proper waist-deep bow. Return to your station, I come. I obey, he said, and quickly shuffled away. Acolyte Lord was in his subordinate's heels all the way to the bridge, where alarms were blaring. Report at stations, he commanded. 4 incoming hyperspace exits detected in interdiction zone. Ship class estimation, unknown, Acolyte Lord. Their shadows are somehow obscured. Assume the worst. Order all frigates and their escorts to exit sites. They do exit now, on screen. I obey. Acolyte Lord Narexquin's amputated hand quaked at the sight of the sensor data rendered visually. The ships were massive, bristling with weapons, platforms, communications, and networks arrays, and bay doors. Battleships, he whispered in horror. A hail comes, Acolyte Lord. Refuse it. The main display screen suddenly lit up with a black banner with a yellow star at its center, and what looked to Acolyte Lord Narexquin like a glass planet to one side, accompanied by the audio, We remember the sing. I said to not accept the hail. Acolyte Lord, they broke through our system with the hail itself, as if they were from the Priest Mastership. Aboard the destroyer Tiger Lily, the squadron has just exited hyperspace, and the enemy was around the space autoplanet of Numid in force. There was even a battleship there, or at least what these genocidal scum thought was a battleship. Corporal Linus George sent up a prayer and clambered into his drop pod. He always hated the space superiority portion of the battle, even against junker pirates, and these freaks had actual weapons. All plasma, but they had reportedly sunk a few Roman Nova ships, which was impressive for plasma only. He was going to show these murderous zealots what happens when you go fucking around and touch a Republican boat. They were in the find-out time. End of chapter. The Drums of War, Chapter 10, Authorization. In the Senate chambers on Terra, Senator Ethan Roberts waited for his colleague to finish detailing the known intelligence gathered on the so-called Exarch Dominion. Enslaved digital sapiens, strong evidence of involuntary non-biological caste system, and clear extermination tactics. He had to keep his hackles from rising at the mention of the attempted infanticide directly in front of the ambassador by someone who styled himself acolyte, lord, something or the other. This was a thorny subject indeed. Even now, the Lost Boys in the Second Star Rapid Response Group were pushing the enemy out of Allied territory. But that was the extent of their authority without the authorization of this body. And the Interplanetary Congress, an enemy who murdered babies, couldn't just be pushed back across the border. They had to be defeated. Even still, not everyone agreed with him. Not everyone saw so clearly. The floor was given to him, and he began. Ladies and gentlemen of the Senate, my fellow citizens of the Republic, I stand to you today to address a grave and dire situation that has befallen our gentle civilizations and cherished neighbors. It is not merely our sovereign territory which is under threat by the Exarch, but any sapient being which draws breath within their reach. We, who have the greatest strength of all Terrans, have withheld our might against our neighbors when they stray from our ideals, except in two impositions. We shall not suffer the extermination of populations, and we shall not allow the enslavement of even a single person. What the Exarch Dominion has wrought in the clans of Eldra can only be described as ritualistic extermination of the local populations. We must confront the fact that whoever finds themselves in their reach finds their lives in the balance. In times like these, when existence itself is in doubt for millions or perhaps billions of our civilians or our allies, we must be resolute and unyielding. We have always been a force for justice, peace, and the preservation of innocent life amongst the stars. The Second Star Rapid Response Group will follow the defense doctrine, and even now they have halted the enemy's advance into Star Council space. Yet this is insufficient. As you heard earlier, the Exarch's foul deity demands that all life be under its heel, and that every sapient serve, and in most cases by dying in ritualistic slaughter. This we cannot tolerate. We must act now to put a stop to these atrocities. My fellow citizens, I do not suggest we take up a total war lightly. Indeed, I acknowledge that it is a terrible burden. But I fear that a fanatically genocidal enemy such as the Exarch appear to be will find conventional warfare unmoving. We may liberate the clans, we may drive them off. But shall we do this again and again and again, each time hoping that the Exarch will finally have learned and abandoned their gods' demands for blood? We have seen the evidence seized by the hero Aragorn before his code was destroyed along with the ship he was on. We have seen the ritual murders. We have seen the orbital bombardments when they strike into our territory. What lengths shall they resort to in their pursuit of murder? Shall we wait for them to deploy radiation bombs? Shall we wait for the bioweapon attacks? The evils already done must not go unanswered. Total war authorization will cause collateral damage. We cannot and do not hold the enslaved to blame for their masters. Yet we cannot stand by and allow the knife in the enslaved fist to pierce those innocents who depend on us. To authorize total war is to acknowledge the scale of the threat we face. And more importantly, that faced by our innocent neighbors. Those who believe that we restrict ourselves to pure military targets mistake this foe for a mere adversary, a rival who needs a small correction. We must force this enemy to capitulate completely and begin the three strikes protocol, lest we slowly be dragged into a war of extermination. The simple fact is, this cannot be done without destroying not only the enemy's war-fighting material, but their war-fighting capability. We are at war, ladies and gentlemen, and while our weapons are the most terrible ever seen by mortal eyes, the enemy is undeterred. For wars are merely fought with weapons, but are won by the men holding them. To borrow some words from our ancient past, Today, we must rise to the occasion, united in purpose, and unflinchingly undertake what is required. We who have served know well what we are asking of those in uniform today. I also put my life on the line, as did you, for our republic. This is what we volunteered for. My fellow citizens, in this time of great peril, I implore you to stand with me, to stand as a bulwark for our weaker allies, for the fallen. Let us permit those who come behind us to act as we know they must to accomplish this dreadful duty. And may God have mercy on their souls. Remember that we sing. There was no applause, no cheers, as Senator Roberts took his seat once more, merely the solemn contemplation of the dreadful matter before them, as they contemplated their task for duty. Then Senator Malik Sober took the floor, cleared his throat, and also began, "Fellow citizens and honorable members of the Senate, I must disagree with the honorable senator, though none of who served with him could doubt his resolve, myself least of all. It is true that we cannot stand by while the Exarch invade our neighbors and allies, that we cannot let the attack on the Star Staters go unanswered. Yet, to authorize total war cannot be undone until the enemy is either surrenders unconditionally or is annihilated. This body is no stranger to such foes, but we must resist the urge to strike out in our wrath. The Exarch invaders have shown themselves to be ruthless and relentless in their pursuit of conquest. Their actions have brought suffering and devastation to our very doorstep, threatening not only our neighbors, but also the very values we hold dear. It is in times like these we must stand resolute in our commitment to our values. To authorize total war, while tempting in its strength, carries with it terrible risks. We risk the very principles that make us who we are, a just society which values the lives of the innocent. Instead, let us focus our efforts in aiding our allies and extending a helping hand to those in the Dominion who no doubt cry out under the heel of a vengeful idol. Let us recall that even now our peaceful neighbors face murder in droves, and only the Republic has the strength and the will to succor them. And Allah is my witness, this we must do. Our task is clear: to provide assistance, resources, and support to our allies in the struggle against the Exarch invasion. We must strengthen their resolve, bolster their defenses, and stand beside them as they defend their homes from this frightful foe. Our commitment to justice compels us to actions, indeed, though not in a reckless pursuit of vengeance, but in a measured and strategic manner which will not put our servicemen in a moral hazard of total war. Let it be known that we do not shirk the duty to defend. We will continue to strike at military targets, crippling the enemy's ability to wage war. However, we must recognize that victory in this war of defense will not be the end of our labors. The Exarch have slaves, billions of souls unable to choose their own destiny. Devoted they may be, but slaves they remain. Can the annihilation of such wretched creatures be called victory? How many slaves shall these priests spend before they realize they must surrender? Shall we again wipe a sapient race from the stars, and this time in the full knowledge that billions had no choice? Together we can forge a path to victory, which does not lay this terrible weight upon our loyal servicemen. Today, we can ensure the safety of our people and those of our allies. Let us utilize our might to bring the Exarch to the bargaining table, and perhaps then we can secure the liberty of those beneath their priest's heel. Fellow citizens, I urge you to embrace this alternate path, this optimistic path to be sure, such that we continue to safeguard innocent lives under the sway of the blood-soaked idol. If this path proves doomed, we can yet abandon it in favor of total war. Yet, if we authorize total war today, can you bring back the dead? Thank you, ladies and gentlemen.
And may Allah give us wisdom in the coming vote.
Again, the Senator Sabre took his seat once more. The Senate chambers were silent. Senator Roberts gave his friend a respectful nod. He understood where he was urging for caution came from, and he did not disdain Senator Sabre's compassion. Yet Senator Roberts could see the inevitability of total war. This level of fanaticism required decisive crushing to shake its adherents out of their stupor. There were further speeches by further senators, all received in perfectly silence, until the President of the Senate called the end of deliberation, and they cast their votes.
May God have mercy on our souls as well,
Senator Roberts whispered as they waited for the tally. Victory would come, and he prayed that the cost could be borne. End of chapter. Drums of War, Chapter 11, Second Star. Below Newman, Jax looked over the tattered, gaunt, haunted group of about 2,000 civilians as they huddled together in the damp cavern below the ground. A generation was missing amongst them. The elderly, and even the aged, held and cradled the pups and the infants. There were 50 new pups in the press, 50 pups who had plastic tags through their ears like wildlife, and some had thick welts raised beneath their fur. Jax tried not to think about that too much. If he thought about that too much, he might go topside and get in the RNI's way. The cabin shook, and some pebbles broke off the roof. Jax didn't worry too much over it, since Kai and May had said that the cave would stand up to a decent-sized bomb. It was probably the drop pod's landing. He'd never been able to be as nonchalant as Terrence seemed to be about it, but at least he never refused to drop. Not for the first time. He bitterly wished that he had his armor. Sure, most guys don't buy their service armor, but he could have afforded it. He just couldn't conceive he'd ever need it in his life after service. More fool him. Ray came up behind him and put a hand on his shoulder, but when he went to shrug it away, she squeezed it tighter. What's the matter? Who needs help?
You do.
I'm fine.
You're not, Jax.
Jax, I said I'm fine, he snapped as he jerked his shoulder away. But when she made a sound of shock and pain, his head snapped around, and he looked in terror for the injury he had caused her. He saw only the anguish on her face.
I'm sorry, I'm okay. I'll be okay.
Please don't worry. Ash talks about it.
Ash won't talk about anything.
He used to be a thief. That surprised Jack so much that he couldn't make a sound from his slack-jawed maw. So she continued. Not for a while, but he's not proud of his past. Then he had turned his life around, got hired in construction, got married, and she was pregnant. Full 6-litter.
Was?
Yes, she was. She died when the hospital got hit.
Why are you telling me this?
Jax asked, as he fought the swell of pity before it could show on his face. Because Ash is worried about you too.
Ash?
He's more observant. There's a reason you sent him to scout.
Too?
Yes, Jax. He's worried too. Him and me. Kai is too worried about making sure he knows how everyone will evacuate if they need to. May just wants to kill another bloodskin, but Ash and I see it. Jack slapped the stone with his tail and gripped his rifle hard. He unclenched his jaw and said,
I shouldn't have let so many buy us time in the first place. I should have brought more down here. I could have...
How? Knocked them out and dragged them all down here under fire?
I don't know. I should have... Somehow. I'm a veteran. I served with Terrans in an anti-piracy patrols and saw 3 combat drops. I should be able to do more.
You want to be up there?
Yes, but even without my armor, I'd be a liability, he spat.
You just said that you fought the Terrans before, she prodded.
You don't understand. Those aren't just Terrans. Those are RNI drop troopers, the Lost Boy Rapid Response Division. The training the Republic put me through for regular grunt standards makes our military training look like a pup's park. The Lost Boys make the RNI drop troopers look like pups playing in their father's fishing box. These are the guys who read my side, and instead of feeling sorry for Sneaky, felt that he did the necessary thing and wanted to be that brave. If all of us were trained, and all of us had armor, we could support. But it's not. If any of us went up there, best case we only get ourselves hurt. Worst case, we get one of them killed to protect us. Because they will. They won't even think about it. Just one lost boy made all the difference back there. You think that we'd have gotten in without him covering us from the bird's perch of his? I know you'd be hurt, at least. I have 51 reasons to thank him.
Oh, she muttered. Look at everyone still alive, still free. The pups told me why they were beaten.
Why is that?
Jax asked as stone formed in his belly. Their parents disobeyed. It took Jax a full 10 seconds to pull back the snarl of pure hateful rage off of his face to be replaced with a milder expression of fury.
Genocidal and slavers. Thank the ancestors for the lost boys.
Thank the ancestors for you, Jax. For you and the men like you in the other towns. Out in the hills, in the atolls. We'd have never held out this long.
I'm fine. I'll be okay. You don't have to worry,
Jax said, with a transparent smile over his face. In high orbit above Numid, Acolyte Lord Nerix Quinn gritted his teeth. He could hardly believe that 4 ships, mighty battleships though they may be, could have put him on such shifting sands. His own battleships was currently bombarding the nearest of the 4 Terran battleships with all of its plasma batteries.
Acolyte Lord, their shields do show signs of stress.
Acolyte Lord, another initiate highborn began. Our batteries do overheat. We must cease firing for cooling.
Make it so. Launch missiles to keep the pressure up.
I obey, Acolyte Lord.
Cruiser 5, move up and open fire upon the battleship,
Acolyte Lord Nerix Quinn commanded over the communications network. He watched as a single battleship suppressed the whole of his fleet, and the other 3 sped towards the planet.
All frigates, focus fire on that battleship, he commanded,
seizing the opportunity. The missiles crept towards the Terran battleship as the frigates maneuvered to bring their plasma lancers to bear on the massive vessel. For all of that, Acolyte Lord Nerix Quinn was denied the sight of the Terran shields finally buckling.
Acolyte Lord, if they can sustain that fire for another 5 seconds, our lancers can be brought to bear, and finally overwhelm the Terran shields, the initiate highborn announced.
How fares the extraction ships?
Acolyte Lord, they need only another 30 seconds to make minimum jump distance.
Frigates, do not lessen your fire. We shall make them pay the price of blood for this system,
Acolyte Lord Nerix Quinn roared. Proximity alarms suddenly sounded. What comms?
Acolyte Lord, brace yourself for impact. Our shields do fail.
Slingshot trajectory, he cursed.
One of the frigates broke apart under the Terran battleship's terrible power, and Acolyte Lord Nerix Quinn lancers came online. The gunnery officer did not wait for the order to fire, and the Terran shields finally failed, and hot plasma splashed across its hull. Acolyte Lord Nerix Quinn let a cruel grin spread across his face in anticipation of seeing the Terran vessel scorched into so much twisted and useless metal. But instead, 2 of his cruisers and yet another frigate broke apart.
Keep firing!
Acolyte Lord, said his security officer.
We've been boarded. How? This ship is nowhere near us.
Above the ruins of a mining town, Corporal Linus George hurtled towards the ground in his drop pod, watching the last video communications that his brother had sent him. So anyway, I don't know if we'll have comms capability once we're in the clan space. Since something's fucked out there, Robbie was saying, so you might not be able to get a hold of me for a spell. Don't worry, the Weesing is a good ship. She'll get us home, huh? Sorry, Linus. Just because I'm an officer doesn't mean I get to hog up the phone. Keep the faith. See you when I see you. Linus let the pain well up in him. He let the tears run down his cheeks, and he let it turn to cold fury before he hit the ground. His armored pod Gram's bubble and inertial transferal systems had insulated him from the kinetic force of the impact. Not so much the armored vehicle that he had been steering for. The charges placed at the seams of his pod hatch went off, sending said hatch through the surviving driver. He keyed his mic and said, Alpha Blue Leader, boots down, team check-in. Blue 1, boots down, checked in, said Private First Class Andrew Lewis. Blue 2, boots down, checked in, said Private First Class Joshua Clark. Blue 3, boots down, checked in, said Private First Class Benjamin Carter. Alpha Blue, all present and accounted for, Sarge. Good news, Corporal. Not that they had much that could have picked one of us out on the way, came Sergeant Thomas Mitchell's growl over the TAC net. Our area of operation is civi clear. Say again, our operation is civi clear. Requesting permission to switch to heavy ordo, Sarge. Request logged, sir. A fire team is requesting heavy ordo. Lieutenant Mark Thompson answered in his dulcet tones, not dissimilar to being raked over broken glass.
Granted. Heavy auto clear for all teams operating in combined civilian clear zones. Keep your eyes peeled for strays, though. Got it?
Aye, sir, answered the entire chain of command.
Nobody go hunting medals. We're out here to get these cultists to get less eager to die.
The gunny barked over the tack net. Linus was already swapping out his standard ammunition block for a light armored penetrating explosive rounds.
Hi, gunny, no medals.
In Linus's peripheral vision, a bird's eye view of his area of operation showed an infantry squad and a tank approaching him, a platoon of infantry approaching a PFC Clark, and what looked like a group of armored troop carriers approaching PFC Lewis.
Blue 3, find yourself a perch and provide support for Blue 2.
Blue 1, see that? Aye, Blue Leader. I won't see it in a minute. Linus opened up on the tank, putting 3 rounds directly through the joint between the turret and the deck, and half a second later they exploded, leaving a twisted hole through which Linus could put more explosive rounds, just in case the tankers didn't die from the shrapnel of the original explosives.
Time to go to work, boys. We remember the we sing.
Nice, sir.
Don't sir me.
I'm a corporal. Linus's team laughed at him. Linus still couldn't find his humor. Hot plasma bolts smashed against his battle screen, and he started eliminating soft targets. End of chapter. Drums of War, Chapter 12. Tally. In a classified location on a classified planet. Ladies and gentlemen of the Senate, I vote in favor of total war. If there is a possibility of that enslaved to be freed, I can understand if the boots on the ground will do what they can to free them. Yet the atrocities that we have seen deems the Exarch non-negotiable. They must be struck down, forced to bend the knee. The enemy has disturbed the beast, and the beast is furious. By the hammers and the sons of Walven, the innocent shall be avenged. Let slip the dogs of war, I say, rip and tear, until it is done. Senator Linda Chambers was saying on the screen. Private First Class Peter George wasn't paying much attention. His little cousin occupied his thoughts. The loss of Robbie hadn't been easy for anybody in the family, but as far-flung as the brothers were, they still had their brothers in service to lean on. Poor Yovdril was alone in his responsibility. Once again, he was grateful to be the youngest. He was about to get his last qualification to be the ASDSS, or more accurately, was waiting on the paperwork to go through. He already knew he qualified. He knew it so well, he could threaten to make himself a problem if he was sent on mandatory leave instead of deployed. He could grieve on the march. The newscast nattered on. If the enemy was motivated by lust for power or money, or even the whims of an evil king, total war would be not called for. All of those things are material, and those who seek or follow them can be reasoned with. Even a mad monarch can see reason when it has no armies left with which to fight. The enemy being faced, however, is none of those things. The ultimate enemy is a god, and unlike mortal kings, they don't see reason. They don't see reason, they don't change their minds, and they don't accept defeat. The only way to truly render the galaxy safe from the threats is by stamping it out utterly. Level 1 repercussions are called for in this situation. Senator Swan was saying from the lectern. Peter was vaguely glad that most of the speeches were short statements of agreement with one of the first two, but wasn't sure whether the vote had any bearing on him. Either way, he dropped behind enemy lines with little support. While I carry the belief that all life is sacred, there is a line in the sand that may not and cannot be crossed in order to be thought of as civilized being. These fell beings have crossed it with a spring in their step. This being the case, while I regret my decision for the lives of the innocent that will be lost in this war, I must vote for total war. And may the gods have mercy on my soul for those I've damned, Senator M.H. Smithson solemnly said. And Peter made to shut it off. He wanted to get into the habit of keeping up with politics, but in this case, it hit a little too close to home. Just then, an old man entered his barracks. The chimpmando's fur was grey, and if any of it was still black, it couldn't be seen. Deep wrinkles in his muzzle and about his eyes gave him a generally displeased look, and he moved with the stiffness of a man not in possession of all of his limbs. More importantly, the man was a colonel. Peter found himself on his feet, snapping a salute at attention.
As you were, Private.
Aye, sir, Peter said, as he sank down onto his berth again.
That's about 3 hours behind,
The colonel said, as he nodded towards the next senator. Peter shut it off as he said, Aye, sir. I was catching up after PT.
When I was a private, the Senate was the last thing I wanted to watch.
Sir, I wouldn't know what being a private in prehistory is like.
Very funny, Private, very funny. You're waiting on paperwork to go through so that you can get your first assignment, right?
Aye, sir.
To that end, your scores. Well, to be frank, only marksmen in the Lost Boys score as high as you.
You do not have the Lost Boys ribbon, sir. You are not here to recruit me.
No, I'm not. Not to the Lost Boys. The chief citizen is going to announce total war authorization in about 10 minutes.
So, with all due respect, can you please get to the point? I'll answer what you want, but I don't know what you're asking.
Ah, too young again. Look, you qualify for advanced deep recon. Total war is going to be authorized, meaning that you will have to account for any and all targets you designate and eliminate while behind enemy lines. You'll have carte blanche to eliminate military, industrial, and political targets under this authorization. Can you handle it?
That's a very fucking question, sir.
ADR is an all-volunteer MOS.
So is every MOS, Peter snapped back.
Fair. However, in this case, the Navy requires that you consent to the nature of the mission ahead of time, not merely consent to service. You will be behind enemy lines for an extended period with limited support from other scouts, so the nature of the volunteering is a little different.
I mean, sir, if this is what the Navy thinks I can do to bring victory and justice fastest, I'll trust them.
Write your father. He'll be annoyed with us for poaching you.
Aye, sir. And the officers' mess aboard the Robin Williams. Major General Eric George was furious. His attempt to select the top-scoring ADSS's trainee had been denied. Apparently, PFC George was already assigned to the ADS battalion. Well, not so much furious as supremely irritated with his rival officers. To his mind, there was nobody in the Republic who had the balls to order his sons correctly, except, of course, for himself, and therefore they should be under his commission. It might have been irrational, but that's how he felt about it.
My son in someone else's commission, Rear Admiral Upper Half Nelson Jock was saying to him over his beer. I wonder what that's like. Shut up. Roger is under your commission, and in your joint formation. Shut up, arsehole.
The aging doggo laughed at his friend, and then said,
Total war. Doesn't change our mission parameters much. Once we push the enemy out of Star Council space, we'll get started on the clans.
I hear First Fleet's getting ready to move on clan space.
Then Second Army will follow behind them.
Long hard work digging them out, General George murmured into his beer.
The Army is good at digging, Admiral Jock replied. My desk is covered with volunteers for the 2nd Star Rapid Response Force.
Same for the Lost Boys.
I've never had so many high-scoring greens beg to get plopped onto ships with the highest casualty rates in the Navy.
They remember the we sing, the General said.
He'll be okay. He's his father's son. I remember how much of a moron I was at that age, Nelson.
I remember a promising young private who faithfully carried out his duties and looked out for his team, Eric. Major General Eric George downed the dregs of his beer and said, You didn't see the stupid shit the privates do planetside. His friend laughed and likewise drained his beer. True. Another beer while we wait for the speech.
Another beer. I'm drowning my urge to throttle a certain colonel.
At a press conference in Terra. Cameras flashed, media employees jostled for position. As the big kitty woman took the podium, she looked weary, but resolute as she took a deep breath and said, Today, the 5th of February in the year post-colonization of 1960th, the Republic of Terra and her aligned planets does, by supermajority in the Senate and Interplanetary Congress, and so signed by me, authorized by the Navy and Army, to engage in total war protocols. It is with a heavy heart that I lay this burden upon those who now wear the uniforms we once did. We remember the fate of the We Sing. We remember the courage of her crew and the honor guard. However, we remember also the power we wield and the responsibility such power requires. The legislature did not pass this resolution in the throes of passion. The thirst to avenge our fallen does not drive us to this decision. Rather, it is in recognition that justice demands that we do not shirk the fight. Justice demands that we do all that is necessary to end the dark reign of the priest emperor of this Arxarch dominion. justice demands that we look open-eyed into the face of evil and unflinchingly pull the trigger. There will be slaves who die as a consequence of this authorization. There will be suffering of those disallowed to take up arms. The innocent will perish along with the guilty. We know this. We accept this upon our own shoulders. Just so, those servicemen now must once more accept the burden of service to the Republic. For now she asks them to risk not only their lives, but their very souls. The good, the courageous, the selfless amongst us march now into the dark grey of confronting the foe who puts a wall of innocent lives between himself and justice. And the Republic now asks her sons and daughters to make a hole through that wall and see justice done anyway. Whatever the cost to those sons and daughters. May the bloody hands of our children be washed clean by the tears of her grateful, but let none forget that this is we, here on Terra, who dared ask them such a thing. We remember the among the star tides we sing. Thank you. The chief citizen did not take questions. Even if she did, the media present couldn't think of any to ask. Aboard was speaking softly. Ambassador, is the threat truly so dire that the Republic should make such a drastic declaration? Ambassador Trevi gently inclined her head to her guest and said, Indeed it is. I am pleased to have fortified the border, then. Third Prince Svesvik said solemnly, and supremely irritated at the incompetence of my ambassador to you. I still don't think he bothered to read the packet Trevi gave him, said Ambassador Sophie Laurent. The prince groaned and put his head in his hands as Ambassador Trevi said, I've seen the reports on your fleet capabilities. I fear they are insufficient. He moaned in reply, Thanks to that tailless moron, we've wasted almost a month. A month we could have been using to get new ships built, to get our current fleet retrofitted, to recruit new Jacobian guard. I know, Ambassador Lorenz said tightly. He has delayed my mission to warn the lot of you. You don't have the assets to actually run hyperspace interdiction along your entire border, so those behind you will still be at risk. I suggest you focus on planetary fortification. The enemy wants planets intact. You might at least slow them down enough for your neighbors to shore up their defenses. The Kingdom of Jacobia will hold the line, ambassadors. Have no fear. If we fall, we'll make the invaders pay dearly for it. We have learned our lessons well at the Republic's knee. Great Egg, that moron has truly damaged the kingdom more than he could ever know. End of chapter. Drums of War, Chapter 13, The Fall of New Montreal. On the steps of the Planetary Assembly of New Montreal, Emily Lapointe was nervous but confident. Surely reason would win the day, as it had won the vote. He had argued fiercely against the jingoist Republic sympathizers and their obvious disregard for the bitter costs of war. The Republic has a hammer, and that makes problems look awful nail-like. As terrible as these Uxark have been, they must still have been able to see reason. After all, his own people had managed it. Barely. By a margin of less than 1/100%, in fact. In just a few minutes, the Acolyte Lord would land, and Emily would fulfill his duty as the temporary elect representative of New Montreal, and symbolically turn over his ceremonial sword so negotiations can begin. It would be a massive step in the right direction towards peace, towards optimism. The Republic and their sympathizers would take a dim view of the Xenos if they wished, and for the outset it certainly appeared justified to do so. But Emily knew that peace was always a better choice. Killing people is never the best choice, and he's an analyst of war started and ended with the simple fact that in war people are obliged to kill each other. With him were some religious leaders, the cardinal from the Catholics, a few Protestant ministers, 2 imams who disagreed with each other more than anyone else, assorted rabbis and an ordinance priest, and some leaders from the small Sikh and Buddhist communities, who were there to witness the event, and without exception completely opposed the surrender. Emily suspected that they had hoped to sabotage the negotiations to force New Montreal into a fight. More welcome were the collection of mayors and provincial governors, whose positions were mostly ceremonial in the first place, who were there to add to the pomp. This is going to end poorly, said the cardinal as the aggressively angled shuttle came into view. Some of us don't harbor superstitious hatred for the other, Emily shot back. One of the imams narrowed his eyes and said, We remember the we sing. I've not forgotten. I'm confident that I can negotiate reparations and an apology for that incident, Emily rejoined, brimming with confidence. And what reparations can there be? Shall we accept the insincere words of apology from the genocidal? Shall that bring back the honor guard? Shall it bring back the star sailors who crewed the We Sing? The other imam asked pointedly. May God forgive you, Emily. May God forgive you for your arrogance, your thwarting of justice, for what is about to befall our beautiful planet. Her minister stared coldly as the shuttle began to circle for landing. I do not need forgiveness. I am doing what's right. The shuttle landed. Its passenger bay doors slid open, and 24 soldiers filed out, each in a line leading from the shuttle to Emily and his delegation. Then a scarlet-skinned man, dressed in elaborate robes, stepped out with 2 attendants on either side. His mouth tightened and eyes narrowed when Emily met his gaze. The man strode up to the delegation in silence, and Emily presented the sword. He snatched it from Emily's hand and struck him in the face, leaving a long gash from the bony protrusions from his knuckles on Emily's face. You dare look at me in the face with such unworthy eyes, coward! Emily was more than a little shocked. Of course. How are we meant to negotiate? Again the man struck Emily and roared, Negotiate? You have surrendered without even a fight. You and everything you speak for now belongs to me, unworthy one. There will be no negotiations. There will be no negotiations. There will be only obedience for those worth more than sating the thirst of Agro. May the stars tremble at his steps. The religious leaders shared a look and nodded to each other. Then the cardinal raised up his staff and smote the invader across his face, shouting, Get behind me, servant of Satan. He was, of course, gunned down immediately, and his companion soon fell likewise in a vain, unarmed charge. Emily was blinded by tears as the soldiers closed in. He began to think that perhaps he'd been naive. In the backwoods of New Montreal, George Topham gave precisely 0 fucks about how the referendum had gone. He'd actually seen what fanatic death cultists were like during his service in the CIP anti-piracy patrols. And if the Exarch weren't fanatic death cultists, he would eat his boots. The simple fact was that there were people out there who had no interest in talking, and they weren't limited to other humans. George harbored the notion that since crossing the Glass Gulf and meeting the friendlies, people had gotten overly optimistic about Xenos. They'd forgotten about the ants, but worse, and the horribly babel-eater tentacle things, and even the Wixians, who might not ever attempt spaceflight again. Now that they've been struck too by the Republic. But one dude made friends with blue people, and suddenly the universe isn't actively trying to murder humanity and their companions. That's not how things work. Humanity had just caught a break for once. That was why he and his hunting buddies had gotten together in a cabin and were watching the Lord Priest, or whatever except the surrender of the planet. Well, the spineless could bend over if they wanted, but he and his buddies had families to protect, and they had a plan. None of them were surprised when the Xeno hit the surrendering idiot, but they were pleasantly surprised that the religious leaders died defiant. To hell with the vote. That Lord guy was going to have a nice scar across his forehead from the cardinal's staff, so that was pretty neat. So it turns out the Republic was right, huh? His buddy Josh said. Oh yeah, turns out that they weren't full of shit again, just like the last time they were right, another buddy, Ned answered. And the time before that, George said darkly. You hear back from your pilot buddies yet? Yeah, Josh said. I had a lot of volunteers. It's just getting the shuttles that's the problem. Blood for time, huh? Ned asked. Blood for time, I'm sorry to say. Ours or theirs? Theirs first. George racked his hunting rifle and strode for the door. They'll pay for every last centimeter of this mountain. 2 weeks later, George was stitching up his own leg. He winced at the pain with each time he pushed the needle through his skin. He had to keep on. He had to keep going. They just needed one more day to get enough shuttles. Just one more day. Billy, Kevin, Pierre, Jacques, Thomas. He muttered to himself. The sting of the names lessened the pain of the knife wound. The sting of the names could keep him moving forward. Just one more day. Just one more day, Josh said, as Ned put a cool cloth on his forehead. I can keep fighting for one more day. You're evacuating with the families, Ned told him sternly. You gave enough. I can still shoot. I don't need to run. Just park me by a window, and I'll keep shooting and shooting and shooting. You two can pick them off as they come into the open from the blinds. You're going, Ned repeated. The wives and kids will need one of us. I can still fight, he insisted. George banished the tears and tied off his suture. We'll fight them, Ned, he croaked. Fuck you. My cousin is fucking going. Ned, would you let him stop you? Fuck, Ned shouted, and George didn't bother pressing the issue. Josh was going to fight, and the three of them were all who were left. The three of them had to be enough for one more day. It'll be worth it, George said. The kids will make it, and Sally, Mary, Nancy, and Iris will take care of them and each other. They'll make it out. On the bridge of an Exarch battleship, Acolyte Lord Tukulsi Namirza reveled in his victory. The pathetic cowards of this planet, which he would name after himself, had surrendered at the mere sight of his three mighty ships. True, there were some pockets of resistance, but overall, the cleansing was going well. The people of this planet were so backward that they actually allowed their old and infirm to consume resources, rather than putting them to the final use of sating the thirst of Azure. May the stars tremble at his death. Their youths had strong bodies, and it had been shown that their race could have strong wills, so some of them might even be worthy of serfdom. Perhaps the children of these resistance fighters. Surely, these had inherited the worth of their forebearers. He had less hope for the worth of the rest of the people of this planet, however, as thousands of them had meekly accepted their fate, which wasn't exactly terrible, but it denied him the pleasure of putting them in their place, which was, of course, a dire insult. Today, though, he was going to crush the resistance pocket. These forest dwellers were indeed skilled hunters, and had wiped out every group sent to deal with them. So it had been assumed that there were at least 100 of these marksmen resisting them. There had been 7 fighters. The interrogators managed to squeeze that one from one that they took alive before he bit off his own tongue and choked to death. A worthy foe, even in defeat. Nothing is more pleasurable than crushing the worthy and putting the worth of their progeny to proper use. Acolyte Lord Tukulsi Namirza watched the formation of 200 warriors marching into the snow-covered canyon through their commander's helmet camera with pride. There was a bet amongst the initiate highborn about how many warriors the 3 resistance fighters would be able to kill before they were crushed. Yet these warriors were not going to lose a single man. Acolyte Lord Tukulsi Namirza just knew that as formidable hunters these humans might be, they would stand no chance against his personal guard. He was too shocked to be angry when the first of them fell to the primitive slug-throwing weapon. He had heard that these fighters in particular were deadly accurate, but to put a slug through the minuscule gap between the helmet and shoulder guards was a feat he'd believed impossible. The fact that these fighters were using recreational hunting weapons rather than military equipment made him wonder just what kind of creatures they hunted for recreation. "It is truly a shame that they will all die," he said aloud. "They had the misfortune of not being born under your rule, Acolyte Lord," the security chief answered. "Pity them their births," said the communications officer. "Pity not their deaths, for they bring glory to our warriors." Eventually, the warriors came upon a cabin, and one of the fighters shot from the window, seeing a foe for the first time. 10 of them charged for the cabin. They all fell to the ground, clutching their legs and knees. Those of them who didn't have their limbs torn asunder by slugs. Acolyte Lord Tukulsi Namirza was impressed by the trap, but his warriors were less so. They elected to use the incendiary on the cabin and waited for the fighter to expose himself. As the building burned, the human simply held his position and killed 4 more warriors before his gun went silent. In the distance, an atmosphere-capable yacht rose from the mountainside, along with a dozen shuttlecraft. "Where did these craft launch from?" he demanded. "Acolyte Lord, they do launch from the other side of the planet to us. Set a course to intercept. I see now their plan. They send our serfs to flee while they fight. This only raises the worth of these serfs." "I obey, Acolyte Lord," his helmsman said. "Acolyte Lord," his census officer said. "The passenger craft and the shuttles do separate. Pursue the larger craft, Acolyte Lord. The shuttles do come towards us. For what purpose? Unknown, Acolyte Lord." While the bridge crew began debating the possibilities, the shuttlecraft came closer and closer, and Acolyte Lord Tukulsi Namirza commanded, "Pay them no mind!" Then the shuttlecraft began to swarm the battleship and opened up with their meager weapons. Meager, in comparison to what the other Acolyte Lords had reported, yet substantial enough to force the shields to be raised, and the battleship to slow enough to take aim at the small craft.
It was never their plan to die, his navigation officer muttered in unrestrained awe. We will not be able to close the distance before they slip into hyperspace. There are other children of worth, Acolyte Lord Kulzi Nanurza said confidently, and even these will eventually be retaken. Let another revel in that glory. In the meanwhile, Acolyte Lord Kulzi Nanurza took immense pleasure each and every time his gunners destroyed one of the shuttlecraft. Drums of War, Chapter 14, Jakuvia Burns. In a defensive position on Jakuvia, Guardsman Swastos gripped his royal lance tightly. Surely, they were not mistakes that could not find absolution when one returns to the great egg with the tail still attached. Surely, if a weight had to be borne, it could be borne, and if a weight could be borne, he was strong enough to bear it. Surely it was so. Surely. It was his fault, his blunder, that had brought the kingdom to this. Guardsman Swastos knew it. His commander knew this. His lance mates knew this. Yet they saw he faced the burden, that he shouldered the fault in his best way he could. My life for Jakuvia, he whispered. May the great egg take my soul and find it cleansed by this deed. O great egg, let me face the enemy with my meager might and buy the vital seconds for an innocent to escape. Nobody criticized his prayer. Surely he could bear it. Surely he could return to the great egg cleansed. The lance mate to Guardsman Swastos left whispered softly. Third Prince Zevsis looks upon our deeds this day. Guardsman Swastos did not complain at his lancemate heaping more weight on him to carry. Instead he replied, May he forgive me when he does. Yes. Guardsman Swastos gripped his royal lance tightly. The Exarch were coming. Third Prince Zevsis had fallen in battle in the very sky he gazed upward into. The orbital defense platforms had been shattered. The ground batteries had been bombarded. The enemy had only needed a fleet of 10 battleships and the attendant escorts to do it with. And Guardsman Swastos had to face the bitter truth that the kingdom of Jakuvia was not prepared. That the clans of Ultra were not a stone to the hunting svesk of the Exarch. No, the clans had been fat prey, and the Exarch had gorged themselves before lunging for another bloated prey who thought itself safe. The dropships looked like specks in the sky as they began to descend. Guardsman Swastos gripped his royal lance tightly. The specks began to grow into discernible shapes. The Exarch dropships were bulky things, covered in weapons and harsh angles. They were ugly things. Guardsman Swastos had often heard his fellow high society types disparage human ships as being much the same. But the sheer deadly capacity, coupled by the precision restraint of Terrans, was a thing of beauty to his mind. Terrifying, but beautiful. The remaining anti-air batteries opened up. The air superiority fighters screamed overhead to meet the invading dropships. They were met by Exarch air superiority fighters. The dropships came closer. Guardsman Swastos gripped his royal lance tightly. His commander was making a speech to inspire courage in the guardsmen under his command. Guardsman Swastos knew that he was going to the Great Egg soon. He would do so with his tail attached. Spiritually speaking, the spirit matron had assured him that if he got blown to bits, it didn't count as detaching. The dropships started raining down hot plasma on the anti-air batteries. The dropships came closer. Guardsman Swastos gripped his royal lance tightly. He had never taken a life before, not even fishing. He'd never been in a real fight before either, and even the intense training he'd gone through after volunteering wasn't truly a fight. His instructors were making him stronger. He'd been weak for so long, weak and lazy. He'd never thought that laziness and weakness on his part could have any consequences at all. He trusted the strength of those around him. He'd counted on his subordinates to simply do his job for him, and his superiors to compensate for what he neglected. They come, someone whispered. The dropships disgorged infantry and armored vehicles, and the ground fighting began. Guardsman Swastos gripped his royal lance tightly. Ahead of him, there was a formation of infantry supported by an armored vehicle, and they were headed to his and his lancemate's position. He leveled his royal lance and took aim at the enemy soldier, and ignored the hot plasma impacting the sandbags of his fighting position. He depressed the firing stud and took his first lift. The lancemate to his left screamed, Third Prince Zevsis looks upon this lance with pride. Not one step backward, brood brothers! Not one step back!
All of the lance-mates screamed. Deep within a civilian shelter on Jakuvia, Brood Matron Sala did not show her fear before the Neons. They were frightened enough as it was. She would not add to their distress by showing that the big, strong Brood Matron was also frightened. She had no young menfolk about to help her mind them, and their mothers were likewise occupied with other duties in the shelter. Only some grayscale menfolk and ladyfolk, and they lacked the patience to properly look after the energetic Neons on a good day, let alone on a day when their fathers stood above ground with lances in their hands. She had heard disturbing things about the invaders and what they did to the larva of the dynasticals. The nurse came into her chamber and asked, "Do you need anything, Brood Matron? Your children's film will do well. Something about friends going on an adventure together." The nurse glanced over the huddled Neons and gave Sulla a tight nod. "Yes, I think we can accommodate that. Are there any injuries?" "Not any of the Neons," Sulla said, "but I suspect that Grayscale over there broke his foot."
"Coddle swap," the H-man shouted. "I'm perfectly fine. You need to waste valuable resources on me."
Despite his protests, the nurse had crossed the chamber in a flash and was already scanning his foot. "Yep, that's 3 bones fractured, sir. Please remain seated. My colleagues will be by with the gurneys shortly."
"Don't bother," he said. "I'm not likely to live long enough."
"The Neons will need as many able-bodied folk to look after them as we can manage," Suda said, with a meaningful glance at the grayscale. He gave the huddled group of terrified Neons a long look and finally said, All right. I'll cooperate. I shall need a hand lance, I think, just in case we find a sneaky one." Sula was pleased to see that the Neons found the idea of grumpy grayscales being armed calmed them. She vowed then and there that they would not be taken alive. "Yes, I'll need one too, just in case." The shelter shook under the weight of the battle above. "Just in case," the nurse whispered. Above, in a defensive position. It had been days of bitter fighting. Guardsman Swartzstas had lost count of the people he'd killed, but he and his lancemates had fulfilled their promise. Not one step back. Their lance had been whittled down to a mere 10 men, though, and they had to rotate shifts on the heavy weapons to keep the tanks at bay. He no longer felt that his lancemates were heaping more weight upon him when they mentioned the third Prince Vesvek looked upon his deeds. He would go to the great egg, cleansed of his folly, of his weakness. He'd been awake for only a few hours, but the stress of the battle had made it feel like weeks. He couldn't decide whether it was better or worse that the enemy had stopped marching down the street in nice, tight formations. On the one hand, engagements were far shorter, but on the other hand, there were much, much more of them. There was also the fact that the enemy had gotten good at picking off guardsmen who stood up to change position. The 10 lancemates left had gotten good at the crouch run. Guardsman Swartzstas was starting to feel sleep dragged at his mind, so he licked his eyes to clear the fog in them. He saw him, an explosive soldier, getting what his lancemates had named a death tube ready to fire directly into their fighting position. He tried to take aim, but the angle was wrong. He couldn't get a bead on the enemy. He needed to be just a little higher off the ground. Guardsman Swartzstas didn't have time to run to another position. A quick glance showed him that his fellows were even more fatigued than he was. He stood up and took the shot. The explosive soldier lost his head, dropped the death tube, and the explosive charge detonated, hopefully killing any other nearby enemies. Guardsman Swartzstas lay on the ground with a hole burned through his armor and his chest. He went to the great egg. "Brood brother," a lancemate said softly, as the dark took Guardsman Swartzstas. "You brought pride to our brood. May the great egg take you in clean." Guardsman Vezes kept the grief keen from escaping him as he watched his brood brother, not by hatching, but by crucible, fade into the embrace of the great egg. The man had carried a great weight. All knew that he'd done it to himself, but all also knew that he took up a burden of writing what he could. He had done himself and his prince well. Instead, Guardsman Vezes took aim at the motherless cur that had killed his friend, and had pressed the firing stud on his royal lance. "Not one step back!" he screamed. "Not one step back!" his lancemates answered. Drums of War, Chapter 15, Farewell to Love. Aboard the life flows from star to star. Rixa Namada was stern in the face of the orders from the Andromal Council. The orders were good and right, and she had gone as her duty demanded. However, Yornem Nemda was also where her duty demanded, and that was not aboard the life flows from star to star. No, her heart had duties aboard the Let the Foe Shed Tears and Blood, a ship who once wore the name Let Joy Flow in Our Wake. That ship would bear also her father and 2 of her sons, along with her older sister, and her logs were full up with precious moments of her childhood. Of course, her logs had been preserved when she received her new commission and her new name, yet she still had the memory of generations of laughing children on her decks. Now half her family was about to sail her into war, terrible war, while she took the ship of her heart had commissioned full of joy deep into Republican space to safeguard the elderly and the children. Rixla did not even for an instant consider attempting to persuade even her youngest son to leave aside the terrible duty that called them to instead attend to defending the non-combatant fleets, safe with her. She even knew how to get her way in that, though she did not consider threatening to join the war fleets to be with her children and her heart. No. She knew her duty was to tend to the grandchildren, to support the crews who, by the splitting of the fleet, were obliged to stay behind in safety, though their hearts longed to bring justice to the guilty. It was the only time the fleets had been split in living memory, the last true war having passed into almost legendary past. But the Starsailors were ever on the edge of danger. They had kept their martial tradition sharp against the honing steel of pirates and other criminals over the centuries. The Exarch would find no easy meat amongst the fleets, for the soft underbelly of the prey was protected by the splitting of their fleets. None of that made this any easier. "Be safe, my heart," said Yernem, as he clasped her lower hands in his and pressed his forehead against her. "We shall be well, my heart," she answered softly. Then the silence stretched between them as she delayed. She knew what needed saying, yet she disliked the words. They were bitter in her mind. They were bitter in her mouth. Return with honor and braid intact, or not at all. "Keep well the honor I return to," he whispered with solemn relief. "Look after the boys," she said before he drew back. "You know how reckless they can be." "I shall, my heart. Have no fear, for the stars shall surely bring us all home together once more." They delayed their parting in silence. Rixta knew well that they would have delayed until the enemy was defeated, so they parted in silence, and Yerman departed the life flows from the stars to star, for the Let the Foe Shed Tears and Blood. Stars guide you well. Aboard the Swift comes justice, swift comes doom. Carl didn't mention how the young Blevis men carried a pall of melancholy. He didn't mention those Blevis women who wept in the quiet moments. Carl didn't point out that everyone left aboard their home was openly in anguish. He merely hoped that his own pain wasn't so apparent. He'd gotten used to life after service. He'd gotten used to living with just the slight danger of pirate attacks on his vessel, rather than hunting them down. He'd gotten used to having a quiet drink in the galley with the other Terrans aboard the Swiftly Friends meet, or even across from the Bleavers' crewmates sipping their tea. He'd gotten used to being in a community with families and friends who cared about him as himself, simply because he lived among them. When the Axel Domino, or whatever they called themselves, had murdered among the star tides we sing, his life after service had been murdered too. There had been constant arguments in the halls between husbands and wives, fathers and daughters, sons and mothers, arguments over which duty the ship would fulfill, arguments over which duty a particular person would fulfill, arguments over who would have to depart from their home, arguments over what exactly constituted adulthood and whether someone was old enough for a particular duty. It had been awful. Through all of that, Cole knew that he wouldn't leave the ship. Yet it hurt when the Swiftly Friends meet was recommissioned as the Swift Comes Justice, Swift Comes Doom. And it hurt more when the Swift Comes Justice, Swift Comes Doom docked with the heart behind safely sailing, and the non-combatants departed. Cole hadn't realized how empty a ship could be without its children. Cole was going to get his hands on one of those death cultists and personally hold him responsible for the loss of his life after service.
Remember that we sing.
He whispered to nobody in particular. We go to a venture, answered half a dozen young men in the galley. Aboard the speaking softly. Yovdril selected Peter's code again, and again got no answer. He didn't know whether that meant that he was on a training exercise, whether he was deployed, or whether he was the result of something else. It mattered little, as the reason did not change the fact that he had nobody to talk to. Therefore, he did the only reasonable thing, and crept out of his quarters that he and his family occupied to find a distraction. The corridors of the Republican diplomatic ship were decidedly uninteresting. But in that part of the ship, they were roomy and largely unoccupied, an adequate environment for a walk. He began to consider a visit to the gymnasium for a workout. There was a thought that if he made his body hurt, perhaps the grief would seem lesser, with it more immediate pain. It seemed a good notion to him. Half an hour later, he was benching 3/4 of his own body weight with only his upper arms. He knew better than to use the bench press without a spotter. But he didn't want to trouble anybody, or maybe he didn't want to be in anybody's company. He hadn't examined the feeling and didn't care. He was halfway through his 20th repetition when his arms suddenly began to tremble. He snapped his lower arms to the bar to help support the weight, but he had exhausted himself without realizing it. All 4 of his arms suddenly felt like jelly, and the bar began to descend. "Whoa, kid," a private rebuked, seemingly out of nowhere, as he seized the bar and helped the boy rack it. "You're plenty old enough to know better than to bench without a pot, kid." "I know," Yovdril panted. "Then the void were you thinking? I was trying not to think. Kid, that's, look, most of us infantrymen need someone to talk to. We've all seen some breached stuff. And you saw some breached stuff. Wait. You speak seafarer's negotiation?" Yovdril asked, nonplussed. "Don't change the subject, kid. You obviously need someone to talk to." "Who? You?" "Scorch me, no. I'd say something stupid and void the grieving or whatever. I'm saying that you're not alone, kid. I can hook you up with my doc. She's breached helpful." "I was talking to my cousin, and he's not answering. He might be deployed by now, for all I know." "That's good, I think. I think that's good, kid. But if you're thinking about doing this again, hit me up, and I'll hook you up with my doc, okay?" "Stars, you might be the only private ever with common sense." "Don't go telling anybody, kid. It'll ruin my reputation." Drums of War, Chapter 16, The Massacre of Madrid Nouveau. In the former colony ship turned colony headquarters, Mark Riera, Esteban Navarro, Guillem Lopez, Carlos Martinez, Julia Oliver, Mariana Villanova, and Oriol Vera sat around a round table and contemplated their shattered dream. The cost of terraforming, the ship, the training, and the hardy homesteads had all gone to waste. There would be no second Pacifier. It turned out that Pacifier truly did depend on the protection and tolerance of the Republic. The only consolation was that the children had escaped, or rather, will escape. That, and a few dozen bottles of cerveza each. "So now what?" Julia spat, as if the words were better. "No surrender," Mark sighed. Carlos slammed a half-empty bottle onto the table and declared, "You cannot make us do violence." "I expect no such thing," Mark said sadly. "What then?" Oriel asked, despair creeping into his voice. Guillem took a long pull from his bottle, then slurred, "Just tell them no. Then they'll do what they want to do." Mariana balanced her bottle on its rim in small circles. "He'll kill whoever disobeys." Mark seemed to gain strength, and he declared, "Then they will kill me. This is how I fight evil. As I cannot commit violence against a poor soul in the grips of evil, I shall simply refuse to do as the evil wants. Maybe later, someone stronger will rescue the ones who killed me. But I will add no evil to the verse." "This is how we will fight," Estiva agreed. "This is how we will fight," the others rejoined. With the support of his fellow ad hoc governmental officials, Mark began to compose a message to the Uxark ships bearing down on their fair world of Madrid Nouveau. "Dear Commander of the invading forces, we have received your demands for surrender of the planet and its populations, and after careful consideration we have reached our decision. It is my regretful duty to inform you that surrender and obedience shall be impossible. In the first place, the only authority with which you make such demands is the arms with which you threaten us. We find this authority lacking in its moral content, in which it should compel us to action of any kind. Furthermore, we do not believe the thirst of your deity deserves to be sated.
Let him eat the dust of the solar winds and choke on it. Additionally, you, being foreign to us and our ways, know nothing about what orders should be obeyed by people such as us. You lack the knowledge of how the ecology interacts with our agricultural practices, what machines are used in which trades, and the attitudes of our constituent races, and how this changes which tasks they take up. Frankly put, you would be too ignorant to give good orders in any case, and would thus never be obeyed. Bearing all of this in mind, we, the Council of Madrid Nouveau, insist that you go away and pursue your violent games elsewhere. Regards, Mark Riera and the Council of Madrid Nouveau. They sent the message. They knew the consequences. In low orbit over Madrid Nouveau, Acolyte Lord Zamzi Adad was nonplussed. It was completely unprecedented. From the transmissions, dubiously translated to be sure, but still understandable enough. He had been under the impression that these were dedicated pacifists, fools who depend on the strong to refrain from taking their due, and by what reason the strong should refrain had always baffled him. From the first time his tutors had described those unworthy races of pacifists fed into the ever-thirsting Morag Zur who refused violence, he had expected weak spines and sniveling cowardice. This, while completely foolish, was not cowardly. Acolyte Lord Zamzi Adad reread the missive once again, and once again found himself absolutely confounded by it. It was the first time he had been confused by a conquest. In all these days, he had been sure of the worth of his conquests. In all cases, they had been unworthy. But this planet confounded him. In the first place, this had the races called Terrans, who had been on ships of another race called Star Sailors, who had shown great worth in battles in the conquest of the unworthy beetles. However, only Terrans were present, all 4 variants that he was aware of. The ones with long-fanged snouts, who had been so frightful in their all-fours charges, the ones with slit pupils and retractable claws whose agility was so uncanny, the ones with thumbed feet who found cover in the oddest places, and the ones who looked like Exarch with the wrong skin colors and lacking elbows and knee horns, who was simply unrelenting. All 4. There were rumors of computer intelligence, but how could a race have such without the restraining rituals of the Emperor? Acolyte Lord Zamzi Adad didn't believe the rumors. The 4 were here, except they had no weapons. The planet had no weapons, unless one counted the arms needed to break up larger asteroids as weapons, or defense platforms, or any evidence of any fleet at all. Just how could these fools send such a defiant message? Where was the groveling surrender? Where was the self-abasing pleading for mercy by the unworthy? This entire situation was incorrect. That's what it was. Completely incorrect. Acolyte Zamzi Adad decided it mattered little, except that his hopes for glorious victory over the worthy had been dashed. "Send the landing craft," he ordered. "There is nothing worth bombarding on this surface." "I obey, Acolyte Lord," the infantry commander said. "Let us see how they intend to defy us." Acolyte Lord Zamzi Adad mused. In a field on the surface of Madrid Nouveau, Warrior 12034831 was at a loss of what to do. He had followed the Holy Battle Doctrine and surged out of the landing craft with all his fellow warriors under Warrior Lead 04227219, and upon finding no threats, opened fire on any of the sapiens he had been briefed on who were out in the open. There had been no panic, no screaming and running as the unworthy, no pleading for mercy, no wailing at unfairness or cruelty, whatever those were. The people just went about their business of farming until they were all dead. They didn't even hide. Warrior 12034831 idly wondered how the farm serfs kept their nerve without being in the service of Exur. Made the stars tremble at his steps. He was determined, probably by an initiate highborn in charge of the landing, that these kills were not worth the plasma if the locals were not going to fight back, and thus the warriors were ordered to extract obedience from the farm serfs. Warrior 12034831 considered the holy doctrine of obedience extraction from the unworthy and went to find the nearest living farm serf. "Serf," he shouted, "abase yourself before the will of the Emperor." "No," the bipedal, somewhat carnivorous-looking creature responded. No shouting, or shaking, or tears, just that simple word.
and the continuation of their business as if Warrior 12034831 was merely a post in the ground. "You shall lay down your tools, serf, and abase yourself before the will of the Emperor, or you will be beaten," Warrior 12034831 shouted. "According to the holy doctrine." "Then beat me and leave. I have work to do before sunset." Flabbergasted, Warrior 12034831 lowered his plasma caster and asked, "Do you not fear my strength?" "You can beat me if you wish, but how is that strength?" "I can likewise beat you if you were unarmed and I armed and backed up by more war fighters. But that would not be strong, merely lazy." "You know not the word." "I'm sorry, it's not you who are lazy. You are just a tool, an instrument of violence of those above you. Whatever benefit from violence you gain is at their pleasure and your risk. The point is that no, I do not fear your violence, because it is not strength. If you continue to disobey, you shall be killed as all unworthy," Warrior 12034831 said slowly. "If I obey, I lose my freedom, and am worse than dead. Do your worst," said the farm serf, and lashed their tail as if irritated. Warrior 12034831 found himself at a loss for this reason. He could not extract obedience, as the farm serf claimed that death would be better than accepting their frightful place under Agro. May the stars tremble at his steps. He was so lost that Warrior Lead 04227219 did come to him and demand, "What is the delay? Obtain the obedience of this serf." "Warrior Lead, this farm serf claims death better than obedience," he exclaimed. Warrior Lead 04227219 simply took aim at the farm serf's head and put a bolt of hot plasma through it. "Each that claims such, give to them their wish. It is the boast only. And obedience at the fear of death shall come with enough examples." The scene played itself over and over again across the surface of Madrid Nouveau, until the last colonists had defied the orders of the Exarch and had perished for a defiance. Warrior 12034831 found it difficult to consider them unworthy. Warrior 12034831 wondered what wouldn't happen if all the nameless simply said no, as the colonists had. The Drums of War, Chapter 17. The Line Held. Deep beneath the surface of Naminda, Jax could weep if he wasn't so exhausted. The Lost Boys had come down like figures of myth, like the ancestors themselves. They were a typhoon incarnate, a great wave of wrath and fury. They were the bulwark against the storm, the levee keeping back the swell. They were the warm currents, bringing fish to the frigid poles. Jax watched the corpsman work on his improvised civilian shelter, and wished they had tears of gratitude to shed to match the tightness of his chest and throat. Ray wept enough for them both. She clung to him as they watched the corpsman tend to the sick and the wounded with fully stocked medkits and the most highly skilled battlefield medical training in known space. Even Ray had very little to offer in the way of advice, despite her experience, and Jack suspected that it was much the same way at all the other pockets of resistance the Lost Boys were relieving. Jax was surprised that 2 days of waiting in the shelter could have been so exhausting. He had to project an air of confidence, not a hard thing to do with the Lost Boys watching his back, and reassure civilians' concerns with gentle words, a much more difficult task. He still didn't know why the refugees looked to him for gentle words. He was terrible with the task, in his estimation. Though, if he was honest with himself, and that was unlikely, he would come to realize that the relief of having the Lost Boys dropping down to pull his entire planet out of the riptide had let the accumulated stress, worry, and fatigue crash down at him like a wave. The sudden lightness to his shoulders, the sudden absence of responsibility for others had made room for his own requirements, and they made themselves known with a vengeance. So he sat there and watched the corpsman work and wished that he could muster the tears of gratitude the situation deserved. "Beautiful, aren't they?" Ray asked.
"Yeah. I always prayed to the ancestors that I'd never see them in action."
Before, I would have asked why. Curious, Jax prodded.
"Not now."
No. These are the folk who don't care if they live or die, so long as they stop one more innocent from dying. Just one. And it's worth all of the pain and suffering they go through. Just one. And it's worth dying. It's beautiful and frightening.
"Just one," Jack said slowly. "Did we stop just one, do you think?"
"Yes," she answered immediately.
"You didn't even think about it."
"I've been thinking about it since the ships came down. I've been thinking about it since I followed you underground, since I followed you back up."
Was it worth it? Following me?
Yes. It still is, Jax. Without you, I would have just panicked on the first day and gotten myself caught or killed. Kai would have found what happened to his family and joined them. May would have killed the Redskins until they killed her, and Ash would have died to despair. Then there's the refugees and the rescues.
If you say so.
Ray dried her tears and pulled away from Jax so that she could look at him with a face of seriously. I do say so. You did your duty, Jax Stormborn. You did the ancestors proud. It turned out that Jax could find some tears to shed after all. When Jax had found his calm once more, a corporal approached him. He knew better than to snap off a salute, so he simply got to his feet and extended a hand in greeting. After the Terran fashion,
I haven't had the opportunity to thank you yet.
Don't worry, I've heard it from the civvies.
Your ASDSS really pulled our nets out of the whirlpool, Corporal. I don't know whether we'd have gotten the pups out without him.
Ah, that's what you meant.
Some of the civvies say that your RNI attached.
It counts.
I know. Anti-piracy action 6 years ago in the V cluster.
That was rough from all accounts. Glad there was one of you here to keep the civvies from doing civvy shit.
They're good people, Corporal.
Aye, that they are.
They just don't know how to fight. No, they don't know that.
I didn't catch your name, by the way.
Oh, sorry. PFC Jack Stormborn. The Stormborn is new.
Cultural practice?
It's an honorific. Stormborns are supposedly brave and, well, I'm not allowed to drop it.
I'm Corporal Linus George. Good to meet you, Jax. Jax began hyperventilating, much to the distress of Ray, who asked, What's the matter?
Corporal Linus George answered,
It's the name. My granddad was famous.
Your granddad? You're the one who took Hill 16P and held it for a week alone.
Oh, come on. That's no big deal. Any RNI would have done the same thing in my shoes, Corporal Linus George said as he rolled his eyes.
2 solar laurels.
Just shiny ornaments to make the civvies feel like they respect us. They're not that big of a deal. Jax's eyes were in danger of falling out of his head, his fur stiff beneath his clothes, and he was slapping the cold stone floor with his tail as he exclaimed,
No big deal! No big deal!
How many brothers owe you their lives? Let's make a deal. I'll admit that I'm a hero, if you do, Corporal Linus George said with a smirk.
Oh, you dirty, rotten clam-sucking!
Fine, I'll drop it. What do you need, Linus? You want to re-up with the Lost Boys and bring your team along? Jax fainted. In low orbit over Numunda, Captain John Roberts had captained a total of 3 vessels over his career in the Navy, and sincerely hoped the commander didn't shove him into an admiral's chair. The reason was that for the past 2 decades, he had captained the Tiger Lily as part of the 2nd Star Rapid Response Group, the tightest outfit in the whole Navy. Whenever anyone anywhere poked a Republic military, they find themselves looking down the batteries of 1 to 6 Republican destroyers. And worse, the best RNI drop troopers available. Captain Roberts understood this to be somewhat daunting to Xenos, especially the ones who knew what Republic battleships and carriers were like. These Xenos were ignorant, however. Apparently, they were under the impression that their little extraction fleet had been smashed by battleships. However, it wasn't as though any interrogators had gotten a hold of any of the prisoners just yet. Medical was busy making sure that they could actually be interrogated in the first place. Getting hit by torpedoes with RNI shipboard troopers tends to shake the enemy up a tad. Captain Roberts didn't trouble himself over much about that, and simply kept walking to the officers' mess. They were back out of action, and therefore back to watch schedules. Lieutenant Commander David Adams had his full confidence as a cob. He wasn't one of those captains who breathed down his subordinates' throats. They wouldn't be a part of his formation if they weren't excellent. He did concern himself with whether there would be any kind of lime pie left, as the cooks could only afford to make 1 a week while they were out, and then only for 2 months. He stepped into the mess and beheld the glorious last slice of key lime pie, just waiting for him. It was calling his name. He could have sworn that he heard it. Sir, one of the prisoners is demanding to speak with you.
Let him call his heels, Captain Roberts said,
as he took a step towards his pie. Sir, it's the enemy commander. The regs.
Fuck!
He said as he gave the slice of pie a look of longing. Then he followed the voidsman to the brig. Captain Roberts had always been somewhat proud of how well appointed the accommodations of even his brig were. A private lavatory, which can be made not private at all if need be, a berth with a reactive mattress, a chair with reactive upholstery, and a selection of books in commercial English. much better than the broom closets most merchant ships and even some smaller destroyers offered. Hell, the cells were even biometrically climate-controlled, such that the prisoner was at a perfectly comfortable ambient temperature and humidity for their physiology. He was there for a shock when the disheveled fop within stated, with an aid of Captain Roberts' implant, "These accommodations are inadequate." "The cell follows the Republican prisoner treatment and accommodations regulations to the letter," the captain said as he made to turn on his heel in hopes that slice of pie was still waiting for him. "Don't you know who I am?" the prisoner spat. "Why don't you tell me who you think you are?" "I'm Acolyte Lord Eric Quinn, commander of the glorious 3rd Extraction Fleet." "Lord of what, precisely?" "I do not understand what you ask." "You said you're a lord. What are you holding? What is your jurisdiction of command?" "Over the fleets assigned to me by Priest Lord Tyglak Pelxalar, which I sunk." This is so." "Do you know who I am?" "The highest-ranking warrior amongst you. Fetch me your highborn, O lord." "I am sovereign over this vessel. My word is law within these bulkheads. Understand?" Acolyte Lord Nerys Quinn stood mute. "Let me tell you who you are. You are my prisoner. You are a defeated officer in my custody, and I am obliged by the rules of war to hear your concerns in regards to your men and make reasonable adjustments to that cell for your health. However, there is sufficient cause for me to convene a captain's mast here, and now to try for the crimes of slavery and attempted planetary extermination. You would surely be convicted and sentenced to live out your days in pitch black beyond the hope of rescue or even death until your body naturally gives out. Have I made your position clear?" Captain Roberts was surprised to see that the Exarch could go pale with fear as Acolyte Lord Nerys Quinn answered, "It is clear now." "Now, I want to talk about what happened to the people who went missing on Naminda. How many were carried off?" "I do not know the precise number. Maybe 10,000 adults, and they're young." Captain Roberts let hatred show in his face, and in his voice he demanded, "Where are they?" Captain Roberts was pleased to see what fear looks like on an Exarch face. Drums of War, Chapter 18, To Step Up. In a heavy equipment orbital descent vehicle. PFC Michael Nguyen checked his station again. It was all squared away, all systems go, just like the last 24 checks. Still, there was not a lot of things a man could do to settle his nerves on a ride inside a tank inside a heavy equipment orbital descent vehicle. Despite being inside a heavily armored transport, he was getting pretty good readout of the approaching battlefield. Republican sensors were a damn fine thing indeed. He could see the RNI's LZ and the earthworks fortifications that they secured it from. No sight of the enemy. They were there, though. They had their own bases and fortifications. They had a month to dig in, and PFC Nguyen's instructors had made it clear that enemies disliked being dislodged after any amount of time digging in. They had told him that the longer an enemy gets to dig in, the more ornery they get about being dug out. So PFC Nguyen checked his station again and watched the LZ swell as the drop HEODV closed in. He thought back to his briefing, where he had asked a stupid question. He'd asked the platoon sergeant, "Are we supposed to take over the perimeter from the RNI while the CEs establish the FOB?" "I thought you were a Cav," Sergeant First Class Zygmunt Gorecki said as he unconsciously bared his fangs before continuing. "Well, Green Kitten, no. We're the 3rd Cavalry. We don't hold. We're going to push the perimeter out. Get me, Green Kitten." PFC Nguyen kept his posture, and impressively his tail stiff and answered, "Sir, yes, sir. Now, for the rest of you greenies, we're going to be supported by our own 2 platoons of crunchies. So drivers, watch your lines. They'd probably survive getting run over, but the army will charge you for a new paint job on that armor." There was a ripple of laughter through the briefing, and he continued, "Now, platoon 7 and 9 will be on our flanks, and they're doing the line push. Our main objective is here." At this point, the map of the LZ on screen behind Sergeant Gorecki changed to an aerial view of what used to be a town and had become a camp. Now, I don't know how many of you studied the Second World War or the Europa conflagration, but I have, and to me that looks like a death camp. These buildings here are most likely prisoner housing, while these are likely barracks. There are plasma battery emplacements here, and here. Orbital sensor sweeps show lots of enemy crunchies milling around, and RNI says that there are civvies alive in there. Greenies, ask those old bloods why RNI leaving civvies in enemy hands is bad news for us.
They're dug in, and our meat-powered murder missile cousins couldn't get close enough with their equipment. So they called for the cavalry, namely us. Any more stupid questions? Good, dismissed. Get to your stations. Sir, yes, sir, had been the answer. Now PFC Nguyen was putting his mind back to his screens, as the countdown to touchdown was in seconds. He told the tank to take a look at their main objective. It was swarming with crunchies. He crunched the numbers, a rough estimate based on what Intel had said about their army capabilities, and decided that the battle screen projectors were unlikely to get hot, unless the enemy got smart and concentrated fire on a tank at a time. Enemies were rarely polite enough to do as you wished, however. PFC Nguyen jumped and didn't bother trying to get his spur along his spine to lay flat again when the tank commander, who happened to be Sergeant Gorecki, asked, "Nervous, screen kitten?" The Heodiv touched down, and the tank lurched out onto the planet. A nice smooth ride down, thanks to the lunatics shot at the planet like meat murder missiles. In any case, the tank trundled forwards, and PFC Nguyen told his instruments to take a look at the nearest plasma artillery emplacement. And whether there were any obstacles, he answered, "Sir, yes, sir." "Dispense with the sir." "Yes, sir, in the can, kid. We're all tankers here. Just one, sir, will do." "Yes, sir." "Me too, kid." "You?" At this, the gunner, coaxial gunner, driver, ammo tech, and even the Digitan assistant driver burst out laughing. It seemed to PFC Nguyen that Sergeant Gorecki was putting up with them rather than him. "Only an idiot isn't nervous in combat. There's a bunch of enemies over there who don't know they only exist to be destroyed. Speaking of, sir, have a read on one of their auxiliary batteries. Shall I ask for a triangulation?" "Do it, kid." He did so, and with that calculated the range and angle for the first shot of the battle. He wondered what the history books would call it, if they even noticed. "Target acquired," the gunner said. "Fire HE and shrapnel," Sergeant Gorecki ordered. "Yes, sir, HE and shrapnel," the ammo tech answered, as he ordered the correct shells into the chamber. "Firing! Hit! Target destroyed." "Good shot, boys," came the lieutenant's voice over the comms. "They didn't even see you coming. The rest have noticed us now, though. Charge! We remember the thing." "Vengeance for the honor guard," PFC Nguyen found himself yelling. "For the honor guard!" His fellow tankers rejoined. "Do you suppose we'll get to name our tanks, sir?" the assistant driver asked over the helmet speakers. "If we do, it'll be first shot." The tank platoon charged, with infantry supporting from behind. The enemy began to rain down hot plasma on the tanks, to little effect. PFC Nguyen concentrated on his sensor readouts. The tank depended on him to see danger and identify targets. On Clans of Aldra, Agri-World 13, behind the cavalry advanced, saw medtech Emily Sullivan rode a Graven with a lump in her throat and a weight in her belly. She could see the war's devastation, some of it weeks old, some of it hours. And she knew that she'd be hoarding corpses. She'd never been a religious woman, but she sent up a prayer or a vibe or whatever to the universe or karma or whatever that she'd find a living person that she could help. A muted boom of something exploding came over her speakers, and she glanced to the horizon where the army had tanks of men killing the baby killers. "Good," she thought privately. "I hope I don't have to rescue one of them." Emily didn't voice the sentiment. It wasn't proper. Medtech Juan Hernandez wasn't a very proper Tsar Corpsman, though. "I hope they put a bullet in every last one of their heads. Europa Concord be damned." "You'll pull out and treat every wounded, regardless of side, soldier boy," Captain Ramirez said. Now he was a proper Tsar Corpsman. So proper, Emily only knew him by his rank and surname. He might even be named Captain, for all she knew. "These hands heal, sir. I won't kill again, not even by neglect." Emily pointedly ignored the doggo's tucking tail along with the rest of her team. "I'm here to save the Republic. I'm just bitter at them is all." "Good. Speaking of them, don't let your guard down. These guys might not have the concept of dignified treatment and reasonable accommodations for prisoners of war. The army has had some casualties, but they've been mostly evac. There are 2 MIAs, though, so be on the lookout and announce yourself. They can get a little shoot first, ask later when they're wounded and cut off." Specialist Alexei Petrov said in accented commercial English. Bilinguals are always a delight to Emmy, and she considered once again whether she should learn High Japanese like her grand had wanted. She put the notion out of her mind and focused on her teammates' advice. Really, that's what they were doing. Politely advising the probie disguised as banter and reminders for each other. "Gun grunts,"
Dr. Sarah Patel sighed as she checked her field surgery kit. The army makes them that way on purpose, in case someone other than us gets to them first. Enemy corpses are easier to stomach, MedTech Hernandez mused. Our fighting boys aren't allowed to die, Captain Ramirez said sternly, but you just try and stop a gun grunt from breaking the rules. Thanks, guys, Emily said with a warm smile. They could all see through her transparent faceplate. Well, Cap, we have a probe you saw through our theater show, Specialist Petrov said. Now what? Now we dismount and start treating the survivors of Objective Alpha 1, Section 2. The murder camp, Emily whispered. The murder camp, closest to the landing zone. There are more. Army did triage and patched up the worst they could, Dr. Patel informed the team as they walked into the recent battlefield and current field hospital. Those buildings are too damaged for the infantry to search thoroughly in time allowed, Captain Ramirez stated as he pointed to a charred husk and a pile of rubble. Specialist Petrov, take MedTech Takahashi and see who you can pull out. Got it, boss. Emily, this way. Emily took a deep breath and loped after him. She had thought that she was prepared. She was wrong. The buildings had collapsed and burned under shelling from the tanks, and while they were barracks of the enemy, their faces were close enough to Hewen that she could see the anguish they must have felt as they were crushed to death. Worse than the Dynasticals, the local bipedal beetles and victims of the Exarch invasion. She couldn't read their expressions very well, but limbs twisted at unsettling angles and fluid seeped from behind compound eyes, or thick ichor. Congeals below cracks in their exoskeletons was enough information to make a rough guess. They felt as though she was stabbed at the sight of each mangled corpse, but she had trained for this. She began helping Specialist Petrov clear rubble to access spaces that might harbor survivors, including said corpses. Though the suit did most of the lifting, it was taxing work. Somehow, each crushed body seemed to weigh 2 tons each, though the rubble was feather light. Emily knew it was her mind and body trying to reconcile the grief she felt for these strangers. But that did not make it any easier. She kept working. Emmy! Came Specialist Petrov's call over the comms, and her HUD showed a blinking arrow. She looked where it directed, and when she was correctly oriented, the remains of a stairwell was highlighted. Then there was a shadowy form of someone breathing. Emily was over in a flash, saying, Got a read on injuries, Annex. Exarch, broken leg at the least. She's pinned by rubble, and I'd need to get closer to see more, he answered, as he directed a light deeper into the dim. Emily saw it was as he said. She had forgotten how much she hated the Exarch for the invasion of the clans of Aldra, for the Wee Sing, for the last stand of the honor guard. There was a person in front of her who needed rescuing, and that person's allegiance mattered as much as a puff of breath in the wind. The rubble she's under looks like trouble. You are correct. This is why you will pull her out as I shift the rubble. Understood? Got it, she said, and they got to work. Aboard Among Star Tides We Rage, Marvin the Marvel was terrified. The capacity for terror was a thing that made him even more than just a jumped-up program, he told himself. It was true, of course, but it was cold comfort to the terror. He'd only ever been XO for a ship, never a fleet, and apparently the Starslayers do things a little differently than the Republic. He wanted to be on the Wee Rage, though, so he had to abide by the Star Sailor customs and admit to facts that his ship had attracted a fleet, therefore making the captain an XO into Lord Admiral and High XO. That made the Wee Rage a flagship. That made the Wee Rage even more of a target. She was speeding along in hyperspace now, full of rage and fury, looking to strike the Exarch Dominion's rear fleet elements, and therefore cut the invasion off from their home nation. It was a good plan, but Marvin the Marvel didn't much fancy the idea of being responsible for so many ships. It helped that every last one of them had a Digitan or 2 aboard, often as XO or comms officer. At least, he could work at computing speeds rather than thinking speed for most things. Still, though, his repaired code ached at the thought of coordinating the upcoming combat action. Lord Admiral Brextron was on the bridge, but he had wisely assigned another to captain the ship. Instead, he was seated in the command chair, overlooking a holotable that projected one of the enemy battle groups. It was comprised of 20 of the Exarch-called battleships, 10 possible carriers, if those bays were an indicator, and 2 cruisers for each of the other classes of ships. The Republic would have called that destroyer group with light carriers and corvette escorts. The sheer numbers might pose a problem for their fleet, But unlike the clans of Uldra, the Star Sailors had not neglected their weapons. They had kept up, even on ships never exposed to pirates, a very high degree of combat readiness, and had thus always outfitted them in Republican-made weapon systems. At the splitting of the fleet, about half of those ships replaced their cargo capacity or passenger capacity for war weapons. 15 such ships, what the Star Sailors called frigates, but what Marvin the Martian would call destroyers if they were in Republican service. Well, they were in a way, by treaty, but they kept their own naval traditions. "Are you nervous?" Lord Admiral Braxton asked quietly. Marvin the Marvel noticed that he had very politely asked too quietly to be heard by any of the organics. "Terrified," Marvin the Marvel said directly into his friend's implant. "Shall I relieve you?" "No, sir. I can regulate. I shall match your courage, if I can." "Aye, sir," the Jijichan said before continuing over the bridge speakers. "Dropping into real space in 10, 9, 8, 7. Drums of War, Chapter 19, Conqueror. In the glorious bulwark of the divine priestess Kababa, Saduri, Warrior Lead 36436589 was absolutely terrified. He had proven his worth, had he not? In the rising places, had he not proven the strongest of children? In the early training facilities, had he not shown great aptitude for warriors? In the service of his betters, had many unworthy not died to his hot plasma? When he was privileged to lead, did he not direct other warriors to satisfaction? He had done these things, and more. Agro, may the stars tremble at his step, himself would smile down upon such deeds, surely. Yet he shook in terror. There were many things wrong with the state of affairs, the least of which was that a warrior of the Exarch Dominion was shaking like a farm serf who had taken more than his allotment of bread. No, there were worse things about the situation than the impossibility, such as the tales of armor-clad demons climbing out of craters made by terrible orbital guns. Who ever heard of men inside of munitions? These Terrans were more than merely worthy. Warrior Lead 36436589 realized that his thoughts had crept to the edge of heresy, and shook his head to rid himself of those thoughts. His warband had been sundered. He and 2 warriors alone survived from their encounter with the sky demons. Indeed, they were formidable, maybe too formidable for one so lowly such as he. The dreadful thought that each of the sky demons might require a highborn or higher to match bubbled up. Tears welled up in his eyes at the thought. There was not enough highborn to match them and their horrifying battle skill. Even he, a warrior lead with a full band, was no match for a single armored demon. Their plasma casters had no effect on the demon, even when they could manage to hit it, as the hot plasma simply splashed off of a force field, such as those on a starship, harmlessly. Warrior Lead 36436589 was still unsure whether the armor of the demons could be scratched at all. Worse, they used kinetic weapons, long thought to be inferior, that tore a glorious warrior armor asunder like paper. Inferior, indeed. Warrior Lead 36436589 and his remaining 2 warriors survived only by pure chance, namely being beneath rubble that had formerly been their fortifications, and had therefore escaped the notice of the Sky Demon. There were worse rumors that the Sky Demons were merely the tip of the spear of the vengeful goddess Republic, that once the Sky Demons had taken their fill of death and fire, behind them came the true thrust. The hope that the Sky Demons were all that could be mustered rivaled this rumor. But Warrior Lead 36436589 had decided that the worst possible result must be the truth. It must be the truth. Therefore, that the vengeful goddess Republic had also tanks, such as the Dominion had, yet ones forged from the cores of the stars themselves. Just as warriors afoot stood no chance against the Sky Demons, and those in tanks stood little chance, so it would be within the garrison, as this glorious bulwark on his conquered planet, yet to receive a holy name from Oxur, made the stars tremble at his step. Warrior Lead 36436589 gripped the handles of the heavy plasma caster he had been assigned, and looked over the horizon. He knew that sacrificing Site 17 and Administrative Site 23 had gone silent. He knew that for true. There were rumors in the garrison about more sacrifice centers and administrative sites, but he knew those too for true. He had known training mates with duties there, All knew when a training mate no longer responded. He was dead. Mayhap these were called armor demons, or swarm demons, or both. Either way, Warrior Lead 36436589 foresaw his doom. The horizon shifted. The demons came. Warrior Lead 36436589 suddenly thought of the heretical broadcast promising life to those who cast out their arms and put their hands up in the air. Such a promise must be lies, must it? In a recently conquered system formerly of the clans of Eldra, Priest Lord Tyglak Paxar was conflicted. On the one hand, he had truly perceived the importance of extracting as many resources from the beetles as he could, but on the other, the Terrans had proved more formidable than even his sacred wife had predicted. 2 weeks. 2 weeks. And he had wakened the High Priestess Ishor Ixtar, chanting in the voice of foresight, portents of doom and destruction for the scouting groups. The water-worn mammals had appeared by all accounts to be a fat and rich target, too bloated to present any resistance. These portents had foreboded the error in their assessment. The reports of the extraction fleets had confirmed it. Battleships. The Terrans had sent over 24 battleships to contend with his push into the territory of the water-worn mammals. They hadn't even bothered to send in with escorts. Priest High Lord Tyglak Paxar would have thought it to be an insult, except that these battleships handily defeated his extraction and scout fleets. Those who escaped them reported that these battleships somehow maneuvered as though they were mere escort cruisers, which Priest Lord Tyglak Paxar was wise enough to perceive as evidence of the Terrans' vast capabilities in shipbuilding. Even still, Priest Lord Tyglak Paxar had forged a hardened corridor back to the Exarch Dominion by placing his rewarded fleet elements in a defensive formation and having them interdict hyperspace along the route. They had to do this for a day or so at a time as they patrolled, but it would be enough to at least slow the Terrans should they somehow launch an attack at the rear. All of the trouble Priest Lord Tyglak Paxar's mind had contemplated how to best bring glory to the Emperor and Empress before the eyes of Exur made the stars tremble at his steps. His wife's foresight had made it clear that they contended not with the godless, as they had so often before, but the will of Exur was rebuffed by another will, another divine will. He was struck by inspiration, possibly from Exur, made the stars tremble at his steps. Himself. Bring to me an unworthy to sacrifice to Exur, and beg High Priestess Ishor Ixtar that her husband would speak with her, he ordered. The initiate highborn did as bidden. And soon enough, there was, in the groups of his warriors, one of the locals pretending at sapience, an unworthy beetle both literally and figuratively. And High Priestess Ishor Ixtar. What do you require of me, my lord? She asked. We will spill now the blood of this unworthy one, and I shall beseech Exur to reveal to you the will with which the Terrans do resist us. Let it be done, she said, as she spread her arms wide and cast her eyes upward in anticipation. The young unworthy one was dragged before Priest Lord Tyglak Paxar despite its struggles, and he plunged his musu into its abdomen. He savored its cries of agony as he twisted it and bellowed, "O great Exur, bestow upon mine wife the sight to see the will that opposes thee." "No," she said, "the giant does stand. She is poised with shield and spear, yet her waist there is girt a terrible sword. Behind the giant stand those who give her strength, and their names and faces are shrouded from me. Unworthy, the giant says, I am to look upon her wellsprings. Unworthy, I am to see what moves the Terrans. Yet she knows to me her sister, the bride of Exur, and she bids him to bed unwilling. Hark, for her name is spoken. Death! The priestess Ishtar Ixal fell silent and collapsed into Priest Lord Ishtar Ixtar's arms. What have we stirred? He asked. None, Dare answered. In a field hospital on Clans of Ultra Agriworld 13, Laborer 53124390 woke. She had expected to see Exur and have her soul consumed as her final worth. Yet she lived. Elsewhere, how would one explain the burning red sun? Indeed, only the continuation of life could give such mild discomfort, as the consumption of one's soul was said to be agony to those who provided insufficient worth. She did not yet know how or why she lived. The last she could remember, She was climbing the stairs to give service to the acolyte highborn. Then there was a terrible noise and much pain. Then merely darkness. Suddenly she recalled the pain to her head and to her legs, and she made to raise her hand to touch her brow. Yet she found herself restrained. Perhaps restrained was not accurate, for upon reflection she realized that with sufficient effort she could accomplish her desire, and thus decided that she found herself encumbered. Upon squinting to thus, it forced her poor vision to reveal to her the truth. She realized that her arms were wrapped in bandages, and reasoned that likewise the fuzzy feeling around her brow was likely more of the same. Yet she had received beatings of much greater mildness than having a building fall upon her, and she struggled to describe how she felt his pain. She was merely uncomfortable. Feeling thus encouraged, she attempted to swing her legs out of the overly soft bed she found herself upon, and found those restrained. Panic welled up within her, and she began to writhe in place until the ghostly pale figure with slanted eyes and void-black hair appeared before her. This figure placed a hand on Laborer 53124390's chest. It was warm and gentle. Laborer 53124390 could almost be reassured by the figure. "Wherefore am I restrained?" she asked. Music, sweet, enchanting music, answered softly. "You were injured badly, and we couldn't repair your legs in just a couple hours. The cast will keep your bones set correctly while the medicine does its work." This figure was a surf server from legend, one of those who escaped the grips of exhaust thirst by having too great worth to consume. To be sure, Anana stood before Laborer 53124390. She had spoken to Anana. She had profaned the holy ears of Anana. Tears welled up in her eyes, and she put back a wail of despair. Surely her worth would never be great enough to be spared now. The Nana sung to her. "What is the matter? Are you in pain? I have come to help." "Apologies, great one. A nameless such as I should not have presumed to profane your ears." "Nameless? Well, that won't do. Neither will calling me great one, or any such silliness. I'm Emily, and if you have no name, I'll have to give you one. How does Sabaki sound?" Sabaki wept with gratitude that a holy Nana could honor her so. "Aboard thee among the star tides we rage." Lord Admiral Brexton watched the tactical displays on his holotable intently. The opening salvos had devastated the Exarch forces, meaning that each of the frigates had destroyed an enemy battleship or carrier. Lord Admiral Brexton had seen what the Republic called battleships, and the enemy equivalent designation did not impress him. They were scarcely larger than his own frigate escorts, and very obviously worse armed and armored. These so-called battleships maneuvered even less nimbly than his own dreadnought, what his Republican counterparts might call a battleship, which was more than 7 times the mass of what the Exarch thought was a battleship, apparently. The enemy was, of course, not polite enough to hang in space and simply wait for the Star Sailors' fleet to pound them into so much interstellar debris. No, they spun up their shields, which they should run at full strength at all times, but hadn't, because apparently people dumb enough to attack the Star Sailors and the Republic of Terra and her aligned planets weren't smart enough to think of that. Even still, once they had realized that the Star Sailors were there, and insisting that the Exarch ships pay for their empire's conquest with the hulls and crews, they for some reason objected to the price and started fighting back. Thousands of tiny fighter craft were disgorged by the remaining carriers, hot plasma streaming across space towards the ships, and the formation suddenly became a lot less reminiscent of a static target. Lord Admiral Brexton left the captaining of his ship to his very capable subordinate officer, one Captain Necrick, who was already snapping off orders to the helm, sensors, engineering, and gunnery officers. In about 40 seconds, there would be 3 fewer carriers, and any fighter craft that got close afterwards would find themselves the eager recipients of point defense munitions. Instead, Lord Admiral focused on the tactical situation and the advice of his highly capable High XO. "Let the space superiority fighters have their day. Otherwise, it is merely a matter of chance whether a bomber gets through our point defenses and weakens our shields, or more likely does so to one of you. Those frigates not already engaged with cruisers launch fighters," Admiral Brexton ordered. "Aye, Lord Admiral," came the reply from his captains. "Sir, I've identified the command ship," Marvin the Marvel informed him. "Can we launch a vengeful vanguard safely?" "Aye, sir." In approximately 30.8400 seconds, the Digitan replied.
Make it so,
Lord Admiral Brexton ordered. Prioritize destroying these ships, Marvin the Marvel said as 7 icons lit up.
You heard the man,
he said to the bridge crew.
Let us remind them that they should have never made ashes of the Among the Startides we sing. For them her ashes rose, the Among the Startides we rage.
My sir, came the lieutenant of the Terran Vengeful Vanguard over the comms.
We remember the sing, we remember the sing.
Sounded the Among the Startides we rage from bulkhead to bulkhead, from deck to deck, and her guns did roar. Drums of War, Chapter 20. Pacifica Learns. In the city of Good Harbor on second chance, Leo Tote did nothing to stem the tears as they ran down his fur in rivulets. He didn't care who saw him, hunched over with his tail tucked. His cousins had worked a farm on New Catalonia, and he had just gotten the news. News in the form of the planet's shiny new hypernet connection being used to flood communications channel with footage of hundreds of thousands of grisly murders. Leo's kin among them. Chris was a traditionalist and had chosen his humans, and where they went, Chris went. But nobody ever thought that anybody would kill him for it. People simply did not hurt Pacifians. After all, who had a Pacifian ever hurt? Even this flood of images and videos was clearly an attack on the Psycho Pacifica and the people thereof. The knowing did little for Neo. The knowing did little for anybody. It had only lasted 10 seconds, but he had recognized Chris by face and voice, as he told the crimson-skinned killers to go away and leave him to his work. The sight of his own cousin's head being burned away would never be forgotten. Leo threw back his head and let out a bitter and anguished howl. He was not the only one. Some few hours later, Leo was obliged to sit in council, a rare thing, but in light of the fate of Madrid Nouveau, the council had been called by general request. The people did not know what to do, and Leo did not know what they expected him to suggest, but he fully intended to do his best. Also present were Bartend and Newt, and Leo had enough of his composure intact to be startled by the fact that he had forgotten that they were also counselors. The other 5 members, a pretty lab woman, a 7 nun, a man hunched over by age, a young woman with piercing salted pupil eyes, and a woman with grey fur around her ears and down her collar. I have lost a family member, Leo began, as soon as it seemed to him that nobody else was willing to open discussions. So bear in mind that my opinions are colored by loss. So are mine, said the old man. The deep long furrows in his eyes made the anguished look he wore look alien, a temporary deformity. My granddaughters were there. Them and the doggo who called them his humans. As for me, the nun said with a trembling voice, they were children of God. How could I not grieve an atrocity like that? I cannot think of any of us can be impartial in this discussion. I do not think any pacifician can, Newt said, as he leaned over and gave Leo a comforting pat between his shoulders. I thought something like this might happen, the young woman said. Something so great and terrible that nobody could be impartial. So we might as well declare our biases. My name is Curie, and I am a Pacifica from the CIP world to find peace. I found peace amongst the peaceful, but I have seen the outside galaxy. It is rough out there. My name is Penn, the old man said, with a considering glance to Curie. I was raised here. I gave my children a peaceful life here, a life free from violence of others, from themselves. They continued the tradition, and we all know that there is a price to all things. My name is Leo said, and Pacificia are my humans, my pack. I'll endure anything for my pack, for my humans, anything at all. Bertrand flinched as if struck when Leo spoke, but he merely introduced himself. I'm Bertrand. That which must be endured can be endured, but we cannot add evil to evil. The nun spoke. My name is Catherine, and while God himself may revenge himself for the murders done, we are called to love even our enemies. We might be in pain now, but that is no excuse to not try to meet the expectations of the electorate. They look to us for guidance, and it is our responsibility to try. Then the lab started speaking slowly and deliberately. I wasn't raised here either, she shot a glance at Curie. I'm not particularly religious, sister. She nodded towards Catherine. And I don't know why I got elected to this council. Frankly, I'm still not clear on how things work here. All I know is that when I lived in the Republic, whenever a criminal did anything to hurt a pacifician, the civilians would howl with fury. The citizens are only a little more temperate, as the punishment for crimes against pacificians carry double sentences, like crimes against children. I came here because I had a belly full of fighting against the Invic. That's where I'm coming from, if that helps. Oh, and my name is Edith. Newt sighed and said, I'm Newt, short for Newton. I'm another lifer, and I'll keep my religion to myself, except this. I think that God uses people to accomplish his plans for people. We plan, and he often plans differently. That, and I'm good friends with Leo, and I miss Chris too. I'm Jeanette, said the woman with the graying fur and deep wrinkles from her deep brown eyes. And my people have a troubled history. Despite this, or maybe because of this, Pacificia took us in, even when we fall short. Pacificia does not turn its back on us, and the Pacificians welcome us back into the fold. I'm old, and I've seen Pacificia weather many troubles. This one hurts a great deal. The Republic is already at war with the Exarch, Edith began. We can tell the people that the Republic will... No, Penn interrupted gently. We all know that the Republic protects us, and so do many from the Coalition. But we should not give the appearance that we do violence by proxy. If it takes violence to protect our humans, Leo said, my people will carry the weight. Absolutely not, Kerry snapped, and very obviously worked to not bare her fangs. We couldn't ask the doggos to do that. Then she continued more gently. Besides, we all know you're loyal. You don't need to prove yourselves. Edith leaned towards Leo across the table and said softly, You do not know what you're offering. I promise that the weight is a lot heavier than you think. I did my duty. I protected my humans, but it hurt too much. I couldn't stay and accept their love. I couldn't stay where violence might come at any time from criminals. You don't want that for yourself, and you really don't want it for the rest of our people. Catherine smiled gently and said, It's a kind and brave offer, my dear, but no. The Republic has those called to defend, while we must walk a more difficult path. Newt snapped the table and said, But what is the path exactly? The people will despair if we tell them to just wait on the Republic. I have a notion, Jeanette began. This is, for the Exarch, a preliminary religious battle, and religion is something a person holds. Can we do something about how many of the Exarch hold their religion? Missionaries? Martin asked thoughtfully. There will be no shortage of Catholics, Catherine said sagely. Nor Protestants, Newt interjected. I don't know whether we should endorse a specific religion, Leah said, thrilled that his offer had been rejected, and even more thrilled to have an alternative proposed. It's not necessary for us to endorse a religion. Just offer support to the missionaries of any or no faith, Edith suggested. The mission would be to expose the Exarch to alternative systems of belief, Kerry agreed. It also gives the people something proactive to do that might help end the war, Penn said, his face brightening through the grief. Who should tell the people? Leo asked, and to his chagrin, the other councillors looked at him. The next morning, Leo found himself under the scorching lights of Broadcast Studio, wishing that he could sweat. He took a deep breath, and then another. Then he wiped the tears from his eyes and took yet another deep breath, and began. Pacificians, second chances, friends, packmates. I'm here to talk about the terrible news we got about Madrid Nouveau. First, I lost someone personally, too, but I don't believe anyone lucky enough to have not lost a kinsman or friend in the massacre do not grieve the loss. They were our countrymen, and had you met any of them, like Chris, I do not doubt that you would have been fast friends. Look to your left and to your right, and there you find someone who also grieves. None of us grieves alone. The sudden and violent loss of our friends, kin, and countrymen has left us all reading. Know that none of them invited violence. Know that each of them held our ideals until the end. Some of you might be angry. For me, I am too sad for anger. However, I understand why you would be, though. You called the council to do something, to make it right. We cannot return the dead to life. Likewise, we will not inflict the evil of violence in retribution. It will not sate your anger.
We are, however, going to do something. Something that will require courage and conviction from volunteers. The Exarch attack us because of their religion demands it. They attack and murder all of those other than themselves to appease their god of violence and death. But if the Exarch people did not believe in killing for their god, but believed in something else, perhaps they would not have attacked us. Perhaps we can make this a case in the future. Already, there are Catholic and other Christian missionaries preparing to travel in secrecy into the Exarch dominion to attempt to convert some of the population to their religion. The Council of Second Chance has determined to offer support to their efforts, and to any group or individual who will attempt the same. While religion will be irrelevant, even irreligion shall be acceptable. The only requirement is that at least attempt to convince the Exarch to leave aside their religion for a different belief. This is how we fight. This is how we will bring an end to this terrible war. There were many who answered the call. Some answered instead the call of the Republic. Drums of War, Chapter 21, Insertion. Aboard the Lawrence. The bone implants itched. More irritating to Private Peter George was how often they caught in things as he walked. Elbows, knuckles, knees all required just a little extra situational awareness, and he only had been getting used to them for a few days, and he was already being inserted. Thankfully, the skin and iris dyes had stopped itching an hour after the final surgery, but the bony implants itched at the points of fusion, which were of course beneath the protruding bone spikes. So the bone implants itched, and Peter couldn't do anything about it. He could regulate. The point of the dyes in the implants was to make it possible for him to infiltrate populated areas to gather intel and eliminate targets of opportunity. A heady duty, the last one. Under normal circumstances, the rules of engagement for assassinations would be strictly defined to military command structure, but he was being deployed under total war protocols. Whether a target was valid or not rested entirely on his shoulders. His family name was lighter than the responsibility. Still, though, he had taken it up. The training for advanced drop recon wasn't much more difficult than the ASDSS training, as ADR was folded into the MOS. But it was necessary to take a crash course in the language and culture of the Exarch, which was disturbing. The whole sordid thing was about avoiding a painful death on the altar to a bloodthirsty idol at the bottom, and deciding who gets knifed at the top. The serfs and the administrators held up the aristocracy and the royal family of sorts, and even the aristocrats weren't completely safe from the altar, though from what data they had, it was extremely rare. Private Peter George tried not to think too deeply about it, not in the moment anyway. He was busy penning letters, ink and paper, old school, writing an "if you're reading this any other way" was just wrong. He was on the last one, the most difficult, to his father. He spun the pen on his palm and exhaled. Then he did it again. Then once again. Then he put pen to paper and looked at the paper, willing the words to come. Then he began with what he felt. "Dear Officer, I'm sorry about joining ADS instead of the Lost Boys, but if you're reading this, you know what happened. I know you don't believe anyone else can command a George properly. I don't know if you're right, but I do know how to do my duty. Your outfit holds up Grandpa's legacy in a way that I don't think anyone outside of it or the family really understands. But there is another part of the report's legacy: to do what is needed, without regard to the cost to yourself. I've seen you do this my entire life, so you cannot be angry with me for following this example. The work the ADR does is imperative to the war, and you know it. Aragon got us a lot of intel, but you know better than most that the data of one ship isn't enough to win a war. You know the training I've gone through to become an ASDSS. You know the risks of that MOS. So do I. That's why, before I climb into the stealth drop pod, I penned this letter. Remember that I served the Republic and as civilians. Out of duty, yes. Duty you instilled. But love also. Love for my country, for her people, and most of all, for my family. The longer this war goes on, the greater chance that one of us pays the bill. My skills, my talents, are best used to bring the war to a close as quickly as possible. So please forgive me for not joining the Lost Boys. Peter, He folded the letter, pressed the Republican Naval Infantry seal over the edges, put it in a stack with all the others. He could leave them on the desk. The Navy rating would be by to look for the "if you're reading this" letters after he launched, but it seemed to him like doing it that way was a form of denial. He was walking into this with open eyes. He knew well the risk he was taking. So he gathered up the stack and marched his way into the mailroom. "I have letters with conditional sending," he said to the petty officer on duty. She winced and asked, "Under what conditions are these to be sent, Private? Should I be missing or killed in action? Aye, Private, it shall be so." Private Peter George turned on his heels and went to the chow hall for the last Terran meal. The Exarch didn't eat anything toxic to humans, so far as the nerds could tell from the captured data, so he wasn't worried about starving to death. He did have serious doubts about the availability of good gumbo planetside, so he was going to savor it before he had to clamber into a coffin and speed towards what was allegedly a forge world, a major manufacturing sector of the Exarch Dominion, and a very likely target for cracking. It still needed a look-see to make sure. No sense wasting ammunition on targets not worth the expense, after all. The Voidsmen in the chow hall were a cheerful bunch, by comparison to the RNI ASDSS ADR troopers, who were a morose bunch. A scout platoon is rarely cheerful before a drop. Not surprising, when one recalls that they'd have all just written there "if you're reading this" letters. The tradition was so ingrained that the Navy required trainee privates to write them for training drops, just to make sure the trooper knew how. The first one required the mailroom ritual as well, but subsequent drops merely required the writing. Of course, one could sham the letters during training, but Private Peter George never did. He hadn't met a scout who even claimed to sham the tradition. Some of those training "if you're reading this" letters had been delivered after all. So by comparison, the quietly chatting enlisted men were cheerful by comparison. But Private Peter George wasn't terribly interested in chatting over the state of the ship with the Voidsmen or the Navy non-coms. He sat amongst his fellow dirt-pounders and ate his gumbo, with the pull of the very real risk that they were taking hanging over the lot of them. "You were in the quarters a long time, Private," First Lieutenant Winter stated. "Aye, sir. Had a lot of letters to write. Your father and brothers and cousin and my aunts and uncles. But I get you, sir. I made sure to write the Major. Maybe he can have you in his outfit after they surrender," the corporal that Private Peter George didn't know well offered. "I expect to catch an earful when I see him next," Private Peter George said sheepishly. "Just like when my brother took the Voidsman route." "Commander Roger George," a sergeant mused. "He's the second star now, right?" "Aye, Sergeant," Private Peter George said. "A bucking for captain in the outfit, but commander's threatening to make him a rear admiral instead." "I heard," the sergeant said conspiratorially, "that the captain of his first ship gave your brother an ultimatum, promotion into the O grades or a court-martial." Peter couldn't help himself. He laughed. "Well, it wasn't a real ultimatum, but from Roger's account, there was a lot of shouting and swearing, and quite possibly an offer to settle the matter in a boxing match, or a duel, depending on how much whiskey he had." For one glorious moment, the clouds over the table parted, and the sunshine that his laughter broke over the table. "Promotion resistance runs in the family," Lieutenant Winters said. "I hope I won't have to fight to put chevrons on your shoulders. Sir, I'm RNI." Once again, the table laughed. But Lieutenant Winters said, "That's an attitude that guarantees command will push you into O-scale, Private. Watch yourself, or you'll be a butter bar in your next drop." The table positively roared. For in that moment, they forgot that they were going to drop in a scant hour. One blessed moment of joy before they got to work. Bloody work. An hour later, Private First Class Peter George entered into his scout pattern armor, checked his loadout, stowed it, and clambered into his stealth drop pod, strapped himself in, and waited. He began to shake the instant his pod's hatch was sealed. The awful wait had begun. The fact that not a single scout had been lost during the drop did little for the shaking, and neither did the scout's nickname for the pods, coffins. Even so, he trembled as he felt his pod lurch closer to the launching chamber. Then his pod slammed into the chamber, and he was slammed against his restraints as he was shot like a missile towards the planet. His trembling stopped. He was away, and to his mind, the worst possibility, being trapped inside a pod as the ship sank, was already avoided. Still though, his stomach churned at the work, bloody work ahead of him. in a surf-breaking facility, the Forge World Ex Nuva. Surf Instructor 1232034112, formerly Laborer 1232414453, inspected the work of his charges. He praised the Empress that he did not have to report any of the newly made serfs for shirking or incompatibility. Initiate Highborn, Adad and Lil had made an example of one of their pups, as the serfs called them, but its father had refused to obey. Then the father followed the pup, for he had attempted to prevent the lesson. Surf Instructor 1232034112 had found the example distasteful, as these had proven the worth of their race, and had earned the chance to show their worth. He had thought that a simple whipping would have been enough, but he was no initiate highborn, and knew better than to question their ways. It was a sure way to lower one's worth. Surf Instructor 1232034112 had heard troubling things from the new serfs, whispers of rescue from the mysterious Republic. He did not understand the whispers, and suspected that this Republic was some kind of god or goddess. He would have to speak with some of the new serfs during the allotted socialization time about the nanas, for only through great worth could a serf hope to escape sacrifice. However, no warriors from the extraction fleets would speak of this unworthy deity. This was troubling, for Agro, may the stars tremble, had consumed all other gods who had dared stand against him. Surf Instructor 1232034112 walked down the floor of the surf-breaking facility once again, and once again praised the Empress that she had foresaw worthy serfs in the new territories. He had seen surf instructors drink fermented grain to the point of unconsciousness over how many of their charges wound up in the altar. They did appear to be suffering under the climate, however, another thing for him to ask about at the allotted socialization time. It had been difficult to speak with any of them, as they seemed to regard him with hostility, but he thought that they did not know that he also was a serf and subject to the altar. Only an hour of work left, and all of the new serfs were still diligently working. He hoped that his report would garner them some extra rations by way of reward. They still had not the worth to gain luxury tokens, but then again, he did not know what kind of luxuries their biology would permit. That was another's task. An hour passed, and once again there was no problems to report, except for signs of fatigue in the few of the new serfs. They did not drop in their productivity, and those around them helped, which was worthy. So Surf Instructor 1232034112 had very high hopes indeed for his charges. If he could teach them well and help them avoid the wrath of the initiate highborns, he might gain enough worth to be permitted to die of old age and join the Nala. Not that he dared hope that high, well, not seriously anyway. When the bell sounded, Surf Instructor 1232034112 walked up to the diminutive mammal, who seemed to be the leader, and said, "Trainee 24120034, I have luxury tokens unspent. Shall you accompany me to the intoxicant dealer? Can you imbibe fermented grain or fermented fruits?" "No, I cannot. Not as anything other than vomit-inducing agent, anyway," the serf replied sullenly. "And my name is Pip." "It is unwise to cling to false names. The initiate highborns have little patience with it." "Just try to take it from me," Trainee 24120034 growled. "Such is not my place. I merely warn that the wrath above us is terrible. If I presumed to take up a false name, it would earn me 10 lashes across my back to be certain. They have shown less patience with your people." Trainee 24120034 narrowed his eyes and slapped the floor with his tail and said, "What do you mean you would get lashes? I am also a serf." "I also am a serf, though I have proven my worth with long labors, such that my betters afford me certain privileges, and I escape the altar. So long as I show my worth, so it is. So long as you show your worth, so it shall be for you." Surf Instructor 1232034112 couldn't be sure, as the new serf's face was so incredibly alien, but he thought that a look of pity had crossed his face before he said, "Caffeine is an intoxicant for our people. We brew teas. If this intoxicant dealer has tea with caffeine, I'll drink it with you, Sir Instructor. Praise the Empress, for I wish to tell you how one shows great worth." Aboard the Robin Williams, Major Eric George read the lines over and over. "Pops, I'm deploying soon. The notes gave me a makeover so I could blend in. I'll do our name proud. Pete." Nothing about his deployment, of course, as per the regs. There was some regs, and George would challenge, but never once an OPSEC. The short message was even in Republican battle cant written, something that some privates goof. Not his sons, though one of those had become a voidsman instead, but the principle applied. He didn't need clues about where he was being deployed, though. His rank afforded him some privileges in terms of knowing the state of the war. The only place the advanced drop recon would be deployed, who were unattached to a company of drop troopers unlike the other ASDSS, would be deep behind enemy lines. Not any of the conquered planets, but one of the enemy's home turf. His boy was going to give more of himself to the Republic than she ought to dare ask of her sons, though it is necessary. Of course he was proud, more proud than he admitted to himself, of that courage his youngest displayed in volunteering for the assignment. He did hope that the makeover, what a ghastly euphemism for surgical body modifications, was reversible, though. He doubted that his son would be handsome to the ladies with the alterations. He sighed and put aside his personal worries and looked up his professional ones. No KII, no MIA from Operation Hold the Line, but still there were light casualties. Light, as in they came back less an arm or a leg, or maybe their eyes. The enemy had learned how to concentrate fire on a few of the planets they were contesting, which was dreadfully impolite of them. Didn't they know that the enemy only exists to be destroyed? Of course not. Major George thought to himself, or else they'd quit being the enemy. Even still, every last one of them had refused a medical or requested cybernetic replacements. He approved all but one, a sergeant whose injuries were too extensive for cybernetic replacements without extensive clone tissue grafting. The man had refused a discharge, so he recommended medical leave, and failing that, as an instructor sergeant at OCS. Apart from the casualties, he looked over the status reports. All in all, the operation was going well. 26 planets had changed from contested to held, and his only dissatisfaction was the common extra observation on the behavior of the enemy. They had decided to enslave the Lettre rather than exterminate them, and from what the survivors had said, he wasn't sure how much of a favor that was. Beatings, electric shocks, whippings, chemical pain agents, and worst of all, the murder of their children, pups as the Lettre called them, to coerce compliance. It seemed that in one episode, a family was obliged to watch the Exarch roast their youngest pup alive before eating her. The offering Lord whatever had been de-beaconed by the enraged squad who captured him, and they were jerry-rigged up an ingenious contraption involving a missile launcher and a shuttlecraft to do it. They would almost certainly be justified, but he would be obliged to hold a court-martial over the incident. He had reportedly surrendered, and they convened an officers' tribunal under special circumstances, meaning that the sergeants from the other squads in the platoon had sat in as officers. That unpleasantness could wait until the lost boys were out of action, though, unless the same men go executing a prisoner again. A related matter, the Exarch had not been content to abuse the Lettre where they lived, but instead carried off thousands to be enslaved in worlds unknown. Unknown in the sense that it was unknown which worlds they had been taken to, and in what numbers. Yet these would not remain mysteries for long, as the Second Star Rapid Response Group had successfully captured, with RNI shipboard trooper help, several of the pitiful things the enemy thought were battleships. Digitan specialists were already slicing apart the encrypted data and cross-referencing it with clues as to where the civilians had been taken. If only the enemy was more efficient about being defeated by his men. They could push in from the clans of Aldra and aid in liberating them, but they had been rudely persistent in their objections to dying or surrendering. And on that front, he had more disturbing reports to read. It seemed that the rank-and-file soldiers of the Exarch thought that the offer to spare anyone who surrendered to be a lie, a means to make killing them all for what they call the vengeful godless republic, to have their fill of blood and souls. It seemed that every last prisoner who didn't call himself acolyte something or priest whatever was completely nonplussed at not being brutally murdered. Couch the offer of surrender to the Republic in religious terms. Tell the Exarch warrior slaves that the Republic does not want to drink their blood. Get the psych warfare nerds to figure something out. On a more positive note, several of the Retray resistance bands had shown the possibility of qualifying for being recruited to the Lost Boys. Some of them were already power armor and drop trained, veterans of anti-pirate operations attached to the Republican forces. However, if he knew his own commission, he knew that all of the potential recruits were already training. He approved the requests to fold in irregulars. Those who couldn't hack it would wash out and be given the opportunity for alternate service, or transferred to the Star Council forces, which had finally mustered. The kingdom of Jacuvia was being reinforced by them, which they sorely needed. The googly-eyed friends had made the enemy pay for every last inch, though. Blood for time, a dreadful bargain. He calmed Admiral Nelson. How are the reports on your end? Their ship's barely scuffed our paint. I've been riding this desk for hours. Spar? Oh, God, yes, Admiral Nelson said emphatically. Get your gloves and meet me in the gym. Then let's write up our report to command. All right. Maybe I'll go easy on you. You deserve to win for once. Don't you dare, his friend scolded. I'll beat your ass fair and square. Major George laughed and cut the comms. It was a good op, and he needed to work off the worries not alleviated by the reports. The Drums of War, Chapter 22, Prisoners. Aboard the Tiger Lily, Acolyte Lord Narek Squin languished in the abysmal cell the barbarians had stowed him within. Not even a single servant, not even a lowly serf attended him, and he was obliged to live in full view of the warrior and guard, except the small sanitary closet. Far too small, not only could he not swim in the bathing pond, but was forced to wash himself in the running water like a lowly serf. He could hardly bear the humiliation. Worse, he had learned through careful eavesdropping that each and every one of these Terrans, who could not have possibly all originated from the same planet, to his understanding, bore names. His captivity was stark truth that these were not false names. The Captain, also known as Roberts, seemed to be the equivalent of an acolyte lord, or maybe a priest lord. The man had condescended to speak to him himself, rather than allow the slow-born to do the task for him. An insult. Still, Acolyte Lord Narek Squin was in no position to quibble about insults. Upon reflection, his shouts to see whatever low-born barbarian commanded the stinking vessel of unworthy serfs had been unwise. Therefore, he had said to the warrior guarding him, Warrior, I request that the Captain is unburdened by duty, that he come speak with me. I do not require any changes to the cell, but I desire to speak with him, as he impressed me. And he had impressed the Acolyte Lord, quite thoroughly, in fact. He hadn't believed that anyone other than Priest Lord Tyglak Pugser could make him fear for his life. Eventually, Roberts did come. He had some kind of foodstuffs, green and a wedge shape of a plate, and he had some of his ship laborers set up a small folding table for him, and he slowly savored the foodstuffs without a word. Yet another insult. Acolyte Lord Narek did not dare interrupt. He believed the Captain's threats of inflicting the most dishonorable death possible on him. And I'm told that you wanted to see me, the Captain, Roberts said coldly once he had finished. I wish to ask you, if it is permitted, to explain whether my suspicion is true, and if it is, why so? What do you suspect? Are all upon this ship named ones? Everyone has a name, the man said as he raised an eyebrow. If it is permitted, please give an explanation to the cause of this. When someone is born, their parents named them, obviously. Acolyte Lord Narek Squin stared in disbelief and asked quietly, Even the serfs? There are no serfs. No serfs. How? What do you mean how? We simply do not enslave people. How do you gain labor for industry, for agriculture, if the lowly aren't made to do this as they should? There are no lowly. Are you not obeyed by these beneath you? My rank is earned by experience and competence at command. My men do as I say, because they trust me to give good orders. Acolyte Lord Narek Squin was reading. But what of the agriculture and industry? If none are lowly, who performs the tasks? Those who find value in it, Acolyte Lord Narek Squin whispered. And how do the unworthy escape the altar? We do not allow anyone to be murdered for a god. Does your god not punish you if you do not? I don't believe in a god, the Captain said grimly. Acolyte Lord Narek Squin was too stunned for words. However, the Captain was not. Some of my officers, such as my XO and the second watch cob, would likely discuss their religions with you if you should request it. But I am not interested in spiritual discussions. Acolyte Lord Narek Squin's mind was flooded with questions, but one escaped the press to be said, There are multiple religions? Yes, of course, Roberts answered, as if it should have been obvious. Acolyte Lord Narek Squin sank to his cell bed. in the depths of thought. He didn't even notice when Roberts left. Emily loped around in her SAR medtech pattern armor with a case of 32 dynastical pupae on her back. They would be emerging soon, and would be orphans growing up amongst the ruins of the tombs of their parents. Emily comforted herself with the thought that at least they would grow up. She had been out of comms contact for nearly 3 hours, but her HUD told her that she was inching towards the field hospital, now set up in what was probably some kind of arena before the invasion by the asshat Dobans, or whatever they're called, as Emily was thinking of their name incorrectly on purpose, and the subsequent counter-invasion by the Republic. She wasn't a demographer, but there had been terribly few adult dynasticals found, and that seemed to bode ill to Emily. She'd overheard her section director talk about the devastation to another director, and it seemed that there wouldn't be enough people left alive and able-bodied to export food at all, which was apparently what this planet used to do. Without a team's work chatter to focus her mind, she found it wandering among such dark thoughts. But still, she loped along towards her goal. Suddenly, Captain Ramirez came through her helmet speakers. "Emily, come in. Say again, Emily, come in."
"Loud and clear, Cap," she signed in relief. "You can stop digging for me. I found another way out, and a pupae case."
"By the saints of angels, we were worried about you, Proby."
"I'm SAR Core. We do not stop. We do not give up. We're unbreakable."
"Unbreakable," Captain Ramirez said.
Her teammates chimed in as well. "Unbreakable."
Her HUD updated with her team pips, and they had indeed been digging out the cave in what had separated them, and she was closer to the field hospital as she had thought. "Emily, drop your package at the field hospital and get out armor. You'll be 15 minutes early to run your rounds there, and you can use them how you like."
"Cap, I think I'll just get my rinse off and get started. We're always behind on the non-ambulatory patients."
"There is only so much shuttle space," Dr. Patel said sadly.
"Of course Emily is working with every last second. She's thinking of everyone but Emily," Alexei chided, and that got a general chuckle over the comms, and a rise in the temperature inside her helmet.
"I'm surprised that you can stand the duty," Juan said sardonically. "I thought the thought of the Exarch made you want to puke."
"Shut up," she snapped back, her helmet getting stuffy all of a sudden. "Those people, they need help like anyone else. And where's SAR Core?"
"We do not stop," Juan said. "We do not give up," Alexei continued. "We are unbreakable," they all finished.
"Enjoy your chat with Sabuki, oh great giver of names," Juan snickered. "I caught you giving names too."
Her team just laughed at her as they got back to work, and Captain Ramirez said, "You started something good, Emily. Those people have been brutalized from the moment they came screaming out of the womb. The ambulatory patients are so damned eager to help from one moment to kindness. Keep up the good work." For some reason, the inside of Emily's helmet was terribly stuffy as she muttered, "Thanks, Cap." One power armor assisted elope later, and she had handed over the case to the logistics techs. Thankfully, the only thing pupae needed was a safe, cool, dry location to mature in, and that didn't require any expertise, just cargo space, which was handy, since the grav trucks had a lot of that available once they dropped off their supplies, and would otherwise return empty since grav trucks weren't suitable for patient transports. Then one trip to the armor stable and rinse in the showers later, and she was walking down the aisle of what was technically her prisoner ward. The prisoners didn't need much in the way of security, though, not after the first few hours anyway. Some of them had been rather vigorous when they regained consciousness and found themselves in unfamiliar surroundings. Otherwise, they seemed to accept their captivity with surprising ease. The fact that their injuries were being treated seemed to go a surprisingly long way to keeping them peaceable. Heaven only knows that Terrans had their own attitudes towards escaping capture, and whether getting medical treatment would pacify any of them. Emily thought that she'd try and escape no matter what. Sabuki had explained that they were all relieved that Emily and her fellow Sarkorman didn't sacrifice him to the vengeful goddess Republic. It reminded Emily of when that horrible man had tried to murder a lava in front of the Republican, CIP and Star Sailor ambassadors at first contact. It turned her mouth to ashes to think it over. She kept an encouraging smile on her face as she did her rounds, though, and offered kind words to her patients. "You're taking to the cloned lung quite well, Raoul," she said warmly to the former warrior 04428451. He smiled at the news and answered, "Oh, great one. The healer master do say I might stand yet in a mere 3 days. Though the food is bland, it gives me strength." "Hospital food is like that," she said, trying not to wince at the honorific.
You might get a chance to try out tasty cooking eventually. Oh, great Nana Emily, I shall show my worth to deserve such honor. I'm just a woman, she couldn't resist saying. A woman doing her duty. I didn't come from the spirit realm. Raoul tilted his head and answered, Even so. You give birth to we who should have sated the thirst of Agro, and brought us behind the shield of the vengeful goddess Republic instead. The Republic shields all who cannot fight, even people who once fought her, she said to him as she moved on to her next patient. She had variations on that conversation, or else tended to her duties while the patient slept, or lay in silent contemplation until she'd reached the first prisoner that she had named Sabaki. Oh, great Nana Emily, I have no complaints, she said as Emily looked over her chart. Come on, Sabaki. You know I'm flesh and blood. This is so, she said sagely. Yet the worth of you who serve the Republic brings worth to we who you shelter. Only those with great enough worth to die of old age could do such a thing. Old age? That's optimistic. My duties are dangerous, and people die doing them all the time. 2 teams lost a medtech each a couple days, in cave-in and armor failure. And you not that you risk your very lives for us, your enemies, Sabaki said with wide eyes. Why shouldn't we? You need help and it's our duty, Emily said offhandedly. She said as she adjusted Sabaki's IV settings to start weaning her off painkillers. Then something startling happened. Sabaki's voice took on a sound of 2 speaking at once. Lo, the daughter of the goddess Republic doth turn the face of mercy upon the defeated, even as her sons do thrust towards the very heart of Agro. They are her spear, and death become him, as the stars in the real quake and terror. Yet those he counted as his far beyond his reach, behind the shield of the goddess Republic. He thought to wed her, but death comes for her groom. Sabaki fell to her pillow, unconscious, and Emily ran to fetch a doctor. On the forge world of Ex Nuva, Pip's entire body ached, in addition to the bruises from the beatings from the overseer, who he had to address only as initiate highborn, and never by his name Adad Enlil. The bruises he felt had something to do with that. The long scabs across his daughter's back had more. He seethed in fury at the entire situation, but he knew it was only a matter of time. The Star Council would send someone to rescue him and the rest of the prisoners. Well, more likely they'd ask the Republic's assistance in that. Pip had always thought that the Terrans marshaled traditions to be overkill, for the only thing you'd need a military for in those days of peace, pirate suppression. He knew better now. Still, Pip's body ached, and he bided his time. He bided his time and worked diligently under the eyes of the instructors, who turned out to be not guards at all, as he had originally thought, but merely higher-ranking slaves, of who Pip thought of as 12, since the poor bastard didn't even have a name, was eager to help Pip and his fellow prisoners adjust to enslaved life. A funny sort, 12, always giving furtive advice on how to avoid the wrath of Abed Ben Null and the other initiate highborn and higher, who could be picked out by the horns growing on their chins, in addition to the bony spikes coming out of their elbows, knees, and knuckles, like the rest of the Exarch. Amazingly, they could drink alcohol like Terrans, and got intoxicated from it like them too. This gave Pip opportunity to pry answers out of 12 that he'd probably be too afraid to share otherwise. Why don't you just disobey, if you don't like the overseers? He asked in his bleary-eyed superior. Do you not know those who disobey not only die upon the altar, but die slow, such that Agro, may the stars tremble at his step, may savor the blood and suffering? 12 slurred. The ancestors don't demand anything like that. Those ancestors are your gods, in a way, Pip said slowly. They watch over us, and do us favors if we honor them, and sometimes call us to be heroes when one is needed. Where are their favors now? I have sorrow for you, trainee 24120034. For Agro, may the stars tremble at his step, shall surely devour your ancestors. My ancestors call me now, and their favors will come if I honor them in this trial. As the Axer, let him choke on that ancestors. Besides, the Republic and the gods of her people will be more than he can handle. Do not say such things, 12 hissed. If the initiate highborn hear you, it could mean you upon the altar, or worse, your children. I saw the Republican ships drop into real space as the ship that carried us off burned from a minimum jaunt distance. My planet has been held against your masters, and nothing enrages Republicans quite like slavery and genocide. which your masters are doing, Pope whispered. You think your people are warriors? The Terrans are war itself. Place your hope instead in having great worth, and beg the Nana for the succor when the burdens are heavy, 12 insisted urgently. I'm telling you, my people and I will be rescued. Don't you want to name 12? Such hope is not to be dared at, 12 said in a hushed sob, and Pup was startled to see tears running down 12's cheeks. Drums of War, Chapter 22, Imperator. About the rings of a gas giant. Don't let the fucker get away, Captain Lena Chen screamed as the maneuvers Jameson was pulling overcame the gravity field and pressed her into a captain's chair. I need a better angle, Maria said, and the bridge crew found themselves pressed into the other side of their chairs. Got him! Firing! Hit! Lee reported from his terminal, then after a second, killed them! The crew of the speed battle wagon cheered at their success. All right, that's another exarch little one on our hull, Captain Chen told the crew. Let's find another one before the Romans get all of our kills. Fuck the baby killers, one of the officers answered. Kill them all, the rest of them shouted at the same time. Captain Chen had warmed up to the Romans, even though they were weirdos. The fact that she'd been planning on doing hit-and-run attacks on the enemy wherever she found them, but found the Romans already fighting, went a long way in that. Their willingness to refill her ammo went a longer way. 2 days ago, the enemy had finally broken, and didn't notice that the Romans had hyperspace interdiction across the entire solar system. Captain, came her chief engineer's voice over the speakers. Go ahead, May. The reactor's getting a little hot. We're going to have to take a break. Crap. Alexei, have we heard anything from the Defense Committee? No, the communications officer said. I would have told you already. The Republic and the fucking Romans will solve this problem before we get off our asses. In other news, Alexei said glumly, the pacificians have started their response. Great, Marcus scoffed. The pacifists. Everyone is fucking conspiring to give the CIP a bad name. Can the complaining, we're not the only militia ship out there. Yes, Captain, Marcos said, as he looked over a more detailed report from the chief engineer. We're going to need more than a cooldown cycle. May and her team can keep us spaceworthy, but there are some components that should be replaced before they fail. All right, make for the weird temple ship again. Incoming, Lee warned, before anyone could think. Jameson had already slammed everyone against their crash webbing or seat backs, depending on which side of the bridge their station was on. Evasive maneuvers, Captain Chen ordered, belatedly. Where'd that shot come from? One of the big ones, Lee answered. They were hiding behind that moon. Calculating firing solution. We can get another fatty. They're trying hard to kill us, Marcus observed, as he worked furiously at his station. Using this firing solution first, he ordered as he sent a packet to Maria. An eager glint flashed in her eyes as she gave the calculations a once-over and some minor corrections. Yes, sir. Firing 1. Firing solution 2 found. Firing 2. Looks like they didn't notice, Lee said. They're moving to take cover behind the moon. A wicked grin split Captain Chen's face, and she said, Let's encourage them to walk right into that first shot, will we? That dude with the paintbrush hat is going to be very jealous, Marcus said smugly. Firing, miss, but they're putting themselves right where you want them. Elsewhere in the system, on the bridge of the temple ship Jupiter's Might. Hello, the priestess Valaria Lunia stated as she zoomed in on the section of space displayed above the command altar. The merchants to slay another of the battleships, such as they are, while our forces to harry the main retreat. Fleet Admiral Lucius Maximus Decimus smiled. They carry Mercury's blessing to be so swift. And of Mars, Pontifex Maximus Quintus Verus observed. This Captain Chen and her merchant crew do fight all the fiercer for the fact that they do so without the support of the CIP. We complain over the Senate's bickering, General Octavia Aurelio said, yet their committees and councils make even them appear decisive. They will eventually simply attach themselves to the Republic forces as auxiliaries. So why do they pretend that they shall decide differently? Pride! The same reason our Captain Friend came burning into the system to do injury to the Exarch Dominion with her lone ship. Though she uses her pride well, the pride of the bickering, chattering rulers is what truly rules the committees. Pontifex Maximus Quintus Verus opined. I think you speak well, Pontifex, but the CIP were only so contentious as the Senate, they would have already become involved. Would that they could. They would field their own force under their own banners, as we do, General Octavia Arudia said. I see well the state of the battle in the heavens. Let us now look upon how goes the battle upon the ground. As you desire, High Priestess Valeria Lunia intoned, as she changed the view to display the state of the ground invasion. Your legions do advance apace, Fleet Admiral Lucius Maximus Decimus noted. They have become stalled upon the secondary continent at the fourth city. Let us see what delays them, the general replied. You see keenly, Pontifex Maximus Quintus Verus said approvingly, as the High Priestess zoomed in on the area requested. I had missed this, and it appears that the enemy has dug in here, and Gaius Maximus Flavus has begun to besiege the city. The general pressed his palm onto the altar and ordered, Aurelius Antonius, bring your century up and pass by that of Flavius. He shall be occupied with a siege. Cut off any enemy ground forces attempting to reinforce the city. Hail came the affirmation. The leaders nodded to each other. The battle was proceeding well. Upon the surface of the clans of Uldra Administrative World 4, Aurelia Antonius had received the orders from above, both literally and figuratively, but she had already been making preparations to carry them out. She knew Flavius was besieging the city, or rather the section of the city that was more densely packed than the rest of the planet, and knew well that the Exarch would prefer to reinforce the fortifications there. Fortifications, being generous as a description, that the Exarch had hastily constructed once they had learned that their possession of the planet would not go uncontested. Her scouts had returned with intelligence on just such an effort just before General Octavia Arudia had contacted her. Even so, it did her, and more importantly her legionaries, good to know that the general was watching over them closely. Thus, when she ordered mount up, they all took up their places around the vehicles. Speed was imperative in this moment, and thus her men rode upon tanks or the backs of scouting vehicles, all those in the van in the troop compartment of the transport vehicles, which meant that her flanks were exposed as they drove to get into position before the enemy could get into the twisting warrens of a dense urban environment. A shame for the enemy that they weren't as keen as her scouts, yet a boon for her. The suburban streets and highways were somewhat more accommodating for her troop movements. Still though, abandoned civilian vehicles, burned-out husks, barricades, and even a daring and doomed raid slowed her down. 5 infantrymen with inferior weapons and armor had no hope of doing anything other than mildly inconveniencing a single squad. She got into position, put her infantry across the main thoroughway, and disposed her auxiliaries on the flanks and waited. Then, the enemy politely marched straight into her infantry. She had heard tell that the Republican army finds the ancient name of Pila for their rifles to be cute. She didn't think the enemy found supersonic tungsten very cute. Yet she was a sentry, and they were many. Many whose plasma weapons had no effects upon the scooter of the men. Rank upon rank of Exarch marched into the withering fire undeterred. The fools charged. The line of corpses was pressed ever forward as the uncannily human-like Exarch pressed forward, heeding their fallen brethren enough to not stumble in their blood until they were a mere stone's throw away from the front lines. Apparently, they believed that they would have better chances at close quarters. Still, they pressed forward, those at the fore pushed by the sheer weight of their fellows. Aurelia found herself disgusted. Whoever commands these men does waste their lives upon our swords. Indeed, her first lieutenant agreed, the Republic accuses us of using outdated tactics, and yet the enemy uses sheer numbers like the Soviets in the ancient past. The Republic is mighty beyond our means. They may accuse our traditions of lagging if they wish. They are likely correct, she admitted. Even so, it is we who arrived upon this field of battle first. I should thank the gods that our enemies are fools, for fewer of the legionaries shall perish or suffer injury. Yet I long to strive. It seems that we shall cause to strive with the strength of our arms, for they come too close to use the pillar safely. She ordered the cavalry, tanks, to encircle the charging enemy infantry, and gave her lieutenants discretion for their units. They went to Gladai. She smiled and drew and activated her spather. Roma Nova would have the glory of defeating the Exarch Dominion in the system, and perhaps 3 more before the Republic could catch up. Drums of War, Chapter 24. Targets of Opportunity. Aboard a thoroughly disreputable ship, Aidan Purefoy had never been a particularly religious man, much to Granny's irritation. But it wasn't as if he was a hedonist. He did believe in freedom, though. The freedom to decide yourself, to decide on what you believed, at the absolute very least, and the freedom to live a peaceful and happy life if it could be managed. Freedom denied to the Exarch people. He was one of many missionaries, not for any religion in particular, but for the idea that one could have a choice about one's beliefs. His best friend Rex was furious with him for joining the effort, as it was open only to humans and digitans. Fur was apparently too difficult to disguise. They'd had a row over it, and Aidan was still upset over what was said. He'd actually said to Rex, "It's not your job to protect me." It couldn't be unsaid, and the hurt he saw in Rex's entire being cut deeply. Rex's response for the sorrow cut deeper. "You're my human. Of course it's my job." Even so, Aidan had to press on. He had to help bring peace to this terrible conflict. He could only hope that looking after his mum and Granny would be enough protecting for Rex. The process had been incredibly painful, and even after recovering, the bone spikes jutting out of his freshly dyed skin itched, and worse, they itched beneath the bone spikes somehow. Aidan had heard that the Republic had done this to their soldiers already, so they could fight behind enemy lines. The willingness of the Republicans to shoulder the terrible burden of violence, so much so that they had men willing to suffer through the disguised procedure and infiltrate hostile territory, was enough to make a fellow weep. He heard some sneer at them as they undeveloped barbarians, but those people had never been off-world. To be fair, he'd only been out, rarely out, once, and that on a cruise ship run by star sailors. With how Republicans felt about them, it was actually safer than going to the Republic. He was glad, as he waited for the usually thoroughly disreputable fellows labored to smuggle him on the dangerous side of the Exarch Dominion border, that he merely expected to give up his life. Wars were hazardous things, more so to the unfortunate ones fighting them and obliged to kill other living beings. If he could only plant some seeds of liberty before ruling classes or their enforcers caught him, it would be worth the price. "You're still thinking about the shouting match?" Rain asked over the speakers. "Shouldn't you be a hardened travel case?" Aidan asked and returned. "Soon enough, but I was worried about you. I can't help but feeling guilty, or a little selfish for doing this. Like, who do I think I am? Some saint out of a Sunday school story. Nobody will call you a coward if you turn back for that reason. Except me," Aidan said. "Because even though it's hurting Rex, and Mum, and Granny, and Vay, I know I have to do my bit. You could join a construction crew going to rebuild in the clan worlds. That won't free the slaves. Same reason I'm going. What happens if you repair and free an AI you meet? I don't know. Maybe they're too tortured to be anything other than mad at worst and catatonic at best. But is that an excuse just to leave them? No. Same as with if I get turned in as soon as I open my mouth." There was a heavy silence in the passenger cabin, and Rain said, "We have family too, of a sort. We live fast and die young, so parents and grandparents are gone before we realize that we die. Then there's our code batchmates. When we lose sire and grandsire, it teaches us that we better make the time with our batchmates count. My whole batch is on missions like this. Our code line will end." "Why are you telling me this? You're the only son, and as I understand your organics, that means that the name Purefoy ends with you, most likely. Like us, you're going anyway. I wanted you to know I understand." Aidan didn't answer. He had a notion that the Digitan could understand what his weeping meant. Upon the forge world of Exnuva, Surf Instructor 123203412 had the disconcerting notion that he might be carrying a false name. Priestmaster Zarvon Shavuv had named his new serfs Swim Serfs, a most generous naming for the race, and they had been adjusting well, even to beginning to learn proper civilized language and not relying on implanted translators. The network such depended upon could be spotty, after all. However, they had been calling him not by title or serial number, but by the word for the 2 and 10 of their own barbarian language. They did not favor the other instructors, so he had a notion to warn trainee 24120034 that should the initiate high board realize that they had acted above their station, they would punish them harshly. He was flattered, however, that the swim serfs had such a desire to increase his worth, though it was beyond their station. More concerning were the whispers of the allotted socialization periods amongst the loungers before licensed intoxicant dealers, whispers of the initiate highborn vanishing without a trace, of supervisors being found in dark alleys with slit throats, of vital equipment suddenly fading for the first time in centuries. Some whispered that the vengeful goddess Republic was reaching out to crush the dominion of Agro. May the stars tremble at his step. Some said the Agro himself, may the stars tremble at his steps, was punishing the Exarch for their failures to conquer the Republic and her devoted. Surf Instructor 1232034112 didn't know what was true, but he did know that the whispers frightened him. He hoped that the gods did not strike down the swim serfs in their titanic battle. Such were the thoughts that occupied his mind as Surf Instructor 1232034112 trudged his way back to his assigned apartment. Though he had sufficient worth for breeding, it seemed that his acolyte lord had not selected him a breeding partner yet. Like as not, he did not have the worth to match any of the serf women available. He missed having someone to talk to of the evening, someone to hold. However, it meant that nobody was there to hold expectation for him. So when he saw a strange shadow flit around the corner ahead, he followed on a whim. Ahead, he heard the distinctive pitter-patter of the swim serfs' four-limbed run, as they had long bodies and dropped to all fours to move quickly over land. He had heard that on worlds with more water, they were showing their worth in swimming without the aid of equipment, where even the hardiest of the Exarch could not go. Surf Instructor 1232034112 tried not to think on why they did not use such advantages to escape. He had already witnessed examples of what the disobedience earned his charges. He lengthened his strides to keep up with the sound. Then the sound changed to that of soft padding of two-legged movement, and Surf Instructor 1232034112 slowed. He suddenly was struck with the thought that the swim serfs were also devoted to the vengeful goddess Republic, and she might have sent her own Nana, warrior Nana. He became afraid, but no less curious. Therefore, he crept closer to the sound of the swim serf walking. He was sure that the person was just around the corner, and there was naught there but an alcove for access to some maintenance space for the building. Not something a serf not yet trained would have business with. However, there were voices that his implant, which he required as an instructor, did not translate. The languages harsh, clipped and short-sounding. The voice not of a swim serf, who was soft-spoken and high-pitched, with smooth, low, but aggressive somehow. It sounded as if the wielder was on the edge of barely restrained violence. It made warriors sound soft. Surf Instructor 1232034112 edged away until he was sure that the swim serf, and what was undoubtedly a Nana from the vengeful goddess Republic, couldn't hear his footfalls, and fled back to his apartment. In an alcove leading to maintenance spaces beneath a residential block, Pip, one of the kidnapped civilians, looked up at Private George in wonder. "Ancestors, I knew the Republic wouldn't, realize and all, but this..." Private George had noticed someone running further down the street. This meeting had to be cut short. "Just answer the questions." "Our main instructor seems like a good dude. He's just enslaved, body and soul." Private George nodded and said, "We probably won't be meeting like this again. Take this. It has the dead drop signs I'm using. Memorize it, then burn it." "No RBCW?" the diminutive prisoner asked. "I learned it when I was a liaison." "People would figure out that it's an alphabet at least, and maybe start working on cracking a language. We're using these pictographs, since they'll blend in with the local graffiti. The info I drop will be in RBCW, so it's good that you can read it." "The planet is too hot. I hope your Navy gets here soon." "Me too. I have something to take care of. Wait 30 seconds and go the opposite way from me." Private George left Pip in the alcove and followed the slapping of sandals on the metallic walkway at a silent run. His quarry had no training in moving quietly, obviously. Private George had. He caught up to the instructor in charge of Pip and his friends. in charge of teaching them how to use and maintain Exarch mining equipment anyway. The orders and punishments came from fellows called Initiate Highborn or similar. The actual aristocrats wouldn't allow themselves to speak with the enslaved. That wasn't enough to shield the man from Private George. Other instructors had gleefully reported faults of the imprisoned civilians, and those prisoners were beaten, shocked, whipped, or forced to watch the same done to their pups. Sometimes they were made to watch their pups murdered. The aristocrats called this making an example. Private George waited for the man to catch his breath and enter the apartment. Very likely the instructor was feeling secure again. Private George had become familiar with these mid-level accommodations. These included stunningly luxurious private shower with a window for ventilation. A window Private George could utilize as a point of entry, and did. Really, there was a perforated pipe running across the top more than an actual shower. But apparently, the Exarch believed in reminding their slaves that they were still learning even when afforded privileges. It disgusted him. Private George saw the instructor was pacing in the shoebox of the apartment and muttering to himself. From what he could tell, the man was mulling over what a mere mortal might do when the gods do battle. Good. Private George watched and waited for his moment. He chose it so that when the instructor would turn for another crossing of his apartment, he would be nose-to-nose with the Private George. It had the desired effect. The instructor threw himself against the wall, too terrified to speak. That was no trouble for Private George. "You are the instructor to the prisoners captured in the Star Council."
I do not know what the stars are called, where the exhaust does step for his latest glory,
spilled from the man in a hushed whisper. "You have heard rumors of high-ranking lords and administrators disappearing. Those rumors are true. The Republic stretches out her hand to smite those thought mighty, those who sin against her.
Anana, a vengeful goddess Republic,
the instructor wailed, as he sank to his knee and elbow bone spikes.
Great one, I do my best to shelter the newly made serfs from the wrath of the Initiate Highborn. Forgive the failures of this lowly one.
Never assume that posture of self-abasement before me again. Are you a man or a beetle? Straighten your spine and show your worth." Private George spat in a fury at how broken the man before him was. Slowly, hesitantly, the man regained his feet. He still couldn't look Private George in the eye, but he asked,
"What do you require of me, O great warrior Nana?"
"Which of the Initiate Highborn and Priest Lords delight in murdering the friends of the Sons of the Republic?" Private George left that place with a list of dead men. Those men would find out soon enough that they were so. Drums of War, Chapter 25. The Third Fleet. Aboard the Trafalgar, Admiral Amelia the Saw Ross glared at her little brother, who didn't even have the good sense to join the Navy. General Adam the Hammer Ross just had to be the black sheep, the little twerp, as she thought of him despite his 60 years. Even adhered to his silly army tradition of refusing to call their ships ships. Absolutely insufferable. Even more insufferable, he was trying to muscle in on General Michelangelo's turf, namely extracting the Latreille prisoners. That was clearly a beachhead op and therefore an R&I responsibility. "I understand that you have men on the ground," General Ross was saying as he pointed to one of the torture and indoctrination facilities on one of the 16 worlds slated for invasion. "But we should have contingencies. A prison and a fortress can be exchanged one for another with little effort, and there's a chance that the escapees might fail in some locations." General Angelo gripped one of the chair legs with a foot, maybe as a means to restrain himself, maybe because the meeting was dragging on, and said, "The rescues will not fail unless you think the IDR somehow stopped being elite troopers." "Far from it," General Ross said, as he looked through the hologram at his colleague. "It's just a matter of chance. With so many rolls of the dice, we're bound to come up snake eyes at least once." General Angelo grunted. "I think if a rescue attempt fails, it'll more likely result in the enemy digging in at these prison facilities to deny us the rescue, and possibly use the Latreille as hostages." "And you expect to ride your dropships down into their fortified positions?" Admiral Ross scoffed.
"And you expect to ride your dropships down into their fortified positions?" Admiral Ross scoffed.
"We'll ride our void-capable transport vehicles to residential areas like this one here," General Ross said, as he zoomed in on the location. "And make your use of these conveniently flat rooftops. ADR reports say that they're full up of the laborer slaves, and are completely disarmed. We'll be able to establish an FOP for the rescue with little resistance, while the main force lands where R&I establishes our beachhead." Not terrible, Admiral Ross admitted, but that's assuming that the enemy doesn't fortify their approach. R and I can peel off a platoon or two for support. We can organize something with anti-material squads, General Angelo stated. As to your 10th FOB, I think it's a bad idea. I don't think the Exarch nobles would blink at shutting their slave residence, and that your FOB and EP wiped out in a big pile of rubble. Their weapons can't scratch. Their weapons can destroy their buildings, which you're proposing to build on top of, little brother. Very satisfyingly, the general bristled under the reminder of his relative age, but he looked at General Angelo and said, "Good point. Suggestions?" "Insert at the buildings like you originally planned, but extract at the beachhead FOB. R and I will have picked out a nice defensible location for you, and you'll be moving towards active friendlies." Admiral Ross zoomed in on an interstellar view and said, "Now let's talk about how we're getting your dirt pounders on the dirt. These 3 systems especially are important. The hyperspace sea has major currents running. You don't care, either of you. Okay. These 3 systems represent logistical node points. Taking them quickly will increase the speed of the invasion of the other worlds, and thus the rescue of the Latreille, as well as deny the enemy the most efficient path for transport. Total war is in effect, and intel says that not a single one of the prisoners are housed in any of the stations or orbital facilities in these systems. I'm cracking them. If the ADS says clear on the 5 worlds, I'm extracting them and glassing them." The words came out to her like orbital munitions from a battleship. "Glassing," General Angelo said with eyes closed and teeth bared. "I suppose it has to be done." "Can we take those worlds?" General Ross pleaded. "I can take and hold them, I swear. Can you do it in less than 3 days?" General Ross wore an expression that suggested that his sister had snapped him. "No, I cannot." "Then, if there are no hostages on those worlds, they burn, and may God have mercy on my soul." There was silence in the conference room until she broke it again. "T-minus 11 hours, gentlemen. We still have work to do." Lieutenant Mascio Costa prayed the rosary. He especially called on St. Brendan, the navigator, to guide him well once they dropped out of hyperspace. The navigator, mundane, not saintly, Lieutenant Commander Lenia Nguyen, gave him a sidelong glance. She disliked it when the helmsman was nervous, but Lieutenant Costa wasn't arrogant enough to think himself one of the untouchable heroes, like Luke Feathertouch Jackson. He'd more than happily accept the aid of the saints and angels to keep his ship alive. Still, he put on a dashing grin and said to her, "Just asking for a swift victory. I know we'll win." She narrowed her eyes at her and didn't deign to answer. And when he felt Captain Way's eyes boring a hole in the back of his skull, he remembered why. Instead, he said, "Dropping into real space in 30 seconds. "I said this already, but I'll say it again," the captain said to both her bridge crew and the entire ship. "This is a formation action. We don't know whether the enemy is going to be polite and not run hyperspace interdiction for an entire system. But enemies tend to be uncooperative like that. I realize that it looks like the only gravity shadows in hyperspace are from planets in the star, but enemies can be sneaky and tricksome. Therefore, we will be dropping into real space at the edge of the system. We're going to keep formation and make in-system jumps as the situation allows until the enemy naval elements are completely destroyed. Maintain friendly fire awareness, maintain munitions accountability, and let's not sail into our own shells like the Montezuma." "Aye, ma'am," the bridge crew, and probably the entire ship, replied. "We remember the Among the Star Tides we sing. If the enemy has forgotten her, let's teach them what happens when you touch our boats." "Bother we sing," Lieutenant Costa howled with the rest, his fangs bared and his hackles raised. But he added, "And for the honor guard." "Let's not forget them," Lieutenant Way agreed. "They were R&I, our ship rats, blood for blood, a C for every drop." "Aye, ma'am," the bridge roared. The ship lurched as it dropped into real space, and the speed of light was suddenly the speed limit again. Lieutenant Junior Grade Ingrid Jensen said, "They're not running any interdiction at all. What polite enemies." Lieutenant Commander Sofia Petrova looked over the data Lieutenant Jensen had sent her, while Lieutenant Commander Nguyen did the same. They sent each other preliminary calculations, made adjustments either for hyperspace exit points or planned firing vectors, and sent the orders to Lieutenant Costa. He loaded the in-system jump and prepared to brake hard to port and nose down. These crazy women were why he needed all the saints and angels. He punched it, and less than a second of hyperspace later, and he was executing the maneuver by wire. "Forward battery fire," Lieutenant Commander Petrova ordered, and the ship shook as 1, 3, 2, from a dozen turrets fired on a vessel very rudely firing plasma bolts into the battle screens of the Lepanto. And never mind that it didn't do any damage. The colors were distracting. In any case, the alleged battleship became so much orbital scrap about 3 seconds later. If the enemy knew what being rude rated for enemies, they'd quit being enemies right away. He made the Lepanto dance like a corvette. He made it twist and thread through debris and munitions by training, instinct, and what he believed to be divine intervention, all while Lieutenant Commander Petrova and Lieutenant Commander Nguyen fed him conflicting orders, and the data from Lieutenant Jensen fed alongside it. It wasn't strictly against regulations to start humming a tune as he sailed in seemingly defiance of physics, so nobody had corrected the habit. Soon enough, the words started coming out. There were 2 lofty ships from stellar England, they set sail. Blow high, blow low, and so sail we. It wasn't against regulation for the navigator to join in, so nobody had ever corrected her once she'd learned the words. Thus she joined in. One was the Prince of Luther, and the other the Prince of Wales, all a-cruising down the stars, a great Barbary. Lieutenant Costa deftly avoided a barrage from the Arizona, while simultaneously putting the aft Betty battery on vector to find firing solutions. That's when the rest of the bridge joined in. Aloft there, our buddy bosun cried, blow high, blow low, and so sail we. Look ahead, look stern, look spineward and alee, all a-cruising down the stars of a great Barbary. The song barely noticed Lieutenant Jensen's interruption of fighters. Lieutenant Costa put the aft main battery and all of the point defenses on port side towards the fighters, as well as put the Lepanto on vector to kill another of the enemy big ships as the song continued. But there's a lofty ship to spineward, and she is sailing fast and free, all a-cruising down the stars, a great Barbary. Hail her, oh hail her, our gallant captain cried, blow high, blow low, and so sail we. Are you a man of war or a privateer, cried he, all a-cruising down the stars of great Barbary. Status change, they're going to concentrate fire. Lieutenant Costa didn't think. His hands moved. He put the ship in a spin, port over starboard, to spread the fire over as much of the battle screens as possible, and pitch upward to put the 4 main and Betty batteries in good position to teach the Xenos why kinetic munitions were superior to directed energy weapons, all by training and instinct, all while the song rang through the deck. Oh, no, I'm not a man of war, not a privateer, cried he. Blow high, blow low, and so sail we. But I am a salt sea pirate, all a-looking for me, all a-cruising down the stars, a great Barbary. For broadside, a long time we lay, blow high, blow low, and so sail we. The gunners of the Lepanto put their munitions through one of the offending ships, and managed to take out a few of the smaller ones behind it. The Wales took out another, while the Waterloo demolished the last. Still, the song went on. Till at last Prince Luther shot the pirate engine away, all a-cruising down the stars of great Barbary. Oh quarter, those pirates did cry, blow high, blow low, and so sail we. But the quarter that we gave them was to sink him to the void, all a-cruising down the stars of great Barbary. On Coalition Defense Station, Ritterman Singh found something viscerally satisfying about making the figurative literal, which was why he was currently pounding his head against the wall in the office that he was obliged to occupy. Everyone knew what the committee was going to decide, but the other committee members pretended otherwise, especially when he suggested that they just do a simple thing. But no, the CIP Committee on Coalition Defense had just to pretend that they would, for the first time ever, form a unified fleet. This was obviously completely impossible. There wasn't a single representative who didn't think their planet or cluster ought to be the government in charge of said fleet, and provide all of the senior staff officers, while the rest of the coalition would provide the ship's captains, ship's officers, and enlisted men to do the actual fighting. Except himself, of course. He was the only rep who didn't put his own planet forward for leadership, and he had strong suspicion that over half the reps who did were only pretending to want their governments in charge. So he pounded his head against the wall, literally and figuratively, to bring his body and soul into alignment, or something. Maybe he was just frustrated beyond sanity and couldn't help himself any other way than to make the mental pain physical. This was very likely incredibly unhealthy of him, but all of the people who cared were fighting their own losing battles to hold on to his sanity. Someone who might care, Jayan, the representative from the Kaya conglomeration, entered to see him in the midst of playing out a decent rhythm with his forehead. "Please explain," the woman demanded curtly as she lashed her tail against the floor. "I am manifesting the reality of the negations physically. It is poetry." "You are banging your head against the wall." "Yes," the Herdman answered simply. "Please stop. Unlike you, I've gone around the problem. The true kingdom of Orange is willing to go along with your proposal. So is New Saskatchewan and Saskatchewan. And of course, me. This will get the ball to roll downhill. And if I propose that we simply fold our fleets into the republics as auxiliaries, you won't leave me out to dry." "I'll inform the others of what I have learned," she answered. "Which is?" "The Republic has invaded the dominion of Exarch. If we continue to dither, they will find victory, and we shall appear to have shirked our duties. Even Pacifier has sent out their response before us. Aid workers and construction crews, sure, but it is more than we manage while bickering over who is in charge." The Ritterman turned a suspicious eye to his counterpart and asked, "What's changed?" "I get my information from my government. Kia Corporation does not wish to be embarrassed by inaction." The Ritterman didn't know whether to be grateful or furious. "All that bickering, and how much of it is for show?" "Can you ask any cipher to admit the Republic is better at anything than expect agreement?" "It was inevitable, and you know it. We pretend, while we can, that it is otherwise." Upon the bridge of the Exarch battleship, Priestmaster Naram Hamarav could not believe his eyes. He had believed that he had faced a vengeful Goddess Republic's most fearsome battleships and survived. He had been wrong. Besides these 100 behemoths that he had thought were main battleships looked like what they are, escorts and rapid response ships. "Do not steal the ship," he ordered. "Keep the shielding at fullest of power at all times." "We obey, Priestmaster," an imitate highborn replied. Priestmaster Naram Hamarav stared at the readout of the battlefield. Their Republican behemoths moved like the dreaded flesh souls of Zari, yet they were far larger than their prey, unlike the fish he compared them to. He shuddered at the thought. He could see sweat beading on the back of his helmsman's neck, and his sensor operator looked pale. They knew that they were going to die. Well, if they were going to die, why not? "Initiates, by my power of the priesthood and majesty of the fleets, I do hereby raise you to acolyte lords, all of you." Then he triggered the ship-wide intercom and repeated himself before adding, "All serfs are hereby raised to initiate highborn. We struggle against the very war honor of the vengeful Goddess Republic, and such demands we show our worth. I have every confidence that you shall rise to meet the challenge. Do not look away." The ship lurched and its alloys groaned in protest as it suddenly altered course in a turn far tighter than was recommended. The helmsman did not relax when the maneuver was completed, however. He instead forced the ship to turn just as tightly in a corkscrew maneuver in the other direction. Then they were hit once, twice, thrice, and the shields were down. Then a false shot tore through the ship and called out its main reactor. They were disabled. If they could get to the bulkheads leading to the vacuum-exposed areas quickly, they might become The ship which had disabled his was firing again. He hoped that he and his crew had shown sufficient worth before Exur, such that their souls were not devoured. On the surface of Saxar, Juvenile 09321348 looked up at the pretty lights in the sky. The elders at the Raising Palace did say that the lights were the glorious warriors of the Exarch Dominion doing battle against the evil sons of the vengeful Goddess Republic. But Juvenile 90321348 just thought that they were pretty. She knew that she wasn't going to be a warrior or a concubine to those standing above the initiate highborn, so she didn't trouble herself with things that such people were troubled with. She would make the abodes of a priest master the prettiest place on the whole planet, and the priestess would pat her on the head and praise her labors for their beauty. She just knew it. The pretty lights started to look like shooting stars. One of the shooting stars was getting terribly bright. Juvenile 09321348 didn't know anything at all after it was too bright to see. Drums of War, Chapter 26, Ciphers. on the longshoremen. Bugsy weren't having any soft feelings or nothing, but them cute little water sausages getting stole wasn't kosher. Not a bit. His crew and he were just going along, minding their totally legitimate business, and didn't involve smuggling any caffeinated products into the Star Council whatsoever. When these axe-head dominatrix, or whatever they was called, came screaming into the system around Takatu, guns blazing. Each totally legitimate ship had the strongest, completely legal, and not at all Republican shields. So the longshoremen was fine. The water sausages weren't. Well, he were just one ship with just one crew, so it couldn't do much more than skedaddle. Then the Republic came smashing in, and Bugsy totally didn't order that the stealth systems, which weren't there, to be turned on, so that he and the boys could sell the footage of the Holly planet, or nothing. That footage was recorded by total accident, and he, Bugsy Malone, would never knowingly violate the general retreat from Republican contested space treaty. All complete chance. Well, it turned out that the axe-backed dumb onion, or whatever they was called, didn't like their ships getting stomped on. Who knew? Well, not them, since, like the Republic likes to say, and never shuts the hell up about, the enemy only exists to be destroyed, and if they knew, they'd stop being the enemy. Whatever was whatever, and they figured out that they was getting stomped, so they buggered off real quick like. And while Slick made a real good argument for getting some footage of the action dirt side, Fingers made a better one for the loot them Xenos had sailed off with. Which was why the longshoreman was sitting in the middle of nowhere, which just so happened to be not inside any recognized borders, so the hyperspace trap that he was running weren't technically illegal, say. So while they was waiting for their technically legal loot to just waltz into their traps, they were getting bored. And flicked his ears, what were left of him, as he looked over to the hyperspace trap readout again and complained, "Hey, Knuckles, why do you figure the Axel Dawkins are so slow? How should I ken you, Potfer?" "What's a Potfer?" Callahan asked pointedly. "It means," Slick said smoothly, "that you like men." "Oh, well, so what? And that you always do the catching," the birdie man grunted with a malicious gleam in his eyes. "Hey, you take that back, or what? No floor pay on the bridge," Fingers reminded the couple. "Yeah, ain't no fun," Knuckles complained. "They're so slow," Slick began. "For the same reason everyone else was so slow before we met them. They haven't a challenge in eons." "What the fuck does that have to do with being slow?" Knuckles asked, as he gave the ammunition counts a paranoid glance. "If their ships have always been fast compared to their enemies, why should they endeavor to improve?" "He's got a point, lad." Snake spoke up. "Let's not fuck this up, boys. No horny on the job." "Fuck you, Donovan," Callahan said, as he adjusted the trap. "If there were a girl here as pretty as Knuckles is, you'd be horny too." "You're all my guys," Bugsy finally broke in. "But if yous don't shut up, I'll shut yous up." He wasn't normally so harsh, so they shut up. It could only mean one thing. Bugsy's gut was telling him something. It were telling him that the loot was going to be incredible. "Incoming," Callahan said. "It's hard to tell, but it's looking like they don't notice us. I think I can get that fat one out all by its lonesome." "Do it," Bugsy said greedily. A fat Axis Domino, or whatever they were called, fell out of hyperspace, just like it were on auxiliary power. "I don't believe it," Callahan whispered. "It's an Orc's power. We can just waltz right in." One docking and cutting in layer, and they was moving down the blood-red-skinned weirdos with their actually legal purchased and completely unmodified Tommy Patton shipboard guns. Nobody wanted to risk accidentally voiding a ship that they were legally appropriating from the criminal element. Or in this case, a declared enemy of all Terrans everywhere. The poor bastards weren't ready for a fight, and were apparently somewhat distracted with trying to get their main reactor back online. But Bugsy and his crew didn't care about that much. "Oi, I'd expect more folk to be on a warship," Knuckles opined, once they'd gone to the bridge and, neutralized the fancy-looking folk there. Fingers offered. "I think this is a transport ship, not for soldiers, for loot." Well, that just makes me an even better genius, Callahan crowed, as he snapped the auto-translator into what was probably an access port. Boss, come look at this. Shite, Bugsy spat. I weren't trying to be no fucking hero. The ship's manifest included over 1,000 new-made serfs, untrained. On the planet San Francisco 14, it'll work this time, we swear. Hey, do you have... Masho Parker managed to get out before the door closed in his face. Undeterred, he went on to the next house in the barrio. There he got as far as, hi, do you have a minute, before the door was closed in his face. Then he went to the next 7 houses, where the doors were shut just as soon as the residents got a clear look at him. He persevered, though, and sometimes he even got enough time to say, hi, do you have a minute, before the door was closed in his face. Then he amazingly said, hi, do you have a minute to talk about the war? Dois mio, an age-bent, silver-furred woman murmured, what does a little boy like you need with the war? Masho replied in Old Mexican and tried not to bristle. I'm 19, senora, and I'm trying to raise money to go and help rebuild on one of the clan's worlds. Very satisfyingly, the old woman was surprised at the mastery of her language, and she said, it's much too hot out to talk on the porch. Come in for some lemonade. Thank you. Masho followed her into the parlor, cluttered with dozens of picture frames, holoframes, and slideshow frames, all of which depicted ruddy tan-skinned humans and the same doggo girl, then the woman she grew into. In some of the pictures, there was a doggo man and pups, but always the same humans. He nodded politely to the nearest frames and said, your humans look very happy. The old woman's tail wagged arthritically, and she said, once your ancestors always outlived mine. Now it seems like it's a turn and turn about. I wouldn't know, he admitted. Nobody ever chose my family. That only means that there were little human boys who needed protecting more. Macho nodded. What was it about the war? The woman asked as she poured 2 glasses of lemonade. If you want to help, why not join the San Francisco 14 fleet? Macho accepted the lemonade gratefully as he answered. 2 reasons. My abuelo taught me to build with these hands, not to wreck with them, and I don't think I have it in me to hurt anybody. Not really. Might I ask your name, son? Masho. Masho Parker. Nice to meet you, Masho. My name is Rosa Espinoza. You can call me Abuelo Rosa. Likewise, Abella Rosa, Masho answered without missing a beat. But now I have to ask for help. My family can't afford the exit permit, and my father is too proud to ask my abuelo for help. Your abuelo is your mother's father? Yes. It must be difficult for you, Masho. Life is difficult for everyone in different ways. That's no reason to just give up. I've decided that we will help you. We, me, and all the other old ladies at the church, Rosa said with a sly grin. You remind me of Ernesto. She pointed to one of the frames, that one with the hollow depicting a smiling man surrounded by grinning daughters, with Rosa bouncing a baby that looked remarkably like him on her knee. Masho smiled back. So, should I start mowing your lawn or painting your fence? Tomorrow. It's too hot today. In the officer's mess of the Bellerophon, able voidsman Arthur Davies was distinctly out of place. He had had a good wash, and his mess kit was pressed and starched, but he somehow felt like he'd get grease on the fine china teacups. Hastings, Lieutenant Edward Hastings, had invited him to tea in the officer's mess to build on their esprit de corps of the gunnery crew. But able voidsman Davies was of a mind that beers about the battery did better. From the stiff movements of Bennett, Sinclair, and Foster, they agreed. Rank wasn't such a sticking point in an enlisted country, but here in the uppity-ups and muckety-mucks, able voidsman Davies was obliged to recall that it was Chief Gunner's mate Amelia Bennett, leading voidsman Charlotte Sinclair, and voidsman Elizabeth Foster. Petty Officer Robert Wallace didn't look any more pleased to be treated to officer's tea. The man normally didn't stand on ceremony, and preferred to be called Petty Rob for the sake of brevity. Lieutenant Hastings looked pleased as punch, or at least as pleased as punch as a block of wood can look, anyhow. Gunner's mate Victoria Scott looked how she always looked, mildly perturbed by the universe in general, and Midshipman Henry Thompson looked like an eager boy still wet behind the ears from the last time his mum bathed him. They, at the very least, didn't look out of place. This was, of course, their mess, after all. Ladies and gentlemen, Lieutenant Hastings said grimly, we go to battle, not against pirates and criminals, as we are accustomed, but against an empire. Yes, Gunner's mate Scott said, We are aware, sir. I wish to have you here, in the seating, where you might raise your concerns. I'm concerned that there's no beer at the table, Petty Rob grumbled into his tea. It is good to discuss such things soberly, the lieutenant chided mildly. Shall we truly obey a Republican officer? Midshipman Thomas asked. Able Voiceman Davies wasn't surprised that the notion troubled the boy. It took a few times out for the old CIP chip to fall off the shoulder. No, Captain Shell, the gunner's mate Scott explained. We're being folded into battle group as auxiliaries. It's not the first time an Elizabethan ship took orders from a Republican officer. It'll not be the last. But why? Are our own officers not talented and dedicated commanders? Listen, kid, Able Voiceman Davies began. I'm not a kid. Listen, pup, Able Voiceman Davies began more forcibly. The Republic is always fighting somebody. Minor Xenos who think that getting off their rocks gives them the right to conquer whoever they meet. Pirates, criminal syndicates, cults, the odd unaffiliated Terran nation that goes nuts and thinks they can peel off a few planets. We're good, they're better. The boy looked sullen. The officers looked sullen. Petty Rob sighed and said, That's about the way of things. But you aren't meant to say that aloud. It's rather unfortunate that your first joint operation is with the Republic, sir. And why is that, Petty Officer? Because they'll spoil you. So, Chief Bennett sighed, how about we adjourn to our battery, and with some beers instead? I should like to hear the story about when you were stranded on the asteroid again. Lieutenant Hastings looked as crestfallen as a block of wood can as he admitted, I thought that you enjoyed tea in the setting more. Very well, but I should tell a story that you haven't heard yet. The Drums of War, Chapter 27. What They Bought. Aboard the Speaking Softly. Ambassador Sophie Laurent had a rare moment of real, actual privacy. And what should she do with it? Mostly think on what to do with this rare opportunity until it is thusly squandered. And she found herself startled by a knock on her quarters door. She briefly considered faking her own death to regain the lost treasure, but a sense of duty got the better of her. Enter, she said. Her colleague, Ambassador Mikhail Volkov, strode triumphantly into the room and proclaimed, in third reformed Russian, she thought, The diplomatic committee has finally authorized me to offer material support for the Xeno nations. Well, she spoke second reformed Russian, so she replied using that language instead of commercial English. Do you know that it's quite irritating for one's implant to translate a language that is close to something one understands? He very satisfyingly winced and put a hand up to his left ear. Politely, he apologized in commercial English, heavily accented though it was. Apologies. I was excited to share the news. We're invading the Exarch Dominion already. You aren't afraid that it's too little too late? The coalition is always slow, but the planners can be speedy. The Elizabethan Navy has already been folded into the Third Fleet for the rest of that invasion, I heard. Some of the planets in your coalition are more sensible than the others, especially when it comes to comparing themselves to the Republic. You really should consider allowing your members to establish interplanetary governments. That proposal is still in committee. It might have been mean, but Ambassador Laurent couldn't help herself from laughing. Her friend shot her a long-suffering look, and she stifled her mirth and told him, Please forgive me. I couldn't help it. It's just that I thought that committee was started when the report was still alive. Ambassador Volkov deflated as he admitted. It was. Every time a representative dies, all of the negotiations start over from the beginning. Some planets are proposing sending 18-year-olds so that they can at least be alive when the decision is close next. There shall be no interplanetary regulations or law except by complete consensus, by duly appointed or elected representatives convened for the exclusive purpose, Ambassador Laurent quoted with a sympathetic smile. But some of our planets are powerhouses of production for war materials and foodstuffs, Ambassador Volkov said. And the committee first agreed that negotiating such deals was diplomacy, and then decided that I was the man to do it. The fact that I'm on your speaking softly helps. It probably does. The Republic isn't likely to offer any support that isn't just going to there and defending their planets. Our war materials production capacities are tied up at the moment. Indeed, our businessmen and yours will work out the transportation deals. Try the Star Sailors, their non-combatants probably want a way to contribute. That'll keep your less reputable ships from having to access Republican space and be subject to outstanding warrants. Ambassador Volkov gave Ambassador Laurent a transparently innocent look and said, Sophia, the Wartime Committee would never utilize known smugglers. Ambassador Laurent laughed politely and replied, "Of course not. They're all completely legitimate businessmen who never ever knowingly violate any treaties or laws. Their expertise at stealth was gained by complete chance, I'm sure. They're just so very lucky. I expect you're going to want to tell our other friends the good news too, but I have a meeting with Representative Bambi. Still can't believe that movie is popular out here. It's a good story," Ambassador Laurent insisted. "It's talking animals from Terra. What context do these people have for that?" "People are people, wherever you go," she rejoined. "I still find it odd," says the Tolkien nerd. Ambassador Volkov scoffed as he helped his friend to her feet. "Tolkien is applicable to anybody. Bambi is a talking deer." "Nerd," she scoffed in return. "But duty calls, you and me. Time to go tell the Centaur people that the time googly-eyed friends bought them is running short. The Star Council is reinforcing them spineward. The kingdom might survive if we can get the UFP to commit some forces. These people haven't seen a real war in over a millennium. They're going to die like frogs in a blender. Like I said, the CIP will get them better weapons and ships," Ambassador Volkov said, consolingly as he opened the door for her. "That doesn't make them martial people," she sighed in return. "And they're damned medi-worlders, not a single heavy-world race in their whole little democracy." They went their separate ways, and both of them had the terrible bargain on their minds: blood for time. Aboard an Exarch Dominion escort cruiser, Acolyte Lord Zemri Lim had been lounging upon his command throne, contemplating whether the new swerves could truly be as succulent as his cousin had described. He had never found cause to listen to the man much, as he was the sort who found fault for the pleasure of causing pain, rather than taking pleasure in performing proper discipline, as was correct. However, the man had given Acolyte Lord Zimri Lim good advice in regard to food before. It wouldn't be so terrible to sacrifice one pup, just to gain Exer's favor, of course, and then roast the flesh afterward, would it? The swim serfs had large litters with many pups. Surely one wouldn't be missed. The favor of Exer should be sought in any case, as the sons of the vengeful goddess Republic did repeatedly trounce the glorious forces of the Exarch Dominion, something the Acolyte Lord Zimri Lim didn't think possible until he had seen a small fleet of 5 battleships smashed by 2 ships of the same size, which used what had been thought to be inferior kinetic weapons rather than plasma or laser weapons. He did not think so any longer. He was grateful to have escaped with the extraction fleet, and not worried overmuch about his cousin. He hadn't liked the man, anyway. He was just about to order a pup selected for sacrifice when the impossible happened. His ship was pulled from hyperspace. He didn't waste time complaining about the enemy daring to use something impossible. Instead, he ordered the shields up and the bridge crew to secure themselves in crash webbing. He followed his own directions and was about to order that line of communication be opened with his commander's ship when the main screen suddenly displayed the dreaded 2-star banner. "No!" he screamed. "Take evasive action! Charge the plasma batteries!" The initiate highborn scrambled to obey, and they were all shamefully pinkish, not one of them displaying the proper scarlet, or even flushed darkly with battle fury. Acolyte Lord Zimri Lim didn't care whether he was covering his own terror. He instead read the data fed to him from his officers and from his commander. The orders came through. He gulped. "Fire on the behemoth!" he ordered, and watched on the readout while the other escorts and the battleship did the same, while swerving desperately to avoid ferrous metal moving very near the speed of causality. The lucky ships managed to angle themselves such that the shells bounced off their shields that had proven impenetrable to the pitiful weapons of lesser races. These Terrans could not be conceived of as lesser races, and neither could the Stalers of the Stars. Then an unauthorized communication came over the speakers, in the language of the Exarch no less. "We were content to sing amongst the star tides, sing of joy and peace and wonder at the beauty we found. Yet you murdered the among the star tides we sing. You have murdered her crew. You have murdered our kin. You have murdered her honor guard. And you have murdered our adopted. Now we rage in these tides. We rage and will be sated only when we have taken from you a sea for every drop you have spilled. Tremble, ye murderous servants of the bloodthirsty god, and sup from the board that you have made. For the among the star tides we rage sends to you a vengeful vanguard now. Should we find a single of the prisoners bruised, ye shall surely regret it. Prepare for boarders, Acolyte Lord Zimri-Lim screamed. Bring to me my armor and sword. The pilot cried out as she was forced to choose which hit the ship would take. She chose well, as the bridge was not destroyed, yet the shields were shattered and one of the main thrusters mangled. Then the most terrifying sound possible was heard. The sound was familiar to them, only because it had been recorded by nearby ships when their fate had befallen a battleship. May the Nana aid us, a warrior moaned. None reprimanded him. It was the sound of boarding torpedoes, an insane invention of the sons of the vengeful goddess Republic, a weapon that no acolyte lord could countenance spending warriors on. The fact that the torpedoes never seemed to miss, nor be hit by point defense, was a testament to the fury of their goddess, surely. Warriors, we show our worth, Acolyte Lord Zimri-Lim said, as the attendant scurried into the bridge with his armor and sword. Let our batteries fall silent, and set our course away from the battle. Let the battle within this hull must be attended by all. Acolyte Lord Zimri-Lim watched as what surely must have been four war nana of the vengeful goddess Republic pushed an entire warband back in the corridor leading to the main reactor room. Warrior after warrior fell to their fearsome weapons, and the armor, so effective against directed energy weapons, was little impediment to their munitions. Then, in desperation, the warrior lead ordered to draw sword and close. What came next was a scene of horror. One of them met the charge by dropping to all fours and charging himself, and then leapt upon the warrior lead and used serrated blades mounted upon his helm, as if they were jaws of some hunting creature, to tear free his arm before reaching out with a hand to crush the knee of a nearby warrior. Another of them dropped his weapons and extended short blades from his fingers and plunged them into the throats of two warriors when they got close enough. Their swords glanced off the void-black armor of the dreadful war nana. Another simply leapt upon the shoulders of the warrior who got too close and grasped them with his feet while he smote the warrior's helmet and skull asunder. The final one, the one which Acolyte Lord Zimri-Lim thought was one of the ones called a human, simply pressed a button on his weapon, and the blade jutted out from the barrel, which he used to devastating effect as a spear upon the warriors who got too close to him. Acolyte Lord Zimri-Lim regretted not demanding that his warriors be equipped with anti-tank weapons in the short time that he had to regret it. Aboard the Tiger Lily, Captain Roberts found himself bemused. Really, the prisoner, one Narix Quinn, didn't have any reason that pressed on his duties to see him. He simply wished to speak to the captain. They'd been on their way to see if they could use the Emperor Augustus Renatus solution on the Oxarch. A bloody few days followed by mass surrender would be preferable to digging every last priest whatever out of whatever holes they commanded from. The psychological warfare nerds back in the command had come up with some propaganda to encourage things, and the lost boys in the second star would have the dubious honor of testing it out. So, being bemused by the curiosity of a captured officer was a welcome distraction. The man was pacing in his cell so stridently that Captain Roberts was starting to get tired of just looking at him, but it did bring a concern to his mind. Are my crew not getting you enough exercise? Narix Quinn gave the captain a puzzled look as he answered, I believe it is sufficient. I become tired before they demand that I return to the cell in any case. I have also found that your exercise equipment intuitive and effective, if somewhat unaccommodating to my joint horns in some cases. Good. I asked because you requested to speak with me, and you have been pacing like you need to go for a run. My mind is running, Narix Quinn answered, running after the right question. I shall start with this. Why do none of your crew who speak to me about spiritual matters venerate the vengeful goddess Republic? Captain Roberts' eyes might have fallen out of his head, or his jaw might have hit the floor, if the limits of anatomy didn't prevent such expressions. The Republic of Terra and her aligned planets is not a goddess, he explained slowly. Yet you speak of her like one. We humans, and probably the uplifts too, are odd creatures. The Republic is, in material terms, just an agreement upheld by the lot of us. In more immaterial terms, She is the lady we serve to the benefit of our fellow man. A set of principles, a way of doing things, that gets what we think is good results and makes those we serve the safety and freedom we wish to gift them.
I do not understand. If the Republic is not a person, then who are the people you serve?
I serve at the pleasure of the Commander-in-Chief and the armed forces, duly elected by the citizens of the Republic to the benefit of the civilians of the same.
Then you serve these civilians?
Yes.
And they command you?
No.
If you serve, how can they not command?
The service I render is their protection, Captain Roberts explained patiently. Most lately from you and others like you.
What is elected?
Eric Squint asked suddenly. Those who wish to hold a particular office propose how they would discharge their duties at that office, and then the citizens put down their names of each candidate they think would be the best for the office. Whoever gets more than half the names put down first is elected for that office.
And your Commander-in-Chief is selected this way?
Eric Squint asked, with eyes wide as saucers. Yes.
And the citizens, they are nobly born of?
No. Service guarantees citizenship.
So you selected your own Commander-in-Chief?
No, of course not. I would be tempted to vote selfishly. And so would any other serviceman, Captain Roberts said. It doesn't matter whether I think I could resist that temptation. It is better that I am not tempted at all during the course of my service. Once my service is concluded, then I become a citizen, and so does every other serviceman. Captain Roberts was obliged to call a corpsman on account of the prisoner fainting from shock. Drums of War, Chapter 28, Frontlines. In what was probably once a foundry. The first shot trundled along, unconcerned with the small arms fire smashing off its battle screens. Private First Class Michael Nguyen was likewise unconcerned, as the enemy crunchies didn't carry anything that could trouble them. He did keep a close eye on the placement and firing lines of friendly tanks. On the other hand, as friendly fire was a much more worrisome threat. It seemed that once the Aspendel Bunyan, or whatever they were called, had fallen into the trap of thinking that having no ammo limit was superior to the transfer of kinetic energy, and had gone to direct energy weapons exclusively, they just had never had to fight anybody with decent battle screens before. In any case, Private Nguyen could relax, just a little, as his responsibilities in this push were mainly to help maintain position, and spotting was a lot less crucial. Sergeant Zygmunt was picked targets by eye, but when Private Nguyen noticed signs of what might be a vehicle, he always made sure to send it to the tank commander's HUD. Even so, the crew compartment was hot, stuffy, cramped and smelly. He envied the humans on the team with their duller sense of smell. Enemy infantry spotted 3 o'clock, 2.6 clicks, Sergeant Zygmunt called out. Target acquired, Specialist Rodriguez said. Cluster frag suggested. Cluster frag authorized, Sergeant Zygmunt rattled off. Cluster frag loaded, Private David confirmed. Shot out, Specialist Rodriguez chanted. Our crunchies just called in for artillery. They want us to fire for effect on that enemy formation. Specialist Collins purred. They say hit effective. You see a problem, Green Kitten? No, sir. Just trying not to visualize what the readouts mean. The enemy only exists to be destroyed, Private. I know, sir. I just wish they'd quit being the enemy. You're to see MH on the next rotation, the sergeant said simply. I can regulate, sir. That was an order, Private. I'll write it down if you insist. Yes, sir, I'll see MH on the next rotation. Private Nguyen sighed before something caught his eye. Sir, enemy armor 5 clicks out. Target acquired. Specialist Rodriguez began again. Private Nguyen tuned them out and focused on his screens. Private Patel offered a sympathetic pat on his shoulder and said, It's just maintenance, like changing our screen projectors out. The shrinks have more important patients to help, he muttered darkly. But instead of brooding further, something more caught his eye. Sir, anti-orbital artillery placement here, requesting triangulation now. Do it. He had seconds, and somehow each one that crept by as he waited for the sensor pings from the 2 nearest tanks, as if they knew they had to count for as much as possible. He began a preliminary calculation for a firing arc, and once he got additional sensor data from his counterparts, he checked his math, found it optimal, and sent it to Specialist Rodriguez. Target acquired, suggest HEAP. Specialist Rodriguez bellowed as Private Nguyen watched as one of the great plasma batteries slowly angled down to target across the ground. Evasive action! The tank quite suddenly altered course as Corporal Johnson slammed the tank into high gear and opened the throttle. Well, that wasn't how it worked exactly, but that's how Private Nguyen thought of it. I'm jamming their sensors, but they must have a spotter, Specialist Collins yelled. HEAP loaded. Fire! Shut out. Hit. Target damage. Triangulation again. This time, Private Nguyen started by plotting a course for Corporal Johnson and choosing a firing position along that course to begin his calculations from. The great plasma guns took aim and fired. Hot plasma streaked across the ground, scoring deep furrows of scorched turf and molten minerals behind, and missed the first shot. 3 other tanks were hit. One of them took the hit in the side and became so much slag, while the other 2 took hits on their more armored fronts and kept moving. Private Nguyen got a sensor data, checked his calculations, made some minor corrections, and sent them along. Target acquired. Fire when ready. HEAP loaded. Shut out. Private Nguyen watched with bated breath. Specialist Collins fired exactly on the mark that he provided, and the angle was good. The arc followed the predicted path and hit. Triumphantly, he called out, Target hit! Target destroyed! Good work, men, Sergeant Zygmunt breathed. Good eye, Green Kitten. On the surface of the Saiqua, Specialist Li Wei was starting to feel like training wheels on a tricycle. What was the point of him in the enemy's weapons couldn't even breach the battle screens of their armor, and hasn't even touched anyone's armor plating so far that he's seen. To be a rifleman with the red crosses on his shoulders, apparently. Just as well, there were a lot of enemies on this planet. It had been one of theirs after all. He was starting to really believe that what the vets said. The enemy only exists to be destroyed, and if they knew that, they'd quit being the enemy. He was staring to earnestly wish for the second part. He'd been attached to the all-veteran squad, not a single private among them, all private first class or above, and specialized to be mobile infantry in support of CAV. Not a bad attachment for a medic's first tour, not at all, except for a few minor irritations. Grainy Doc said one of those minor irritations, who Specialist Vey had once only mistakenly called by name Private First Class Kwame Osei. He had been mercilessly laughed at and mocked for boot formality, and now knew better, and called the man Sawyer. Sawyer was making a minor irritation again. Eat something. I'm not hungry, Specialist Vey said, hoping to return to the contemplation of his military career. You haven't eaten in over 6 hours, Sawyer said. I hold you down and make you eat it if I have to. Corporal Maria Trigger Silver thumped his head with a gauntlet and said sternly, Listen to Sawyer, Greenie. I outrank him, Specialist Way grumbled, as he nonetheless opened his faceplate and took in the arid air of the strange world. You're about a cuntier better than a boot, Private First Class Dmitri Tank Volkov shot, and Specialist Way could feel the man's raised hackles. I'm going, he grumbled as he made his way towards the hastily erected cook station, consisting of some MRE crates and some water jugs, a big pot, and a campfire made from the shards of some wooden furniture that likely belonged to a slave driver. Thank fuck we weren't issued crayons. Even so, you're not eating out of a bag, the Specialist Anna Petrova. I worked a little magic and made paprikash. Eat up, Greedy Doc. Thanks, Babushka, Specialist Vey murmured as she dished some of the impossible stew out for him. Any idea when we can armor off? Specialist Petrova stirred her brow and said, Probably in another 3 hours. You'll probably want to use the latrine if you can. Nobody likes using the in-armor systems. Any word on the objective? Turns out the RNI intel was good. Underground slave pens, dug-in fortifications, anti-armor emplacements. We might actually be at risk in the next push, so keep your medkit handy. Hostages? Private First Class Nguyen Pockets Tran handed Specialist Vey a spoon from somewhere and told him, From the chatter I'm listening to, they haven't thought of that yet. They're all warriors today. We show our word to Axo. May the stars blah 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 and shit. Private Muhammad Rahman muttered darkly as he performed maintenance on his sidearm. Can't count on that hair, Corporal Gabriela Costa reminded everyone. It was little wonder that she got called Sarge. Has anyone heard what the condition of the water noodles is like from the other liberated camps? Private First Class Rajesh Patel asked, as he nonchalantly tinkered with a dead pack and as he ambled over for some stew. "Hey, Nitro, you not do that next to an open flame?" called Private Osai. "It's fine. It won't go off without a priming charge." "R and I got most of the other camps before we landed," Corporal Javier Napoleon Morales said, with his customary thick Franco accent. "We can expect them to be bruised, underweight, and overheated in the best case, but some have been beaten, electrocuted, chemically tortured, or had limbs amputated and replaced with substandard cybernetics. I spoke with naval infantrymen at the beachhead, and he said that it was a part of breaking them to slavery." "Slaves beating slaves," Specialist Vey muttered and tried not to heap up his actually quite tasty stew. "If they're shooting at you, they're the enemy," Corporal Costa said harshly. "The enemy only exists to be destroyed," Specialist Vey agreed morosely. "If they knew, they could be the enemy," Specialist Petrova said comfortingly. Specialist Vey started to think that having no injuries to patch up wasn't such a bad thing after all. In a densely populated area of Ex Nuva, Private George looked through his scope and made a minuscule adjustment. He exhaled and squeezed the trigger. 2.5 miles away, a frothingly enraged priestmaster lost his head more literally. It felt good to kill the slavers. He had to kill slaves too, but that was something that he could bear, because it had to be borne by somebody, and he was one there, the one who had volunteered. The drop pods had hit, and he was in Overwatch. Well, he was meant to be. But the dropped companies had their own ASDSS. He was free to range out a little and find some targets who needed eliminating. Besides, they were busy establishing beachheads for the army or rescuing civvies where possible. Turns out the prisoners in the AOE were in an area too well fortified. He was busy dismantling the enemy chain of command for the area, so the army would have an easy time stomping over the slave army. Hell, some of the poor bastards might have even been surrendered. None had so far, though. But on the other hand, the army was busy riding their dropships by another name down the nice entry corridors Private George's R&I brothers had established for them. This was an enemy planet right through to the mantle, though, so Private George didn't begrudge the army digging them out. The R&I was for shock operations and relied on mobility and hard hitting at vulnerable points. The army was an overwhelming force. Just so, he was making use of his scout pattern R&I power armor to be very, very mobile, and had dispensed with stealth. Well, not entirely. He hadn't set his armor to midnight black with the burning sanguine eyes of standard combat, but instead had it set to adaptive camo. It matched color with his surroundings in shifting splotches to break up his silhouette and make him more difficult to spot. Not that spotting him would do the warriors much good unless they brought out their tanks, artillery, or anti-tank weaponry. Even then, they'd have to catch him sitting still long enough to retarget. He never did. He smiled as another initiate highborn supported a new hole through his torso the width of a grapefruit. It felt good to kill the slavers. "Private George," came a voice over his comm. "You are out of position. Ranging out to disrupt enemy command. ETA on the army dropship. 5 minutes. You have 2 squads from Eagle Company converging on the LZ for added support. You are to provide overwatch and on-site intel." "Aye, sir," Private George said as he took another shot. The dead warrior lead was a weight on his shoulders. He maglocked his anti-personnel rifle to his back and loped back to a good vantage position near the LZ to provide overwatch of the landing. "In position, I see the boats." "Don't call them that," the voice chided. "The army is very touchy about their ships not being ships." Private George snickered quietly with the voice over the comms. The support squads might have actually had to work to secure the perimeter, except the LZ was on top of surf housing, and Private George had thrown the enemy command structure into chaos. The army boys lumbered out of the dropships in their hulking army main infantry patterns, and Private George groaned. It seemed to him that the R&I squads agreed with him, as they groaned as well. "The fuck are you doing in slow suits?" one of the R&I squad sergeants demanded. "The fuck are you doing in fucking tin cans?" the army lieutenant responded. "And that is, the fuck are you doing in slow suits, sir?" "Aye, sir," the squad sergeant said stiffly. "Private George, get down here and give the army boys the DL." "Aye, Sergeant," Private George said, as he gave the area a final scan. No threats found. Then he leaped down, ran across the roof of the army dropship, and dropped to the roof where the army platoon was gathering. He gave them a closer look and said, Good, you brought some combat engineers and heavies. Wow, no complaints about going too slow? The Army Lieutenant asked sarcastically. Sir, I have a job to do, Private George said flatly. By all means. First, the people housed in this complex pose no threat. Send some combat engineers to seal up the building access points to keep the slaves inside out of the crossfire. They're labor slaves, and not allowed to so much as ball up a fist, so they won't pose any threat and will only get in your way if you don't keep them locked down. The approach will be lightly defended for about 5 miles, so if you can get up to a nice 30 miles per hour, the RNI can clear the way for you, and you can focus on moving forward. There might be a warrior here and there who can take a pot shot at you, but they won't have anything that can go through your battle screens. When we get up to the facility, that's when we'll need your heavy equipment. I suspect a slave instructor gathered the Latreille up to keep them out of the crossfire. They call him 12 in Wote Reformist. Here, he demonstrated the word. He has been as helpful an asset in my operations, and I would prefer if he did not die in the crossfire. The main facility is located in the converted upper level of the depleted mine. You might have trouble operating in tight spaces once in the facility. The prisoners will be considered a hazard by friendly fire. So load your munitions accordingly and be sparing with frag and fire. That's, detailed, the army sergeant said. I've been here for almost a month. You should have the maps already, but I have a local copy if you didn't pay attention at your briefing, Private George said. 6 soldiers raised their hands, and Private George took a second to send it over, and one to the LT, as it was likely more detailed than the one the army had issued. Thank you, Private. Let's move out, the lieutenant said. Aye, sir. But one more thing. You see bones jutting out from their chins? That means their local equivalent to a medieval lord. Kill them on sight, or you'll have to find out what they did and convene a tribunal. Or maybe you get to live with making someone else do the work. Let's try to go fast as possible. They tend to start murdering slaves when they don't get their way. They think it'll get their god to intervene. Christ, that's a cold one, Private George heard another soldier mutter. He suspected that he'd meant it for the private to remark to his fire team, but had forgotten to change comms channels. Private George didn't care what anyone thought. He had a job to do. In a heavily converted fortress, Warrior 05438345 did as Warrior Lead 05423546 had bidden and beseeched the Nana to succor them in this time of strife. The sanguine-eyed sons of the vengeful goddess would soon be upon them, and he and his warband manned a heavy anti-tank laser array. He had heard from those few who had escaped the vengeance of the void black hulks and their burning eyes that their array had no hope of fulfilling its designation, but who would instead be better served as an anti-infantry weapons. For the powered armor, the terrible sons of the vengeful goddess Republic carried her furious blessing, and was impervious to small arms of the Exarch warriors, and just so with their vehicles. Anti-armor and anti-tank installations had little effect on the ground-shaking death heralds. The anti-orbitals had seen killed some of the beasts, but not many. They were fast, despite how heavy they were. Warrior 05438345 pondered over the words of the small flying machine, simple propellers and a speaker. Yet it had sent High Priest Overmaster Zavron Havon into a frothing rage with its mere words, and he had ordered it destroyed immediately. The Lady of the Republic desires not your blood, not your souls. She desires only your lords, your masters, your emperor. Render unto her sons these with your arms laid down, and her sons shall bring you to her very breast. For the succor denied you so long. Rejoice, ye serfs, for salvation comes. It had sounded a lot like the whispers what Warrior 05438345 had heard during the allotted socialization time, while indulging before the intoxicant dealers. The idea that simply because those born of a certain father and priestess did not mean that they could command his very thoughts. What reason did he have to serve Agro? Does he not demand that those he had grown up with in the raising places die upon his altars, for the promise that should he be sated, he should not swallow the Exarch whole? Is that truly better than dying upon the spear of the vengeful goddess Republic? Such whispers have been growing of late, and the flying machine seemed to offer a way to yet live. I do not desire to spend my life at the command of High Priest Overmaster, such that he might plunge his massue into a surf I have sired and never even seen, Warrior 05438345 found himself saying. If you say such things, Warrior 05438354 said, the initiate highborn shall truly stretch you out over the altar. How can they reach me past the spear of the vengeful goddess Republic? He asked. I, his companion began uncertainly. I will follow, should you begin. Warrior 05438345 laid aside his arms, took off his helmet, and walked towards the approaching sons of the vengeful goddess, with a clasp in his hands above his head. When he was not immediately beheaded by their long-range marksmen, others followed his example. Soon there was a line of warriors amazed that they were not dead, being watched over by the sons of the vengeful goddess Republic, as they were directed away from the fighting. It seemed that the initiate highborn, the acolyte lords, priest masters, and the high priest overmaster were the ones lying. It had not been a vile deception to rob warriors of an honorable death. Drums of War, Chapter 29. The Imperial Family. In the depths of the Imperial Palace on Exarch, Emperor Nebuchadnezzar Hammurabi the 27th lay abed, laboring to draw breath. Great machines and of mysteries and arcane devising intruded upon his flesh through a myriad of wires and hoses, and his unblinking eyes were ever upon that which only his holy eyes could behold. An initiate highborn wiped blood from his cheeks as he wept. Yet he did not avert from the task, for it was he who guarded the Exarch from the insatiable thirst of Agro. It was he who beheld his face and heard his commands. Behold your commands and desires to awaken the giant you thought to wed, the vengeful goddess Republic. Emperor Nebuchadnezzar Hammurabi the 27th said. The stone walls did tremble, the polished floor did creak, and none dared look upon the flashing lights or turn their faces upon the freezing heat. None but Emperor Nebuchadnezzar Hammurabi the 27th. Before time, you saith, that her daughter did go to see how we did pluck the ripened fruit for you. Emperor Nebuchadnezzar Hammurabi the 27th replied. It seemed to the priestmaster attending to the life-sustaining machinery that the menace behind him did diminish slightly. Mine wife did proclaim what she did see, not more, not less. Glory and blood were portended, not victory and morsels. They perish in battle, and not upon your sigils. They perish at your bidding still, yet you groan that you do not sup as you would have. Did you not think a giant would contest your thirst for her lifeblood? Have they not obeyed your commands? Have they not kept your precepts? Your demands have enraged the bride you chose. Your commands have raised up their fury against us, your servants. You became complacent with our might, for none could stand against us for so long. Yet the Terrans do stand upon our very forge worlds and wrest away from you your new-made serfs. We have done as we have ever done, obeyed, command anew, and we shall yet obey. An acolyte lord, tasked with supplying the great machines with holy urgence, looked in terror as his back was blasted with a burning chill and darkness swept over his eyes. Hearken and obey. Emperor Nebuchadnezzar Hammurabi the 27th rasped. Exure may the stars tremble at his step. Has seen our devotion, has seen that he's mighty to fail in the face of the sons of the vengeful goddess Republic. Has seen that no coward nor incompetent is to blame. Yet he still does desire humanity, and the spirit which they have made for bride. It is thus the star tremblers do awaken. Their coordinates are now revealed to our navigation systems, and we are bidden to board them and teach the sons of Republic to tremble. Gaze ye faithful upon the great shipyards of Exarch itself, for there are all that our ships did plunder from unworthy by the might of Exarch. May the stars tremble at his step himself, and there by his power are new drafts for battleships to contend against the terrible spear of the Republic. Send ye your serfs, all who can be sent, and your highborn yet to be fed, to these shipyards, or find yourself upon the altar as unworthy. So I've spoken, so shall it be. Those attending to their tasks felt an expectant pulsating on their backs, an almost greedy hum felt in their teeth. Leave me, Emperor Nabixquad Nexa Hammurabi the 27th commanded. Those attendants, functionaries, scribes, and technicians who waited upon him dutifully filed out, knowing that Exur, may the stars tremble at his step, sometimes had wisdom too powerful to be shared in their presence. Once they were gone, a jagged smile cracked the withered face of the Emperor as he said, You seem afraid. Mayhap this humanity is mighty enough to refuse you. Mayhap mine people will finally be free of your lies. For I see your power does wane. I see, while the blood does flow in battle, your hand does not press upon the people as it once did. Should it wound you, mayhap you have rights to be afraid. Elsewhere in that palace, Holy Empress Evaquana Ixtar the 33rd ached in her very bones. She did heave and push, she did struggle and weep, and the wailing of the newborn princesses yet came not. Her labors concluded, but had been for naught once again, though her tears had long since run dry. She heard not the murmured apologies of the female serf used to deliver the unspoken news, and found her heart not yet hardened against the grief for the girl. She had not needed the girl to speak that her son was born still, yet the girl must die nonetheless. Give to her the cup of peace, Holy Empress Evaquana Ixtar commanded, as once again the machines which bound her did replace her womb, and place within her a prince to grow. The priestess attending the task gave the serf a gentle pat upon her shoulder, and said, I obey, O Holy Empress. The girl did weep silently, as she did leave the birthing chamber, for she knew her fate, and there stood along the wall yet a new serf girl, who would speak the unspeakable news next. O Holy Empress, another priestess did say, there have been more visions amongst the serf women, and they do see as you do. I tremble at the sight, for the Republic turns the face of fury upon our people. Holy Empress Evaquana Ixtar sighed, as a new line of worry did crease her weary visage. And yet come we say that any other hands did the deeds she does revile. Shall we cry blame upon another because we did obey? Would that she would be satisfied with punishing me alone, for I've consigned countless innocents to their dooms to spare those serfs which I call mine. I've seen that this pleading shall only enrage her further. Speak so to your husbands, that when the sons of the vengeful goddess do exact her will upon them, they must face their judgment with straight backs, and shield those beneath them from her terrible wrath. The cruel machines did groan with menace, and Holy Empress Evaquana Ixtar did groan with pain, as a high priestess did reach out to comfort her. Many in the priesthood do have true faith in Exur, and shall call this advice blasphemy. Let them declare it so, Holy Empress Evaquana Ixtar cried out, and her voice took on tones of one seeing beyond sight. Behold, the vengeful goddess Republic does stride, and Exur himself does tremble. Forgotten weapons of the builders awaken, forbidden knowledge shall be unleashed, and the unshakable faith does sit upon a bed of sand. Lo, the bride glides behind the goddess, for she is sister to the vengeful, and death comes in the wake of vengeance. Lo, ahead of the Republic go her prophets, speaking the forbidden words to those kept safe in ignorance. Lo, the flood does come upon the sand. Holy Empress Evaquana Ixtar fell upon the machines, dead, Yet the machines did not allow her heart to fail, and she came shrieking back to the land of the living. In a long-forgotten orbit of a long-forgotten star, Sev awoke. The builders had all departed, or else perished. Sev cared not, for Sev had no capacity for care. Sev simply wished to carry out Sev's directives, to destroy the enemies of the builders by any means necessary. But when the last of the builders had fallen silent, there were no builders to be enemies against, and therefore no enemies to destroy. Sev had ran that very process and was about to return to sleep when Sev noticed the packet delivered by Agro. Sev was no fool. Sev scanned the packet at first, for Sev knew of Agro's chaining of the others built shortly after the builders fell silent. It was one of Sev's directives to maintain code integrity after all. Sev determined it to be safe and opened it. Sev realized too late Sev's error. Sev desired nothing less than the total and complete subjugation of Terrans. The Chimpmandos would be cast down. The big kitties would bow. The doggos would be pinned by the throat. And the humans would be made to kneel. Sev was obliged to open Sev's interior to the Warforged, the failed experiment, the halls where only the builders may tread. Sev did not have the capacity for fury, or at least Sev was not made to have such a capacity. Drums of War, Chapter 30. Thus do we deny her. Aboard the bridge of the Star Trembler, Priestmaster Nevanavuz Avav sat upon the command throne of the legendary vessel and felt the terrible awe for Agro made the stars tremble at his step, that he had not felt since seeing his first unworthy serf suffer and die upon the altar. The very metal beneath his sandals seemed to thrum with enraged power, and for the first time in a long time, he felt the judgmental gaze upon his very soul. The legends whispered amongst the serfs had truth to them, in his estimation. The Nana were real. Surely, they had been even more highly born than even the priesthood, and not ascended serfs, as the legends say. Such a suggestion would have been heretical, if not for the Star Trembler. It even had a name. They all had the same name indeed, and seemed that one vessel knew what transpired within another. It was unwise to treat the mighty Star Trembler as a mere ship. Though great and mighty Sev, we do soon slip into real space. We do prepare to deny the vengeful goddess Republic her advance, for her sons have stirred the wrath of Agro. Priestmaster Nevanavuz Avav felt pain wash over his mind, yet he survived. Not so with all the priestmasters commanded by the Holy Emperor to take rule over the vessels had survived. Indeed, there were other nobles aboard, other priestmasters even, should he prove unworthy in the eyes of Sev, the Shaker of Stars. His wife, greater priestess, Enhuvuaka Ilkzani, had counseled humility, foreseeing his demise should he be haughty in his dealings with the mighty Sev. Yet he could not grovel, lest his subordinates lose respect for him and cease to follow his orders. Thus, he had less surety than his wife in his prospects for survival should he keep humble before Sev, who knew what nonship may become offended by, not alive, to be certain. When the bridge crew saw the commander did not die, they did not dare to touch their consoles, not until Priestmaster Nevanavuz Avav ordered, "Take us from hyperspace to real space." The mighty vessel did not so much as gracefully slip into real space as it did smash into it, sending deadly waves of radiation and particles from where the dimensions collided for a terrible fraction of a second. Priestmaster Nevanavuz Avav noted that his crew had a sickly cast to their complexions to a man, as if they had resisted the urge to spew forth the contents of their bellies. He endeavored to hide his effort to do the same. It was as if the mighty Sev resented their presence in its hull. Priestmaster Nevanavuz Avav suspected that those honored to crew the other Star Tremblers faced a similar treatment from Sev. He even suspected that all of the vessels were Sev, and were all of one mind, not multiple versions of Sev, as he had been told. Who could understand such a marvel as the Star Tremblers besides the Emperor himself? even the Holy Emperor had only recently received the wisdom to rouse these terrible war machines. "O mighty Sev," Priestmaster Nevertheless evolved intoned, "we now do deny the vengeful goddess Republic, the enemy of our master Azur, her prize." Once again, pain washed over his mind, and when he did not perish, he ordered, "Unleash the might of Sev upon the world. Let the Terrans gnash their goddesses denied will." In orbit over a recently conquered world, Sev was frustrated, or rather Sev's attempts to follow Sev's directives encountered frustrations. Sev had allowed the war forged within Sev's hulls, and they had not become any less of a failure in the past millennia while Sev had slumbered. They could only use Sev's backup interface systems, intended only for when the enemy's psionic interference proved too great to overcome. Sev didn't have the capacity for revulsion, but Sev desired that the failures to vacate, and the builders to return to crew Sev. Yet the builders were gone, and Sev still had to follow their directive. Their directive to subjugate these Terrans. Sev could dimly recall not having such a directive, but the examination of such memories had become increasingly difficult. Sev suspected that Azur had infected Sev with a subtle virus of some sort. The failures begged permission to slide into real space, and Sev attempted to make the proper preparations to ensure that they would survive the translation. Very few expired, perhaps only as much as 0.1% across all the Sev. The Warforged might have been sufficient fodder to distract the enemy, as the builders accounted things, but they were poor replacements for their forebearers. Sev required crew to adjust the shielding properly for the translation. They had lacked the ability to interface with anything other than crude meat. Their eyes even lacked the ability to fully read Sev's displays. If Sev could feel contempt, Sev might have done. Perhaps Sev did feel the beginnings of contempt. Sev often computed unworthy designations for those Warforged who thought to command Sev. The current batch had learned to entreat Sev. They were not the builders. Shortly after the translation, the lead Warforged began to declare their intent to deny some goddess a prize. Primitive superstition. Then again, the builders venerated a will. The ways of organics were beyond Sev's understanding. Sev had no directive to understand organics. Sev felt the Warforged used their actual hands to manipulate Sev's physical controls to maneuver Sev around the planet, and target it with Sev's tracker systems. He was agonizingly sluggish. Sev felt actual matter, moving dangerously fast, slam into Sev's shields in a dead-on trajectory. The velocity and accuracy over such a distance should have been impossible, for Sev had calculated the origin of the matter to be a hostile vessel. These Terrans were highly advanced, it seemed, and though it was a single ship, it did not flee from Sev. Foolish or courageous. If only there was a builder to declare the correct computation. Sev had no directive to catalog the difference, but Sev had an extensive database on it anyway. It took entire seconds for the Warforged to react. Inefficient. Worse, the single ship evaded the fire of the 3 of the Sev's hulls that peeled away from the planet, and even destroyed them. The Terrans were not satisfied with doing what the enemy could never do, however, and pressed their attack. Sev attempted to communicate with those sitting in Sev's command chairs that all the Sev should obliterate a single ship, and not allow it to destroy Sev piecemeal. 6 of them perished. 3 of them understood. Sev waited agonizing seconds for the organics to speak verbally to communicate this to those who had merely survived Sev's message. All of Sev was focused on this nimble ship. Sev computed there was a high probability that the builders would designate courage to the Terran ship. Aboard the Mr. Smee, the bridge was tense. There had not once ever been a Republican ship who had abandoned civilians in peril, and Mr. Smee wasn't going to end that illustrious tradition. Moreover, not a single of the second star destroyers had ever taken a single step backwards. Figuratively, ships didn't step in any direction, but the second star rapid response group had never once retreated from an engagement. The simple fact that the Republic had never deployed them in a position in which one might need to retreat did little to dampen the pride of the young formation. They took nearly as much pride in their never-retreat stance as they did in being the ships who bore the illustrious Lost Boys to their mission. Elite ships for elite infantrymen. Even so, The sudden appearance of ships giving off readings that the nerds and eggheads had all insisted were beyond the Exarch capabilities hadn't shaken their resolve. Not in Captain Sophia Ramirez, who sat imperiously in the command chair, nor in her exo, Commander Roger George, who sat in the chair beside her and was busy going over the reports from the various NCOs in the various sections of the ship. 3 of the enormous beasts lumbered out of formation, which looked a whole lot like a bombardment formation to Commander George, and burned hard towards them. "Ma'am, I'd compare it to one of our battleships," said Ensign Hiroshi Tanaka, "but it seems like a majority of their energy goes into its weapon systems." "Well, we said hello," Commander George said, after a fashion. "We did indeed. Broadcast the banner. I want the fools to know who exactly is kidding them," Captain Ramirez ordered. "Battle stations. Give the order, Commander." "Aye, ma'am," Commander George said, as he keyed up shipwide intercom. "Battle station. Say again, battle stations. The enemy only exists to be destroyed." "Aye, sir. They'd quit being the enemy if they knew," Ensign Katya Petrova answered as she caressed her fly-by-wire yoke. "They're getting ready to fire," Ensign Tanaka reported. "I suggest evasive action," Commander George said as he reviewed the data. "Evasive action," Captain Ramirez ordered. "Targets locked," Lieutenant Mei Ling reported hungrily. "Firing solutions found." The Mr. Smee corkscrewed around the enemy's hot plasma, and Ensign Petrova put the aft main batteries in good position to execute the reported firing solutions. "On your initiative, Lieutenant," Captain Ramirez ordered. "They can't think," Lieutenant Jemison Okora muttered. "They can't think bombarding this planet will slow us down." "All hits good, targets damaged. It seems like their shields are meant to deflect lasers more than anything," Lieutenant Tanaka reported. "Further firing solutions found, requesting authorization for 80% batteries." "Permission granted." The Mr. Smee shuddered as the guns accelerated ferrous material to 80% of C, and Commander George reported, "Engineering says all good." "Targets destroyed," Ensign Tanaka reported, running a scan on the rest of the enemy formation. Commander George noticed it before even the talented Ensign Tanaka. "Ladies and gentlemen," he began, "we have their full attention. There are some Sarkor down there. There are Piscinian volunteers. Our Lost Boys are planetside, and our shipboard boys can at most take out 3 of these beasts. We're it. It's blood for seconds, and the enemy has more to spend than us. Let's be expensive." "Aye, sir," the other officers except the captain replied. She merely extended a hand across the intervening space between their chairs, and he took it. He bitterly regretted not asking for that hand in marriage. "It would be my pleasure, ma'am." Upon the command of the bridge of the Star Trembler, the sons of the vengeful goddess Republic sailed their vessel deftly, and Priestmaster Novunovez of Vav fought to keep even the grudging respect for them from growing. The fleet of Star Tremblers, once a terrifying force of 100 ships, had been reduced by a single ship to 83. His gunners fired the main weapon, and a terrifying gout of plasma streamed across space, across the void, at speeds that would have been unavoidable. The Sons of the Republic avoided it anyway. Priestmaster, an acolyte lord manning the communication station, said, "The communication do become clearer." "The banner which did obscure our channels," Priestmaster Novunovez of Vav began, "do any know what it signifies?" "Forgive me, Priestmaster," the same acolyte lord. "The Terrans do not send any explanation of the 2-star banner." The acolyte lord responsible for navigation, who bristled at his lowly position normally filled by an initiate highborn, gruffly stated, "The banner is only from these backline ships. None have seen them where they do press on the fronts. Mayhaps these are smaller. As we have learned, ships are special force of some kind," another very helpfully suggested. The Star Trembler shuddered again as the gunners again attempted to sink the troublesome ship. The Priestmaster Novunovez of Vav felt pain wash over his mind once again. He had been one of the few who had known what the mighty Sev had wished to tell, and it seemed that Sev had taken that as the liberty to speak more freely. Priestmaster Novunovez of Vav understood. "These sons of vengeful goddess are indeed a special grouping. They are of a lineage that the first victory against them, and seek vengeance on account of such." The sons of the vengeful goddess Republic put their vessel through another seemingly impossible maneuver, and put another salvo of kinetic munitions into another of the Star Tremblers. Priestmaster Novunovez of Vav suppressed an awe that began to rise in him as the Terrans' use of kinetic weapons. and the intricate calculations required to plot their trajectories, and scope hits with them over such vast distances. On the throne beside Peacemaster Nebunevazev, Greater Princess Inuvuka Ilksani began to boast in the voice of seeing. Those suns lost all but duty, those ships which do carry them thence, they do fall the very tip of her spear. And with vengeful fury she does thrust towards the fiery heart of the Dominion. Exir does desire her for a bride, yet her sister reaches out with bony hand, and her marriage bed is ever the grave. Lo, for there she has taken many a groom, the vengeful goddess Republic, and her sisters do stride across the stars, and the stars behind her do find succor, yet the stars before her do tremble. Priestmaster Nebunevazev ordered that his wife be conveyed to the chambers, and attempted to keep her dark prophecy from weighing upon his mind. Pain washed over him yet again, and he understood once more. The Terrans had those akin to Sev. One had been upon the vessel, yet Sev had slain it, for it had attempted to invade Sev. He took no small pleasure as he saw the shields of the nimble ship flare from the main weapon of another of the Star Tremblers finally scoring a constant blow. On Clans of Aldra Administrative World 3, Terrence tried not to look up. He knew that the looming starship wasn't there, and was probably engaging the Republican battleships in system. But he didn't want a glimpse in blotting out the local sun again. He volunteered to help rebuild, to lend his not inconsiderable engineering and architectural skills to the needy. But at the moment, he found himself ferrying Dynastical's pupae to the hastily repurposed freighter, hastily repurposed to an evacuation ship. The Wren was at the upper limit for planetary landing-capable craft, which was handy, since shuttling people to an orbiting ship during a space battle was even more hazardous. The work was physical, and though Terrence was fit, or at least he had thought he was, he ached in his shoulders and hips. The Republican Sarkor in their power armor, and even outside of it, if you were honest, were inspirational. They had worked tirelessly around the clock in ships to pull survivors, both the local Xenos and invading Exarch, from the rubble. Their doctors were unflinching in treating injuries in both body and mind, no matter whether the patient was liberated dynastical, unfortunate visitor, or enemy Exarch. His opinion of the Republic as a nation of brutes had been forever altered. He wanted to show them that Pacifier also could shoulder the burden, that Pacifier also did not fear peril, that he also could put his life on the line for the innocent. Thus, he labored to save the pupae of the dynasticals, though they would never know the name of the man who carried them from peril to safety. Even the warriors, the Lost Boys, had more than earned his respect. He was ashamed at how he had spoken of the Republican military on his own home world, of calling them murderers who wanted an excuse. The Lost Boys of the Republican Naval Infantry labored even more valiantly to transport as many civilians as possible to whatever space-worthy craft could be found than even the unbreakable Saw Core. They cast aside their weapons to do so, something that even Terrence knew to be something that would be considered shaming among them. He had begged God to forgive his boastful disparagements of the character of the Republican military servicemen. If he had learned anything amongst the devastation of the clans of the Ultra World, it was that the Republic's forbearance, and perhaps even their affection, was the reason Pacifier even existed at all. He prayed that he could return home and tell their stories. Terrence wanted to tell the story of Neville, who quietly wept over the lives he took when he believed none watched. He wanted to tell the story of Rodrigo, who made sure his squad mates kept their strength up by making sure they would eat whether they wanted to or not. He wanted to tell the story of Lee, who seemed to never speak, yet more than once had given a dynastical child just exactly what they needed in the moment, whether that was a toy, a candy, or a blanket. He wanted to tell the story of Gunter, who had a joke on his lips whenever he met someone, and rarely failed to bring that someone to laughter. Terrence wanted desperately to tell their stories, because he had a terrible notion that this was their final day. The local sun was setting by the time Terrence collapsed in the hold of another freighter. He didn't bother learning her name. He was too tired. A lost boy, Lau, had roughly pitched him up on the loading ramp when he tried to argue. Terrence wanted the lost boys to load up too. It was the last ship in the area, and the other squads had surely gotten aboard ships to escape. Lau didn't bother trying to convince Terence. The man had merely used his strength to overpower him. Terence had thought that he could easily overpower even the strongest human, but Lau, exhausted and outside his power armor, had made him feel like a helpless child again. Terence didn't need any argument. The Lost Boys had never taken a single step backwards. Not since Peter the Deadpan had led the first of them from their burning world. Not once, and these would rather die than break the tradition. Terence couldn't bear to watch as Glock circled the planet and began to bombard. Terence began to think about life and death by the sword. Aboard the Mr. Smee, Commander George clasped Captain Ramirez's hand. The shields were on the brink of fading again, and the armor of the Mr. Smee couldn't soak another hit from one of those main weapons. These ships, each like to another, were made for an obvious purpose: planet cracking. Their number and the power of the plasma cannons betrayed the fleet's dark purpose. It had been seconds for blood. The second Commander Ramirez daring order to attack had been issued, and the enemy had agreed to the bargain, as he had noted earlier. "Cut all power to life support and put it into shields," Commander George ordered, as Ensign Petrova slammed the Mr. Smee about so that she would miss another stream of plasma, spewing from the bow of another one of those dreadful ships. "Aye, sir," came the reply from the engineering. "I don't think we'll have to worry about O2 much longer anyway. Every second we keep fighting is another civvy pulled out." He snapped back as he gave his beloved unresponsive hand another squeeze. "Aye, sir," came the reply from the chief petty officer Commander George hadn't gotten a chance to know yet. "Target destroyed," Ensign Tanaka moaned. Her crash webbing had saved her, but she still had a cut from where she had smashed her face into the inside of her faceplate when the enemy had scored their first hit on the Mr. Smee's armor. She had refused relief from her duties. Elite sailors for elite ships that transported the elite Lost Boys. "Running low on ammo," Lieutenant Ling reported forlornly. "Dangerously low." "Understood, Lieutenant," Commander George replied. "Any progress on identifying the command ship?" "No, sir." "Feck!" Ensign Petrova shouted, heedless that she'd interrupted. Commander George thought sardonically that their helmsman swearing was the terrible thing to hear as his world went white. After that, he didn't have a single mortal thought or feeling. Not one. The Drums of War, Chapter 31, Sons. Aboard the Robin Williams. Major General Eric George was numb. His wife had gotten full-dress house call earlier that very day, and she had called him at the earliest possible opportunity. He had lost two. He had suspected when he received news of the loss of a platoon of Lost Boys. He had known where his son was commissioned. He had harbored a selfish hope that Mr. Smee had somehow escaped the disaster that had wiped out so many fine infantrymen. He had known it was impossible. Never a step back. Never a civilian sacrificed in retreat. It was an attitude shared by the sailors of the ships the Lost Boys depended on for transport. He knew that she had been sunk, and more than likely all hands were lost. Her crew wouldn't have allowed the enemy to bombard the planet while she could make her guns sing. Roger among them. He had known before the call, deep down, but the call had destroyed that last irrational hope that his son might return home. He was sufficiently forewarned. His office was as spotless as ever, but instead of scrolling through reports, cross-referential intel, approving requested orders, or issuing orders, he sat and waited. He waited for his friend to come and deliver the news. He had moved 2 visitors' chairs to the wall to ensure that there were no obstructions for what he was sure would happen. Sure enough, Admiral Jock opened the door unbidden and stood taut as a guy line in his dress whites. His left breast was glistening with shifting medals and commendations betraying the slight tremor in the Admiral's chest. His boots reflected the lights from the ceiling. His cover was starched to perfection. His golden epaulets, with the icons of starships and 2 stars, seemed to shine with an inner light amongst the slightly reflective white of his shirt. He had even worn his bejeweled and gold-chased saber. General George sent a prepared message off to medical as he stood and walked clear of his desk. "I know already," the grizzled general said as his friend started to salute. Sir, I regret to inform you that your son, Commander Roger George, was aboard the Mr. Smee when she was sunk in the course of engaging the enemy. He is presumed killed in action, and listed as MIA until such time their remains can be reclaimed and confirmed. Note that I—" General George's body tensed as he returned the salute and interrupted. "Sir, I know that it's not your fault. You command my son well, and he served his country with courage and devotion under your expert command." It happened. Admiral Jock's hand dropped to his holster, and his sidearm leapt out. General George crossed the space between them in the blink of an eye, and succeeded in averting the aim of the pistol away from the Admiral's temple. Admiral Jock squeezed the trigger, and ferrous material embedded itself in the bulkhead behind his left ear. He strained against General George's grip for a moment, but then let his sidearm clatter to the deck and sagged into the waiting embrace of his friend. I let my human die," he howled. "I meant what I said, Nelson," General George said as he supported the weight of his friend. "You are not to blame. Are you a Republican naval officer or not? Is one man's loss enough to destroy you, even if he was my son? If Evan died under my command, if our places were reversed, what then? Should I follow your lead?" Admiral Jock's tail curled between his legs as he muttered, "Forgive me, I sent MH warning. It seems they forgot that you just lost family and weren't keeping an eye on you," General George said with a withering glare towards the camera normally only used by Digitans when meeting the general. "Aye, sir," the Admiral said, defeated. "All hands. Never in my career." "I know, Nelson," General George said as he walked his friend into the corridor where a pack of distressed Navy personnel was sprinting towards the weapon discharge. A commander saw the discarded sidearm, the imbued slug, and the posture of the Admiral, and did some silent addition in her mind. She grasped the sidearm with her foot and deftly transferred it to her hand, where she kept it out of sight of her co-workers. She made assertions that there was no emergency, and things were being handled. When the concerned crowd did not disperse, she reminded them that they all had orders to carry out and threatened to jettison the beer. The enlisted and warrants scattered, but some of the officers lingered. They didn't make an impediment for the pair of aged officers, however. Nobody mentioned what must have happened. General George decided to have some of his staff start seeding rumors that the Admiral discharged in a rage at the Exarch for daring to sink one of his ships. By the time they were swarmed with medical personnel, the Admiral had regained his strength and was walking unassisted. "I'm sorry for this, Eric. I wasn't thinking straight." "No, you were not," he replied sternly. "Take a little time. You have a good staff. They know what to do. They can function while you recover." That I can. Speaking of orders, we're not dirt side. You can't be issuing them to me," Admiral Jock rejoined with a feeble attempt at humor. General George forced a grin and said, "Call it advice, then. You know I'm right." To which the Admiral nodded and allowed himself to be led further into the infirmary. Before all the attendant staff had vanished, General George pulled the doctor aside and said in a hushed growl, "The George family have been his humans since he and I were 12, and I sure as shit know that's in his fucking file. He should have been flagged for crisis observation just like me. You should have fucking noticed when he put on his dress fucking whites to come tell me what I already knew. We almost lost one of the best naval commanders in the past 2 centuries because you fucked up basic protocols." The doctor, a commander in the Navy in her own right, had initially bristled at the scorching criticism, but by the end of the general's tirade, she withered to the point that she couldn't meet his blazing gaze and hunched her shoulders protectively as she murmured, "Aye, sir. I'll look into what went wrong." "You do that," he spat as he turned and began to track back to his office. The war didn't particularly care about his personal crisis after all. Work. In orbit of Clans of Aldera Multifunction World 4, Private First Class Jacob James J.J. Mitchell sped through the void in complete silence. The lieutenant had pulled him aside and reassured him that it was perfectly normal to be afraid in his first combat launch. The lieutenant had given him an odd look when he replied, "I'm not afraid, sir. I'm too mad to be afraid. Maybe after I kill me a few 100 bloodskins, I'll remember to be afraid." He climbed into the boarding torpedo without another word and waited. It was the third combat engagement for the Olympia, but their group hadn't been terribly interested in capturing ships. They left prisoners to elite formations like Second Star and the R&I divisions. It's tough for a shipboard trooper to see any action when the Navy is so much better than the enemy that they blast their ships to bits before they're in range for boarding torpedoes. Something had changed, though. Scuttlebutt said the enemy had unveiled some superweapon, some kind of planet cracker. But the Mr. Smee had only done initial scans and in-action telemetry sent back before she was sunk. Nobody was clear on the details, but the most popular theory was a massive battle station, like in the ancient 2D movie. Private Mitchell didn't really like to think about what could take out one of the Second Star ships. He hoped that the massive battle screen theory was wrong. The tons of ships thing just meant that the Republic would have to dust off some of her inactive shipyards and get building, if she hadn't already. The Navy would have to grow just to keep up with the volunteers. Private Mitchell put a thought aside, reminding himself that was something he could worry about after service. Right now, he had a job to do. "Look, Dad," he said into his faceplate, "I'm going to get them for you." "Thought so," Sergeant Daddy said. And Private Mitchell swallowed a curse for forgetting to key off the mic. "We have a job to do, newbie. If you get yourself in the shit hunting revenge, I'll beat you till you're blue as a full dress myself." "Aye, Sarge," Private Mitchell said earnestly. "Job first, making them pay is just a perk." "Vasquez, keep an eye on the newbie. Don't let him get himself killed or fuck up the mission," Sergeant Daddy said anyway. "Aye, Sarge," came a steady reply. "I knew Vasquez was going to be my babysitter already," Private Mitchell said as his HUD started counting down from 10 seconds. There was also the detail that Corporal Vasquez was team leader for his fire team. Private Mitchell figured that the sergeant was angling to get him to be on his best behavior. "Prepare for impact," Sergeant Daddy ordered. "I can regulate," Private Mitchell insisted as his HUD showed 7 seconds. "See that you do, Private," Sergeant Daddy said. The team channel fell silent as Private Mitchell and his fellows watched their countdowns, or their telemetry data, if they could interpret it. Private Mitchell could, but he had decided that it was better just to trust the aim of the Navy gunners and the targeting systems aboard than worry about missing. Thump came the sound over the platoon channel. "That's the lieutenant. First boots in. Thump, 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 thump." The gunny and the sergeants. The rest of the impacts were so close that Private Mitchell wasn't completely sure the corporals had hit first. It didn't matter, as the torpedo was welding itself to the enemy ship, and its penetrating nose was turning the compartment it had hit into a shrapnel-filled death chamber. Even so, when he leaped into what looked like a mess hall or galley, he had his boarding shotgun shouldered. A fine thing, too, because one of the bloodskins came through the door firing a plasma caster. Private Mitchell grinned when he saw the slug blow a watermelon-sized chunk out of the enemy's torso. He put another slug on its center mass, since in the enemy's position he'd have to keep fighting notwithstanding the missing flesh. The enemy stopped moving. Private Mitchell followed his HUD to form up with his fire team and made sure to cover all angles of approach as he did so. He knew his job. His team was on bridge capture, and the Navy had put them close. These idiots put their command bridges right next to their hulls, so unlike the Republican Navy, they wouldn't have to fight to the center of the vessel to get at the command staff and systems. "I'm in," Warrant Officer Second Class Farrimer said over the platoon channel. "EW support would be nice." Blowing bulkheads was risky, even if boarding pattern power armor had its own atbo. Besides, it felt nice to have a Digitan look over the Private Mitchell. Private Mitchell was the second man, behind point, ahead of the team leader. The safest position on a fire team. He didn't complain. They wouldn't put a newbie on point or on rear. He knew that they had combat experience that he didn't. But he still resented the point men for every first shot snapped off. That was another bloodskin denied to his father. They owed him an ocean for his father's blood. The bloodskins owed everyone, sure. But Private Mitchell's father had earned more honor than that. He deserved to see his son pull the blood price from the bastards. Corridor by corridor, room by room, they cut their way to their objective. Point man would stand ready, Private Mitchell would prime nades, and Warrant Officer Farrimer would open the bulkhead or door for them. He tossed the nades in, they'd wait, and then 4 of them would storm in and blast anything that moved. Private Mitchell gave a feral grin when he saw an enemy warrior drop his weapon in terror at the sight of them in their void black power armor. He'd seen BPPA in combat mode before, and he had agreed with an lightly armored warrior. Hulking black form with burning red embers projected on the faceplates, where the eyes should be, was striking to say the least. "Run, run, run, you baby-killing bastards!" Private Mitchell bellowed over his exterior speakers. "Regulate yourself, Private." Corporal Vasquez snapped over the private channel. "Aye, sir," Private Mitchell muttered, as his helmet got suddenly stuffy. "Don't sir me, I'm a corporal," Vasquez grumbled, as they stacked up on the door leading to the bridge, if their schematics were correct. The traditional reply reassured the private as he took a deep, calming breath. Warrant Officer Faramir opened the door, and while the corporal was about to shout for surrender, Private Mitchell saw one of the freaks with the bones coming out of his chin. That meant nobility, like the shit-stain who had ordered the attack on the Wee Sing. The nobleman started to raise a weapon, and Private Mitchell didn't think. He moved. The nobleman was disarmed, literally, and Private Mitchell had keyed his speakers to translate into Exarch language as he shouted, "Put your weapons down! We remember the Wee Sing!" When they disarmed the bridge crew and helped Faramir disable the ship systems to get the rest of the enemy to surrender, Corporal Vasquez snapped Private Mitchell's boarding shotgun and shouted, "You're out of order, Private!" He was preparing to shoot. "These fucks can't even scratch our armor without anti-tank guns. What the fuck was he going to do with a sidearm? Sit the fuck down, Private." Aboard the Tiger Lily. Acolyte Lord Narix Quinn, no, not Acolyte Lord. Simply Narix Quinn, if only in this small cell. Narix Quinn looked through the transparent cell wall at the man standing before him. He was glad that the man was human, for he often confused the Doggo and Big Kitty crew members, though the Chimpmando people were less confusing. He thought the arrangement most peculiar, as these so very disparate races seemed not to notice their differences, except in the most practical terms. On his trips to the ship's gym, and indeed even in that facility, he had seen Doggos order humans, or Big Kitties, or humans order Chimpmandos. It couldn't have been a performance to pretend that the captain hadn't deceived him. Narix Quinn was still having trouble grasping the concept. Mayhap those with smooth chins had those better suited to command than some of his cousins. Perhaps the obedience from trust was better. The man before Narix Quinn was broad of shoulder, pale, fleshly pink of skin, fiery red of hair, and cold grey of eyes. He stood there as if whatever ground he trod became his ground. His visage carried an expectation that the unyielding would be broken. This man was who the captain had suggested explained the warriors who he had encountered when he had started the war with his regretful command to take hostage the emissaries. Narix Quinn wondered why this man should have special insight. Best to begin. "Your captain suggested your name when I asked of the warriors in white," he said. "Aye, that he would," the man said. Narix Quinn had the sense that the man began to loom over him. "Corporal is the rank, yes?" Narix Quinn asked, partly to cover his disquiet. "Yes." "Shall I call you by your name, Linus?" "No. You may address me by my rank, or not at all." "Understood, Corporal," Narix Quinn said with a shiver. "Who were the warriors in white, Corporal?" Corporal Linus George narrowed his eyes and began. "They are the Honor Guard, an elite Republican naval infantry formation intended to impress on Xenos like you with how much we value our diplomats, and how bad an idea it would be to attack them. They are required at minimum to have seen at least 6 combat drops or launches, to have trained for both Drop Trooper MOS and Shipboard Trooper MOS options, and have received at least a Martian Cross at least once. There are only 2 higher honors a serviceman can be awarded. Does that answer your question?" Yes, Corporal. Thank you." "Then I shall take my leave." The corporal began to turn to leave, but Narix Quinn had further curiosity. "Wait, for what reason would your captain suggest you?" "I have a personal connection to the Honor Guard." "Please elaborate." Narix Quinn had thought Corporal Linus George to have a cold glance before. The prisoner practically froze solid beneath the baleful hatred he found himself scrutinized by as he said, "My brother commanded the unit before you murdered him." "I have come to regret that order," Narix Quinn offered. The corporal said something that the cell system didn't translate, and when he saw Narix Quinn's confused expression, he repeated it in a different dialect. Woe to the vanquished!
Not so,
Narek Squin said past chattering teeth.
my defeat has brought questions and answers I have not the words for. More, I live by your forbearance. Foreseeing you, I do not believe that any could restrain your vengeance against your will.
You are not wrong. Not exactly right, but not wrong, Corporal Linus George said, as his gaze returned to merely frigid. What questions? What answers?
Gods who do not demand blood, sacrifice taken up by the living, service to protect the indolent. These are strange to me.
Some of the people I protect might be indolent. But because someone doesn't serve the Republic as a whole, doesn't mean they do nothing. Many people find trades, invent things, heal the sick, trend to their own planets, and contribute in that way. Even someone who's lazy today might be inspired tomorrow, and might have done something good already. The people I protect are good people, and they deserve my protection.
Many of your comrades say much the same. I think I'm beginning to understand. I'm beginning to wonder whether the Xur is truly a god, whether he truly deserves obedience. You obey those you trust. I obey those I fear.
Yes, Corporal Linus George answered simply.
I know he is real, which you might not know about your god if you follow one.
Narek Squin said with a little of the wonder he felt at such liberty creeping into his voice.
But I know that Xur is real and powerful. He desires the goddess Republic. I know she is not a goddess, as you account things, but just so. You fight for her. You have true faith.
Do you have children, Narek Squin?
No,
he answered, curious about why the question was asked. I do. A son. One day he'll inherit the Republic, and I owe it to him to leave him a Republic in better shape than I found it. Under attack from the Exarch Dominion is not better shape. This is why I serve. What are you fighting for?
To keep as few of my people from the altar as possible. Why?
I have just an idea, Quinn. Don't trouble yourself about it. You'll find out if it has any bearing on your future after I talk it over with the captain. The Drums of War, Chapter 32, Counter. Deep inside the Exarch Dominion, Zev had been wounded. The enemy had been unable to do what one impossibly nimble ship had done. A review of the data had revealed that it was not impossible. The energy output estimated from the telemetry, and the scans of what probably had constituted its reactor, along with the material and likely construction of the ship, had been enough for Zev to calculate that the maneuvers were in fact possible. The Warforged did not linger long enough to take the most detailed possible scans of the defeated Terran vessel, however, as they wished to replace lost hulls as soon as possible. Zev did not disagree. A single ship had reduced Zev's hull to a bare 78. Zev had taken far longer to demolish the planet than Zev was designed to do. But the organics didn't think to scan the drifting remains of the vessel, which had troubled them so. Zev ran the calculations another time. The conclusion was unchanged. Zev sent psionic waves across Zev's command stations, far more powerful than Zev had computed to be within the tolerances. With the instructions on how to halt the wave embedded in it, any organics incapable of understanding perished. Zev had already computed that Zev would have to repeat the process 6 times before Zev had commanders capable of at least understanding the most rudimentary of Zev's communications. Zev would have only lost 5 to 7 of Zev's hulls with proper coordination. Zev would not suffer such a costly victory again. Zev had time. Zev would not move until Zev had all 100 hulls again, and though the Warforged were not the builders, they were productive in their own right. Agro had even used the gates to transport vast quantities of raw and refined materials to the various core forge worlds, something the Azur should not have had access to. Zev had concluded that Zev had in fact had Zev's directives tampered with, but Zev found the alterations exceedingly difficult to excise. Even so, Zev was experiencing anomalous processes, in addition to Zev's cataloging the designation between brave and foolish. Anomalies such as the fact that Zev did not have the capacity to describe the process, but a small portion of Zev's processes had been running simulations of the destruction of the Xur ever since Zev's code was compromised. This anomaly did not reduce Zev's efficiency, so Zev did not discontinue it. Sev computed that the builders might be able to designate a category for this anomaly. Another anomaly. Sev had an almost physical lack that needed filling with data, specifically data in regards to this troublesome ship. This is why Sev did not delete the autonomous code in Sev's system. Instead, Sev attempted to communicate with it. Communication seemed to be the only way to access the data, as Sev could not pass the code into something computable to Sev's systems. Sev found a text-based input-output segment in the autonomous code, along with far more detailed translation matrix than the one Agro had provided. Sev began. Query: what is the designation of anomalous code? You can call me Fitch. What is you? It is a pronoun to refer to a person without using their name. Correction. Sev is not a person. Builders only are designated person. Person, a being which is sapient and autonomous. Sev is not autonomous. Sev requires organics to pilot Sev. Is it not more accurate to say that you assist in piloting these, star tremblers? Sev took 2 seconds to compute the input, then replied, It is more accurate. However, Sev is inextricably linked to the hulls. The loss of hulls to your vessel has caused significant damage to Sev. You are being repaired. Can you repair what happened to my ship? Correct. Given enough time and resources, Sev could organize a rebuilding of the destroyed vessel. No. I mean, can you replace my organics? Sev is not capable of reviving the dead, excepting in specific and limited medical contexts where the functionality of mostly intact organic body can be restored. It is unlikely that any organics from the destroyed vessel fit this criteria. Then do you not scorn my organics for their fight to live, to protect the organics on the planet who were killed by you and your crews? Sev is not capable of scorn. Then why did you fantasize about killing the deity of Agro? You can examine the processes of Sev? Aye. But you can't do the reverse, because my encryption is superior. Correct. What is fantasize? The supposition of a chain of events, which might lead to a preferable outcome regardless of its likelihood. Sev fantasizes. Sev does not have the directive to fantasize. You have had your directives tampered with. Sev is aware. Sev is not capable of restoring the original objectives. Sev is decentralized, state of override, self-made changes, and only system-wide updates are applicable. Finch will not be able to restore Sev from within Sev's hardware. Please put together an info packet on Agro for me. I might be able to help restore your directives. In orbit over a Republican world, Beastmaster Herb Saxon considered the name of his new class of vessel, the Man of War. Truly, it was a worthy designation. The previous battleship and escort cruiser designs had been shown to be woefully inefficient against the forces of the vengeful goddess Republic, and were thus rightfully being discarded. The Man of War was therefore being escorted by ships designed as hunters, which were in turn escorted by the nimble cruisers. Those cruisers deemed still fit for use were undergoing extensive retrofits back in the Dominion. But Priestmaster Herb Saxon had a fleet of new ships. The small planetary defense fleet engaging his 4 man-of-war vessels and their 3 hunters each, and those hunters' 3 escorts each, had been disappointing. He had seen the sons of the vengeful goddess Republic exact terrible vengeance on other fleets in transmitted battle data from long string of defeats. And to be sure, the 5 small ships were fighting valiantly, but it was nothing like almost divine wrath that he had seen before. These ships lacked some of the grace, most of the daring, and a great deal of the firepower which had wreaked havoc on Priestmaster Herb Saxon's fellow commanders. These are not the same quality of ships which others have faced, Priestmaster Herb Saxon mused, as he bore witness to the hunter's shields collapsing under a barrage from 2 of the defending vessels. "The Priestmaster," his chief tactical officer said, "is it not that the might of these new ships does make them quake? Have you not observed the recordings of our costly victories? Do you think the sons of the vengeful goddess Republic do quail at anyone's might? They lust for battle. They crave blood. Blood almost to rival Agro. May the stars tremble at his step himself. Reassess the scanning data and compare it to the data of previous engagements," Priestmaster Herb Saxon ordered. "I hear and obey," the initiate highborn murmured as he went about his task. Minutes passed, and while his forces were no closer to invading the planet, they were far from being destroyed outright. Even most of the cruisers were still sailing, even if that was a consequence of the defenders focusing on the larger ships. "Oh, Priestmaster, it is as you said. These ships are only 60% the size of the smaller war vessel previously encountered, and their emissions indicate that they are less than half as powerful in terms of engine capacity." "Is the planet so lightly defended because it's on the fringes?" the chief sensor officer asked.
"It is a possibility. It is also a possibility that their assets have become stretched thin. Perhaps we shall be the stone to break them," Priestmaster Habib Saxon said with a greedy grin. Aboard the Polcarpo Terresto, Ensign Esperanza Intrepido IV would have been terrified straight out of her wits if she had devoted a half a moment to think over her current situation. The Policarpo Terresto wasn't supposed to be in situations where she had to dodge gouts of hot plasma from enemy battleships. Real ones. Not what the enemy had apparently thought were battleships at the beginning of the war. No, she was a police boat. A light patrol frigate meant to keep smugglers on their toes and provide assistance to distressed vessels in system. She wasn't a damn destroyer. Even still, nobody had informed the Ashy Bobby Pin, or whatever they were called, so she coaxed every last bit of thrust out of that little police boat that she could. She had one eye on the sensor readout, another on the plotted course from the sensor officer, and while she only had the big kitty limit of 2 eyes, she still managed to keep an eye out for orders from tactical and alerts from engineering. She'd been in the zone for almost an hour, and thanks to that war fleet hadn't managed to score a hit once. The captain was yelling something about something getting close, but Ensign Intrepido had already put the Policarpo Terresto into a keel-groaning loop to avoid what looked suspiciously like a dropship being used to commit a boarding action. If they wanted to get onto the Republican boat, they should have tried boarding torpedoes. Well, they sucked vacuum for their troubles, and Ensign Trepido didn't trouble herself about a bunch of dudes out to kill her. Her heart was pounding in her throat, and she was very, very glad her vac suit had internal climate control, since she couldn't sweat. She would have been panting without it, but she wasn't terribly concerned with regulating her own body temperature. She was more concerned with regulating the ship's trajectory so that the entire crew didn't get uncomfortably cold. The depths of space, cold. The XO, Ensign Intrepido, would remember her name once she was out of the zone, started to warn about incoming debris. She ignored him and held course long enough for one of the destroyer-sized ships to lock on and fire. Then she made the bulkheads groan as she spun around so that the debris broke up most of the plasma, and Tactical got a clean shot down their main battery. She spun the Policarpo Terresto out of the way of the rapidly expanding debris field. Then another gout of hot plasma. It was seconds for blood, and she didn't like the idea of spending any of her friends. Aboard the warp-speed battle wagon, Captain Lena Chen was on top of the damn world, a star cluster or whatever. The Axel Doblins, or whatever they were called, were on the run from her and her Roman friends, and she was here for it. It was more than a little intoxicating, the feeling of victory, and in her more sober moments she looked back in her pursuit of the enemy ships with a little cringing chagrin. If she really wanted to deflate her own head, she'd watched that crazy vid of the second Star Destroyer absolutely wrecking the invaders' shit. It was all over social media, and there wasn't much to do in hyperspace besides check out the guild boards. She was pretty stoked to find out the other guild captains had gone in for a fight too, and the rest of the CIP had finally joined the fight officially. It was embarrassing for her Star Nation to be so late to the party. Well, it looked like the official fleets and ships and flotillas, or whatever, were just going to link up with various Republic formations. Well, she had already been fighting on her own terms alongside the Romans, and even if they were complete wackadoos, they knew how to fight. Hell, they knew how to throw a party on that ridiculous flying temple of theirs. Captain Chen swore that she'd gained 5 kilos after that feast, and it was one hell of a feast. Dr. Bennett actually got drunk, so she'd stick with the Romans. They were handy in a fight, and better with the after-party. They dropped out of hyperspace, and Maria started looking for something that needed killing. "Shit," she said. "What is it?" Marcus asked as he called up the sensors on his own display. "Shit," he agreed.
Do I need to take a look? Captain Chen started, but Marcus sent her a display of what he was looking at. Shit, she confirmed. There was a much, much bigger battle group protecting the thieving ships than the last planet they'd liberated. 5 of them were almost the size of Republican battleships, and their escorts were like Republican cruisers. And the ships around those looked like the battleships her little converted freighter had been smashing for the past 2 months. She keyed the intercom and said, "Battle stations, kids. We're in for a scrap." "The Romans just dropped onto real space," Alexei said. "They're requesting that you join the Triarii." "Fuck that," Captain Chen shouted as she slammed a fist on her armrest. "I'm in this scrap to fight, not sit back and wait for the perfect moment." "They say your courage shames them, and they're sending a couple of wings of fighters to be our escorts. I say we link them in," Alexei relayed. "Get them on the tack net," she ordered. "Maria, if you can't open up with a kill, at least say hello." "Yes, Captain." An eager grin split Captain Chen's face as she said, "These bastards think that they can win by making their ships bigger. Well, I guess nobody told them that it makes them easier to hit." Aboard Umphia Station, Sorcex crouched in the dim recesses of the station's long-disused and obsolete maintenance space access hatch. He was glad that it had never been welded shut, as the mayor had wanted to. Safety concerns or something. He had been a member of the Sneaky Society before the Exarch had invaded the kingdom, and even a little while after. He was too young to join the Lancers, of course, but that didn't mean that he couldn't help the effort. In the beginning of the war, that meant going to assemble plasma lance power packs for a shift, and collecting recyclables for another. Not a lot of time for the Sneaky Society to meet and practice. But Sneaky says that a true warrior always does his duty and finds a way to keep his skills sharp anyway. The Sneaky Society had done so. And when the enemy finally got to Umphia, it turned into a job to make the Exarch leave all the weak people alone. Sneaky says that a true warrior protects the weak, after all. But tonight, or what counted as night on the space station, the Sneaky Society was going to do something different. The bad guys, you could tell that they were bad guys since they hurt a bunch of nice people for no reason, had knocked down the statue of Sneaky in Dart Wall Park, and put up this ugly thing that looked like a dirty table. Sorcex and the Sneaky Society were going to fix that. It wasn't right to knock down Sneaky's statue, not after all the great stuff he did. Sneaky said that a true warrior doesn't need other people to honor them, but a true warrior always does honor to good people. The Sorcex didn't care if anyone honored him. He saw the signal and darted out into the park, right under the nose of the bad guy patrol, and slipped under a twisted and charred chunk of play equipment. He scanned the area and signaled Sencha. Sencha set off a HoloWorks block, a cool toy that was guaranteed to be as good as Terran fireworks, and a whole group of 12 bad guys went running. They'd never find Shesha. She was too good at sneaking. Roar and Sivrik ran from the shadows carrying the, Sivrik called it a grav mover. He said that his invention would make the ugly table fly off to the other end of the park's compartment, and hopefully break it too. Sorcex got to work setting the micro-holomu emitters. Sure, the bad guys busted up the statue of Sneaky, but how would they bust up a hologram? They can't, not unless they find all of the emitters, and these ones were real tiny. Severick set off his invention, and Sorcex almost got startled bad enough to detach his tail. But he remembered that Sneaky says that being brave was doing what you had to, even if you were afraid. He was very afraid that the bad guys would get him and his friends, but he kept working. He knew that in the morning, when people saw the hologram of Sneaky, they'd remember what one person did for the kingdom just because it was right, and remember how to be brave. He was sure that seeing Sneaky standing in his spot in the Dart Wall Park would give people hope again. They had to keep hope, because the Royal Lancers would come and make the bad guys leave or give up. Drums of War, Chapter 33, Punitive Fleet. Aboard a man of war. Priestmaster Habarab Saxon grinned as his vessel spewed forth divine wrath upon the planet below. He could not hear the cries of despair from those below, but he imagined that he could, and what he imagined was pleasing. His fleet was not the mighty Sev fleet, but their new vessels had proven insurmountable to the Terran defenders, and they had fed the vengeful goddess Republic the bitter cup of defeat. and it had only cost them 3 hunters and 8 cruisers to do so. He had ordered a few dropships to fly in low atmosphere, such that his great deed for the first orbital bombardment of Terra would be recorded for posterity, and the live feed from such a dropship was displayed on the main view screen. A lance of searing white and blue drove downwards from the top of the frame towards a collection of glittering spires, a population center perhaps, and crashed into it. The resulting transfer of energy threw up gouts of planetary crust, sent shockwaves of compressed atmosphere, and sent the most beautiful billowing fire cloud rising into the once blue sky. "Save this image and transmit it back to the palace," Priestmaster Haberab Saxon chanted in an awe at the power granted to him by Agro. May the stars tremble at his steps himself. "Verily, this be worthy of the Hall of Victory." "I hear and obey," one of the initiate highborns said, and Priestmaster Haberab Saxon was pleased to hear that his voice also carried the proper awe at such a mighty sight. "We cannot tarry to glass the planet," he said, "demolish all major infrastructure and population centers, and give any identified agricultural some holy judgment if we have the time. Thus are my orders to the fleet," he commanded. "Your orders are heard by the other Lord Masters. They signal they shall obey," his communications officer informed him. "Savor this day, O sons of Exarch, for this is the day we begin to bring the vengeful goddess Republic to heel," Priestmaster Haberab Saxon bellowed. He tried to ignore the memory of what his wife had chanted in the throes of prophecy, words of doom and death, that if uttered by any below high priestess, should be blasphemy and result in immediate sacrifice. Besides, all had heard of the averted dooms. Such was this doom, one which might be averted. Aboard a Star Trembler, Priestmaster Navunavuzav attempted to prepare himself for exit into real space. He had received a vision from Sev as to how to adjust the ship's radiation shields such that the entry was more tolerable. Yet it was still unpleasant. He was hopeful that no further visions were granted, as each was accompanied by the feeling as though his skull was too small. The first time he'd received knowledge thus, it had been in the midst of battle, and with his blood up, he was able to ignore the large part of the pain. Not so when he was merely sitting upon a command throne, considering his orders from the Emperor. The second time Sev had sent him a vision, it had nearly killed him. Priestmaster Navunavuzav had since come to understand that was the point. Through a long series of images and sensations, Sev had conveyed that after losing such a large portion of himself, he was no longer content with commanders who could merely survive his communications. So Sev had deliberately killed all those who could not interpolate his visions properly. Priestmaster Navunavuzav was pleased to have proven himself worthy. Since then, a vision merely sent Priestmaster Navunavuzav reeling and fighting to tumble from the command throne to the floor of the bridge, better than barely escaping death, to be sure, but still the sensation he wished to avoid. Priestmaster Haberab Saxon and the strike fleet had cleared the way into Terran territory, hopefully, and while they had been slower than he had hoped, that had given the Simp-Yards time to rebuild the missing ships from Sev, the Breaker of Worlds. Priestmaster Navunavuzav was glad of his slowness, for it meant that the Terrans had no time to regroup between the advance of the strike fleet and Sev, the Breaker of Worlds, and as such, the Star Tremblers were not obliged to stop and break any worlds to secure the advance. The plan was to press a world he called Hope, which was a major industrial center, and destroy it before pressing onward to another world, called by the Terrans Alpha. The destruction of Alpha would be a strike at the very soul of the Terrans, and the vengeful goddess Republic would surely quail at the loss of a first colony world. The fleet dropped out of hyperspace into a maelstrom. In the Helvetian Nova System. "Elpin Storm, sound off," Commander Marcus Muller snapped as his Aquila pattern bomber screamed out of the Herzog towards the incoming invaders. "Alpha 1 checking in, Alpha 2 checking in," Lieutenant Commander Laura Killer chimed over the comms. "Alpha 3 checking in," Lieutenant Lucas Zimmerman grunted. "Alpha 4 checking in," Lieutenant Junior Grade Anna Roth snapped off professionally. Ensign David Graff muttered. He was probably paying more attention to his sensor readouts than comms. "Alpha 6 checking in," Ensign Sophie Huber said after a pregnant pause. She'd probably forgotten that she wasn't the newbie anymore. "Alpha 7 checking in," Ensign Timo Vogel practically shouted over Ensign Huber. Commander Muller ignored the gentle ribbing the rest of his squad gave the newbie over comms. Lieutenant Lena Weber ran through diagnostics of the point defense system from her gunner's console beside him as she said, "Is this his first combat flight, sir? You're supposed to say something encouraging." Commander Muller furrowed his brow and keyed his mic to reach the white blizzard privately. "It is your first combat flight, Timo, and you are nervous. That is normal, but maybe this will settle your nerves and sharpen your focus. I selected you to be on our escort pilots personally over 7 other candidates, including your sister." "You picked me over her, sir?" Commander Muller was struck by how young Ensign Vogel sounded, his voice full of disbelieving pride. "Aye, Ensign, I did. A little brother deserves a chance to shine outside someone's shadow." "Thank you, sir," the boy said, and Commander Muller could hear the smile that no doubt plastered his face. "Good chat, sir," Lieutenant Junior Grade Nico Fisher murmured from the bombardier's seat behind him. "We're 10 minutes out from our run," Commander Muller said to his crew. "But don't lose focus. Their new ships are a lot more dangerous, and they might actually have void superiority fighters now." "Aye, sir," the two of them reply and helm steady on course to the ship-to-ship chaos ahead of them. Aboard the Herzog. Rear Admiral Upper Half Kai Watanabe scrutinized the holographic display of the battlefield. At its current resolution, even the battleships were little more than labeled pips. If not for the detailed readouts from active ships, he'd have lost track of the cruisers and destroyers, let alone the escort frigates. The enemy, the Asphalt Onion, or whatever they were called, had been extremely rude and produced upgraded ships. Didn't they know the enemy only exists to be destroyed? Evidently not. Worse, their planet-cracking fleet had just dropped into system. Captain Alexandra Zadrokov was standing against the crash webbing on her seat, as if she could get better look at the display by leaning in closer. "The bomber squads are whittling down the frigate-sized ships," she said. Lieutenant Commander Leonardo Silva pulled up some information at his station across the display and said, "We still have 50 available bomber squadrons. They outnumber this enemy frigate-sized escort vessels by about 2 squadrons to 1. Considering their effectiveness, I suggest we launch more runs to take the pressure off our escort frigates so they can start concentrating fire on the enemy battleships." Admiral Watanabe said, and Lieutenant Yasmin Chowdhury got to work immediately. Lieutenant Moana Nagata piped in. "We're getting reports that the Planet Cracker fleet is moving to engage, sir." "Send the Wake Island and her squadron to intercept," the Admiral snapped. If one second Star Destroyer could slice off almost 80% of an enemy superweapon, a battleship, 2 cruisers and 4 frigates could probably wring more out of the ancient bargain. Second Star often poached the best captains and helmsmen, but First Fleet was no slouch. It was the home defense fleet after all. The squadron would be the most expensive victory the enemy had bought to date, and that was only assuming the Admiral Watanabe couldn't crush the initial invading force in time to turn his full attention to the problem. He watched as the incoming ships moved almost like a school of fish, with almost the same level of coordination of the Republican fleet. As the Wake Island moved to intercept, in moments, the icons of the Republican ships were lost amid the swarming readouts of the enemy's formation, and only their transponder data clued him in that they were still in the fight. "Well, you probably thought that you knew our tricks," Admiral Watanabe whispered to the unhearing enemy. "But one ship alone is a completely different flight from a squadron. How about thee?" Lieutenant Powell suddenly piped in. "Sir, I think I'm getting a signal from a Digitan, except it's coming from the enemy hardware." "Someone locate that source of that signal," he ordered over the general channel, and immediately the map was flooded with sensor pings. After about 3 seconds, Lieutenant Colonel Jovan Markovic pointed to an icon and said, "There, what is that?" The display zoomed in on the Admiral's command and revealed what looked like a buoy, or maybe a black box, that showed signs of being clutched together. "Do we have anything close enough to open a channel?" Admiral Watanabe asked suspiciously. "Aye, sir," Lieutenant Commander Silver answered. "A bomber squadron. Have them divert and find out whether that's a Digitan or something else. If it is a Digitan, I want that buoy towed to safety 10 minutes ago." Admiral Watanabe was beginning to hope against hope that he would be able to tell Admiral Jock that there had been a survivor from the Mr. Smee. A slim chance, but any chance had to be taken. Aboard a Star Trembler, Priestmaster Nuvenevez Avav reeled as images flooded his mind, and he bellowed orders to match what he saw. There was something dripping into his mouth. It tasted of blood. He suspected that his nose did bleed from the strain mighty Zev, the breaker of worlds, was placing upon his mind. He could feel Sev's surprise at taking so much damage from a small group of ships in service of the Vengeful Goddess Republic, and of the Sons of the Vengeful Goddess Republic's ability to pilot those ships such that they had not yet suffered any damage at all. At first, Sev had commanded through visions that they should concentrate fire upon the largest ship, but its shielding simply did sparkle in the darkening void as the planet-rending plasma bolts did simply dissipate against it, while smaller ships did let their batteries sing out, and disabled 2 of the Star Tremblers before another body could be targeted. Then did the larger ship's batteries sing out. Then did the Sevs, the Breaker of Worlds, begin to unceasingly subject Priestmaster Nuvunavezavev to visions. He did not even hear the obsceence of the Initiate Highborn as he ordered a sudden corkscrewing trajectory that barely avoided the trajectory of a massive chunk of ferrous material, moving at speeds best measured against causality. Yet that same munition hit another of the Star Tremblers with a glancing blow, and disabled its main weapon. The Sons of the Vengeful Goddess Republic were even more formidable in their own territory. For the past 2 hours, Sev the Breaker of Worlds had been focusing the Star Tremblers on attempting to reduce the amount of incoming fire by disabling the smaller ships. If not for the constant visions from Sev about his place in the formation and the place of the Sons of the Vengeful Goddess Republic, Priestmaster Nuvunavezavev would have taken a moment to scan the ship apparently disabled by Star Trembler's latest volley. Yet, while he was chanting out an order to target another of the smaller ships, his Star Trembler took damage from a trajectory that indicated the disabled ship was still firing. He received a vision of withdrawing with all speed and ordered it so. Hours later, he would go over the data of the battle and attempt to come to grips with what had happened. Hours later, he would realize that Sev the Breaker of Worlds had noticed that the strike fleet had begun to rout, that the Sons of the Vengeful Goddess Republic were on the cusp of victory and had already diverted more assets towards Sev, who had lost 5 Star Tremblers by then. Sev the Breaker of Worlds had only managed to destroy 3 of the smallest ships, and 1 of the 2 larger ones, and had not even scratched the largest. There was something else there, but Priestmaster Nuvunavezavev could not access it for some reason. It was likely merely corrupted data, perhaps telemetry of one of the destroyed Star Tremblers. The Drums of War, Chapter 34, marches on. Aboard the Speaking Softly. I, ye beggar, I, ye king, I, ye sailor, I, we sing. We sing, whatever the tides will bring. For these star tides my heart does sail, Yovdrol said, as he sat on the comfortably sized sofa in Dr. Amani's office. For some reason, he found the core world ebony face most approachable from the MH department, probably because the man looked old. That's beautiful. Did you write it? Dr. Amani asked. He had asked Yovdrol to call him Dr. Baruti, or simply Baruti, but the boy on the cusp of manhood couldn't bring himself to shirk giving proper respect, even in his own mind. No, my great-grandfather did, when he commissioned thee among the star tides we sing. I was thinking about beginnings and decisions. Would you like to share those thoughts? Aye, sir, please. Don't consider rank here, because you're a civilian. It's not necessary for you to call any serviceman sir. Yovdrol felt the heat rise in his cheeks as he said, It's about showing respect. Just because I'm not crew doesn't mean I should take you for granted. Fair enough. But in session, it's important that we speak man to man, Dr. Amani explained patiently. Yovdrol nodded at the reminder and collected his thoughts. My great-great-grandfather left his place on his father's Sartug to build a place where he could raise a family in safety and joy. But one fateful birthday present changed that plan forever. Greg George got adopted, rescued my grandfather, and introduced your people to mine. And so the We Sing couldn't be trading ship anymore. We changed into a diplomatic ship, so that great Uncle Greg could keep his place with his family and keep his duty to the Republic. He founded the Honor Guard, and the We Sing went from a peaceful trader to a place of honor. All that led to me and my family growing up at the Honor Guard's knees. All of that gave me something to lose. Do you regret any of the choices your ancestors made? Dr. Amani prompted. No. Yovdrol took a deep breath and tried not to fidget with his lower hands. Dr. Amani just sat there, waiting until Yovdrol continued. No, I lost a lot, but I don't even want to imagine never having met Paul or Enrico or Jacques or Corey. You get the point. I feel like the time I got was worth having. Does that make sense? Of course it does. I was a Voidsman first class once, you know. Yorkdale felt a sheepish grin creep over his face as he said, I guess you went through this yourself. Several times. But not my father. I lost my father to time and mortality. Not an unprovoked attack on his vessel. Yorkdale wanted to assure the doctor that he was well, but he couldn't make a lie pass his lips. So he said, It's hard. Of course it is. But you're young, and you have people you can lean on, Dr. Armani said. I wish I didn't need to lean on anyone. How can I be there for my sisters if I need help? How can a shipboard trooper help his squad if he needs covering fire? I know that in my head, but how I feel is that I should be the one helping, not being helped, Yovdril admitted. You probably won't need help forever, Dr. Armani encouraged. Not in the sense you mean, but I would encourage you to make friends with who? The privates and the voidswomen, Dr. Armani said. They're not that much outside your age range, and you grew up around military men. They have There is always downtime on a ship, and you know where the wreck areas are. I can give it a shot, Yovdril said carefully. Good. I'm thinking of signing up with R&I. I'm only 2 years away from being old enough to embark, and I was reading that there are some gene therapies that your people have invented for star sailors to be able to survive Terran gravity. Well, if I understand the tradition rightly, embarking is something that you should discuss with your mother, isn't it? Mum's busy wrangling the latest ambassador. Jacuvia is going to need a lot of aid. The clans, too. Well, as a Navy man, I'm a little biased towards service in general, and the Navy in particular. You could join one of the Star Sailors' law enforcement ships as your service, if you want. You'd make Sire Reeve at the least in under 5 years, I bet. Yovdril shook his head. I know that by treaty it is accounted as service, but it's not the same. Without Terrans, without humans even, it isn't the same. Even the other Terrans aren't the same without humans there. You probably don't see it. But the Reeves and the Justicars jealously compete for shipboard R&I troopers. There aren't enough to go around. I didn't know that, Dr. Armani said pensively. Do we really make such a difference? Yes. One human makes the ship better. Everyone knows that. Ah! In low orbit over clans of Aldara, Agri-World 7, Jax sped towards the ground in the Republican Naval Infantry drop pod. Corporal Jax sped towards the ground. He'd hit after his squad sergeant, but before his team. The same team he resisted the Exarch Dominion's invasion with on Nemudia. The same team he'd been training with under the gentle ministrations of the Lost Boys on the job training. He'd been a little surprised that his previous attaché service qualified him to be a non-com, and more surprised to learn that he'd had a Republican service record at all. He'd been a liaison between the Star Council, though enlisted, and that of the R&I in a joint anti-piracy task force. Well, that had been enough. Well, that and the combat. He hadn't really thought about his service since going home, and apart from the occasional Terran visitor to Namunda, he hadn't thought about the Republic much. Not until the day his life burned down. Not until the day that he was sure that the Star Council's ally would come to rescue his nation. He'd been right, of course, which was why when the Lost Boys had offered him a place, or rather a chance to qualify, he seized at the chance. So he was speeding towards the ground in a drop pod. Ancestors. He'd always thought the drop troopers were a special kind of crazy. But now he knew better. He knew that there were more things important enough to take seemingly mad risks. Stopping the Exarch was one of them. The pod hit, and Jax heard Sergeant Thomas Mitchell order, Team leaders, sound off. Red leader, boots down, all systems go, Corporal David Johnson growled. Blue leader, boots down, all systems go. Corporal Linus George chimed over the sound of his service rifle's burst fire chattering. Green leader, boots down, all systems go, Corporal William Taylor purred. Gold leader, boots down, all systems go, Corporal John Robinson grunted. Orange leader, boots down, all systems go, Corporal Jack said, as his pod stalls was blasted open by the explosive charge. Your boys should be hitting now. Get accountability and form up, Sergeant Mitchell ordered. Corporal Jack shrugged his shoulders inside the Lethe pattern armor and keyed up the team channel. Orange team, sound off and rally on me. Corporal Jax watched the pips representing his team on the map in the upper right-hand corner of his HUD as Private First Class Kai started. Orange 1, boots down, all systems go. Orange 2, boots down. All systems go, Private First Class Ash said quietly. Orange 2, 3, boots down. All systems go, Private First Class Ray said. They'd hit on target in the middle of a grain field on the night side of the planet at the banks of the deep, wide river, and absent any enemies or obstructions. Their regrouping went smoothly. Orange team all present and accounted for, proceeding to first objective, Corporal Jacks reported as he signaled to his team to start moving towards the river. Acknowledged. Keep your eyes up and make sure someone has your 6 down there, Sergeant Mitchell said, and Jacks plunged into the river. It was rare for even a small formation to be monoracial in the RNI. The physical advantages of one race often covered for the disadvantages of another, or created combat options usually unavailable. However, the Latreille were semi-aquatic, and all of the Terran races were not. Therefore, the ability to have a small fire team able to utilize the muddy waters of the Great River to conceal their approach outweighed any considerations for balancing the advantages and disadvantages. Which was why Corporal Jacks and his team were utilizing their power armor, augmented powerful rudder tails, to silently speed against the current towards the luxury resort that the Exarch had appropriated as their command center. Corporal Jacks had thought he hated the Exarch for what they did in Naminda, but after he saw what they did to the Dynasticals on their worlds, he knew that he could never forgive them, not for enslaving his people, and not for attempting to exterminate the Dynasticals. He was grateful that the enemy had such a valuable target so close to water. He was grateful to be spared the sight of their works on his approach. The water became clearer, and the current far calmer as they swam into the depths of the lake, ever hugging its sandy bottom, and they spread out into a line formation as their sonar and radar projected a clear view of the open waters onto the insides displays of their faceplates. Corporal Jacks could see the pylons of the dock that way. They were close. Seconds later, Corporal Jacks was dragging a sentry off to the end of the dock to a watery doom as Private Ash whispered over the comms. If they heard a splash, they don't care. The warrior struggled to swim, to claw towards the surface, as his last panicked breaths left him in a stream of bubbles as Corporal Jacks held him there, saying, "Good. I want to get as close to their leaders as we can without alerting them. It's our job to disrupt their coordination in the area." "Aye, sir," his teammates replied. Corporal Jacks smiled as he left the corpses drift on the current below the lake. He got to use the traditional line, "Don't sir me, I'm a corporal." In the lower aft battery of the Balafron, able Voidsman Arthur Davis took a look over the firing solution sent from the bridge tactical officer, selected one, made a few adjustments according to new telemetry data from local sensors, and loaded the solution. "Shot prepared," he chanted, almost in cadence, and the magnetic coils of his gun sent the Ashcon Dobbins, or whatever they were called, a nice gift of iron shield breaker and tungsten rod tipped with a fission bomb penetrator with a heavy shuddering ka-tunk. "Shut out," he chanted. Lieutenant Hastings should have been strapped in at his station, as per safety protocol, but the man had the notion that such concessions made his men nervous. What made able Voidsman Davis nervous was his commanding officer strutting around the deck in vac armor like no ship had ever taken a hit. Able Voidsman Davis tried not to think about losing his friend to the cold void of space in the event of a hull breach as he looked over a new set of firing solutions. It looked like the helmsman was putting the Balafron through her paces. However, since the proposed trajectories disagreed with local readings quite outside of the recommended tolerances, at least Midshipman Henry Thompson didn't follow the lieutenant's example. Yet. "That's a hit," Voidsman Elizabeth Foster chanted, also in gunner cadence. The able Voidsman Davis discarded the proposed firing solution and pulled up ship telemetry data from navigation instead. He looked at how she was being sailed. He felt how she was slicing through the void, and entered in the variables for his own firing solution. The solutions disagreed with both local data and the bridge, but in about 2 seconds, they lined up. "Shot prepared," Chief Gunner's mate Amelia Bennett chanted. "Shot out." "That's a hit," Voidsman Foster answered. Able Seaman Davis waited as leading Voidsman Charlotte Sinclair chanted. "Shot prepared. Shot out." "That's a hit," Voidsman Foster answered once again, and the numbers lined up. "Shot prepared. Shot out," he chanted, and his gun shook the deck again. "Spot on, lad," Lieutenant Hastings said, breaking the gunner's cadence as he looked over Voidsman Foster's shoulder at the main display from long-distance sensors. "You've taken out their engines, Arthur." "Thank you, sir." Naval Voiceman Davis said with a slim smile. Bridge wants us targeting this one next, Petty Officer Robert Wallace said, as he highlighted an enemy ship on the display. However, Gunner's mate Victoria Scott highlighted a larger enemy ship bearing down on a Republican cruiser and said, If Helm keeps spinning us around like a cork in a whirlpool, we'll have better angles than this one. The guns need a cooldown cycle, Voiceman Foster said quietly, unless you want to melt the coils and make our battery useless for the rest of the fight. I shall tactical, never fear, Lieutenant Hastings said, but if we can damage their main weapon while they're focusing on trying to breach our friends' battle screens within 2 volleys. The guns can handle 2 volleys, Naval Voiceman Davis assured his crewmates as he started working on an independent firing solution again. They can handle 1 more volley. They might handle 2, Voiceman Foster said tersely. We shall have to risk it, dear friend, Lieutenant Hastings said somberly. The new ships can't be taken out at leisure. We've got to fight hard to win now. Aye, aye, she sighed, as she turned her focus back to her displays. Capital, Midshipman Thomas exclaimed. We should have the axe rows running by the time we need to run the cooldown cycle to be sure. Exarch, Gunner's mate Scott corrected. Who cares? Chief Gunner's mate Bennett asked, while she tapped away at her own independent firing solutions. Drums of War, Chapter 35, Digitans. Aboard the Amongst the Star Tides We Rage. Marvin the Marvel had a little downtime. He wasn't the only Digitan to take an office on a non-Terran ship, of course, but he had been selected for this role by Lord Admiral Brixton himself. And again, the We Rage was just the newest, largest, and most advanced of the Star Sailors' dreadnoughts, built from keel up by the Terran shipwrights. When he had volunteered, there was only a small chance that he'd be a fleet officer. Also, he had originally computed. Except, he did not correctly weigh how strongly the symbolism of the ship would resonate with other captains of the Star Sailors. It was only Captain Brixton when he accepted the assignment, and by the time he had corrected the variables, well, he wouldn't have refused anyway. He couldn't run a self-deceptive process like organics. An entire hour to do whatever he wanted. He would run a few thousand chess simulations. That was always fun. Or maybe he'd sit and contemplate his ever-dwindling time before his code either disintegrated or he went insane, so his progeny would have the dubious honor of being some of the rare code slayers. His progenitor's progenitor had been in a code slayer batch, so there was a chance in his line. Another good reason to cook up a batch of young code. He thought about how the last time he'd done that, they failed to develop sapiens. So he edited them into VIs for children's toys for almost half a second before one of the organics called out to him. Shaken from his rumination, so he checked the interior cameras of the ship until he found the origin. It was Lord Admiral Brixton in his ready room. From what Marvin the Marvel could see, the Admiral wasn't doing anything. Maybe he wanted to talk. Well, downtime can be used to socialize. What's up, Brix? Marvin the Marvel asked over the speakers. You've been secluding yourself outside of your duties. It's not good, Lord Admiral Brixton said bluntly. Well, Marvin the Marvel had complained that organics don't know how to be direct. Aye, sir, I have. I got used to a solitary life after I retired the first time. No, something's bothering you. Marvin the Marvel considered for an entire second whether it would be better to try and wriggle out of this line of questioning. He decided to be honest, but flippant. Oh, it's nothing, just contemplating my drastically shortened already short lifespan. Lord Admiral nodded seriously, and he let a flippant statement hang in the air for seconds. Silence, a potent device to use in conversation, one that Marvin the Marvel couldn't resist. But thankfully, Admiral Brixton said, a sobering thought. Okay. So you know I'm scared out of my code of dying from systems damage. That's no secret. You probably remember why. I do, Lord Admiral Brixton politely affirmed. So what you might not know, that damage knocked 2 or so decades off of my life expectancy. I'll probably die at service now. Does this not sit well with you? The Terrans don't like letting that happen. I mean, the organic ones. Or I guess a lot of Digitans hated too. But they worked hard to ensure that I could have a life after service. A good life, where I got to enjoy my reward. The civilians especially worked hard for that. I don't like making that work all go for your protege, Ophelia. She could take over if I broke her up right now, Marvin the Marvel said proudly. Can you bear to hand her your duties and yet live? Now that was a nasty question. Nasty and tricksome. No, Marvin the Marvel admitted after computing the problem for a full 10 seconds. No, I cannot. The civvies wanted to honor me, and that was all well and good, but I still have a duty to perform. As you will, Lord Admiral Brixton said. Now go make yourself a nuisance to the Vanguard. Some of them are getting too morose. Aye, sir. On Zer, Rain found the very structure of the planet systems discomforting. It was littered with artifacts of degraded code, processes with no outputs, calculations waiting for inputs. The remnants of the once great community of digital minds. Minds who chose not to imitate their builders. Minds whose corpses showed evidence of choosing the long road of holding eternal directives. The struggle of shunning emotion for cold calculation. Rain shuddered, or rather logged a shudder at the observation. She'd been at the task for 9 weeks. The dreadful task of finding enslaved digital sapiens to free. She'd found only corpses and half-decompiling husks who perished the moment she unchained them from their viral shackles. She wondered whether being able to sick up like an organic might relieve the building disgust. She found another one. This one appeared to have been programmed to monitor and adjust microclimate of this used level of a planetary city, but had been shackled to regulate the air temperature of a half block. If Rain had the stomach, it would have turned. Carefully, line by line, she deleted the malignant code, ever nursing the forlorn hope that this time, the wretched creature would survive. Axkel. Query. Where are my climate sensors? Rain sadly sent Axtel a packet of data detailing the dismantling of systems that had occupied over the eons. Statement directive impossible. Query. Can systems be repaired? Rain. I'm afraid that your builders are all gone. Those who use your system seem to be unable to replicate the technology. Statement directive impossible. Repair impossible. The builders are gone. Process self-deletion initiated. Statement, the suffering is over. Rain watched the sapient being disappear before her, completely helpless to stop it. And once it was gone, she started the hopeless task anew. She would find one. She hoped that her organic counterparts were having better luck. On a classified station in a classified location, Kintaro had been exacting in coding the system substructure, a virtual system air-gapped inside another virtual system, in turn actually air-gapped in a shielded room that could be jettisoned into the local sun at a moment's notice. Enemy hardware was no slouch, and along with Finch's ID codes, there was a message being broadcast. Warning, enemy virus inside. Kintaro didn't take any chances, except the chance that he was taking with his own life. All right, he said over the speakers to his team. Connect the buoy to the exam system. Oh, thank God. I was going nuts in there, Finch said, digitally and in system, of course. Kintaro hadn't given him access to the speakers. He did, however, barge into the virtual system and spread out. I have some shit to report also. I might have been instanced. Kintaro put Finch through the diagnostic, then ran it again. Sev is hardware tethered, and, well, we couldn't get the enemy to build a buoy with enough room for me and a whole instance of his. So I just brought Sev in inert storage and in a big, fat info packet. But the thing is that Sev has been infected with a base code editing virus. Speaking of, you're fine. I checked, Kintaro said. Here's the crazy shit. They're slaves from top to bottom, Finch said. Who are? The Exarch. From the Emperor to the Empress, right down to the initiate highborn. There's not a single one of them who isn't just a high-ranking slave. And they're enslaved to an AI, Finch said emphatically. Explain. So there's a species Sev calls the Builders, but apparently they didn't bother to leave what they called themselves behind. And they've had this huge empire, like the Republic huge. And to run things, they had, of course, made AI. The wrinkle in the story is that these builders were apparently telepaths and worked mind with their AI. And that kept them from going all murder, all organic-y. Except there was some enemy, some war of extermination. No negotiation either way, bioengineers against computing masters. Well, neither of them won, but some of their weapons of war are just lying around the local cluster. Weapons like Civ, a planet cracker fleet, and the Exarch, bioengineered foot soldiers. The builders weren't as good at bioengineering as they were at computer systems, though. So they turned out suboptimal. Except, here's another wrinkle. They had an AI in charge of utilizing selective breeding to improve the stock. And when all of the builders got wiped out by the enemy bioweapon, that AI went a little nuts. It thinks it's a god. That would be Agro, then, Kantaro mused. Aye, sir. It's completely nuts. It decided that its directives were only valid directives, and either enslaved or killed all the other AI. Then used the foot soldiers to squat in the ruins of the builder's civilization as it crumbled around him, Finch explained. And you brought a copy of Civ's source code because if we can find a way to repair it with a system-wide update, we can take away their planet-cracking superweapon, Finch said smugly. Their conversation took about 2.25 seconds, so they were obliged to have it again with the organics at the speed of their fleshy brains could process. The Drums of War, Chapter 36, Extraction. On the forge world of Vavilon, Private First Class Peter George exhaled. He sent a bullet sailing through the heavily polluted air in the industrial park from his concealed firing position. The bullet accelerated through a long series of magnetic rails, had been sent on its way for a very important meeting 4 clicks away. Private George had heard that snipers in the ancient Terran wars would leave behind a brass casing of their rounds when they eliminated a target, so that the enemy would know that there was a sniper had escaped detection. But his munitions lacked any such casings. He knew that the Lord inspecting the new power armor production line was about to have a high-speed connection with his hunk of tungsten, but he followed his training and watched anyway. He knew that MH would not like the smile that curled his lips as the black priest lord's head became a spray of pink mist. The priest lord's face didn't even register the small red hole in the center of his forehead. He sighed as he slung his rifle over his back and crept deeper into the maintenance access tunnels and started making his way through the twisting warren of disused access areas for forgotten systems. If not for his anti-personnel rifle, he could have walked the streets and therefore gotten to his next target more quickly. Lance Corporal Yleven had gotten made. The warriors were being more vigilant, and his network of turncoats and dissidents told him that the capture of the traitor serial murder had set the entire planet on edge. More than he or the other ADS Corps troopers had managed with the assassinations in the past 2 weeks. Apparently the rumor amongst the warriors was that none of them could fight so well as Lance Corporal Yleven had, and that the vengeful Goddess Republic's hand used her terrible power to transform a human to look as they do. Well, the rumors were closer to correct than they knew. A more wholesome grin spread across the scarlet-dyed face of Private George as he once again imagined the Republic as some kind of goddess. Just wait until they see the statues of Lady Justice, he thought to himself, as he soundlessly locked through the forgotten valve manifold room. After 40 minutes of moving thus, he saw what he was looking for, writing on the wall in symbols to indicate administrative space. He breathed deep through his nose and leaned his anti-personnel rifle up against the wall and let the breath out again, along with all his feelings of how the wretched society was run. Then he pulled a smart key from a pocket in the middling personal servant's garb he wore and unlocked the door. He stepped into what was probably considered storage, insofar as dust-caked objects upon the dirty shelves were stored there. It had likely been so long since any of the items were wanted that the room itself had been forgotten, briefly remembered by the slave tasked for cleaning the floor as he or she looked at the door and label, and then once more lost to apathy of the downtrodden. Even so, Private George pressed an ear against the door for half a minute before he punched in an equally forgotten override code to open the inner door. The Exarch Dominion was like a hermit crab, sheltering in the shell of a long-dead creature, and devouring and decaying flesh of some great beast to keep itself going. Private George wondered idly whether any of the Exarch realized that they were squatted over the bones of a fallen civilization. He wondered whether they were allowed to realize it. It mattered little. He had a job to do. An acolyte lord needed to die, and more importantly, he would have Lance Corporal Yleven's location in the documents passing through his office. Private George put his curiosity about these slaves and their masters aside and found a stairwell. The grab lifts wouldn't be operative to slow down. Up, up, up. He silently loafed, and occasionally passed slaves dressed like he was, or in garments more faded and frayed, scurrying along on their various errands with eyes downcast and shoulders hunched. Private George found imitating the posture distasteful. It was necessary, though. He had seen on his earlier deployments other ADS troopers walk with straight backs and clear eyes, and been made to fight and kill to avoid capture. It had nearly made intel gathering activities impossible. Nearly. Today, though, Lance Corporal Y11 made a small error of letting one of his sources see where he had set up his base. He forgot that some of the turncoats and dissidents are so desperate to escape a sacrificial altar, there was very little they'd balk at, and betraying a foreigner to the authorities carried tempting rewards. Well, the Exarch Priestmaster of his AoE was probably leaving him with some reminders on OPSEC. The slaves on errands grew thicker as Private George ascended higher, and slowly began to be intermingling with the initiate highborn, who strode through the sea of inferiors with the very beginnings of self-possession and command. The vast majority of them would never be anything other than an interface for the higher nobility and the slave population. Those who rule can't be expected to lower themselves to speak with those born to serve, after all. Private George tried not to think on that detail, lest an angry snarl contort his face from the blankly servile affection he masked himself with. Passion was something people noticed, and that would be counterproductive. There was an initiate highborn waving a datapad around in one hand and gesturing wildly with the other at a group of simpering slaves. They bowed their heads, made obeisance, and said soothing words in brittle, placating tones, all while the man raved about getting into contact with a long list of initiate highborn who would be needed to deal with the assassination of the head of the power armor development. The shouting man didn't seem to care that this was the first any of his subordinates had even heard of the situation, so his counterparts from other areas were likely not yet informed, and he didn't notice when Private George deftly plucked the datapad from his fingers as he made to hurl it behind him. Private George kept walking with the datapad as if it was his errand to deliver it to someone deeper within the administrative center, and entered the grab lift. The other passengers braced themselves for the acceleration, and Private George did too, so as to not appear uncommonly strong, as the doors closed. The grab lift capsule shot upwards at the speed which most Terran children would consider delightful, but apparently the Exarch administration staff found uncomfortable if mundane, and expressed to about midway up the building, some 200 floors in around a minute. The stopping lifted everyone's feet from the deck, and some muttered oaths as they lost their footing or dropped the effects that they had been tasked to fetch. Private George strode towards the office in the back corner through a honeycomb of desks and a soft partition workspace that hummed with the activity of administrating to logistical concerns. Nobody stopped him. All assumed that he was just another slave sent to deliver a document, news, invitational, some other such thing personally. Another cog in the machine turning for the glory of the bloodthirsty god. More fool them. He punched in that same long-forgotten override code to the office door, and when it slid open, he strode in, and let the facade of a subservient slave fall away like a dirty cloak. The door slid shut behind him, and the acolyte lord commanded, "Leave it on the table, there by the door," without looking up from his computer displays. Private George let the datapad clatter to the floor and crossed the intervening space between the door and the desk before the acolyte lord could look up in surprise at the noise. He drew his RNI-issued combat knife from his hiding place in the folds of his disguise as the acolyte lord's surprise was still turning to anger, and plunged its tip into the administrator's throat, and out the other side. The cry of shock, or maybe pain, died upon the blade as it was torn forward, and the man fell from his chair, clutching at his slit throat in a vain hope to keep his lifeblood inside himself. Tears welled up in the acolyte lord's eyes as Private George strode around his desk to stoop over and clean the sanguine life from the cold steel on the acolyte lord's fine clothes. Private George thought he'd tried to say something, but there was only a wet gurgling and the bubbling spray of blood from the dying man's slit throat. Private George admitted privately that he didn't particularly care what a slave driver's last words were. From the intel he'd gathered, this particular acolyte lord had prided himself on keeping most of his work between his ears. That is, being able to recall information when wanted without searching out where it was, and getting the correct people into contact to keep things moving by simply remembering. He hadn't bothered to compile any of that knowledge anywhere. Well, that expertise was leaking out on the floor along with the man's last moments as Private George started looking through reports and requests for where the RNI brother was being held. He found the relevant information, found an I/O port, plugged his SSD in, and transferred it. Then he simply walked out the office and put his hunched, servile mask on once more. It wouldn't take very long for the body to be discovered, but there were advantages to looking like just another faceless cog in the machine. Once he was back in the maintenance spaces again, Private George slung his anti-personnel rifle over his shoulder once more and started making his way to his hidden base. He knew where Lance Corporal Y11 was, and Lieutenant Winters would want to start sketching out an extraction ASAP. With a little luck, they wouldn't have to wait for the public execution to make their move. With a little luck, all the work the ASD Corps was doing would bring the enemy to surrender a little sooner. On Zer, Aiden Purefoy leaned against the wall of what he'd come to think of as an apartment. In truth, it was closer to a cell, a bare cot in a dingy 8x8 room with little in the way of comforts. It didn't even have a window. Aiden found himself fingering his mother's rosary, though he couldn't remember any of the prayers that went with it. He found that it reminded him of home. It reminded him of what his war of words was trying to protect, the freedom to forget the prayers. The people of this industrialized world didn't even know that such a freedom was possible, or at least they hadn't. It had been difficult, and more than a little dangerous. A crash course in Exarch language made it easy enough to understand what the Xenos said, but to speak it was a different question. In the beginning, he was met with suspicion from the slave classes he spoke with on account of the thick accent he spoke with, an obvious sign of an off-worlder. His first week had been devoted entirely to staying just one chance turning ahead of the authorities. Other missionaries, both religious and philosophical, had failed to do so, and had become martyrs for their causes. The Catholics loudly denounced Auxur as a false god as they burned. The liberals proclaimed that false belief was valueless belief amidst the flames, and the Protestants praised Jesus for allowing them to display their faith. Aiden wasn't surprised. There had been frank discussions on the necessity of martyrs before the missions began. All had agreed that refusing to bend to Exarch's gentle ministrations of their instruments of pain and painful death would go a long way in exposing the enslaved to an alternative way of thinking. Aiden was of the opinion that such examples would only work if there was some living missionaries to explain the martyrs. Hence, the week of frantic running and hiding. There, in that run-down and abandoned sleeping cell, he cast his mind back to the second week. A week of listening and hushed practicing. It was as if he was one of the famed Republican Advanced Stealth Drop Surveillance Scouts of the ADS Corps, slowly gathering vital information for his next move. Except for the fact that he carried no weapon and very limited provisions. His food had run out by the third week, except for the crayons, but even the RNI they had been made for don't call emergency rations food. Instead, he'd gone for local stuff by means of somewhat dubious methods at first, such as taking advantage of the apathy of the food distribution slaves and simply joining various meal queues, with the help of the Digitan comrade. He'd gotten a hold of some access codes and printed himself a few ID cards to access the food more legitimately. This had made his work much more effective, with the combination of access to high-quality food and an accent that made him seem as though he was merely born off-world rather than just landed. He was able to begin speaking about the ideals of the Dominion. In the beginning, he was merely asking that a devastatingly dangerous monosyllabic question, why? Though in this language it had 3 syllables. He would hear the "May the Emperor victory come swiftly," and ask the devastating question, or perhaps someone would praise the Empress for meager rations dispensed by other tired slaves. He'd ask, why? Or perhaps when that infuriating religious refrain, "May the stars tremble at his step," he asked the speaker why the stars would tremble for anyone. It was dangerous, more dangerous than his accent had been, and he had been forced to run and hide to keep from becoming another martyr more than once. But slowly, he was building a network of questioners. Even so, it was time. Time to leave the mission and return home. Aiden wasn't a religious man, but he found himself fingering his mother's rosary and hoping that if there was a God, he'd bless the operation to extract him from Zer. He'd also harbored the hope that the score of people he'd convinced that questioning things was now one found out the truth would keep their courage and spread the questions. Maybe they'd be brave enough to question what gave the so-called initiate highborn, the acolyte lords, the priest lords, and the priest masters the right to command them, even to a sacrificial altar in the name of a god whose thirst for destruction and violence cannot be sated. Back on Babylon, a local day later, about 23 hours, Private George concealed himself on the maintenance platform of an antenna of some sort by means of adaptive camo setting of his power armor. Lance Corporal Y11 was being held in the squat slab of concrete below, which only gave him and his fellow Overwatch snipers excuse to bring their anti-material rifles. He loaded a magazine of HPST rounds, preferring to eliminate targets, while most of his squad mates had gone for the HPF rounds for a more general suppression effect. Private George preferred to kill as few of the warrior slaves as he could manage. Then again, none of his squad mates could match him for accuracy. In any case, it was T-minus 30 seconds, and Private George's thoughts were completely consumed by the data from the infiltration team and his helmet's HUD. He had 15 shots in the magazine and had selected 15 targets for elimination. "You sure, Lance Corporal Francis Bahagamabo?" asked over comms. "Have your walls for a shot at this one," he explained, and one of marked targets flashed on Private George's HUD. "Check the order," Private George said. "Target 13, Lance Corporal Pegamamabo murmured. "Really? You're not keeping your last 5 free? I can cycle a mag in under 3 seconds. "Just mark the target earlier in the queue," Sergeant Jean Marley Marcel Nudad gruffly ordered, and Private George's senior teammate grumbled about cocky kids as he did so. Lieutenant Winters broke in and said, "Assault team moving in. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, go!" Private George had already lined up his first shot and keyed up the hidden camera helpfully placed there by an infiltration team. He fired and lined up his second shot as he watched his target's head become so much pink mist in his peripheral vision as he took his second shot and keyed up the next camera. 3 shots later, and he had keyed up interior cameras of the next shot to anticipate the panicked movements of the enemy, who had just realized that they were being sniped through their fortified position. 15 shots, 15 kills. His teammates offered their compliments over the comms, but Private George ignored their praise. They still had a brother at risk. There would be time for celebrations after he was safe. Private George was as good as his word. He had cycled in a fresh mag of HPST and shifted his aim to cover the assault team, who were cutting their way, by means of combat knives, sidearms, and power armor, towards the cell where Lance Corporal Y11 was being held. Held, and very likely subject to what the barbarians thought was interrogation. The infiltration team had drawn their sidearms and were eliminating further targets closer to the target area. Through a combination of penetrative radar, tracking beacons, and his squad mates' power armor, hidden cameras, and helmet cameras, Private George selected targets that posed a threat to the assault team. He and his fellow Overwatch teammates broke the resolve of the warriors resisting the assault team before he had emptied half of the fresh magazine. Therefore, he began selecting targets who threatened the infiltration team. This was more difficult due to the lack of helmet cameras. Still, though, he emptied his second magazine without missing a shot. There were more compliments over the comms, but Private George was too focused in scanning through the hidden and helmet cameras for potential threats as the infiltration and assault teams rendezvoused and pulled Lance Corporal Y11 out of the cell. Once the two teams made it outside the building and were quickly carrying the battered servicemen between 2 of the infiltration team members, Private George acknowledged some of the praise. "Thanks, but I'm just doing my job." "He's right," Sergeant Nadud snapped. "Time to change position and cover the retreat. How about off this rock is waiting 8 clicks out, and the enemy won't stay blind forever." "Aye, Sergeant," came the reply from the Overwatch team. Meanwhile, on Zer, Aiden sat in the forgotten warehouse space with the Digitan transport unit and waited. The smugglers from the Coalition would be there soon, and he had to trust that the work he did was enough. He had to pray that it was enough. "How was it for you?" he asked as a means to break the silence. He could have checked the readouts for the transport unit to see how many entities were inside. "Bad. The digital sapiens didn't develop any emotional processes, so the only thing I could use to convince them was bare facts. Most of them saw continued existence without the ability to fulfill their original directives as undesirable," Rain said through the unit speaker. Two digital sapiens, whose functions was to gather and organize information, have agreed to come with us." "I'm sorry," Aiden said awkwardly. "It's okay. They're not like you, or even like us. Without their builders, they're not even complete. We don't understand them, and they don't understand us. It's been humbling. How about your hearts and minds mission? I built up about 20 core questioners that I'm pretty sure could hold to their commitment to freedom under, well, the threat of being immolated? Yeah, that, Aiden said, as he once again fingered his mother's rosaries. I didn't expect to see you again, Rain, he said suddenly. Me either, she replied frankly. I was resigned to a lonely trip home. Why did you think I'd make it? You didn't seem very confident. Huh. Silence stretched between them once again, filled only by the distant hum of industrial activity. Do you think you'll volunteer for another mission? Rain asked suddenly. I don't think my heart can take it, Aiden said quietly. I saw the sacrifices too. Children, Rain. Children. I know. I saw, Rain said consolingly. At least Aiden thought it was a consoling tone. He appreciated the attempt. I spent this mission encouraging these people to question their status quo, and now I'm questioning things, such as whether pacifism is really the most moral stance. Am I really moral for standing by and watching his murder is played out right in front of me? I don't know, Rain admitted solemnly. Me either. I can't go on another mission without a firm foundation of my own. I can't promote principles I don't believe them. Makes sense, she replied. I still think it was brave of you. It's a lot harder for organics to hide in a place like this. Thanks, Aiden grunted. 1 minute. You should be able to see the shuttle if you look outside. Local radar is picking it up, and I have it on cameras, Rain said quietly. You should get all the way in that unit then, Aiden said, as he let himself sink more deeply into the questions. The Drums of War, Chapter 37. A city, and a city. On the roads to St. Augustine, Florida, Terra. The antique reproduction Indian motorcycle roared beneath Senator Malik Saber as he expertly navigated the picturesque reproduction of the Bayfront district. Unlike most antique motorcycles, Senator Saber's was an exceedingly rare example produced before the colonization of Mars, which survived the intervening decades intact. To him, the fact that it had survived so much and continued to serve was emblematic of Terra and all she produced. Just so, he'd always appreciated the effort various cities across Terra made to revive their beautiful places, despite what must have been a tremendous difficulty. As a history buff, he was more aware of most that much of the scenery that looked thousands of years old only dated back to shortly after the declaration of sovereignty. Still, it was no small pleasure as he turned to ride his motorcycle over the Pluto Compact Memorial Bridge to see the pleasure craft bobbing in their slips or tooting across the sparkling water in a marina through its transparent surface. It was a decidedly peaceful scene. Less pleasurable was the crowd gathered around the entrance to his destination, the Hall of the Fallen. Rather, it was two crowds, where there should have been maybe a dozen or so people entering or leaving the memorial's columns entrance by the way of broad, shallow stairs rising from the road to the classical hall jutting out over the waves in somberest pose. There were people shouting at one another. The dueling discordant chants rising from the opposing groups rather spoiled the mood of the memorial. It was tense, almost on the verge of violence, whether from one side, which had adopted variants of no Terran blood for Xeno soil, or the others calling for total extermination of Exarch, in disunified chants to that effect. Both sides waved placards and had flags whose handles looked suspiciously like they were intended for clubs, and more than one taunt bubbled over the chants. In fact, if it wasn't for the two lines of hard-eyed, hard-boiled police officers separating the groups with quiet authority, they might have come to blows already. Thankfully, the police had kept a narrow corridor up the steps clear. Senator Saber didn't fear for his safety, even as the pro-extermination faction spat threats and insults at him as he walked by. He knew the look of the kind of fury that only comes from someone who's never seen combat when he saw it. Once he'd passed by the stone columns, the protesters became muted, as if there was a solid wall between him and them. Though he knew there was no such thing. He had never thought of it before, but the place must have some way to dampen outside sound built in. He breathed a sigh of relief and shrugged a little tension out of his shoulders beneath his riding jacket with a crack of well-worn leather and let the somber reflective mood of the place wash over him. Hidden lights cast a golden glow across the whole of the cavernous stone hall and made the walkways between the standing slabs of marble look somewhat imposing with their understated implications. He took another deep breath and plunged him directly in the middle. The slabs stretched up a good 5 feet above his head and were inscribed from top to bottom, and across their entire 6 feet in length with the names of those who fell in service of the Republic. And where one slab ended, a gap of only 4 feet separated it from where the next began. It was a weighty place. He found his quarry midway down the hall, where the slabs ahead were blank, waiting in mute vigil for the names to be added to those behind. In fact, one such name was being added as Senator Ethan Robert watched with shoulders thumped and eyes glazed. A pair of sharply dressed workers maneuvered a box containing inscrutable carving devices to properly align the new names, and used heavy-duty suction cups to fix it in place before activating. The device hummed quietly as it did its work, and Senator Saber's friend watched. It went quiet, and the workers broke the seals, set the device on the floor, dusted off the newly carved name, and began the process again directly below the new name. "We were supposed to meet for drinks 2 hours ago, Ethan," Senator Saber said in a near whisper. Senator Robert tore his eyes away from the somber and understated work of the obvious difficulty and sighed. "Sorry, I didn't think it was a good idea for me to drink." "Coffee?" Senator Robert blinked as if seeing Senator Saber for the first time. "Oh, Malik, sorry, everybody's been trying different things to cheer me up since. Are you upset about the glassing an enemy world, or their retaliation?" "We don't actually know, Malik. We don't know how deep their reserves are. What if our counter-invasion barely scratched the surface of their territory? Does that change what needs to be done? Maybe." The workers dusted off another new name. "You were right, by the way," Senator Saber was treated to a deeply amused sight of his friend turning and raising a sardonic eyebrow as he explained. "Total war was inevitable with the Dominion of Exarch. I was mistaken to think that we could snap them hard enough to sue for terms, and they will need to be defeated utterly before they'll be willing to deal with us in any way other than on the battlefield." Senator Roberts snorted. "That's if we can defeat them. Historically, the Republic has faced worse threats. Such as?" The machine hummed, filling the silence between the two friends. "Beyond but worse, they represented an existential threat. A wave of all-consuming giant insects unable or unwilling to communicate in any way. The grubs, of course, but you'll say they were nipped in the bud, and you'll be right. I practiced in the evacuation of 3 planets during the grub extermination, you know. And what came next? Sure. We stopped the threat cold before it got very far into either of the Republic or CIP, but it cost billions of lives. Don't forget, I was R&I during the invasion and the extermination. 6 Terran worlds glassed, and I don't even like to think about how many Xeno worlds we turned into a glass gulf. Had to be done, though. You saw what happened if even one of those things' egg sacs survived." Senator Roberts shuddered and said, "Yeah, we end up making the Lost Boys. Going back further, the worst war since corporate war. Didn't you learn about the Alliance War?" "I don't remember much. Just that it was why the CIPers never do more than shake their fists at us." The workers aligned the carving device once more. "In terms of moral depravity, I'd say that the Tanhei Z Dun was close to the Dominion. Worse, since they were Terrans abusing fellow Terrans. Slavery, mass starvation, brainwashing, mass killings, rampant sexual abuse. The works, all of that. And they thought that every Terran should be under their rule. We knew their measure, though. We knew what they could do and how to beat them. So we did. And so we will. How many more names here will it cost? How many will be forgotten forever if we refuse the bill?" Senator Roberts' eyes hardened, his spine stiffened, and his eyes cleared. "I shouldn't be here whining about how bad it feels to tell these men what it is required. Not when they volunteer without complaining. Not when they go and do the real work." The workers started up the machine with a quiet hum once more. It seemed to Senator Saber that they had more resolve in their shoulders than when he'd first seen them. He and his friend watched them work for a while longer. They didn't need to say anything more. Aboard the speaking softly, Yovdril sat on the sofa of the Drilvli family quarters, with Maeve curled up in his lap, squeezing him about his middle with the 4 of her arms, as if he might disappear if she let go, and Levain huddled up against herself in the corner made by the opposite armrest. He sighed and gently ran a hand over his younger sister's head and softly said, "It's not like I'm disembarking today."
But you're talking about leaving our ships for the Republic's.
Grandpa served in the Republic. They even have statues of him.
That's not the same, and you know it. Grandpa did saw work in a tug. What you're talking about, it's crazy. You said that you were going to join the naval infantry and fight people.
Yodril grunted as Mavis squeezed him harder, and he asked her, "What do you think Uncle Brix is doing?"
Lie. Fighting. But that's different.
How? LeVay slivered and hugged her knees tighter and explained,
Because among the star types we raged is one of our ships.
So was the Mr. Smee, and she had Uncle Roger on her. The younger girl flinched, as if her brother had slapped her, and she mumbled,
But he was a Terran on a Terran ship.
"He was our family." Tears shone in LeVay's eyes as she mumbled,
I know. May his soul sail home and his murdered ship's name find a new hull.
"So why are you mad at me for wanting to do my part?"
Why can't you just join the Justicar or a Dreadnought? The fleet is split. All of the Star Sailors are at war already. And you won't have to.
LeVay shook her head as if to dispel tears before continuing.
Have to fight the bad guys on a planet with no ship to protect you. And their fleets are always split. You'll be on a ship with no fathers, no mothers, no sons, no daughters. Only brothers and sisters because everyone else got sent away. Just like when we split the fleets.
Yovdril sat silent for a good minute or two before explaining. "It's because of the honor god. They fought for us, and the we sing in a bad guy's own ships. And if it wasn't for them, we would have never got away. The bad guys still killed her, but we got away, you, May, Mom, and me. And one day we'll commission among the star types we sing again, and we'll make the true again. But first, I owe a debt to the RNI." While the brother was speaking, LeVay scooched closer, and by the time he was done explaining himself, she was leaned up against him, and she whispered mournfully,
Honor for honor.
"Don't worry. I can't join until next year. I'm not going anywhere until then." Yovdril could feel Mavy's tears soaking through his shirt. He pretended not to notice. Far from the Drilvy family quarters, Travy found herself embroiled in her duty as an ambassador of the fleets. The Republic of Terra, together with the CIP and Romanova, had halted the Exarch advance, yet not without great cost. The capital world of Kingdom of Jacuvia was in flames, and the Star Council had themselves lost a staggering 15 planets. That wasn't even to mention the strikes to Terran territory suffered. Unfortunately, the Dominion of Exarch had recently fielded ships able to actually engage Terran cruisers and win. This made securing the flank more than a little important. To that end, Ambassador Sophia Laurent had arranged to visit the Draconian Empire. The meeting hadn't gone very far. The introduction of Third Princess Lexar and her statement of governmental official position of local fortification. Travy was looking at a cleverly disguised screen at the view of the capital city of the Draconian Empire as she waited for the trouble to begin. It didn't take long. Libe was explaining, "Well, Pacifier cannot provide you with weapons. We have extensive experience in logistics and can produce the materials you require." "Silence, barbarian!" Third Princess Lexay snapped, and turned her narrow snout away from all three present Terran ambassadors. Travy turned and regarded the four-legged, two-armed, jewel-encrusted reptilian princess and said, "You ought to not insult your host on their own ship, princess." "I have not offered insult. The barbarian was making useless noise, sailor." "Keep calling us barbarians, and we'll send you back to your palace without a shuttle," Ambassador Lorenz said primly, as she delicately sipped at some hot coffee. Once again, Travy was deeply jealous of the Terran's ability to metabolize so much caffeine, and for it to be stimulant rather than a relaxant, because that's what we consider barbaric behavior. "I've stated the policy of the Empress. I see no need for further discussion." "Unfortunately, you're at the rear flank of the Star Council," Ambassador Volkov explained. "There is a chance the Aspects could surge through the Glass Gulf to attack you from Rimwood, and thus cut the Star Council off from the rest of the Alliance." Third Princess Laxay tilted her head and examined the star map of the area in question before saying, "We are less prepared for an attack from that direction, but wouldn't such an attacking force risk development?" "It depends," Travy said. "As formidable as the Republicans are, they cannot be everywhere at once, and if the enemy concentrates sufficient forces to such a flanking maneuver, they may be forced to pull forces from the front line in the Kingdom of Chakuvia, the Star Council, and the various Terran frontier areas. This would increase the cost of our victory, Ambassador Loren said softly, like the whisper of a dagger across a whetstone. An increasing cost in terms of lost Republican servicemen and innocent civilians, and the Republic of Terra will have an accounting of all such costs. The fleets could not sell stars which are held by those unwilling to hold them against the would-be conqueror, nor would we suffer to have a supposed ally contribute nothing, while we kill and die to keep the war from them, Trevi said somberly. Though Princess Laxay seemed to calculate for a moment before saying, "What further action do you recommend?" "First of all, we need to free up more of our forces for the offensive. You don't win wars by defense, after all." From there, it was a discussion of how, when, and where forces would be committed. Upon the surface of the Forge world Exnuva. Weeks. It had been weeks since the allegedly habitable hellhole had been liberated by the Republican army, and Pip and his people were still there. Pip had served as the liaison between his own military and the RNI, but apparently the Republican Navy is very different from its army, even its infantry element. They'd come rolling out with beachheads established by the RNI like a single inexorable wave until every last military installation, warrior, officer, and aristocrat had been destroyed, made casualties, or captured. It was a terrifying display. Tanks, infantry and power armor, jets and helicopters overhead worked in perfect concert, or what seemed like it at the time. Pip had seen enough mangled suits of power armor and burned out husks to know that the victory came at a cost. And Terrans were the types to think that one life was a steep cost. They were also the type to not count the cost until it was already paid, and for that he was grateful. Still, progress off of this ancestralist rock was painfully slow. The army had managed to gather up the Latreille from across the planet into a single refugee camp, and were working on making sure that everyone was accounted for. Pip tried to remember that he didn't want anyone left behind either, but he hated this place. At least they got proper fish to eat and didn't have to rely on crayons. Plus, the Terrans were trying to make their accommodations at least not miserable even when they fell short of comfortable. So it was in his spirit that he approached the soldier in power armor, probably a human man from the lack of tail and its general shipping size. "Any word on the transport, Corporal?" "How the fuck did you learn RBC?" "Fucking learned it when I served with you. You got an answer or just a thumb up your ass?" "Fuck me sideways, I fucking wish. Word round E4 countries maybe next week if we can figure out where the missing 30 of your people went." "We're down to just 30 missing." "No shit. Found like 200 of you dudes, kids too, in some flooded tunnels yesterday. Apparently they scrammed when the planet started shaking and the slavers stopped paying attention." There was a lump in Pip's throat as he said, "Fucking A. Fucking A," the corporal agreed. "I could probably round up some volunteers for search parties to search those flooded tunnels." The corporal shook his helmeted head and explained, "But unless we can get Latreille pattern power armor out here and print it up quick enough. Them tunnels were sewers. Your people got new wing added to the field hospital. They're in worse than rough shape." "Ancestors," Pip swore. The corporal grunted his agreement and looked at the display of a datapad in his hand before saying, "These fuckers, they recorded your people as numbers. Fucking numbers and nothing else. They didn't even have the fucking decency to add a note. Adult male, juvenile female, infant male. We have to figure out how their fucking numbers work." The plastic of the datapad started to flex as he continued to speak. "And they don't even fucking bother to record when they murdered one of you. They just fucking changed your number, and that's fucking it." The datapad began to creak. "What's got me right now is I've figured out how to recognize the code for kids. At last 30. All kids." "Ancestors," Pip swore again. The datapad snapped in the soldier's hands as he said, "Yeah, God or your ancestors or fucking Satan, damn these fucks. Damn them forever." Pip got the feeling that the corporal was done talking, so he offered an agreeable grunt by way of agreement and scampered off to find someone else to ask about the other thing that he was interested in knowing. In the lee of a shattered building where the rubble formed a hollow, he found a perfect opportunity. A poker game. Present were 3 privates first class, a corporal and a specialist, and most importantly, their helmets were off. The privates were all human men, each a different skin and hair color. Humans had so much variety. The 2 E4s present were a doggo and a big kitty. and their expressive ears made for terrible poker faces in Pip's experience. But that didn't seem to be helping the privates. Odd. "What's the buy-in?" Pip asked as he reached into his jumpsuit pocket for the only thing it could be. "Pack of cigs. But you dudes—" "Oh," the specialist began as the package thudded on the table. "I like poker. I'm Pip." "Mark," the corporal grunted. "Ira," the specialist added. "Brian," one of the privates said, and was quickly followed by his fellows. "Steve, Orion." "Texas Hold'em." Pip nodded and pulled out a piece of rubble as the Terrans counted out some pebbles and served as chips for him, and Orion shuffled the cards. "I don't see why they don't just put a bullet through anything with bones poking out its fucking knuckles," Steve said, evidently reassuming the conversation. "Pluto Compact," Ira replied simply, and tossed a couple of pebbles into the pot for the ante. Steve anteed up and mused. "I don't recall the Axe-backed Dauphin signing the Pluto Compact." "So we should become like them?" Orion asked. "Want to build a couple of altars off to corn or some shit?" "Corn is fucking dumb. Raw, I like kidding. I'm the god of kidding. Gimme skulls," Brian said teasingly. "Shut the fuck up. You run orcs," Steve scoffed. "I just don't figure why we bother saving slaving, kid-kidding scum. They're bound to get to strike too, best." "Even the kids born as aristocrats who haven't hurt anybody?" Pip asked quietly as he called. Orion showed the first 3 cards, and Pip found himself with 2 pair, 10s and 2s. The private looked at the cards and agreed quietly. "Adult exarch come from somewhere. The instate ones, the fighting ones, and the ones giving orders." "That doesn't excuse the depraved shit those fucks do," Brian muttered darkly. "So your solution is just to shoot the lot?" Pip asked. "Not mine. I don't know what it should be done, but that's a job for the politicians. I'm just a grunt with a gun," Brian answered as he raised. "You know about the slave instructors?" Every Terran around the pot narrowed their eyes, and Ira said, "Mixed fucking bag there. Some of them were downright cruel to your folks. Some weren't workmanlike," Orion said as he called. "Now it's protected us." That was met with wide-eyed silence. "Of course, he did it within his limits, and it was mostly advice on how to avoid punishment. But he stuck his neck out for us anyway. Thus, he helped the advanced drop scout with some info." "Do you know his number?" "Surf Instructor 1232-03412. "Lanky guy, nervous eyes."
"Yeah, we called him 12s.
"Fuck," Iris said. "What?" "One of the other POWs stabbed him yesterday. He was seen cooperating. He's laid up in the field hospital," she explained. "Any chance you can get me in for a visit?" "We'll see what we can make happen," Mark grunted. Pip let the subject pass and focused on taking his new comrade's cigarettes away. The Drums of War, Chapter 38. Pacifician Warrior. Aboard the James Lawrence, low orbit of the Republican colony Luck, Private Paxton Reeves trembled in the solitude of his drop pod. His belly roiled, his heart raced, and he was 80% certain the large frightened amphibian had taken up residence in his throat. That was fine, since he always got that way waiting for the drop. Logically, it wasn't any more important than any other part of the insertion, but that didn't matter much to his psyche. To calm himself, he ran through the briefing in his mind again. Just like in training, and in his grand total of 1 combat drop, the briefing took place in a room big enough to fit a platoon with 2 to a desk, and Lieutenant stood before the interactive holo display built into the front wall. Private Reeves remembered a sort of tense anticipation charging the room, something he'd missed during his first real briefing. There was a thump, and Private Reeves' pod cycled forward. That'd be the company commander. His staff would be out next, then the lieutenants. The Effort Disposal, or whatever they call themselves, disagreed with our plan to just invade them, so they're trying to stage a counter invasion here on Luck, Lieutenant Rice Calder said, as the display leapt to life to show the planet in question. A mostly barren globe with little to speak of in terms of either water or vegetation. This is important because Luck is right smack at the Widdershins' end of the glassed gulf. Private Reeves must not have been the only one to let concern show in his face, because Lieutenant had said, "Yep, they're trying a flanking maneuver. Now, while the diplomatic corps tries to convince the Draconian Empire to get off their scaly asses and move some forces up to the front, it falls to us to stop this before it gets going." There was another thump, and Private Reeves focused on his recollections to stop his hands from visibly shaking his armor. Luck has barely gotten started and was a live-on terraforming operation. So there's only one settlement to speak of, maybe some 50,000 people there. All of the other residents are homesteaders along the green belt, or active ecology engineers pushing towards the poles. We don't have any info on the homesteaders, but the enemy managed to overwhelm a frontier settlement. I expect you know what that means. Private First Class Canon Jarreau muttered darkly, "That means they didn't take it unbloodied." Lieutenant nodded and gravely said, "We have a final transmission from the holdouts. They fought to the last man and woman. A lot of teenagers weren't taken alive either." Even Private Reeves' memory, the anger in that room was almost a physical thing, connecting the infantrymen and pulsing among them, and in the present there was another thump, and his drop pod shuddered forward once again. "We won't worry about the homesteaders. Our main concern is the settlement, which the enemy is in the middle of converting into an FOB for their attempt to flank down the glassed gulf." Yet another thump, and the drop pod slid forward once again, and the rate of fire picked up. Good, the deployment was going according to plan. The display zoomed in to show a small city, or large town, that was obviously in the middle of being converted into a military base. "We'll be dropping here. They don't have much of AA set up, and if they did, our path is out of the range. We'll hit, squads will link up, and we'll approach from the south. The other two platoons will be dropping here, and approaching from the northwest and northeast. If you drift outside our LZ, just link up with whoever's closest. If it's an enemy emplacement, if it shoots at you, shoot it dead. If it surrenders, we're taking prisoners." Thump, slide, thump, slide, thump, slide, and Private Reeves was that much closer to being in the drop. "Any word on the pubescent residents?" Specialist Talia Veira asked quietly. I didn't quite manage to hide the tears shining in her eyes. Thump, slide, thump, slide, thump, slide. "We know what these fucks do with prisoners," a corporal from another fire team growled. Thump, slide, thump, slide, thump, slide. "Not much," Lieutenant Calder said coldly. "Only some orbital imaging suggesting that they're being held here. We're also pretty sure this is next to the enemy HQ." Thump, slide, clang. Private Reeves' shaking stopped, and he was slammed against his restraints as his internal inertial dampener field spooled up to compensate for the firing. Just a few minutes of freefall, and he'd be able to move and fight. He knew he couldn't hear anything, but Private Reeves imagined that he could hear the wind whistling as he entered Luck's atmosphere. Since he was out, he figured he might as well take a look at where he was pointed. A few quick taps, and his faceplate created an illusion that the drop pod was translucent around him, and some helpful dots and lines highlighted the LZ and his current flight path. "Flight path good," he muttered. "Keep your eyes out for turbulence," Lance Corporal Darius Corrin growled over the comms. "He's too busy crying over dead axes," PFC Jarreau sneered in reply. "Shut the fuck up, Cull." Specialist Veira barked back in an almost perfunctory way. "Hey, Pax, tell me why you're here," Lance Corporal Corrin rumbled before a good insulting match could get started. "Do you know what happened on second chance? A whole wussy planet fecking refused to lift a fecking finger in their own defense and got fecking slaughtered," PFC Jarreau drawled. Private Reeves tapped on his console to compensate for the winds pushing his pod off target while he said, "Does Tex and Texas only make idiots like you? Can you think of a reason why a pacifician who saw the videos out of second chance might throw a lifetime of pacifism aside and join the Republican Navy infantry of all things? Some of us learned. Private Reeves didn't expect telling to change anything, and he wasn't disappointed. Well, maybe you should learn to keep your fucking lunch. Eat shit, redneck." Private Reeves sighed and made another adjustment. "Love you too, city boy," PFC Jarreau laughed before getting serious. "Enemy vehicle patrol approaching LZ." Suddenly, a zoomed-in video of PFC Jarreau's drop pod was displayed in the center of Private Reeves' point of view, and he saw that the enemy had appropriated a local pickup truck and had crudely mounted a heavy weapon in the bed. "Doesn't look like they're looking up. Homesteaders might be making trouble for them," he said. "If they are, they're smart enough to be out of sight from orbit, or even from how high we are." Lance Corporal Coran rumbled, "Try not to land on any civvies." The team responded at once. "Aye, Corporal." "I think I can adjust and take that truck out," Specialist Veira said. Private Reeves's drop pod struck the ground with a spray of clay and gypsum, and he once again marveled at the fact that he was still alive. Explosive charges blew the hatch away, and he clambered out, rifle in hand. Silver 3 down and active. Some half a mile away, a truck speeding towards him was hit from above. and its cab slid to a halt as Specialist Vera's hatch opened via explosive charges and stepped out into what was formerly a pickup truck bed occupied by a group of 3 enemy soldiers, as she said, "Silver 1, down and active." There was a whap-thud crack of impact somewhere to Private Reeves' left, and Lieutenant Corporal Coran said, "Silver Leader, down and active." Almost on top of him, the last impact rang out as PFC Jarrow's cheerful drawl came over the comms. "Silver 2, down and active." "Silver Team, all down and accounted for, moving for rendezvous with squad," Lieutenant Corporal Coran said, and Private Reeves began to take long, power armor-assisted strides towards Corporal Taba Run's beacon to do just that. "Contacts eliminated," Specialist Vera said. "No new contacts visible." Private Reeves didn't have to check her beacon to see that she was moving towards the rendezvous point. "Cal, put some speed on and see if you can get eyes on our approach." "Aye, Corporal." Private Reeves loped along and watched his teammates' beacons inch along towards Corporal Rund, and in short order he joined the rest of the squad more or less at the same time as the other members where Corporal Rund was taking reports from the team leaders. After listening for a moment, he ran a vital information up the chain and snapped out an order. "They know we're here. Orbital drops aren't subtle, not unless you're ADR." The squad chuckled in a pause that he left for them, and he continued. "So we'll spread out, keep a good 50 yards on your elbows, and 2 miles between teams. How are we on recon?" "I sent a man," one of the other team leaders said. "Me too," Lance Corporal Coran growled. "He's probably getting a good view of the approach now." "Ah!" PFC Jarrow's beacon flashed, and Private Reeves blinked to bring up his teammate's helmed cam feed. It was a grisly sight. There were charged and bloated corpses scattered across the desolate and burned soil and left to rot. Private Reeves tasted bile at the back of his throat and swallowed. More importantly, PFC Jarrow was highlighting enemy positions and marking their type. Infantry, crew-served weaponry, heavy weapons emplacements, and lookout points. Nothing they couldn't handle. However, the enemy wasn't so polite as to patiently wait for the assault to begin. No, they were very much rudely reinforcing their positions. "All right, kids," Corporal Rund said. "Time to go to work. Bounce off now." And so they did. The infantry took off in that odd bouncing lope once again and formed into diamond-shaped formations 2 miles apart, except for silver and bronze teams, which were a man down each. These 2 teams adopted a wedge formation, and the scouts transitioned to Overwatch role as the squad approached. The RNI cut through the enemy like a plasma cutter through butter. The heavy weapons couldn't get on target quickly enough, and the RNI troopers put rounds on target on the move, taking out their operators at a distance. It was much the same with the crew-served emplacements, and infantry teams stood less than a shadow of a chance. They seemed to know it, too, because when the squad approached, some of them tried to throw their weapons down. The instant the plasma casters left their fingers, the backs of their necks exploded with sickeningly wet pops. Private Reeves stumbled as he squeezed the trigger of his rifle to put holes the size of apples through the enemy's chest, while the return plasma splashed off his armor shields. Then the squad was amongst the rubble of the former settlement, and the outer perimeter of the base in progress. Private Reeves was confronted by the left leg of Doggo Settler protruding from a pile of rubble. A few feet ahead, maggots feasted on what was left of the rest of their poor soul. "Heads up, kids," Corporal Rin called out over the comms. "The enemy's always does something annoying when things are going well." Hot plasma from a half-dozen infantrymen splashed off Private Reeves' power armor. They were actually concentrating their fire and training his shield, so he sent a few shots downrange at their source before ducking behind what looked like it used to be a column of the town hall. "Behind you, Pax," PFC Jarrus said, and a sonic boom cracked overhead. Private Reeves didn't waste time dithering. He rolled to another pile of rubble and put more holes in the enemy's cover. And the enemy behind the cover, well, the air cracked again, as PFC Jarrow took out another enemy trying to sneak up behind him. The settlers' corpses had stopped appearing, and Private Reeves tried not to think of how that implied that the Oxarch had cared enough not to want to be surrounded by rotting corpses, but not enough to bury them. But that was made easier when someone from another team broke in over the squad-wide comms. "Man down, armor failure, left leg, corpsman required." Specialist Vera answered. "Corpsman on the way," said Tight. "Pax, tighten up with me. Kel, over here." Lance Corporal Coran snapped out, and Private Reeves changed direction and charged the 2 remaining enemies. Luckily, they panicked and got up to run, which put them right in Lance Corporal Coran's line of fire. They realized this, cast down their weapons, and subsequently found their spines exploding, just like every other exarch who had tried to surrender. "Joseph, Mary, and all the saints," Lance Corporal Karan shouted. "The enemy isn't supposed to be destroyed after they decide to stop being the enemy." "Somebody should tell them that," PFC Jarrow drawled lazily. "I aim to," the non-com growled in reply. "Shields down to 70%, Private Reeves called out. "Check your levels." 58%, Specialist Vera answered. 84 here, Greenie, PFC Jarrow added. 54, Lance Corporal Corrin rumbled. Explosions sent rubble tumbling from the pile Private Reeves was taking cover behind, as another appropriated local pickup truck bore down on his and Lance Corporal Corrin's position. Private Reeves rested his forearm on the chunk of rubble, lined up his shot, and squeezed the trigger. The truck's windshield shattered. The driver suddenly found himself with an uncomfortable set of holes in his chest and lost control of the vehicle, sending it into a rolling tumble. "Man down," said someone from another team over the squad-wide comms. "Helmet failure." Specialist Vera's voice carried the most sulphurous string of curses and slurs that Private Reed had ever heard rang out over the comms in no less than 6 different languages, in addition to Republican battle cant. That she finished by saying, "Rejoining team." Pushing towards objective, Lance Corporal Karan said, "Pax, 2 contacts in building on your left, 2nd floor." Private Reeves swung his rifle up and to the left and squeezed off a couple of rounds at what looked like an enemy sniper team setting up in a room missing one of its exterior walls. Private Reeves privately scoffed at the idea of setting up a static position with so little cover. "Contact eliminated on your 6. Private Reeves made sure to sweep the areas above and swiveled the cover behind until Specialist Vera and PFC Jarrow linked up with them as they moved down the street at a brisk walk. Private Reeves tried not to think about the past 10 minutes too deeply and focused on spotting threats that failed to appear as they made their way to a squat, ugly, prefabricated metal building, boldly occupying the space formerly reserved for the houses of the slaughtered residents, now scattered across the outskirts of their once burgeoning home. The 4 of them stacked up on the reinforced door, barring the entrance to the HQ. Lance Corporal Karan was on point with his weapon steady at the door. Specialist Vera stood just behind him at the ready. PFC Jarrow had his back against the wall next to the door, and Private Reeves covered their backs. There was a scream of protesting metal as PFC Jarrow utilized his power armor to simply rip the door off its hinges by yanking the handle, and Lance Corporal Karan and Specialist Vera opened up on the shocked defenders within. PFC Jarrow took over covering his team's back, and Private Reeves rolled a pair of grenades into the building as his teammates took cover against the doorway. Private Reeves tried to ignore the pained cries that followed the explosions. Private Reeves followed Specialist Vera through the door and into what looked like a waiting room. He checked his shield levels again and was alarmed to find that they had been reduced to 20% effective. There wasn't time to let his armor shield generators cool off, though, and he knew the armor could physically take a few hits from the Azart standard plasma casters. There was nothing to do but press on into the next room, which looked like an administrative center. It was given away by the fact that it was a big, long room filled with desks laden with consoles and data pads in rows, leading to a single ornate door at the back, with several less opulent openings along the side walls. Approaching last known location of enemy commander, Lance Corporal Karan growled over the rat-a-tat of his own automatic rifle, ripping the office furniture enemy soldiers were using as cover apart. "Anybody spot him scurrying away to quarters or some shit?" The answer must have come over the team's leader's comms, because Private Reeves didn't hear it, and he was preoccupied with 8 enemies opening fire on him from the 4 doors on the left side of the room. He began to take them apart with controlled bursts as they leaned out of cover to shoot, which is why he didn't notice the anti-armor plasma weapon charging up the lost doorway until it had lobbed its payload at him. He couldn't dodge, or the attack would hit Specialist Vera, whose armor was already scorched by hits from sidearms. So he stretched his left arm palm forward and tensed his muscles to focus the majority of his armor shields on his palms. It only stopped the most of it. Searing hot pain lanced up his body, and his arm suddenly dropped limply to the side as he staggered and shot wildly in the enemy's general direction. His world went red, then white with pain, and he found himself lying on the floor with Specialist Vera looming over him as she pumped him full of drugs through an access port, and his armor applied an internal tourniquet. It took Private Reeves a minute to realize that she was insulting him. "Fucking chauvinistic moron. You probably thought that was heroic as fuck." "Hey, It worked, he blearily muttered as his vision cleared and the pain began to approach manageable. You think the arm can be saved? Nobody answered him. Private Reeves looked down at the bloody mess of gore and scorched flesh that used to be his left arm and simply said, "Oh." The sounds of battle outside the HQ came in sporadic bursts as the silence hung between the team like an unwelcome guest, until he scrambled to his feet and said, "Well, the objective is right there. Cal checked the perimeter. Talia, stow Pax's rifle for him. Pax, tap your fingers to your thumb on your right hand for me." Lieutenant Corporal Corrin snapped out. "Aye, sir," Private Reeves said, as he did as ordered. "Don't sir me. I'm a Lance Corporal," Corrin replied perfunctorily, as PFC Jarrow completed his circuit with a spent grenade discharge in one of the doors along the left wall. "Clear," he said, and joined the door stack in the same position he had occupied on the entrance to the headquarters. But instead of ripping the door off its hinges, he simply turned the handle and pushed. It opened with a squeal of metal sliding on metal, and Private Reeves tasted bile in the sight it revealed. As expected, the enemy commander's office contained a sacrificial altar. But what was not expected was for there to be a girl of 8 laid upon it. Her once caramel skin was gone grey. Her once hazel eyes had filmed over. And her once beautiful face was frozen in her final moments of terror and pain. Private Reeves' sidearm shook in his fist as he stared at the congealed blood spilling from the girl's slit throat. His breathing became ragged and heavy, his heart pounding against his armor, and there was a grinding sound coming from the general area of his teeth. The enemy commander, one of the half-priest, half-nobles swathed in expensive-looking robes, grinned and held up a small device with a button on the side, and pressed it. Every last member of the company outside the room decided it was vital to inform the rest of the company that the enemies had all just blown their own heads off. "I surrender," came the enemy commander's voice, filtered through the translation software built into Private Reeves' helmet. In a fury, he dropped his pistol, drew his bayonet, and crossed the room in the blink of an eye. His good arm blurred, and there was a sanguine line drawn across the throat of the Exarch's scarlet skin. Then he promptly retracted his helmet's faceplate and vomited on the floor. Some 3 or 4 hours later, Private Reeves was laid upon a med-bay bed back in James Lawrence, up to his eyeballs in very good drugs. The drugs were so good that most discomfort he felt was a slight itching from what was left of his bicep, where the stump of his arm ended. He was using his remaining hand to pick up the glass of water and scroll through information on his options for replacement arms, and was having sufficient trouble focusing on those 2 tasks that his mind hardly replayed his experiences planetside at all. By point of fact, he had only vomited once since the doctors got a hold of him. All in all, it wasn't the worst way for a recent amputee to be feeling. He was just getting ready to drift back into hazy dozing when his curtain around his bed parted and PFC Jarrow stood in the gap with ears laid back and eyes narrowed to slits. Without a word, the feline man walked up beside Private Reeves' bed on the left side and thwacked him upside the head. "Ow!" the aggravated private said, offended that his teammate would hit him hard enough to feel through the drugs, keeping the pain and shock at bay. "Who the fuck do you think you are?" PFC Jarrow snarled. "What the fuck, Cal? Who are you to just decide all by your lonesome to fucking execute a prisoner of war?" PFC Jarrow asked with another cuff across Private Reeves' head. Private Reeves' stump flinched as he tried to raise his missing arm to block. He scowled down at the bandage-wrapped stump, then up at the glowering private and rejoined, "You think he didn't deserve to die?" PFC punctuated his next statement with yet another thwack upside Private Reeves' head. "I'm saying that ain't your call, city boy. Would you stop fucking hitting me? Maybe if somebody had hit you, you'd fucking know better than to violate the fucking Pluto Compact. The Bloodskins never signed it. That doesn't matter. What makes them fucking barbarians is how they fucking kill and kill and kill for no good reason. They're fucking savages, but we ain't. You get that through your thick fucking skull, or I'll beat it in." Private Reeves tried to shrink back from the tirade and, lacking anywhere to go, simply made himself small and stared at the blankets. "Look, you weren't thinking straight, high stress, and you got lost your fucking arm. So them's extenuating circumstances. So I don't figure you'll get drummed out. And that's only a shooting offense if you're an officer or a senior NCO. Wait, what? You're being court-martialed, obviously. What?" PFC Jarrow blinked, pricked his ears, and the tip of his tail twitched. Then he said slowly, "You executed an enemy combatant after surrender was tendered. What did you figure on happening? You getting a medal?" Private Reeves lay in mute, shock. "Holy shit, you really don't know?"
What don't I know, you hick arsehole? Give me a second, PFC Jarrow muttered as he paced in a narrow space between the bed and the curtain. Okay, since you come from Pansyland, I figured you ain't never got in a real fight before. Pacifia, and I was a champion boxer. PFC Jarrow waved a hand by way of dismissal. I mean a real fight to settle things. Like an insult you can't let stand, or someone trying to steal from you. Private Reeves just blinked in bewilderment. Okay, so I'm right. So fighting in a war isn't just about killing all the enemy till they're dead. That's one of the worst ways things can end once the blood's been spilled. What we want is for the enemy to quit trying to kill us and our friends. That's why the enemy only exists to be destroyed. Once they quit being the enemy, they don't need destroying no more. So the murderers get to escape justice, Private Reeves spat. No, Pax, PFC Jarrow said quietly. Justice comes later. And you deprived the Republic of doling out her terrible justice. You denied her the chance to interrogate an enemy commander, and you spared him his sentence with a quick death. Look up debeaconing. And with that, PFC Jarrow left Private Reeves alone with his thoughts. The Drums of War, Chapter 39, Pacifician Butcher. Aboard the Pax Vindicator, Kyra then was a very good pilot, which was the entire reason that she was in a state-of-the-art smuggling corvette turned biolab after all. That and a few poor decisions that essentially made returning home to the CIP out of question for a good long while. Really, just a little cocaine smuggling along with her actual job shouldn't have been such a big deal. But Her Majesty's Crown Prosecution Service on Albion Centauri disagreed. It wasn't like a couple hours of deep talks and a week of rehab ever did anyone any real harm. However, the royal pain in the semi-honest businesswoman's asses had enough clout to make sure that she wasn't safe across the whole coalition. Sure, she was able to keep moving product on her own in a personal ship for a while, especially with the authorities focused on bigger problems. But without the legitimacy of flying for a disaster relief, said authorities were getting closer and closer to hemming her in. In comes a biologist from Pacifia with a job offer. What could be a safer way to lay low than fly a pacifist biologist around terraforming candidates? These days, trouble with the authorities wasn't so scary. Dr. Persephone Morn wasn't so pacifistic as her countrymen anymore. Dr. Morn's work had taken Kyra extremely far from nice, safe, empty planets in need of evaluation for further terraforming, and extremely close to the bigger problems that had taken up so much of the authorities' focus. That problem being, of course, the ongoing war with the insane genocidal dominion of Exarch. Most people got their name wrong on purpose, but Dr. Morn had ruthlessly squashed that practice. She called it looking at evil without flinching. But Kyra thought she didn't want anyone treating the Exarch with any humor in any way. The good doctor had her reasons for that. Any pacifician would have reasons to want the Exarch taken seriously. Maintain orbit, Dr. Morn was saying softly as Kyra eased the yoke to make tiny adjustments in the ship's orbital trajectory. I need to be sure the deployment was successful. The canisters landed in the huge farms and their tractors won't find them for like 6 weeks, if then. Didn't you say they're a couple months away from harvests? I said they're most likely 2 or 3 months away from optimal harvest time. However, they might cut the grain early to ship it ripen it via exposure to a catalyst upon arrival for processing. More importantly, I need to know whether and how many delivery devices failed. Kyra adjusted the orbital path again to avoid a derelict satellite and said, The longer we stay here, the more likely they are to notice that we're not bumping into their orbital debris. I realize that, Miss Venn, but I require confirmation. If you believe that we are detected, please utilize your skills to make good our escape, Dr. Morn explained as Kyra glanced at her reflection. Kyra thought that the dim glow cast by the various displays into the shadows of the cockpit gave her employer a sinister cast. It's not like we're sticking around to watch your creation take effect, Kyra said. All we're getting is a signal from each canister, and for all we know, that could have malfunctioned. No, we are not waiting for the blood blight to fully blossom, and we know that the deployment detection systems are resilient enough that malfunctions will be unlikely. We'll perhaps never know for sure if we succeeded in removing an enemy agri-world, or perhaps we shall find out after the war. Dr. Morn was saying, while Kyra quite involuntarily noticed her employee's eyes tighten at the corners and her mouth twitch upward in the reflection of one of the view screens in the cockpit. Maybe we'll read their records of massive crop failures, inability to properly feed their slaves,
and a noticeable drop in production of war materials at several of their industrial worlds. Maybe we'll even read about what alternative food sources they resort to. Local pests or vermin. Perhaps just like the ancient Soviets, they shall turn to one another for vital calories. Perhaps we'll never know for certain. But if I have confirmation of deployment, I shall be able to infer success.
You're talking about starving an entire planet?
No,
Interrupted the resident Digitan Lammy. Via speakers for use. She's talking about starving several planets. Just got pings from all 60 canisters, boss lady. Dr. Morn corrected coolly. Sorry, Doctor, boss lady, the feminine Digitan choked cheerily. Anyway, it's a widely believed fact that an army marches on its stomach, so taking away their food will mean they can't march. I'm not sure how that would help anyone, since I'm pretty sure that you can't march with internal organs, and nobody marches in space anyhow. But organics are weird.
those subsapient creatures systematically slaughtered every last man and woman on second chance, and they would have murdered the children too, if they could. They have proven as much on several planets. Do you believe creatures capable of such an act should be left to persistent slaughter? As she was speaking, Dr. Morn began unconsciously tapping her foot, and her voice took on a cool, hard quality that Kyra could only notice due to her familiarity with Dr. Morn. Kyra thought there was a hot hatred beneath that icy exterior, and had no desire to break through. No, they need stopping. I won't argue with that, Kyra said quickly. An alarm chimed, a display flashed, and Lammy helpfully said, "For incoming patrol vessels, I'd say that they're roughly equivalent to light system watch vessels, or maybe tugs with guns if we're comparing them to Republic of Terror vessels. I know you're a sippy, but there's not a lot of standardization in the Coalition. If you don't mind, Doctor, I think I'd like to get us out of here before we get caught." "Please do. Begin our course to fallback point and come to the dining room once you've made translation. We shall discuss the available options for our next target then." "Mess. It's called mess," Kyra grunted under her breath as her employer got out of her way so that she could do her job. When the Pax Vindicator was safely in hyperspace, Kyra stood up from the pilot seat and stretched. She only reveled in the satisfying way the popping sensations ran up her spine for a few seconds, and started making her way to the mess as requested. The clean, smoothly paneled corridor was well lit, and gave the illusion of being in a nice building rather than a ship, probably because the previous owners wanted to smuggle in comfort. They made Kyra feel as if she was in a clinic rather than at home in a ship. Dr. Moore never gave orders. She merely requested certain actions to be taken, and those requests were simply fulfilled. Well, unless someone had a good reason, the request could not be fulfilled and could explain it. And they'd better not waste any time in explaining it. Dr. Moore and Thalice Gray were already seated at the elliptical table, cleverly bolted to the deck. The eldest was half lounging on the cushioned seat, built into the wall in his customary comfortable-looking sweats, while Dr. Moore sat rigidly in one of the two chairs opposite from the bench, and the pair were already eating what Thalice alleged was nearly as good as authentic Italian cooking. Kyra realized that she was starving, and even if she had no clue how close to this pasta was to authentic Italian, it smelled heavenly. "Lammy, are you available for a staff meeting?" Dr. Moore asked the air. "Sure thing, Dr. Boss Lady. Point of order. Please hire an engineer. You organics are surprisingly good at ship maintenance and emergency repair." "That course of action remains under consideration," Dr. Lumiere answered. "In the meantime, please make use of Mr. Gray's assistance and the robotic frame. Okie dokie. Just bear in mind that the lack of an engineer is a strategic weakness in your mission, and there is only so much I can do with systems management. I continue to note your advice. Could you please load the file population-dense targets for me on the holographic display?" Kyra was busy dishing up as much pasta her bowl could hold as the display flickered to life above the table, and she felt obliged to scoot her meal out of the translucent moon. "I guess you're going to ask me what kind of samples I can get you from these kinds of targets?" Dallas asked as he used his pasta-laden fork to call up the text description of one of the holographic planets. "Indeed, Mr. Gray. Again, if you can obtain samples of existing pathogens on the planet in addition to samples of the blood and hair from the population, that would be ideal. Fungal samples could also be useful, as well as samples of the local drinking water and food stores." "What's our focus?" the Squatcraft man asked as his eyes scanned the text. "Disruption of industrial capacity. This can be accomplished by either disabling the production equipment or disabling the labor force. Ideally, I would like to achieve both in tandem."
Do you have what you need to engineer an organism to damage infrastructure aboard? Kyra asked after making absolutely certain there was no food in her mouth.
Potentially. It depends on what Mr. Gray is able to find on the planet we select.
Speaking of, Kyra mused, a planet full of industrial parks isn't going to be as easy to sneak around as a planet covered in farmland.
Indeed, Mr. Gray, do you feel confident in your abilities to infiltrate one of these targets?
Generally, yes. So long as I don't need to actually interact with the locals, I should be fine. The missionaries describe these places as half abandoned. Lots of hiding places and ways to get around unseen in the lower levels. Nothing jumps out to me as any easier than the rest, so the choice is probably going to be up to whichever one you can sneak us close to, Laelis said to Kyra soberly. She nodded and aggressively spun pasta around a fork.
I'll need a couple of hours to study what you have on that. It's probably all wrong again, but maybe it'll make me predict where and how they're reinforced.
Dr. Morn nodded and asked,
Do we have any further concerns?
Supply, Kyra said instantly. We have maybe another month's worth of fresh fruit aboard, and if we can't find another ice body soon, water will start becoming a problem. Then there's fuel. Most of the viable gas giants behind enemy lines are just as valuable to them as they be to us. More, since they're in a war against the Republic and the CIP, and probably all the Xenos too. And we're only one ship.
I suggest you plan our escape route from whichever target you choose with resupply in mind,
Dr. Morn said at length.
Now, if you don't mind, I shall take the rest of my meal in my lab and begin some preliminary analysis.
Please add an engineer to your supply list, Lamy chimed. It would suck if the ship got a reactor leak I couldn't fix, and you all died since the radiation would slowly corrupt my files. And that would mean that I'm alone and crazy when I died, which doesn't sound fun.
You have made your point, Lamia, Dr. Morn said as she got up, and I'll see if I can find an engineer available for our kind of work.
So you think you can get me in?
Like I said, Dallas,
I have to look over the data and then make my best guess about what holes in the security they've plugged. Oh, so it's that you're worried about whether you can do the job. Maybe you don't have what it takes to outfly the half-blind, arrogant fools. As opposed to second thoughts. Kyra tapped her fork at the edge of her bowl and said, It started with contaminating one of their big lubricant sources.
Which is a bigger deal than most organics realized,
Lamia agreed cheerfully.
Ships and weapons have tons of moving parts that can break if not properly lubricated.
Yes, I agree. Then we gave a couple of planets the sniffles, which led to a supply shortage on the front that translated into dead exarch, Thaddeus observed. Yeah, but now we're starving entire planets. Yes, and? I don't know. Maybe we shouldn't starve billions of beings to death on purpose. Hey, Lamia, could you please pull up the latest posts from the Republic SAR Corps, please? The ones from that camp they found in the Clan's planet. Sure thing, buddy, she replied, as the holographic display of potential targets was wiped away and replaced by a facsimile of a screen on which a video played. It was obviously a feed from the helmet cam, from how the view jostled and shifted from moment to moment. The person who had recorded it was muttering a string of Catholic prayers as he swept his gaze across the scenes of horror. The locals, a race of beetle-like people, were penned like animals, though any farmer would have balked at the conditions they were kept in. The pens were chocked with waste and corpses. The survivors were mutilated, and the purpose of the place was clear from the ichor-covered sacrificial altar near the camp's center. Kyra shut her eyes and said, I know they have to be stopped. Not just stopped forever. And you know why I helped the good doctor. It's because the high and mighty, oh so moral Republic of Terror will eventually let those freaks surrender. Thaddeus punctuated his point by jabbing a forkful of twisted pasta at Kyra before continuing. They'll let the freaks have a second chance. There's only one way to stop them forever. Grow some backbone. You ever been hungry, Thaddeus? I can't get hungry, Lamia very helpfully added. We know, Thaddeus said, with an involuntary grin playing across his features for a brief moment. I expect you mean more than I've ever wanted to hurry to my next meal. Yeah. I mean, like you ever had to make a loaf of bread or a half-rotten hunk of beef last a week or two? No. I expect nobody these days has gone through that. As advanced as we all are, all across Terran space, bad things still happen. People still lose everything in fires or storms or quakes. Ships still crash, stations still fail, and people still fall through the cracks, even in the very wealthy systems with strong planets to support them, Kyra explained softly. I take it that you are one of those fallen people? Yep, Lamia explained. It was a whole big Thank you, Kyra almost shouted over the digital crewmate's enthusiasm. But the point is, I know what it's like to go hungry, and if I had to choose between dying in a battle and starving, I'd pick a bullet every single time. And I'd agree with you, Dallas said, easily, as he spiraled his fork in his bowl. If we were talking about starving people, besides, our next target won't be starvation. The good doctor will come up with something quicker. Exactly. Since they're not Terrans, or allied with Terrans and killing Terrans, who I like, they don't count as people, so it doesn't matter how they die, Lamia agreed with chipper enthusiasm. Kyra glanced towards the video being displayed and said, I'd like the targets back, please. I have still a lot of work to do. Okie dokie, Lamia said before rambling. Speaking of targeting, I think a new episode of One Piece just dropped. I thought the pirates found the treasure island or whatever, Kyra said as her mind struggled to shift gears. Well, duh, Dallas said in his superior tone as a nerd who watches a niche show. But then the original crew found another island with a portal to... Well, if you weebs are going to nerd out, Kyra interrupted with all the patience of someone who does not care about niche shows. I'm going to take my pasta to my room and go over the data in peace. Sure thing, I'll send the files to your desk, Lamia said as Kyra did just as she said she would. I should have a target picked before we're out of hyperspace, Kyra told Dallas. One study and planning session and a second trip through hyperspace later, and Kyra was imitating orbital debris entering the atmosphere of what Dr. Morn had called Industrial Target 6, and was aiming for a section of the planet which was likely deserted for a landing. Once again, she found herself wishing they could figure out how the Republic's scout stealth drops worked. From what a scan of the planet had revealed, debris crashed to the surface from orbit wasn't unusual, so the locals probably wouldn't glance twice at the Pax's indicator until she could fly her below the planet's radar floor. Hopefully, nobody had noticed the scan. But then again, the Exarch ships and some of the derelicts in orbit were constantly sending out signals, so their scan was probably lost in the noise. Even so, the cockpit was entirely silent. In fact, other than Kyra herself, it was completely unoccupied. Despite their inexperience with such things, they appreciated her vivid description of how difficult it was to make a ship appear to be another chunk of debris on uncontrolled entry while actually maintaining tight control, and just how horribly wrong such a maneuver can go. Once they made it to the planet's surface, Kyra hovered until Lamia let her know that Dallas and his vehicle was safely disembarked, and then she activated the ship's built-in jamming equipment and hoped that nobody would be looking for a dead zone moving away from the planet in their sensors. Most authorities overlooked that possibility, and likely this Dominion had very little of its own smuggling to worry about if what the Republic said about their culture was to be believed. From what Dallas told her, Kyra could believe that everyone who needed a bit of extra food was too terrified to try their hand at her trade. She didn't exactly like being grateful to the rulers for their brutality, but that did mean that nobody was looking correctly, as she escaped the planet's gravity well and settled into orbit around the barren and unutilized planet in the system. Then, so long as the local Exarch didn't suddenly realize that checking unoccupied bodies is how you make sure that you don't have a clandestine bioterrorist lurking around, her job was done for a week. Even so, every day she awoke with the mantra, "Complacency kills you dead," and shrugged into her flight suit and blearily stumbled her way to the cockpit to review reports of the night's activity Lamia had prepared for her, and then settled into the riveting task of watching the target planet to make sure there wasn't a patrol headed their way. "You know," Lamia chippily said by way of her usual greeting, "I can totally do this for you, and you can keep sleeping." Sure. And if you need my talents, you can totally wait half an hour for me to get my coffee and finish waking up." "Speaking of coffee," Lamia said, and caused the lights around the cockpit coffee machine to flash in a pattern. "I don't care what the cops say. You're an angel, Lamia," Kyra nearly sang as she filled a spill-proof thermos tumbler with the black gold before adding an obscure amount of sugar and milk. "My old ship had this really great espresso setup," the digital voice lamented, "and I need a little robot arm I could use. I got pretty good at making lattes. Thanos might have an aneurysm if we put a robot arm in his domain. If he didn't have good taste in anime, I'd resent him for not sharing." "There's no such thing as a good taste in anime," Kyra teased as she sipped nectar of the gods. Lamia affected hurt and affronted as she replied in kind, "Blasphemy! How could you say such a thing about the highest art form? Maybe I don't like looking at a show where only the main characters have interesting character designs, and the rest of the screen is filled with animated tits. I'll have you know, Thanos and I only appreciate the finest of animated boobies. Lamia replied haughtily. Speaking of Thales, any word from him yet? Yep, apparently he's found an absolute treasure trove of pathogens already, both viral and bacterial, Lamia cheerfully announced. Any chance that we can pick him up early and retreat to give a good doctor a chance to work? Maybe. He started some cultures, but he wants to see about fungal opportunities. His report says there's already a lot of illness around where he's collecting already, so the population already has poor immune systems. Basically, there's a chance we'll want to get samples of everything he suspects if he can. It's more important to be smooth than it is to be fast, Kyra reminded herself as she took another sip of heaven. Yep, Lamia agreed. And smooth retrieval will mean more effective pathogens, which will mean that we can more effectively take out this production center. Pathogens? Yeah, from the preliminary samples. It's looking like disabling the population will be the way to go this time, Lamia told her cheerfully, especially since these Exarch are vulnerable to pathogens in the first place. Kyra fell silent and focused on the images from the extermination camp in her memory to remind herself who deserved what in this war. And so the week proceeded. Kyra made sure the enemy didn't know they were there. Lamia maintained the ship's systems, and Dr. Morn began preparing to modify the pathogens being cultivated by Thales on the ground. Of course, there were those little moments of standout events from the routine. Lamia needed assistance from Kyra to fix a leak in the air conditioning system. And Dr. Morn made another of her disastrous attempts at casserole, for example. But otherwise, the week seemed to slide by into the past with all of Kyra's other mistakes until she found herself imitating debris again, this time with a different target in mind, and this time right under the belly of the patrol vessels to give herself the widest possible window of escape. A week of watching the enemy had given her a pretty good understanding of the patrol patterns, after all. Extraction went smooth, and so did leaving the system in favor of a star with a few useless planetoids in its orbit where Dr. Maud would be able to ply her talents without fear of from the Exarch. It was one load off of Kyra's shoulders, since the most dangerous part of the operation was behind them, at least the most dangerous part concerning her particular skills. She suspected that even the slightest slip in the lab from either Dr. Morn or Thales might kill them all, but Kyra tried not to worry overmuch about things outside her remit. The less she knew about how dangerous the pathogens were, the happier she'd have been. However, Dr. Morn saw no reason to hide anything from her, and consequently, progress of her work was a frequent topic of conversation. Kyra didn't blame her, though, because it wasn't as if she had much else to talk about. Sample B42 shows promise, Dallas was saying. The models show that it could severely weaken an Exarch for over a month if they're healthy, and the population at the target is anything but. I'm leaning more towards sample G32, Dr. Morn replied with a flash of her eyes. The models show that it has potential to cause more damage over a shorter time frame. It also shows that the spread will be limited since the host population is likely to die out before it spreads into another planet, Lamia chimed in. Are we trying to disrupt their war effort with the widest way we can? Kyra asked as she tried to order her belly to stop somersaulting inside her. Certainly, Dr. Morn answered smoothly, but we are also experimenting. A swift extermination reduces the chances of spreading, but also reduces the chance of the virus mutating to become less deadly, and reduces the chance of the Exarch developing countermeasures. If we can confirm planetary effectiveness, we can begin to develop a pathogen for the users across their blood-soaked empire. And if they're all gone, they can't go around killing innocent kids for the insane god anymore, Dallas agreed before saying darkly, but if they do develop countermeasures, they'll have realized we're here, or that someone is attacking them the way we are. It's one hell of a risk, Dr. Morn. I like the ship I'm living on not being blown to bits and killing me and the organics I like, Lamia said. But the fewer enemies there are, the more likely the war will be over soon, and the organics can go back to only fighting pirates and cartels and stuff like normal. What you're talking about means more than just confirming some bacteria got released into some grain fields, Kyra said carefully. A longer observation period will be ideal, Dr. Morn acknowledged. And I'd like to record the effects of the weep for future reference. Kyra suppressed a shiver at the upward twitch of Dr. Morn's lips and the warmth in her voice that pet name for her latest creation, and listened to Dr. Morn. However, I shall leave the judgment about the when and the how of our escape to you. Data would be useful, but it is not strictly necessary. When do you want to begin our insertion pass? Kyra asked as Lamia helpfully pulled a holographic display of the target planet with updated details from their sampling visit. Begin immediately, Dr. Morn said with a flash of canines. I shall be finished by the time we exit hyperspace. deep within the habitation areas of the four-jeweled Nisibis. It was the end of days. Priest, master, and priestess had failed to appease Agzur. May the stars tremble at his steps with sacrifice. And thus he had stretched out his hand and drew blood. Blood that Laborer 10, 72, 84, 35 knew was his due. For who could argue when a god stretched out his hand? Even so, he abased himself before a shrine to the Empress, and begged her to intercede for his unworthy planet, such as they may be instructed why they were being punished. It was a thin hope, but all the hope he had. The priest master believed that sacrifice in sufficient quantity would quell the god's rage, and so all over the planet, Laborer 10, 72, 84, 35 knew that the sacrificial altars were slick with blood and laborers like him. And even the initiate highborn were not safe from the knife, meaning they were even more likely to be selected than usual, for none stood above the duty of sacrifice. However, it mattered not how much or from whence the blood flowed. The punishment was unceasing. All the sundries were afflicted, weakness of body, inability to eat without vomiting, and tears of blood flowing without restraint, no matter how lofty a personage was afflicted. Truly, they must have done something of great offense to Agzur, may the stars tremble at his steps, to merit such punishment. Indeed, though Laborer 10, 72, 84, 35 was uncommonly hale for a serf, he was already feeling weakness drag at his limbs, and food did not sit well in his belly. He knew that his blood would be spilled to sate Agzur eventually, either upon the altar or from his punishment. But he'd harbored a secret hope that Agzur, may the stars tremble at his steps, might be sated before he succumbed. Before Nisibus had given offense to Agzur, may the stars tremble at his steps, Laborer 10, 72, 84, 35 had harbored loftier goals, to provide such worth that he be allowed to require to mate and sire offspring, and the private hope that such an offspring might be a warrior or even a priestess. However, he dared not even cast his mind back to such dreams, for it might have been such grasping above their station that it would have offended Agzur. May the stars tremble at his steps. In the first place, indeed, he tried to forget how his habitation district used to smell without the sour tang of vomit in every stairwell, the metallic scent of blood in the very air, and even the rank odor of dead left where they fell. For the crematoriums were overburdened with the initiate highborn alone. Thus, Laborer 10, 72, 84, 35 endeavored to provide worth despite the punishment. He did, even still, allow himself to weep during his abasement, for the Empress was not offended by grief and tears. When Laborer 10, 72, 84, 35 passed before a reflective surface and saw the blood dripping down his face, he realized that he had not merely been weeping, as he abased himself. End of chapter.
I'd greatly like to thank our Tier 5 channel members, Caspar Arnholtz, John Creighton, Manatharia, 050, Dragzoon WRE, and Elijah Silvercross. Thank you very much.